What's up, drama fam? Okay, so get this. Today is the class awakening ceremony at Dragon Kingdom High, right? This is like the biggest deal of the year for these students. But for our boy Jake, it's literally life or death. It's been 3 whole years since he got isekai'd from Blue Star to this crazy world, and Jake was dead set on awakening some epic combat class. But nope, the universe said, LOL, and gave him the hidden class, Dragon Tamer. And yeah, I know, it's supposed to be one of the rarest and most busted classes ever, in theory. But for real, in the entire 800-year history of this place, dragons have shown up, but a dragon tamer who could actually tame one never happened. Not once. Like, a human trying to boss around a dragon is like an ant trying to fight a bulldozer. It's basically harder than trying to get front row tickets to a Beyoncé concert. And the worst part, a dragon tamer without a dragon is completely useless. They can't level up or anything. So, when everyone found out what Jake got, they were shook. Then they just looked at him with pure pity. One of them was all like, "It's okay, man. At least it's a hidden class, right? Unlimited potential. If you try super hard, maybe you can tame a little lizard or something and be kinda strong." So cringe. Even Principal Blake came over and patted his shoulder, trying to be all comforting, but it just sounded like a total joke. So that night, Jake is tossing and turning, totally stressing about his future, when suddenly this system panel just pops up out of nowhere. Asterisk bling, asterisk, congratulations. You have received the first day's treasure map. The first day's treasure map? Wait, first days? Oh, that's right. When this thing activated, I remember it was called the Super Treasure Map System. So, plot twist. Right before the whole ceremony drama, Jake had randomly activated this Super Treasure Map System and got a skill called Appraisal Eye. It's this super sick ability that lets him see all the deets on a target like their class, level, and skills just by looking at them. He was like, I only messed with the appraisal thing today. I haven't even touched the main feature yet. With that thought, my boy Jake taps the treasure chest icon on the screen. So, the maps have tiers, you know? Beginner, intermediate, advanced, and freaking divine. And the system lets him merge 3 low-tier maps into a higher-tier one. Plus, he gets a random map every single day. All he has to do is go to the spot and boom, treasures related to his class. What class would you guys want? Drop it in the comments below. Related to my class, he's thinking. Yeah, the Dragon Tamer class is an absolute joke right now because taming a dragon is basically impossible. But with this system, he's thinking, could I actually close the gap between the weakest and the strongest? In other words, this divine tier treasure map is his last shot, his Hail Mary to turn his life around. I gotta go, he decides. So, my dude, Jake makes up his mind, opens the map, and the treasure coordinates pop right up, the Red Rock Highlands. It's not too far from Oak Ridge City, maybe a 45-minute drive down I-10. Jake sets off immediately, but of course, trouble finds him instantly. The second he steps off the bus, he's cornered by this sketchy crew of 2 dudes and a chick. The main guy, who's rocking an eye patch, throws an arm around him and is like, hey, lil bro, wanna party up? The one-eyed dude grins, patting Jake's shoulder. Jake's not having it. He's like, nah, I'm a summoner, I don't need a squad. If I get into trouble, I'll just summon some elementals to handle it. Hearing he was a summoner, the crew actually looked surprised for a sec, then just shrugged and walked off. Jake's thinking, what a bunch of scumbags. This wilderness is probably safer than rolling with backstabbing wannabe hunters like them. Just goes to show, he thinks, without any power, this is how people treat you. I gotta get a move on. A little later, the system dings. You've arrived. He's finally found the spot. Jake is super hyped and sprints toward this weird glowing light he sees coming from behind a big rock. Black dragon egg. Level. Unknown. Whoa! Just as the egg starts to crack, about to hatch, Jake hears a rustle in the bushes behind him. The trip was pretty chill until now, but it looks like he couldn't avoid the local wildlife. Jake quietly pulls out his weapon, a starter blade of common quality. We're talking absolute trash tier loot, like something you get from a free gacha pull. And sure enough, not even a second later, a monster leaps out of the bushes and lunges right at Jake. But he was ready. Jake manages to block its jaws with his blade, but man, it took everything he had to shove the beast off him. His appraisal eye kicks in automatically. Bloodthirsty Grey Tiger, level 10. Skill. Triple slash, a crazy fast 3-hit combo. But before he can even react to the tiger, the one-eyed man ambushes him, knocking him flat on his butt. The pink-haired girl in their crew takes her chance and puts a knife to his throat. Heh, little brother. The one-eyed man sneers. Looks like you underestimated the nose of a real treasure hunter. The other dude, a big rocky guy, goes behind the boulder, grabs the dragon egg, and holds it up for his crew. Yo, we got the treasure. Finish him, the one-eyed man orders, walking over to get a better look at the egg. But just as pink hair is about to send Jake to the great beyond, the egg shatters. A tiny baby dragon bursts out, spreads its wings, and shoots into the sky. What the heck is that thing? While the bandits are just standing there stunned, the little dragon dives at them like a missile. The one-eyed man panics and chucks some poison at it, but the dragon just zips right past it. The big dude tries to punch it, but the little dragon snaps its jaws once, and that's the end of him. They literally see the hatchling picking its teeth afterward. As for her other buddy, he just vanished. Poof. Gone. Seeing this, Pink Hair totally forgets about Jake, her arm shaking as she points her knife at the tiny, terrifying dragon. That treasure hunter's nose of yours is pretty garbage, huh? Jake says, pushing her aside. Trying to steal my prize? This is what you get. He then uses his dragon taming art, and believe it or not, successfully tames the baby dragon. A notification pops up. Contract with the black dragon complete. Skill, Dragon Claw unlocked. Skill, Dragon Fang Strike unlocked. Skill, Dragon's Encouragement unlocked. Pink Hair is freaking out. You, who in the world are you? Jake just laughs. Ha, now you want to know who I am. I'm not some lame summoner. I'm a dragon tamer. Looking at the baby dragon snarling at her, Pink Hair starts begging. Please, spare me. I had no idea it was a dragon egg. Jake scoffs. You low-life hunters have messed with so many people over the years. No, I haven't, she tries to argue. Jake just gives her a cold look. Go join your friends in the dirt. The second he says it, the little dragon makes her its next meal. Yikes. Phew, Jake sighs, finally dealt with all that. After patching up his arm, he walks over to the baby dragon, who's now curiously digging through his backpack. If you think they got what they deserved, smash that like button. I can't believe it, he thinks. I actually crossed the line from weak to strong. This thing is a beast right after hatching. I can't even imagine how OP it's going to be when it levels up. The more he thought about it, the more hype he got. Jake just grabs the little dragon and gives it a huge hug. Haha, this is awesome. With you, the Dragon Tamer class is about to go from 0 to absolute hero. But what am I going to call you? He wonders. Little Charcoal? Black Diamond? Nah. While Jake is deep in thought, he sees the hatchling licking the blood from the cut on his arm. And then whoosh, the little dragon starts glowing with this insane aura and transforms into a little girl. Seeing the dragon girl, Jake is floored. Wait, what? You can turn into a human? So you can turn into a human, he says, totally shocked. The dragon girl just nods eagerly with this super innocent look on her face. Jake smiles, letting her play while he pulls up his own stats. Class, Dragon Tamer, level 10. Strength, 55. Agility, 53. Intelligence, 60. Durability, 60. Dragon Taming Art, can tame draconic creatures. Dragon Claw, transforms arm into a dragon's claw. Power scales with my pet. Dragon Fang Strike, unleashes a massive dragon energy blast. Dragon's Encouragement buffs me and my dragon, boosting all stats and attack by 30%. Black Dragon Contract, level 1, stored value 239. Jake is thinking. It's just like I thought. Once I tamed a dragon, all my skills unlocked. Dragon's Encouragement gives a 30% buff. Dude, that's way better than any priest's buff. Dragon Fang Strike is a huge damage dealer, and Dragon Claw lets me get in there with the same power as my pet. Not to mention the contract itself. Just look at my stats. They're like 5 or 6 times higher than a normal person's. I could probably clap any combat class at my level, even by myself, he thinks. Next, Jake pulls up the Black Dragon's info, and guys, this is where it gets crazy. Black Dragon Contract, level 1. Strength, 342. Agility, 267. Spirit, 359. Durability, 373. Giant Maw, a charge and bite attack that causes bleed damage. Scorching Lava Flame, breathes fire and heals itself. And get this, Black Dragon Bloodline, reduces incoming damage by 50% and makes it immune to all debuffs. Its self-regen is boosted by 500%. And Bloodline Connection gives me 10% of all its stats. After reading all that, Jake was just speechless. This thing is only a level 1 hatchling. It already has all these insane skills and stats in the high 300s. No human could ever match that. A max level player 20 levels higher would probably still get wrecked. And that Bloodline Connection multiplied all his own stats. No wonder I felt so jacked after taming it, he realized. The 3 great hidden classes, bro, they are a complete joke compared to a real dragon. There's no doubt about it, the Dragon Tamer is at the top of the food chain now. He glances over at the little black dragon, who's now happily chewing on her old eggshell. Jake rubs his chin. Even in human form, her habits are still the same. So, what should I call you? A little black dragon born just before dawn. Suddenly, a name just clicks in Jake's mind. He grins and asks her, how about I call you? Shadow. The little dragon girl chirps happily. Seeing her reaction, Jake smiles. Looks like you like that name, huh? He felt like even though this whole treasure hunt was dangerous AF, It was totally worth it. Jake walks over, pats her head, and asks, "You hungry?" Shadow stops chewing her eggshell, her eyes lighting up as she looks at Jake and chirps. "Yes." Jake stands up, looks out at the wilderness, and says, "All right, let's go hunt some beasts and get some food, Shadow." But then he thinks, wait, I can't just go back home. The qualifying exams for college are coming up soon. All the other candidates are out grinding levels right now. He's thinking about his dream of being the top scorer in the whole southern province and getting a full ride to a top university in the country. I'm finally strong enough to actually chase that dream now, he thinks, but I can't get cocky. Grinding levels and getting used to my new skills is the #1 priority. So, with a new fire in his eyes, Jake grabs his backpack and says, "Shadow, let's roll." "Yo, let's go deeper, Shadow." Word on the street is there are way tastier monsters in there than these lame eggshell dudes. Shadow was totally down and followed Jake, but my guys only took like 2 steps before they heard this insane roaring. They both whipped around, and get this. A whole pack of monsters was stampeding right for them. Ugh, Plains hyenas. Compared to those bloodthirsty foxes, these things are a total nightmare to deal with. Jake muttered to himself and quickly pulled up their stats. Level 12, a vicious bite that makes you bleed, and intimidate that can give you rabies. They're worth 380 experience points and drop a fang worth 95 dragon coins. Jake's over here having a whole crisis, thinking, bro, I barely survived that level 10 fox, this is gonna be rough. While he's lost in thought, Shadow just straight up yeets himself at the hyena pack. Jake just busts out laughing. All right, if you want some, come get it. And chases after him, thinking. For real though, on this whole plateau, a dragon tamer and his dragon are basically gods. What could possibly go wrong? In like 2 seconds, Shadow is hovering over the whole pack. He takes this massive breath, opens his mouth, and just unleashes a freaking river of fire on them. This molten lava stuff is just pouring out, torching everything below while healing him at the same time. What a flex. By the time Jake catches up, the whole monster pack is just a raging inferno. His screen starts blowing up with notifications. Jake got 380 experience points. Black Dragon got 380 experience points. On and on. Jake's like, not bad. But if I want to speedrun these levels, I really need to hunt some elite bosses. Then suddenly, Jake's spidey senses start tingling. He glances over in one direction and says, Shadow, playtime's over with these minions. There's a big boss that's been waiting for us. And right on cue, this massive 3-headed monster comes stomping out, growling like crazy. Jake immediately scans it. 3-headed blood lion, level 25. This thing can buff its own attack and defense. Its skills are Shred, which does a ton of damage, and Triple Blaze, which shoots 3 fireballs. The XP is insane, 23,790. And the drops? A fang worth 1,300 dragon coins and a hide worth 2,570. Normally, you'd meet a whole squad of hunters from, like, Chicago to even think about fighting a level 25 elite. But Jake, he's got a black dragon. He ain't worried. So, he's totally chill, just gives the order, Shadow, let's go. Shadow lets out a roar and just charges straight at the 3-headed lion. The lion sees him coming, and all 3 of its heads tilt back and let out this huge roar, buffing its own stats. But it doesn't stop there. All 3 heads open their mouths again. Streams of fire start pouring out, swirling into this one massive, growing fireball. It's using Triple Blaze, a charged-up move that hits 3 times and has a cooldown. Seeing this, Jake acts fast and yells, Shadow, sync up with me, we gotta interrupt that skill. Shadow roars, his whole body bursts into flames, and he transforms into his giant dragon form. He dives straight at the 3-headed lion using his giant jaw attack, and bam! The Triple Blaze gets cancelled. Jake is so hyped. Nice. He doesn't give the lion a single second to recover and follows up with his own finisher, Dragon Fang Strike. And boom! Jake gets 23,790 experience points. Jake has leveled up to 14. His black dragon gets the same amount of XP. Shadow is just happily vibing behind him. Meanwhile, deep in some mountains that look like they're straight out of Colorado, a different crew is having a little drama session. Chloe asks, Auntie Mia, are we seriously just gonna ditch this rare opportunity? Mia just gives this tired smile. Young miss, my hands are tied. This fated dungeon needs at least 5 people to open. We're short-staffed, it's impossible. The dude with her suggested someone head back to Phoenix to grab more people, but he shot that down. No way. Even with my speed, a round trip would take a whole day. Chloe just sighs. Fated dungeons pop up randomly, and the rewards are way better than normal ones, but they only last for a day. One day is definitely not enough time. Seeing Chloe so bummed out, Mia tries to cheer her up. Hey, young miss, you're not the type to get hung up on this stuff. With your skills, once you get into one of the big 10 academies, you'll have all the dungeons you can handle. But Chloe is still sighing. I know, Auntie, but it's still a huge bummer. Just then, Mia's whole expression changes. She gets super alert, stares in one direction and shouts, "Hey." The other guy also draws his weapon, looking all defensive, and who casually strolls out from behind a rock. Our boy Jake. Yo yo, just passing through. Mia looks him up and down. Kid, you look like a mess. This isn't the place for a treasure hunter. But before she can say more, Chloe holds up a hand to stop her, steps forward, and offers Jake a handshake with a big smile. Hello, we're from the Chen family of Las Vegas. I'm Chloe. I know this is super random, but would you be willing to join our party for a bit? You don't even have to do anything. We just need you to enter the fated dungeon with us. With the party problem solved, Chloe is all smiles and claps her hands. All right, everyone, let's get ready to move out. Walking at the back of the group, Jake's thinking to himself, yeah, no way am I revealing Shadow's identity to these strangers out in the wilderness. That's just asking for trouble. I'll just chill until it's time to collect the rewards. As the group enters the dungeon, a screen pops up in front of them. Fated Dungeon, Morning Village. Dungeon level, 20. Dungeon difficulty, restricted to parties of 5 or more. Everyone is cautiously creeping forward, checking out the spooky surroundings. Chloe speaks first. This village is way too quiet. You can literally hear your own echo. The other guy adds. The vibe is super heavy, and this fog feels like it's hiding something. Mia then spots Jake just standing there empty-handed and asks, Kid, why are your hands empty? Don't tell me you came in here with no gear. No equipment, huh? Jake thinks to himself. He just smirks and holds out his hand. A burst of fire suddenly appears, swirling around his palm. When the flames die down, a slick black blade is in his hand. Black Dragon Scale Blade, Epic Rarity. Level requirement, 10. Class requirement, Dragon Master. It has a skill called Dragon Blood Armament that lets him turn a body part into a dragon's, jacking up its power. It gives him plus 65 attack and plus 30 durability. Turns out, after he beat that 3-headed lion, the system gave him a map to this weapon. Perfect timing to replace his dinky starter dagger. Mia looks at the blade in his hand for a second, goes, Kid, that weapon of yours doesn't look half bad. A minute ago, I thought you were just some random treasure hunter, but it looks like you're a student who just awakened his class, huh? The other guy chimes in, why are you even talking to him? Auntie, we're just using him for now. If he tries anything sketchy, I'll take him down immediately. And then, bam. The ground right under his feet shatters and a pale, creepy hand shoots out of the dirt. Walking Corpse, level 15. XP is 620. They drop decayed materials and poison wolf fangs worth 256 dragon coins. Its moves are Entangle, Bite, and Tear, and it has corpse poison, so any attack can poison you. And Life Drain, if you get hit by the poison, you turn into a zombie. Before they can even react, more and more zombies start crawling out of the ground. Sanjay, watch out. Kyle screams a warning. He immediately uses his charge skill, rushing ahead of the group and using his shield to knock away a few zombies swarming Sanjay. Kyle, good job. Sanjay praises him before jumping into the fight with him, slashing away at the monsters. Jake still hasn't moved. He's just watching the group, silently judging their lineup of a warrior, a rogue, and a knight. Their team comp is pretty solid, and that lady Mia is already level 28, about to hit her second awakening. At that moment, Chloe finishes casting her spell. She raises her staff high and yells, Holy Light Starfall. She gathers up energy and unleashes this insane rain of starlight that damages enemies in a huge area while also healing her allies. Whoa, check this out. A whole shower of starlight just rained down on Mia's crew mid-fight, healing them up and wiping out a ton of monsters at the same time. Chloe turned to Jake and was like, So, this is my class's special move. I'm a Holy Light Mage, which is a hidden class, so I can heal times and times attack. Kinda a jack of all trades, master of none right now, yeah no. My attack power is a little weaker than a regular mage, and my healing's not quite on a priest level yet. Jake just says softly, Is that so? While mentally filing away info on another hidden class. Her holy damage was actually super effective against those zombies. Just then, the ground starts shaking violently, throwing everyone off balance. Then, a whole new wave of monsters claws its way out of the ground. Seeing them, Jake thinks to himself, Looks like we ticked off the elite monsters. Judging by the noise and the sheer number of them, we've got quite a few. Fresh Blood Zombie, level 20, worth 1,340 experience points. They drop Blood Corpse material worth 915 coins. They're basically just a way stronger version of the regular zombies. As the horde of them got closer, Mia immediately starts barking orders. It's an elite monster, guys. Protect the young miss and that kid. Kyle, let's go. Don't let these grunts break our front line. Roger that. Kyle replies. Mia grips her weapon with both hands, using her full moon slash skill to hit a zombie's shoulder. As for Kyle, he uses his thrust skill, managing to run his sword right through another one. The problem was, the fresh blood zombie was totally fine. Its wound was closing up super fast, causing Kyle's sword to get stuck in its body. He couldn't pull it out. He panicked. How? How is this even possible? It didn't stop there. All the zombies opened their mouths at once to use their corpse poison skill. Jake muttered to himself, "It's corpse poison. You definitely need a priest to get rid of that." Chloe's a holy light mage. She's literally useless against this. By now, part of Kyle's arm was also stuck in the zombie's body. He screamed for help. "Brother, Mia, a little help here." Over on Mia's side, things weren't much better. Her weapon was also stuck in a zombie's shoulder. She made a split-second decision and let go of her weapon. "Let go of your weapon, Kyle. Get to the front line and take my place to hold them back." After shouting, Mia ran to Kyle's side and managed to help him get free. "There's no need to trouble her. Just leave it to me." As he spoke, Jake just smiled, grabbed his weapon, and casually walked to the front line. Seeing the monster charge at Jake, Mia yelled in a panic, "Kid, are you crazy? Get back here now." But Jake puffed. He wasn't even listening. He gives this monster the coldest look, like it just insulted his kicks, and just swings his blade. And get this, the monster they were all sweating over was just sliced in half. One hit, effortlessly. Jake turns back with this little smirk and is like, "Yo, don't be scared. We still gotta keep it moving, remember?" The whole squad just stares, their jaws on the floor. The only thing that snapped them out of it was Téja crying out in pain. Chloe immediately reacted, rushing over to help him up, saying, "Hang on, dude, I'll heal you." And Tan, he's looking at Jake like he just saw a ghost, his voice all shaky, like, "Kid, my dude, what level A are you? A student who just awakened can't possibly have that much juice." Jake just calmly hits him back with, "I'm just a level 14 student, that's it. Don't trip. I got no reason to lie. I'm just here to grind before the big exam." Hearing that, Chloe, who's still patching up Téja, gets this super confused look. Asterisk, the exam. So he's here for the same thing I am. Asterisk, but like, how can a level 14 hit harder than Uncle Tan, who's a level 28 beast? And right then, boom, another monster just bursts out of the ground. It roars and lunges straight for the closest target, Chloe. "Miss, look out," Tyne yells, jumping in front of Chloe. She was just about to fire her crossbow when suddenly, whoosh, Jake blows past her like a gust of wind off Lake Michigan, stabbing his blade right into the monster. After it's toast, Jake turns around and says, "The deeper we get in this creepy town, the stronger these zombies are gonna be. I'll take point. Anyone got a problem with that?" Bro, crickets. Nobody said a word. Chloe had this major suspicion, like, could he be that guy everyone in Shanghai City has been gossiping about? So, she puts on a smile and goes, "Then we'll be counting on you, classmate. You and Uncle Tan can lead the charge. I'll handle Tujia's wounds. And Tyne, you've got our 6. The secret dungeon's big boss has got to be deep inside this village." Jake just says, "Just call me Jake." "All right, let's roll. Deeper we go." With that, Jake takes the lead. Chloe is staring daggers at his back, thinking, asterisk Jake, the dude rumored to have the hidden class, Dragon Master. Asterisk. Asterisk, no way. If that's really him, isn't the Dragon Master supposed to be the weakest class? Asterisk. So, time passes, and Jake's crew pushes deeper into the village. Chloe's playing medic for Téja while the other 3 are just mowing down monsters. After clearing another wave, Jake glances at Téja, seriously worried. Chloe's class couldn't cure corpse poison, which is nasty stuff. The only way out was to find and beat the instance boss, and they had to be quick about it. If they waited too long, that poison would spread, and he could totally turn into one of them. Yikes. Tyne speaks up, still no sign of the boss in the village. This feels super off. Suddenly, this massive pile of scrap metal behind them starts shaking. No one sees it except Téja. "Uncle Tan, guys, behind you," he yells with his last bit of strength before totally passing out. Chloe freaks out, "Téja, hang in there." Tan turns and screams, "Téja," but before they could even check on him, they felt something and looked over at that scrap pile Téja warned them about. In just a few seconds, a monster the size of a truck appeared right in front of them. Tyne's eyes go wide and she yells, "The instance boss is here." Jake immediately hits his Appraisal Eye skill. Iron Skin, Zombie, level 20, worth a sweet 3,720 experience points. Scrap metal item value, 45 coins. Corpse Poison. All its hits inflict corpse poison, making you bleed out while it heals itself. Fusion. It can absorb you to boost its own health. Iron Body. It can enter a state, giving it a 40% defense buff. I'm betting the poison in Téja's body was gnarly enough to wake this thing up. Looking at this thing's skill list, Jake totally figured it out. He yells at everyone, "We have to take it down. Like, right now." It's probably trying to absorb Téja, Hearing that, Ton doesn't even hesitate and unleashes a full moon slash at the zombie. But a second later, he's in total disbelief. His attack literally did nothing. It just bounced off. Seeing that, Jake started getting anxious too. He figured if the poison could bait the zombie, they didn't have time to play it safe. So, Jake rushes the zombie and stabs it right in the head. The result? Not great. The monster was in its iron body state with that 40% defense boost. Asterisk. 2 more hits. Gotta be faster. Asterisk. Jake thought and decided to whip out a new skill, Dragon Blood Armor Transformation. It's a skill from his Black Dragon Scale Blade that lets him dragonify a part of his body for a massive attack boost. At the same time, the zombie drawn to Téja started charging right for him. Fusion Absorption. It absorbs and fuses with you to boost its own HP. So messed up. Chloe, use your holy magic and back me up. Ton and Tyne, protect Téja. As soon as he finished talking, Jake, with one of his arms now full-on dragon's claw, charged the zombie. Okay, got it. Chloe responds, letting go of Téja and raising her staff to blast the zombie with her Holy Light Star Rain skill again. This time, their combo attack actually worked. The monster's iron skin started cracking and falling off. Tyne was like, wait, its body is falling apart? And Ton guessed. It seems like this zombie used fusion absorption to get this huge. Jake was like, yup, which means its real body is inside all that junk. Ton looked at Jake, completely amazed, thinking, asterisk. In all my years with the Ton family, I've seen all kinds of pros. This kid definitely has a hidden class. Asterisk. Real quick, the zombie's iron skin completely vanished, revealing its true form. Jake leaped forward without a second thought and threw a punch. Kneel, without its armor. The monster was just shattered into a million pieces by Jake's single punch. Tyne yelled out, oh my god, the instant's boss is defeated. Chloe frowned, thinking to herself, asterisk, a skill I've never even seen before, and it's strong enough to one-shot a level 20 boss. Jake, who the heck are you? Asterisk. Just then, a chest appeared, the loot drop from the level 20 boss. Chloe looked at Jake and said, classmate, we'll stick to our deal and split the loot by the rules. We totally underestimated you before, and that was our bad. I hope you can forgive us. Ton clapped Jake on the shoulder and laughed. Kid, with your power, you could have soloed this whole dungeon. For real, it feels like we were just here for moral support. Haha. Jake just laughed it off. Uncle Ton, you're too nice. I'll let Chloe handle the loot. Chloe didn't argue. She walked over, popped open the chest, and everyone saw 3 items inside. A strength potion, a consumable. Effect, gives you 2 strength points. An antidote, also a consumable. Effect, cures corpse poison. And blood mulberry bracers, level 20 requirement, no class requirement. Tyne pouted. Is this seriously all we get from a serendipity instance? Ton was also confused. Yeah, these rewards are kinda whack. Jake rubbed his chin, thinking, no way a level 20 serendipity instance would drop loot this lame, right? Chloe grabbed the antidote vial and handed it to Ton, saying, Uncle Ton, hurry, give this to Téja. Then Chloe gave almost everything else in the chest to Jake. Classmate, you earned this. Take this item, the antidote, and the strength potion. Jake happily took the loot. He thought to himself, asterisk man, the people from the Chin family are pretty solid. Asterisk. A system notification popped up. Item equipped. Attack plus 16. Durability plus 17. Acquired 3 strength potions. Acquired 1 antidote. Chloe looked around all suspicious and wondered, we beat the boss. So why hasn't the exit portal shown up? Ton suggested, let's spread out and search. Ton thought that was a good idea, so he and Tyne started to look around, but they barely took a few steps before Jake yelled at them to stop. Wait, hold up, don't move. That thing just now. That wasn't the boss. Jake's eyes were glued to his system panel. On it, he could see a progress bar with 4 parts, and they had only cleared 3. The last part was marked with a freaking skull icon that was still lit up. Obviously, that zombie wasn't the final boss. Ton turned back to Jake and asked, what makes you say that? Did you find something? Before Jake could even answer, Chloe spoke up, her face dead serious. Uncle Ton, as a holy light mage, I can feel it. There's another dark presence here. A little later, in the abandoned village by the lake, Chloe's crew finally arrived. Chloe pointed towards the lake and said, it's right there, super close. Tyne said, if the mist says so, the boss must be around here. Ton added, this secret realm isn't that big. We probably just missed this spot when we first got here. At the same time, at the bottom of the lake, a monster with long tentacles was fast asleep. But as Jake's group got closer, every single eye on the monster's tentacles snapped open at once. On the shore, Jake yelled, it's coming. A second later, a huge mess of tentacles covered in eyeballs exploded out of the water. Jake tried his appraisal skill, but it came up blank. I knew it, he said. This has to be the final boss. Everybody, be careful. Get behind me. As soon as he said it, Tan charged forward, blocking a few tentacles that were swinging at the group, but the force was insane, and he got knocked back hard. Chloe cried out, "Uncle Tan," and then suddenly, she felt something staring right at her. When she turned, she saw a bunch of tentacles aiming right for her. She squeezed her eyes shut, totally terrified. "Young miss," the team screamed, completely helpless. But just in time, Jake rushed over, scooped Chloe up, and leaped out of the way, saving her life. Chloe opened her eyes, shocked to see it was Jake who saved her. Her face turned bright red. The group ran over to check on her. "Miss, are you okay?" Suddenly, they all felt something terrifying rising from the water. They whipped back around and saw a monster way bigger than the zombie from before. Those tentacles were just a tiny part of it. Jake used his appraisal eye again. What do you guys think he saw? Drop your theories in the comments below. Alright, check the stats on this thing. It's a level 25 monster. The boss difficulty is cranked, with 271 strength, 183 agility, 150 spirit, and a beefy 266 endurance. It's got corpse chi entanglement, which fills the whole area with these nasty, resentful vibes. Get this, everybody in this zone gets a negative 20% debuff to all stats. Then there's light shackles, where it whips chains at you for major damage, and resentment eruption, which blasts enemies back and hits them with corpse poison. Yikes. And it's got unyielding grudge, so when you hit it with fire or holy attacks, it takes 30% less damage. Zoe whispered. "Oh, snap. Asterisk. That's time's the final boss." Mia stepped up, looking dead serious, and yelled, "Leo, get behind me. I'll hold it off." But Leo shot back stubbornly, "Nah, I'm good. I can still throw down. I'll help you hold the line." Mia just snapped back, furious. "You're barely healed. Don't be a hero, dude." Then, Mia raised her sword, blocking a tentacle strike, and shouted, "Jake, it's all you. We're counting on you for the damage." Without hesitating, Jake bolted towards the boss, his eyes lasered in on its human-like torso. He was thinking, damn, Mia and Leo are getting wrecked. They're just barely hanging on. I bet. It's all on me to take this thing down. But hey, as long as this boss is still a zombie, there's got to be a weak spot on its main body. But just then, the boss let out a massive roar, casting that corpse chi entanglement skill. Instantly, a debuff icon popped up over everyone's heads, dropping all their stats by 20%. And just like that, a bad situation got a whole lot worse. Bam. A tentacle comes crashing down right on top of Jake. He pulls a sick move, jumping onto a chain to dodge it, and keeps sprinting towards the boss's main body. But this boss is smart, for real. It totally clocked what Jake was trying to do and reacted instantly. "Jake, watch out for the chains." Just as Chloe's warning faded, the boss unleashed its light shackle skill, and Jake got absolutely yeeted off the chain. And he's just thinking, oh, crap. The boss roars again, sending the iron chains flying at Mia's crew. Mia jumps in front of Chloe like a total bodyguard, blocking with her sword and yelling, "Miss, watch out." Even injured, Leo had to raise his shield, helping everyone brace for the hit. Meanwhile, Zoe saw Jake in midair, about to get flattened by a tentacle. She raised her crossbow and fired off a shot, aiming straight for an eye on that tentacle. Bullseye. The arrow slammed home, making the tentacle flinch and saving Jake's skin. Jake glanced down and saw Mia's group struggling hard. He knew if this kept up, they were all going to be toast down there on what looked like some haunted street in New Orleans. With that, he ditched his plan to rush the boss's main body. He kicked off a chain and leaped down towards Mia and the others, yelling, "Everyone, get back." The second he landed, Jake immediately used his Dragon Fang Strike skill to blast the iron chains away. That move channels dragon energy into his sword for one massive, powerful hit. What the heck, you guys? If you think that was insane, smash that like button right now. This time, Jake just charged straight into the mess. He leaped up, swinging that dragon claw and shredding the iron chains into pieces. But damn, all that did was stop the attack. It didn't do any real damage to the boss. Realizing this, a bummed-out Mia said, "Kid, listen, this thing is way out of our league right now. We gotta bounce." Chloe chimed in, "Jake, she's right. We're no match for it. If we stay, we're just dead weight and putting everyone in more danger." Jake just calmly replied, "All of you fall back deeper into the village, where we already cleared out the zombies." Chloe asked, her voice shaking, "But what about you?" Jake shot back, "I'll cover you guys." "Now go." Zoe just urged her, "Miss, let's go. Let's be real. He's the only one who can do anything here. We're literally useless." After a second, Chloe gave Jake a long, hard look, then finally turned and ran back towards the village with Zoe and the others. Finally free to go all out, Jake stepped forward. He stretched his arm out, and this huge vortex started swirling next to him, as he thought to himself, Even without that negative 20% debuff, they couldn't have done squat. Good thing they realized it. So, I'll just let my partner come out and handle you. Alright, partner, it's your time to shine. Let's go, Shadow. The instant Jake finished talking, Shadow shot out of the vortex and chomped down hard on one of the boss's tentacles. In the distance, Mia's group heard the insane noise and looked back like, "Yo, boss, what is that?" The second they saw Shadow, they screamed in total shock. No way. That's a freaking dragon. That kid just summoned a dragon. Right then, Shadow used his skill, Giant Maw Assault, and kept tearing into the boss's tentacles. That move is a super fast lunge that just rips the target apart, dealing massive damage and a bleed effect. The boss, screaming in agony as its tentacles got ripped off, threw its head back and roared. Seeing its opening, Shadow raised his claws and lunged right for the boss's main body. The boss let out this one last, agonized shriek, and its massive body just went limp, crashing into the lake. From way back, Mia's crew just stared, their jaws on the floor. Zoe asked, her voice all shaky, "Wait, did we actually win? For real?" Mia was just in awe. "Dude, that thing got shredded in like 2 seconds. That power is just terrifying." The subordinate was like, "I can't believe I just saw a giant dragon with my own eyes. This is wild." Only Chloe was quiet. Her eyes were locked on Jake, who was happily petting Shadow's head, and she thought, "So, it's you. The guy they've been whispering about all over Austin. Jake, the dragon tamer." But from another point of view, you know how they say every villain has a sad backstory? Well, hold on to your hats, cause this one's a doozy. 300 years ago, she was born right here, protected by the church, totally safe. That is, until this gnarly plague just rolled through and wrecked everything. Bodies were piling up by the lake, and people were dying faster than they could be buried. She desperately wanted to save everyone. But tragically, get this, her class was Dark Witch. Oof. She couldn't cure anyone. The only thing she could do was summon their spirits so they could say one last goodbye to their families. But the church, the same people who were supposed to protect her, totally turned on her, accusing her of causing the plague. They had soldiers chain her up and throw her into the freezing lake, leaving her to drown. I only wanted to save everyone. Even if all I could do was help them say goodbye. I didn't do anything wrong. Back in the present, while everyone else was celebrating, thinking they could finally leave this nightmare place, Jake wasn't buying it. He stared down at the bubbling lake surface and said cautiously, "Hold up. The exit portal isn't here. That means the boss ain't dead yet. It's way too early to start celebrating." And right as Jake finished his sentence, the evil corpse lady made a dramatic comeback, rising from the water and entering a whole new phase. All of its stats, strength, agility, spirit, stamina freaking surged, like doubling or even tripling, and the difficulty just cranked from hard to absolute nightmare mode. On top of that, the evil corpse of woe now had a completely new skill set, Sorrowful Strike, which unleashes this curse of resentment with a low chance to just one-shot you. Instant death. If that doesn't trigger, it still hits for massive damage and slaps you with zombie toxin, bleed, and stun. What the fuck, man? Then there's Deep Water Prison, which uses the lake water to trap you in a cage. Corpse's resentment, and oh, this is cheap, it makes her immune to all physical damage. And the grand finale, Will of Hatred, which spreads her grudge and reanimates the dead zombies in the secret realm. "None of you will ever leave this place," she shrieked, then immediately used her Deep Water Prison skill, sending water cages flying at Jake and his crew. Thanks to Shadow blocking for him, Jake easily dodged the boss's attack. Zoe, though, not so lucky. She got snatched. After getting trapped, she and Mia tried everything, but they couldn't break her out of the cage. At that moment, Zoe just looked at Chloe, totally defeated, and said, "It's over, miss. I'm so sorry." Chloe quickly shot back, "You're not the one who should be sorry. I am. I was the stubborn one who insisted on coming to this place. This is all my fault, everyone is trapped here." Hearing Chloe blame herself, Jake suddenly asked, "So what, you're just gonna give up now?" Chloe replied helplessly, "I'm the only one with any attack magic, but with my pathetic damage." Mia seemed to catch on to what Jake was hinting at and asked, "The boss is immune to physical attacks, and right now, we can barely even defend ourselves." "Jake, don't tell me you can use attack magic." Before they could even process that, the vengeful corpse attacked again with its sorrowful strike, unleashing that curse of hatred with a low chance of an instant kill. Remember, if the instant death doesn't happen, it's still massive damage plus zombie toxin, bleed, and stun. And then this giant, ghost-like hand appeared, reaching right for Jake. "Nah," Jake replied to Mia, "but my pet dragon does." Then he just stood there and watched as Shadow activated his Black Dragon Bloodline skill, cutting all incoming damage by 50%, becoming immune to all debuffs, and jacking up his self-healing by 500%, easily slicing the ghost arm in half. "The one who deserves to die isn't me. It's not me. The corpse shrieked, then immediately tried to create another ghost hand to attack Jake. Seeing this, Zoe said nervously, "Dragon Tamer, I get it, but the level difference is huge." "Chill," Jake said. "A dragon's stats are on a whole different level, trust me." He then used the dragon's excitement skill, buffing himself and Shadow, increasing all their stats and attack power by 30%. Then he commanded, "Shadow, light him up." Molten Flame. Shadow unleashed a continuous stream of fire, damaging the enemy and healing himself. The vengeful evil corpse was totally engulfed in flames. Boom. Black Dragon leveled up to 10, and Jake hit level 15. A bunch of notifications popped up confirming the boss was toast, making Jake grin. "That's my girl, Shadow. Awesome job. It's over. I'll go check for the teleport gate," Mia said, running off. Standing to the side, Shadow coughed dramatically and said, in a perfect voice, "Up in smoke," just like that. But just then, they heard these weird noises from behind them. Everyone whipped around at once, only to see that the zombies had somehow gotten back up and were slowly shuffling towards them. Turns out, before turning to ash, the vengeful evil corpse used its last bit of energy to cast Will of Resentment, spreading its hatred in. Oh my god, you guys, it's not over. Drop your theories in the comments and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Yo, and just like that, it woke up the dead bodies in this secret dungeon. Chloe's crew was totally bugging out, right? Then bam, this red-haired girl just flies in, breathes fire like it's nothing, and torches the entire zombie horde. Seeing that insane move, Mia's like, "Wait a minute, I know her. That's the dragon." Chloe was just shook, saying, "Dude, we were struggling so hard with those zombies, and she just wrecked them like it was Tuesday." And Jake, all proud, is like, "That little fire breather, that's Shadow, the black dragon." It looked like Shadow was having the time of her life just playing with those zombie chumps. Chloe was just speechless, staring at Shadow having a blast, basically barbecuing the undead. Jake had to snap her out of it, like, "Yo, Chloe, chill. The boss is toast. Let's just divvy up the loot and bounce." So, Jake just strolls over to the treasure chest. The boss dropped. He's like, "All right, rules are rules. I get first pick. Anyone got a problem with that?" And Chloe is tripping over herself like, "Oh my god, no, not at all. We couldn't possibly object." Then he starts looking at the drops, a Holy Light Scepter, level 10 requirement. Spirit plus 32. Endurance plus 19. And get this, it has a seal of Holy Light that lets you tie up a target with actual light. Wild. Apparently, how strong the bind is depends on your spirit stat. Next up, a Silver Veil. Level 10 rec, Spirit plus 35, Endurance plus 15. It's got flowing light, which creates a protective barrier. The damage it blocks also depends on your spirit, but then, y'all, a Ring of Resentment. It's rare, level 15 reek, Spirit plus a whopping 57, Endurance plus 21, and Attack plus 12. It even has an Aura of Grief you can put on someone, any target, and it harvests resentment energy. Once it hits a certain level, your attacks on them get extra spicy with bleeding, stuns, and even corpse poison effects. Yikes. And last but not least, a class change scroll. It's a rare one-time use thing that lets you switch to a high-tier hidden class, but the chance is super low. After checking out all the goods, Jake decided to grab the class change scroll, leaving all the other epic loot for Chloe's crew. Chloe's like, "Wait, Jake, you don't have to do that. We had a deal. All of this is yours." But Jake just smiles and says, "Nah, I'm not trying to be some hero. Besides, this gear is way better for you guys. But this scroll, yeah, I definitely need this. Dude, if we hadn't run into you, we'd all be zombie chow right now. At least take this, please." And with that, Chloe grabs the Ring of Resentment from the chest and hands it to Jake. He's like, "I bet. Don't mind if I do." He happily takes it and just dips. Chloe is left there watching him walk away, and you can just tell she's catching feelings. She's thinking, "Jake, what else are you hiding? You are a total mystery." Later that night, after a solid 4-hour drive, Jake finally gets back to his place in Austin. He tells his Aunt May everything, and she just breaks down, hugging him super tight and sobbing. "Oh my god, Jake, that's terrifying. Just hearing about it is freaking me out. You were in so much danger, and you left without even telling me. I haven't slept at all. I was so scared this was all some crazy dream and I'd wake up and you'd still be gone." Jake just gives her this comforting smile, like, "My bad, Aunt May. I shouldn't have just bounced without saying anything. Don't worry, I won't make you freak out like that again." May finally stops crying and turns to pet little Shadow's head, and that girl's tail starts wagging like a helicopter. "And you, Shadow. The first time I saw you, you nearly gave your old auntie a heart attack. Who knew such a cute little girl was actually a super powerful great dragon?" May looks down at Shadow and asks sweetly, "You two have been traveling for days. You probably haven't been eating right, have you?" Hearing the word eat, Shadow started nodding so hard her head almost fell off. Lol. Right then, Jake pulls out that class change scroll and gives it to May. Auntie, peep this. I cleared a special dungeon and got this for you. If you switch to a hidden class, you won't have to be stuck running this dumpling shop forever. But May immediately pushes it back, like, no way, Jake. This is way too valuable. I can't take it. You should sell it. Besides, didn't you say you were giving your gear to that girl from the Chen family? Sell this and buy yourself some better gear. It might help you get better scores on your next exam. Jake just laughs and whips out his phone to flex his bank account balance. Auntie, trust me. I'm not hurting for cash or gear anymore. When May sees the number on the screen, her jaw just hits the floor. Jake, with this much money, did you sell all the stuff you got from the trip? Plus, I got a reward of over $100,000 just for helping my classmate, Chloe. Auntie, for real, just trust me. We're set. We don't have to worry about money again. So please, take it. You should probably use it right now. This time, May didn't argue. She took the scroll, used it right then and there, and bam, she successfully upgraded to a hidden class for chefs, the Mystic Chef. Whoa, so are there any special perks with this new class? Jake asked, totally hyped. It says I have an enchanted cooking skill that can make all sorts of special food. My cooking was already fire, but now I've got a skill to boost it even more. Anyway, where'd Shadow go? She was just here a second ago? Well, turns out, at that exact moment after inhaling pretty much every single dumpling May had in the kitchen, Shadow was completely passed out, sleeping it off on the floor in a food coma. Meanwhile, back at her mansion in Beverly Hills, Chloe was spilling all the tea to her dad, Mr. Chen, about what went down in the dungeon, especially Jake's part. So this Jake kid summoned a giant black dragon and saved everyone. Mr. Chen asked, cool as a cucumber. Yeah, Dad. It was all my fault for being so stubborn. Dad, Jake, he's just on another level. We're both hidden class users, but comparing me to him is like comparing a firefly to the moon. The power gap is insane. Mr. Chen swirled the wine in his glass, then asked this super sketchy question. This whole thing, you haven't told anyone else, have you? Chloe was a little freaked out but said, no. We all promised to keep it on the down low, and that the Chen family wouldn't say a word. Good, because if word gets out about a real dragon, powerful people from other cities, like from New York or Miami, they're not just going to sit around and do nothing. Chloe got nervous and was like, Dad, he saved our lives. You're not thinking of doing something to get his dragon, are you? Seeing his daughter get all worked up just made Mr. Chen laugh. Sweetheart, what kind of person do you think I am? Quite the opposite, actually. What have you times prepared to thank him for saving your life? Chloe answered kinda sheepishly. Well, when I invited him to the party, I promised him $100,000 as a reward. Mr. Chen just sighed. Fine. Tomorrow, I'll personally take a red bud card to his house to show our gratitude. That should be enough. Chloe pushed. Dad, I know you're curious about him too. Why don't you just come with me? Mr. Chen just sighed again. Believe me, I'd love to meet this dragon master, but I'm totally booked tomorrow morning. So the next morning, very times, special guests show up super early. They came to the shop looking for Jake, and get this, it's the young princess of the Taiji Kingdom, who's currently studying abroad in Los Angeles. The second she heard the bell, Aunt May put down her fresh dumplings, went to crack the door open and said with a big smile, Hey there, you two here for dumplings? So sorry, but we're actually closed today. The princess just looks May up and down, then turns to this dude in black armor behind her and asks, Are you sure this is the right place? You didn't bring me to this dump on purpose, did you? The guard is like, I would never, Your Highness. Our intel says this is 100% the place. And before May could even finish, the armored guy just straight up shoves the door open. It makes her stumble back and drop the whole tray of fresh dumplings. The princess sees this and couldn't care less. She just scoffs and says in this super snotty voice, Humph, asterisk this time's princess is here to find someone. Do you know a dragon master named Jake? Guys, drop a comment if you already hate this princess. Hearing his name, Jake wanders downstairs to see what's up. The second he gets to the stairs, he sees the dumplings all over the floor and his Aunt May rubbing her arm like she's in pain. Not only that, he sees some random brat pinching her nose, saying with this totally disgusted look, Ugh, this whole place reeks. Auntie, are you okay? What the heck happened? Jake rushes over to check on May. She just tries to smile it off. Oh, it's nothing. The princess goes, So, asterisk, your times, Jake? This princess came all this way to see you personally. Jake's eyes shift to the little brat and he asks, Ice cold, you were looking for me. Who are you? The armored dude steps up, gestures to the princess, and announces, This is the princess of the Taiji Kingdom, Tina. And I am Kyle, the princess's attendant. Tina says with her usual bratty attitude, This princess is here to give you a chance to level up your life. Jake's just like, Level up my life? That's right, she says. Being a dragon master, you must be pretty bummed out deep down, right? Well, as long as you agree to my demands, this will be yours, she says, signaling to Kyle. Kyle immediately opens this case, and inside is an egg. Asterisk. Whoa, that's a dragon egg. Asterisk, Jake thinks to himself. Seeing Jake's surprised face, Tina gets all smug. So, you surprised? Do you want it? The deal is simple. You become my servant and do literally whatever I tell you to. No talking back, ever. You will be my servant. Even Aunt May was looking at this princess like she'd lost her mind. I found it in a special zone. You could say it's a one-of-a-kind egg in the entire world. Seeing Jake just standing there silently, Tina scoffs at him. What, cat got your tongue? You commoners are all the same. Probably just scared stiff by the awesomeness of the dragon race, huh? Little does she know, Jake isn't scared. He's just using his appraisal skill to get the deets on that egg. Okay, so the info pops up, armored dragon egg. Quality, low grade. It's got sturdy armor, hatches with a built-in suit of armor that reduces damage, and has a tail whip AoE attack. Jake's thinking, asterisk. So it's a trash tier egg for a low-grade earth dragon. This thing is basically a walking lump of dirt. And these clowns are calling this a dragon? Jake is totally laughing on the inside. He just sighs and goes, the stats aren't bad. Seeing Jake looking completely unimpressed, Tina is so confused. She's thinking, asterisk, doesn't this guy get how huge a dragon egg is for a dragon tamer? Asterisk, how could he say such a thing? Jake quickly turns to his aunt and whispers, don't worry, Aunt May. I'll get rid of these clowns right away. Tina puts her hands on her hips and says, all high and mighty. A dragon tamer without a dragon is just straight up trash, right? As long as you become my servant, you can be the first person times to change to the strongest class in history. An opportunity like this, aren't you freaking out with excitement? Jake just smirks and says, oh yeah, I'm super excited, but I refuse. Tina was stunned for a sec, then she got furious and just screamed, do you have any idea what you're saying? You dare refuse to be my servant? You're turning down the chance to literally rewrite history. But Jake's face went dead serious and he shot back. All of you need to get lost and stop bothering me. Take your dragon egg back. I'm not interested. And a servant. Yeah, that's hilarious. Boom. Make sure you subscribe because you can know it's about to go down. Yo, Kyle's forehead vein was about to pop off. He's like, the princess personally gave you a shot, and you have the nerve to be this arrogant to her. You ungrateful little punk, but Jake just scoffs. A chance to advance? Don't make me laugh. I'm not about to be somebody's little servant. And oh my god, Tina, this pampered princess, who probably never heard the word no in her life, was absolutely shook. She immediately screamed at Kyle to teach Jake a lesson. Seeing this, May, bless her heart, rushes forward to play peacemaker. But Kyle just shoves her aside like she's nothing. He goes, the princess gave an order. Get out of the way. Just some rando daring to be rude. If you won't do it the easy way, then we'll do it the hard way. And he starts powering up to attack Jake. But before he could even blink, a flash of light zipped past and left a nasty gash on his cheek. Ouch. Jake pointed his weapon right in Kyle's face and said, ice cold, you dare touch my family? I will absolutely wreck you. May is freaking out, pleading, Jake, don't do something crazy. Kyle was so terrified he actually stumbled backward, thinking, okay, this dude is not normal. Of course, Tina sees this and just screeches, what are you even doing? I told you to teach him a lesson. So get this, Jake just walks, step by step, right up to Tina and slaps her clean across the face. My jaw is on the floor. He's like, I don't care what kind of princess you are. Shut your mouth. Take your little piece of trash and get out of my house. Kyle completely loses it, screaming, you lowly scum. How dare you touch the princess? And charges at Jake. But Jake just casually swings his sword and sends Kyle's weapon flying. Total boss move. So Kyle, completely embarrassed, scrambles over to Tina like, princess, are you okay? But get this, she's not even a little bit grateful. She's shaking with rage and slaps Kyle right back across the face. She yells, you useless trash. Do I look okay to you? Get him for me. I don't even care if I can't find another dragon tamer. I want him gone. The drama is just, wow. While all this chaos is popping off downstairs, it's weirdly quiet upstairs, until Jake's phone starts blowing up, waking Shadow. On the other end, Chloe is totally confused. Like, that's so weird. Why isn't he picking up? I swear we swapped numbers before I left. Did I type it in wrong? Back at Jake's place, probably somewhere like on Oak Street in Austin, Chloe is lost in thought when a massive explosion from next door just about makes her jump out of her skin. Hearing the boom, all the nosy neighbors gather around Jake's house and start whispering, is that a fight? Are those foreign exchange kids again? Tina, still fuming from getting slapped, waves her scepter at them like a total Karen. What are you looking at, you peasants? Get lost. At that moment, Kyle actually gets on his knees to admit he messed up. Princess, this guy's stats are way higher than I thought. I was incompetent. Tina just gives this wicked smile and starts casting some crazy spell with her scepter. Jake is watching her, on high alert, thinking, whoa, that magic. It looks kind of like Chloe's, but way more intense. Gotta be a hidden class or something. But this is so unique. It's gotta be a hidden class. Just then, Chloe runs over to Jake. What's going on? Jake, why are you here? At that exact moment, these streams of dark energy flow from Tina's scepter right into Kyle, and dude starts growing like the Hulk. His body gets all huge and his eyes just lose all humanity. It's like he's turning into a full-on monster. Jake, thinking fast, activates his appraisal skill. Boom, Kyle, combat class Guardian Knight, level 30. And Tina, hidden class, level 15, Spirit Master. Chloe bravely steps up. Jake, let me help you. Trying to protect him, but he immediately pushes her aside. Stay back. Go help me take care of my aunt. She's inside the shop. At the same time, Kyle, juiced up on that dark magic, charges straight at Jake. Jake quickly leaps back to dodge, analyzing the situation in his head. Okay, his attack power just went through the roof. Looks like it's time to use Dragon's encouragement. Seeing Kyle actually getting the upper hand, Tina is immediately ecstatic. Yes, that's it. Wrecking him is the only way to make me feel better, Kyle starts to say, with the princess's blessing, but he doesn't get to finish. Because just then, Shadow literally bursts through the wall of the house, and her body starts to change. While Tina is still in shock from the insane aura just radiating off Shadow, she hears Jake say coolly, if that's how it is, then I guess it's my turn to blow off some steam. And the second he finishes talking, Shadow reveals her true form, a giant dragon. You guys, if you think this is insane, smash that like button right now. Both Tina and Kyle are just frozen, completely stunned by this, when Shadow lets out a roar and charges at Kyle, slamming him so deep into the ground with one swipe of her claws he probably saw the Earth's core. The shockwave sends Tina flying backward, and her mind is just completely broken. How? How is this possible? No way. He beat Kyle in a single hit. A pained scream rips out of Kyle's mouth. Next thing you know, he's coughing up blood and weakly reaching for Tina, begging for help. Cough, cough, princess. Save, save me. And her response? Just deal with it, you useless trash. Ice cold. After dissing her own knight, Tina points her scepter at Shadow and starts chanting. But Shadow just roars at her, and it literally shatters the spell before it can even form. Kyle, still pinned under Shadow's massive claw, cries out, let me go. So Shadow just picks him up and tosses him towards Tina like he's a bag of garbage. His whole body is shaking as he tries to reach for her, whispering, Princess. Tina is just standing there, frozen, looking at how messed up Kyle is, thinking, that power. It really is a giant dragon. I thought only my family had them. Do other dragon eggs even exist? Jake slowly walks towards Tina, a smirk on his face. Princess Tina, what was that you were barking about earlier? Something about dealing with me to vent your anger. Seeing Jake get closer, Tina completely falls apart and starts crying. Her legs give out and she collapses, screaming, Don't you come over here. Stay away from me. You attacked my guard and almost killed him, and now you're trying to threaten me. Do you have any idea who you're messing with? You'll be an enemy of my entire Taichi kingdom. Jake just pulls out his weapon and laughs. Haha. So, you're still trying to threaten me? After you ordered your goon to attack my family in my own home. Sensing the pure, I'm about to end you vibe in Jake's eyes, Tina flinches and stammers. What are you planning to do? Shadow answers for him by opening her massive mouth and starting to form a giant fireball. At the same time, Jake raises his weapon and says, Don't you dare talk about being some princess ever again. Even if you were a god, I'd still pay you back 100 times over. But right then, Mr. Chen comes flying in from a distance on his mount, yelling, Jake, stop. Chloe screams out, Dad, look out. Before she can even finish, Shadow turns towards Mr. Chen, ready to blast him with the fireball. Shadow, stop. As Jake says that, he swings his weapon, slicing the scepter in Tina's hand clean in two, then smoothly sheathes his weapon. Seeing Shadow power down her attack, Mr. Chen steers his mount to land. The second he's on the ground, he tells Jake, There are a lot of regular folks around, man. This giant dragon. Jake, you should probably have her change back. Then he looks at Shadow and thinks, a real dragon is on a whole other level. You can feel that terrifying pressure just by being near it. Chloe also chimes in, trying to persuade him. Jake, please, listen to my dad. Just trust me on this one. Jake glances at Chloe, thinks for a sec, then softly calls out, Shadow. Shadow totally gets it. She throws her head back, lets out one last roar, and transforms back into a girl. Chloe breathes a huge sigh of relief, goes over to Jake and pulls his arm, gently telling him to come with her. As for Mr. Chen, he walks over to Tina, who's still a trembling mess on the ground. and says with a smile, "Princess Tina, are you all right? I was literally just at the airport in Miami to pick you up. I never thought you'd come all the way out here. My family's driver is on the way. Let's get you to a hospital first." Meanwhile, Chloe pulls Jake inside the house, where May is waiting. She runs over and hugs his arm, looking super worried. Chloe explains, "My dad might know this princess. He can probably smooth things over peacefully. That's why I called him." Jake just frowns and says, "Yeah, but I've got a bad feeling that Brat isn't going to let this go so easily." A minute later, Mr. Chen walks back over with a smile. "All right, I've taken care of things. To think our first meeting would be in a crazy situation like this. It's a good thing you were here, Jake." Jake apologizes. "I'm really sorry for causing you all this trouble, Mr. Chen, but I didn't really have a choice." May, standing right there, can't help but ask, "Mr. Chen, about today. Jake isn't going to be, you know." Mr. Chen just lights up a cigarette and says, "I've sent them on their way. I sent Princess Tina and her guard to the hospital, but at the end of the day, we still have to give her family an explanation. The Tina family isn't just in business. They've got major pull with the bigwigs in the Taichi Kingdom. The other side has that much power, and Jake just wiped the floor with them. I'm afraid they're going to come after him," May said, her voice full of worry. Jake says angrily, "So what if her family's a big deal? I'm not selling my dignity for some stupid egg or anything else." Mr. Chen just smiles, pats Jake's shoulder, and praises him. "Got a lot of spirit. Good. I like that about you." Then his smile fades. "Look, everyone, don't worry. I have a way to get Jake out of this clean. But I can't do it alone. So, there's a catch," Jake says, cutting right to the chase. "What's the condition?" Mr. Chen points his cigarette at Jake. "Simple, really. In the big exam that's coming up, you have to win the title of provincial champion. If you do that, I'll use every bit of my influence to keep Princess Tina off your back until you're done." Chloe immediately chimes in, "Jake, that's not going to be easy. The entire southern province is packed with crazy talented people." Mr. Chen continued, "Only if you can beat every single one of them and take first place will I have the leverage to help you." Jake closes his eyes, not saying a word, and a worried May calls out his name softly. "Jake." A moment later, he opens his eyes, full of determination, and says, "I get it. I accept the condition." A few hours later at the hospital, Tina has recovered from her little crying fit. When she finds out Jake is still totally fine, she goes ballistic and calls Mr. Chen. The second he picks up, she just starts screaming, "Why hasn't that Jake been arrested yet? Mr. Chen, you're obviously playing favorites with that guy." Mr. Chen calmly explains, "Please calm down, princess. We've already reported this to the higher-ups. We need them to handle it properly." Tina just snorts and says, "You better hope so. Put pressure on them. I don't care what it takes. That Jake, he needs to disappear." The next day, at the high school, a massive crowd of students has gathered. It was the day of the grand examination. What do you guys think is going to happen? Drop your predictions in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for the next part. Wait, you're level 11 too? Sick. 7 mage skills already? Down to party up later? The whole crowd was buzzing when suddenly Jake strolls in, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, look, isn't that Jake? I totally thought he dropped out to sell tacos back in Fresno. Dude was a genius. Now he's stuck with that garbage class. Seriously, does he have nothing better to do than show up and get roasted for free?" Hearing all the whispers, Jake was getting heated, thinking, great, the whole school is already writing me off. Right then, Principal Blake steps up to the mic. "All right, everyone, simmer down. The Southern State Grand Examination is officially starting." Jake's just standing there, thinking, "Man, ever since I hit level 15, I've got these daily maps I haven't even touched. Sucks, they're all just mid-tier. But yo, if I combine 3 of them, I get a high-grade map. That could be clutch for this exam." While he's deep in thought, someone calls out, "Jake, you actually showed up for the grand examination." Jake spins around, sees his homeroom teacher, and flashes a grin. "You know it, sir. No way I'd miss it. I've been grinding hard these last few days, leveled up my game for real." Mr. Lee smiles back, handing Jake something. "That's what I like to hear. Give it your all, kid. Here's your teleportation stone." Jake totally beams, grabbing the stone. Asterisk bling. Asterisk system notification pops up. Teleportation stone acquired. Guys, if you've ever had a teacher who believed in you, smash that like button. So this teleport stone is basically a cheat code. You can use it in a trial to zap yourself to a specific floor of the secret realm, or use it as an escape rope. Mr. Lee wasn't there long, but before he bounced, he gave Jake some real talk. "Jake, listen. I know you've got heart, and that makes you tougher than you look. But let's be real, your class matters. This might be an exam, but it ain't a game. One wrong move and you could get seriously messed up, or worse. So try to team up with some classmates, alright? If things get dicey, use that stone and get out of there, pronto." "Got it. Sir, Jake says. All smiles. But inside, he's like, team up? Nah. If I party up, we split the points. I'm not here just to pass. I'm here to take that number 1 spot. Just then, Chloe comes running up, dragging this other girl with her, and yells, Jake, all happy. Jake looks at them and smiles. Hey, fancy seeing you here. This your teammate. Chloe is practically bouncing. Yep, let me introduce you. This is my bestie, Emma. She's a total beast with her skills. For real. Emma just gives a flat, hi. Chloe gets a little red and asks, Jake, wanna party up with us? Emma's jaw hits the floor with a quiet, huh. Jake just smiles and waves it off, turning to leave. Sorry, I'm rolling solo on this one. I know you're trying to look out for me, but it's something I gotta do on my own. I'm heading to the assembly point. Catch you later. You two crush it. Chloe just says, okay, you too, but she looks kind of bummed, thinking, the way Jake is, anyone who teamed up with him would just slow him down. As soon as Jake is out of earshot, Emma gives Chloe the side eye and asks, Chloe, what the heck? Why did you just invite the weakest dude in school to our party? Emma was not buying it for a second. She's staring Chloe down like a detective and says, all suspicious. Chloe, spill. What are you not telling me? Don't tell me you've got a crush on that Dragon Master guy. Chloe's face instantly goes beet red and she's all, don't be ridiculous. Emma just cackles, girl, your face is a tomato. A little later, Jake steps through the teleportation gate into the Grand Exam's secret realm. Whoa, the place is already packed with students. Suddenly, Principal Blake's face pops up on this massive screen in the sky, laying down the rules. Attention, everyone. The teleportation gate above you has 4 difficulty levels. Normal, hard, extreme, and nightmare. The difficulty you face depends on what you choose. On normal, most of the enemies are just holograms, so you won't get seriously jacked up. The point multiplier for normal is 0.9, but from hard mode on, the monsters are 100% real. If you use that teleport stone to bail, you get to keep your points, and the multiplier for hard is 1. You could hear kids whispering all around, looks like everyone's just gonna pick hard. The higher levels are basically a death wish. Only someone with a hidden class could probably survive that. Up on the screen, the principal kept going. The monsters on extreme difficulty will be way stronger and super aggressive. So please, for the love of God, team up. Your life is worth more than your score. Extreme difficulty gets you a 3 times score multiplier. Just then, this kid named Derek, a level 14 combat class, a Cheong master, points at the screen and laughs super loud. Ha ha, Principal Blake. You watching? 'Cause I'm gonna be the one with the highest score this time. Derek's little stunt totally got everyone's attention. Emma leans over to Chloe and whispers, that's Derek. He's like one of the top dogs of the whole southern state. Chloe nods. A Cheong master. That class is insane for both offense and defense, and he's still going in solo. Come on, we should probably get going too. Some kid nearby just sighed, well, it's over. With Derek here, how is anyone supposed to beat him? Super quick, all the students picked their difficulty and jumped in. Meanwhile, back in Principal Blake's office in downtown Austin, a bunch of principals and VIPs are chilling, watching everything go down on a wall of monitors. The principal from Northwood High just laughs, all cocky, ha, that Derek kid is my star player. That top score is already his. I see Mr. Chen's daughter is no slouch either. She could totally snag a spot in the top 3. But while he's looking all smug, Jake's principal from Eastwood High just sighs to himself. Such a shame. If only Jake had gotten a different hidden class, maybe. Suddenly, Mr. Chen speaks up with this sneaky little smile. Gentlemen, I've actually got a pretty good idea who's going to be number 1. Someone's like, oh, Mr. Chen, you got an inside tip? Mr. Chen just says, Jake, from Eastwood High. The Eastwood High principal is floored, yelling, Jake. The second Mr. Chen said that, every single head in the room whipped around to look at Jake's monitor. Then the Northwood principal starts laughing again. Everyone's already gone in. He's the only one left. Is he gonna forfeit? Ha ha, seriously, Mr. Chen, stop joking. What's a Dragon Master gonna do? My boy Derek is already on the 4th floor, locked in that number 1 spot. Suddenly, the look on the Eastwood High principal's face totally changes, and he yells, he's not forfeiting. That kid, he's waiting for the last gate to open. The Nightmare difficulty gate. Everyone else gasps, he's gonna pick Nightmare? That's a one-way ticket to disaster. Is he just cocky or completely insane? That Dragon Master is gonna get himself unalived. Somebody stop him, now. So, a voice booms from the giant screen in the sky, trying to warn Jake, young man, listen. No one who's ever picked Nightmare has come back in one piece. But before the guy could even finish, Jake just smirks and bam, teleports right into Nightmare mode. Oh my god. Drop a comment below if you think Jake is a legend or just crazy. Seeing that, the Eastwood principal just stands there, totally stunned. The last person to pick Nightmare. That was 8 months ago. They got eaten by monsters. It was messy. The Northwood principal's smug smile completely disappeared. He shoots a glare at the Eastwood principal and starts laying into him. What is this nonsense? Didn't you guys at Eastwood brief your students on the rules? This Dragon Master kid. Then he turns to Mr. Chen and scoffs. Mr. Chen, you might want to rethink your prediction. This stupid move proves he's not even in the same league as my Derek. Someone else adds, yeah, for real. Let's just focus on the genius Qiang Master. Mr. Chen just laughs, super chill, and says, aren't you guys getting a little ahead of yourselves? Why don't we just watch for a bit before we call it? The Eastwood principal looks at him suspiciously. Mr. Chen, why are you so sure about him? But then, his eyes go wide as a thought hits him. Wait a minute, could it be that Jake? Inside the Nightmare difficulty trial, this crazy red vortex swirls open and drops Jake right into the zone. The second his boots hit the ground, Jake realizes he's completely surrounded by monsters lurking in this thick black fog. He whips out his weapon instantly, thinking, first floor of the Nightmare Tower. Gotta be at least 10 of these things. As the monsters creep out of the fog, Jake finally gets a look at them. 10 black direwolves. Their bites rip you apart and cause a bleed effect. Plus, their howl buffs all their buddies and resets their cooldowns. Total nightmare fuel. Just then, the whole pack opens their jaws full of pointy teeth and lunges right for Jake. Alright then. Jake thinks with a smirk, let's dance. He charges straight at the wolves and unleashes his dragon Fang Strike. A few seconds later, the system dings. Nightmare Trial Realm's first floor, cleared. Score plus 990. Back in the observation room, the Northwood principal jumps out of his chair, screaming, one hit? How is that Jake kid so ridiculously strong? The guy next to him is like, his stats are obviously way higher than his level. The Eastwood principal, completely shook, finally says what he was thinking, his voice trembling. Jake, could he have actually found the legendary Great Dragon? The scoreboard flashes an update. Number 1, Derek, Extreme Difficulty, 3,000 points. Number 2, Jake, Nightmare Difficulty, 990 points. Number 3, Chloe, Extreme Difficulty, 900 points. Also tied for third, Emma, Extreme Difficulty, 900 points. While everyone in the monitor room is still reeling from what Jake just did, the door bursts open. This dude walks in and announces, sorry to barge in. I'm a special envoy from the Dragon Capital. Hate to interrupt, but we need to escort someone back to the capital for questioning. Where's the Dragon Master named Jake? Mr. Chen looks at the door and instantly recognizes the guy. It's Qian, a combat pro, a level 57 swordsman. Meanwhile, back in the Nightmare Dungeon, after wiping the floor with those monsters, Jake doesn't immediately head to the second floor. Instead, he hangs back to search for a spot he was told about by the. And that's where we're ending it for today. You guys have to subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. It's gonna be insane. The advanced map he pieced together before even stepping in this place. It didn't take long before Jake got this wicked grin and whispered, there you are. The system literally dinged, telling him he found the treasure map spot. He put this map together right before starting, not expecting the prize to be on the freaking first floor. Talking to himself, Jake just reaches out and grabs a book. A system alert pops up. He just snagged a growth acceleration skill book. This bad boy boosts the XP he and his pet get from wrecking monsters. Jake, without even blinking, uses it immediately. The system confirms he's learned the growth acceleration skill. Jake was so hyped, thinking, an experience boost. Oh man, this is perfect for Shadow. After they left that first village, Shadow's leveling grind got super slow. This is a total game changer, for real. Meanwhile, back in the surveillance room, some suit named Chen Song is glued to Jake's monitor and starts barking orders at the principal of Northwood High, Principal Blake. Jake is your student. You need to pull him out of this assessment and bring him to me right now. But Principal Blake was having none of it. Special envoy. Whatever is going on, we have to wait until his exam is over. As his principal, I'll take full responsibility for him. Chen Song just pushes up his glasses, all smug, and says, for him? Sure, but you can't exactly serve his punishment for him. Principal Blake looks so confused. Punishment? Everyone else was just as lost. Like, what kind of trouble did Jake get into now? Just then, Mr. Chen strolls over, grabs the dude's arm, and goes, hey, old Chen, for old time's sake, can you give me a minute here? But the guy was having none of it, literally shook off Mr. Chen's hand and shot back. Listen, Mr. Chen, I'm gonna advise you to back off. Do not get in the way of my job. I don't know why you're covering for this kid, but let me give you some free advice. Stay out of it. Not the Jin family, not the bigwigs from downtown Dragon City are gonna let this slide. If you get what I'm saying, you should probably just walk away. Then he turns back to the principal, all demanding, Principal Blake, hand the boy over, now. But before Principal Blake could even say anything, Mr. Chen casually lights his cigarette and is like, yeah, old Chen, the higher-ups in Dragon City. The Jin family, even the whole Taichi kingdom. Yeah, this whole thing is a hot mess. But once Jake's secret is out in the open, trust me, neither the suits nor the Jin family will even care anymore. So today, nobody, and I mean times nobody asterisk, is taking Jake anywhere. The special envoy dude just scowls, pointing at Mr. Chen like, what secret? Do you have any idea what the penalty is for defying a special envoy? And then, oh my god, Mr. Chen grabs the guy's hand, looking dead serious, and says, if that's what it takes, then so be it. The envoy dude is totally triggered, fuming. Your little stunt is definitely getting reported to the top brass. Seeing these two old guys about to throw down right there in the office, Principal Blake jumps in like a ref. Okay, special envoy, Mr. Chen, let's all just take a chill pill, please. And the envoy dude actually cools his jets a little. He yanks his hand back, gives Mr. Chen the side eye, and asks, what in the world could make you willing to go down for this kid? Mr. Chen just glances over at Jake's monitor screen and says, aren't you even a little curious what secret Jake has that's big enough to make the entire city leadership times the Jin family back off? So, the envoy looks at the screen too, and then his jaw just freaking drops when he realizes Jake picked the nightmare difficulty dungeon. Meanwhile, inside this insane nightmare dungeon, Jake is just chilling in front of the gate to the second floor. Man, I was originally going to see how many floors I could solo, but I guess I gotta bring out the big guns early. Mumbling to himself, Jake just reaches his hand out and starts the summoning spell for Shadow. What do you guys think he's summoning? Drop your theories in the comments. Back outside, when the envoy learns Jake actually chose Nightmare mode, he whips around, totally baffled, and asks, he seriously picked Nightmare difficulty? What is this kid's deal? Didn't you see what he did earlier? With just one hit, he... But before the other principal could even finish his sentence, the whole room just gasps and everyone's eyes are glued to Jake's monitor. The second they see Jake summoning Shadow, everyone is just floored. The envoy points at the screen, and his voice is literally shaking. That's a great dragon. Mr. Chen sees Shadow pop up and just obliterate the gate to floor 2 with one hit and says with a little smirk, even though I've seen it before, it's still pretty wild. Then, after the whole group just watches Shadow effortlessly smoke every monster on the second floor in a single move, Mr. Chen speaks up again. So, as you can all see, asterisk that's times the secret I was talking about. For the next few minutes, with everyone watching, Jake and Shadow just blaze through to the 13th floor and clear it like it was nothing. His score is now number 1, absolutely crushing the person in second place. I mean, check out this scoreboard. Number 1, Jake, Nightmare difficulty, 58,500 points. Number 2, Derek, Extreme difficulty, 27,550 points. Number 3, Chloe, Extreme difficulty, 12,570 points. Tied for third, Shadow, Extreme difficulty, 12,570 points. After watching for a bit, Principal Blake gets all serious and says, it's not just the dragon, Jake himself. This kid's own strength, all of his stats must be over 100 by now. Even without the Great Dragon summon, he can still surely secure the top spot in Jan High. Mr. Chen smiled at Chen Song and asked, so, old friend, you still want to drag him off to see the big shots now? Chen Song replied, today, I finally get why you go head-to-head with the Jin family for this kid. Mr. Chen then says, good. In that case, I'm sending a highlight reel of Jake from this test to my master. From now on, you won't have to worry about the beef between Jake and the Jin family. The special envoy Chen Song was totally floored. Master, you don't mean. Mr. Chen just looked at him, smirked, and said, the one and only, the Marquis of the North, Tu Jing. Back inside the Nightmare dungeon, Jake's now hit the 20th floor. The mobs here are Dark Priests, level 15. Their nasty Dark Encirclement skill slashes your stats by 50% while buffing their own by 25%. Shadow Fusion pulls both you and them into some shadow dimension where they're immune to everything and can boss around dark minions, and they can command Dark Knights and Cavaliers. With the boost from that new gear, Shadow's about to level up any second. Thinking this, Jake orders Shadow to use the Scorching Lava Flame skill. On his command, Shadow just opens its mouth and unleashes a freaking inferno, wiping out the entire horde of monsters in a sea of fire. The system announces floor 20 is cleared. Shadow leveled up, and Jake hit level 16. Jake yells out, let's go, Shadow. Let's tear this whole tower down. And check out the scoreboard now, guys. Number 1, Jake, Nightmare difficulty, 90,000 points. Number 2, Derek, Extremely hard, 31,500 points. Number 3, Chloe, Extremely hard, 16,900 points. Tied for third is that other kid, Xiao, also on Extremely hard with 16,900 points. About an hour later, after sweating bullets, Derek finally clears the 50th floor on his super hard difficulty. He's thinking, man, I didn't think this test would be this brutal. Aren't these monsters supposed to be for level 70 players? Oh well, since everyone's struggling, the only one who can even touch me for number 1 is Chloe. And she's still in a party, so her score gets cut in half. The title of top dog in the whole southern province is definitely mine this year. Thinking this, Derek just starts cackling like a supervillain, looking up and shouting, "Principal, you seen this performance? Hey, you recruiters from the Big Ten universities, hurry up and send my acceptance letter to 123 Rich Kid Lane, Miami, Florida." The proctors just give Derek a side eye and immediately turn back to Jake's screen, totally captivated. Floor 50. All the past top scorers totally maxed out here. This floor is the real deal. Jake can't mess this up. His tower climbing pace is definitely about to hit a wall. Meanwhile, inside the trial tower, Jake is excitedly opening up the system window to check out the new skills Shadow got after leveling up. It learned a form shift skill with a bunch of different options. There's a Wormling form where all its stats and mana costs are cut by 50%. Then there's a Dragon Maiden form, which you unlock with a blood contract. Ooh, spicy. And a Giant Dragon form where strength drops 50%, but spirit goes up 100% and it gets skills called Myriad Scorch and Lava Burst. And get this, a World Ender form. Spirit is cut by 50%, but its strength is multiplied by TEN and it gets 2 new skills, Earth Annihilation and Dragon Roar. There were 4 transformation forms. While Jake was processing all this, rocks suddenly started falling from a mountain nearby as a new monster showed up. An Amethyst Mountain Giant, level 20. Its skill, Mountain Sweep, uses a massive stone arm to just wreck all targets in front of it for insane damage. With Mountain Collapse, it leaps up and smashes the ground, causing 5 aftershocks that deal 10 to 35% damage. And its passive, Amethyst Rock, cuts magic damage by 50% and resists all armor-piercing attacks. Principal Blake couldn't help but worry. A Tier 3 boss on Nightmare difficulty. How is he supposed to beat that? I told you, this is the turning point. His speed is about to slow to a crawl. The principal of that rival high school sighed, looking at the scoreboard with total envy. With a performance like this, Jake's top spot in our district is a done deal, and he's basically guaranteed to be the champ of the whole southern province. Why couldn't a kid with this much potential be from my school? Back in the tower, the mountain giant makes its move, winding up its mountain sweep attack. Its colossal fist comes flying right at Jake. But Jake, he doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, casually reading the boss's info panel. A 50% damage reduction. Huh. Well, I'm already halfway up the tower, so it makes sense they'd crank up the difficulty. Thinking this, Jake gets this huge, excited grin. If that's the case, Shadow, you feel like trying out that new World Ender form. Shadow just catches the giant's punch, meant for Jake with one hand, then lets out a roar as it flies into the sky and starts transforming. So its spirit stat drops by 50%, but its strength stat just skyrockets, and it gets those 2 brand new skills, Earth Annihilation and Dragon Roar. The proctors watching this on the monitor are losing their minds, yelling, "What the heck?" It has a combat form, too. Those forms are absolutely terrifying. As Jake was watching Shadow transform, he suddenly felt his spidey senses tingling, and he immediately leaped to the side, perfectly dodging a sucker punch from the mountain giant. Jake decided to return the favor, activating his Dragon's War Cry skill to buff himself and his pet, boosting all their stats and attack power by 30%. He then ordered Shadow to use Giant Maw, and it lunged forward to take a vicious bite out of the boss. Oh man, this is getting intense. Smash that subscribe button, cause you are not gonna want to miss what happens next. It started chomping on the mountain giant's head, dishing out damage and a bleed effect for real, and just like that, the level 20 boss just folded. The principal from number 1 high was bugging out, while Principal Blake was sweating bullets, thinking, no cap, to break its defense in one shot. That last hit had to be over 2,000 attack power. Back in the tower, just when Jake thought it was game over for the giant, it swung at him again. Jake swerved like he was dodging traffic on the I-5, then popped his Dragon Blood Armor skill. A sick dragon claw formed around his fist, and bam! He threw a haymaker straight into the giant's face, causing an explosion that probably shook the whole building. Meanwhile, Mr. Chen turns to this other dude, who looks totally lost, and says, "Yo, my man, seeing Jake's power now, you glad I told you to chill?" The guy was dead silent. Back with Jake, the dust clears and the giant gets up again, but then Shadow hits it with a World Ender Dragon Roar combo. That thing roars, dealing mega damage and weakening everything in sight. Then came Annihilation Thunder, which sent a shockwave that cracked the floor and had a chance to drop the enemy into a freaking abyss. That, my friends, was the official good game for the boss. Floor 50, cleared. Shadow dinged to level 12, and our boy Jake hit level 17. Yo, picking Nightmare difficulty was definitely the move. At this point, the challenge wasn't even a challenge anymore, Jake was thinking, As long as we just keep steamrolling these floors, the XP is gonna be insane. And he kept on climbing. In the observation room, Mr. Chen put out his cigarette, looking smug as hell, and told the other principal, "Looks like 50 floors on Nightmare ain't nothing to Jake. That dragon is just on another level, period." Principal Blake, still looking shook, asks this special envoy dude, "You're from the big city, you know your stuff. Any idea how much that dragon powered up when it transformed?" The envoy stroked his chin like a philosopher and was like, I've seen some top-tier players from the capital throw down before, and based on that, after transforming, its stats gotta be at least over 2,500, right?" The number one principal was like, "Yoop, just as I thought," while Principal Blake was secretly thinking the number was probably way, way higher. Man was stressing. The principal from number one high goes, "Since he's past floor 50, why don't we hit him with the X+1 mode? That'll show us what he's really made of." Mr. Chen looked at him like he had three heads. Principal Blake explained, "He's right. The X+1 mode was made by the OG scholar who designed this whole tower. After you clear floor 50, the X variable kicks in. Basically, it jacks up the number of monsters, and you're guaranteed to face the tower's main boss. It makes the whole thing feel like a real-deal secret realm where you can actually get clapped for good." The crazy part is, on Nightmare difficulty with an X of 21, all the regular mobs are replaced by Nightmare-level bosses, and in X+1, you're not just fighting one boss, and its stats get a massive boost. Mr. Chen just lit another cigarette, took a puff, and pointed at the screen with his chin, smug as ever. "That's cool and all. But look at Jake. My man does not seem to give a single, you know what about your X+1 mode." And inside the tower, Jake could totally feel things had changed after floor 50, but honestly, with Shadow in its world-ending form, he barely had to think. So, Jake and Shadow just kept blazing through the floors. Get this, in just 10 minutes, they were already on floor 70. His level was skyrocketing, and the old dudes watching were absolutely speechless again. It's been another 10 minutes and he's at floor 70. For real, this trial tower is probably the hardest one ever designed. With this setup, I didn't think anyone could even hit floor 80. But look at this kid. The principal just trailed off, completely stunned, seeing Jake had already hit floor 83. For years, all these supposed prodigies pushed themselves to the absolute edge trying to level up, only to get exhausted and end up taking a dirt nap right inside the tower. Mr. Chen nodded, saying, "Facts. Once you're 70, 80 floors up, you can taste that final prize. Who's gonna quit then?" The principal pointed at the leaderboard, his eyes gleaming with hype, and he said, "But Jake, that kid might actually be the first person to clear all 100 floors of this tower." The principal from number one high school, let's just call him Baldy, shot back, dripping with jealousy. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Sure, the bosses are weaker than the real ones, but don't forget how brutal floor 99 is." He barely got the words out before someone yelled, "Look, Jake. He's already at the 99th floor." Everyone's eyes snapped back to the screen. Jake walks into this busted-up palace, and there are 4 headless suits of armor standing guard around a throne. Suddenly, the candles on the wall burst into flames, and the armor starts glowing with this creepy blue light and begins to move, chanting, "Annihilate. Annihilate the world. Headless Knight. Level 55. Annihilation. Pierce when it hits, you take an extra 400% damage. Ouch. Annihilation. Counter if you hit the knight, its sword automatically hits you back. Annihilation. Thunder. The knight's swords get juiced with lightning, jacking up its attack speed and adding lightning damage. Annihilation. Slash if your HP drops below 15%, it's an instant execute. Annihilation. Packed all 4 knights share HP and defense with a 400% boost. These dudes are from the Fallen Kingdom, a super famous secret realm. All secret realms come from real history, Jake thought to himself. Just like that Zhang village, the Fallen Kingdom was a nation that got wrecked by an undead army. As he's thinking, one of the knights shouts, "Intruder, be slain," and uses Annihilation Slash, locking onto Jake and bringing its axe down hard. Jake dodged like a pro but still got blasted back by the shockwave. Shared HP? Okay, bet. AoE is probably the play here. I don't have any crowd control moves, so I gotta take on all 4 at once. With a plan set, Jake went for it. He leaped into the air, ready to throw down. One of the knights used Annihilation, Pierce, to counter him, but Jake just gracefully dodged and came down with a heavy slash. But, and this is crazy, his attack literally couldn't even scratch the knight's armor. While he was trying to figure out a new plan, another knight just teleported behind him, swinging its sword. Jake whipped around just in time to block. As the knight started to trigger its counter skill, Jake yelled, "Now, Shadow!" And bam! Shadow appeared like a freaking deity and just nuked the entire castle and all 4 knights. But just when they thought it was over, the knights respawned and charged at Jake again like total zombies. Jake had to jump back into the air to dodge. "I ain't got time for this. I gotta get to floor 100, like yesterday. With that, Jake had Shadow use its Molten Flame skill, instantly incinerating the knights. Just like that, Jake hit level 20, and the Black Dragon hit level 15. And yo, it learned a new skill, Great Cataclysm. Of course, Shadow learned a new skill. What a goat. Just one floor left now, Jake said, totally hyped. As the gate to the next floor creaked open, Mr. Chen saw Baldy just standing there, jaw on the floor, and chuckled. Looks like we're about to witness history today, my friend. But on floor 100, no, it can't be, Principal Blake said, staring at the screen in pure terror. That place was literally designed to be an unbeatable level for any student. Jake just kept walking, ready to conquer the tower. The second he stepped through the gate, he and Shadow were hit with this dark aura, and he watched the sword in his own hands just turn to dust. Jake looked ahead, on high alert. So this is floor 100, a full-blown Fallen Kingdom secret realm, with an undead legion of over 500. The level 60 world-ending Emperor, a boss, on Nightmare difficulty. Jake immediately started prepping, first by checking out Shadow's new skill, Great Cataclysm. It hits in 3 stages. First, it makes the ground explode wherever Shadow flies, dealing massive damage with a burn effect. Then, it charges the target for a huge hit and explodes again. This skill is absolutely broken. Shadow's been in world-ending form this whole time. I should probably test out its destruction form and this new skill. With that, Jake looked at Shadow and said, "This is it, buddy. Last floor. Let's go get that W." Shadow roared back, totally ready. Jake summoned a new sword, pointed it at the boss, and yelled, "Shadow, switch to Destruction Dragon form." In that instant, Shadow's entire body erupted in blistering hot flames, and its strength and spirit stats shot up to a level that was just stupid high. Seeing this, the judges in the booth absolutely lost their minds. A third form. Look at those flames. Jake was holding back this whole time. Protect the king. All troops, charge. At the Headless Knight's command, the entire undead legion screamed and charged as one. Jake and Shadow didn't even flinch, they just charged right back. As the two armies collided, Jake gave the signal, and Shadow unleashed Great Cataclysm, just raining fire down on the undead legion, and their numbers started dropping like flies. The sight was so terrifying the judges were shook. Is this really something a high school kid can do? This is nuts. The undead legion was almost completely wiped. While Shadow was mopping the floor with the zombies, Jake made a beeline for the boss. "You arrogant fool. Kneel before the king." With that, the Headless Knights jumped out to ambush Jake. He just dashed to the side and yelled, "Shadow, get over here." Shadow used the third stage of Great Cataclysm, creating a massive explosion with a burn effect right on the knights. It completely one-shotted all 4 of them, leaving everyone watching the screen just speechless. Bro, the 4 horsemen got instantly deleted. This just proved that even the hardest floor in this tower wasn't enough to measure Jake's real power. 9,800,000 points. For the last 30 years, nobody had even broken 1 million. Smash that like button if you think Jake is an absolute legend. Okay, so Jake is times close to snagging the grand prize, for real. And get this year's exam was supposedly the hardest one ever, so you know the loot is going to be insane. We're talking at least 3 super rare items, minimum. Inside the tower, it's a graveyard. Jake and Shadow literally wiped out the entire undead army. Now my boy Jake is walking up to the final boss, sword out, looking like a total legend. So the boss, this world-ending emperor dude, is throwing a major tantrum. He's like, "I've already mopped the floor with your goons. You're gonna hide all day, you punk final boss?" And then he just charges at Jake, totally losing his cool. But Jake is ready. He throws up a dragon claw and dragon blood armor combo to block the hit, and at the same time, he's like, "Shadow, light him up." Shadow unleashes Scorch All Creation, trapping the boss in a freaking fire tornado. Absolute chaos. The big bad emperor has to bail, dodging the flames, but then he looks down and whoops, his hand is bleeding like a busted pipe from a fire hydrant on a hot day in Brooklyn, and he can't even use his powers. Turns out Jake wasn't just hitting him, he snuck in a move with a ring of grievance. That thing literally feeds on salty feelings, and it just hit the jackpot with this guy. So once the grievance meter fills up, Jake's attacks start stacking on bleed, stun, asterisk, and times poison damage. Talk about a triple threat, the boss screams, "You little cheat," and goes in for round 2. But bam, Shadow intercepts him again, this time with stage 2 Scorch All Creation, which is like 10 times more explosive. This is getting wild. Smash that like button if you agree. And while the Emperor is busy with the fireworks, Jake zips in like the Flash and lands a killer stab right in the chest. Boom. Boss deleted. Shadow dings level 17, and Jake hits level 22 after clearing the whole undead army. Back in the observation room, the judges are losing their mins. 1 million points, the 100th floor, a level nobody in all of North America has cleared in 30 years. broke the whole game. And Jake didn't just clear it, he speedrun it. He's all casual, like, alright, exam's done. Let's bounce. Then he turns to Shadow and jokes. You already planning what I'm making for dinner? What a legend. Just then, the system starts blowing up his notifications. Congratulations to contestant Jake for absolutely dominating the Southern Province's nightmare-level trial. And the rewards start rolling in. First up, a rare skill book, Rage of the Ice Dragon King. Bro, that sounds epic. It's for dragon tamers or mages, level 20 plus. Pop this bad boy and you get a magic skill that blasts an area with freezing air, dishing out damage and hitting enemies with slow and freeze effects. A whole new level of crowd control. And the longer you charge it, the nastier it gets. Next up, the Spirit Wind Ring, another rare drop. Level 20 requirement, and look at these stats. Agility plus 77, Stamina plus 35, Spirit plus 32. And it gives you a 35% agility boost. Jake's gonna be untouchable. Then, holy crap, a legendary drop. The Flame Bone Cloak. Stamina plus 20, Spirit plus 79, Strength plus 56, and Agility plus 54. The stats are insane. This cloak also cuts fire and ice damage by 30% and debuffs by 50%. Asterisk, while times boosting his and his pet's ice and fire damage. Jake's mind is blown. He's like, dude, I wasn't expecting a CC skill till level 30. Now I can combo up with Shadow perfectly. The agility ring is all for me, which is a bummer for Shadow, but still a massive W. And a legendary cloak, with Shadow's Destroyer Dragon form dealing ice damage. Now we've got a fire boost to go with it. We're unstoppable. So after scooping up all that sweet loot, Jake recalls Shadow and strolls out of the trial zone like he owns the place. The second he's out, he's basically mobbed by the examiners. They're treating him like he just won the Super Bowl on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. Especially Principal Blake. The dude runs over, practically bouncing off the walls, screaming, "How is this kid so freaking good? Top scorer. You're the pride and joy of our entire school. We're putting your picture on the wall of fame, like, forever." But then, the principal from the rival high school just has to chime in, all salty and sarcastic. "Oh, really? The wall of fame? Huh. You mean that wall that's filled with heroes who died fighting monsters? Are you trying to jinx the kid or something? Get out of here. Go curse yourself if you have to." Jake just shattered the record for this competition. His future is going to be insane, no cap. Then Mr. Chen steps up, ever the diplomat, and says, "Either way, this whole thing was the perfect stage for Jake to show everyone what he's really made of." Jake, I gotta be honest, I thought I was ready for you to be good, but you completely blew my mind. Jake cuts to the chase, "Mr. Chen, I held up my end of the deal. So, that princess from the Téja kingdom is gonna back off now, right? No more drama." Mr. Chen just smiles and is like, "You bet. I'm a man of my word, and your reward for that is on its way." Jake's just looking at him, all confused. Don't even sweat that right now. The big question is, which university are you gonna bless with your presence? The two principals jump back in. He's right. Every single one of the top 10 universities will be throwing scholarships at you, and all the rich dudes from here to Austin, Texas will be trying to get a piece of you. So, watch your back, kid. Someone yells, "Yo, where's the dragon? Summon it so we can see." And someone else is like, "Are you crazy? You want to bring the whole building down?" Another guy claps him on the back. "Congrats, Jake. With a score like that, nobody's touching your record for at least the next 50 years. While everyone's freaking out, this shady dude, Qian Zhang, just watches for a sec and then dips out. Meanwhile, way out in the boonies, on the border of the Northern Dragon Nation, in like a level 60 zone, this fancy dude, Marquis Tujing of Jinbi, is just chilling, sipping wine and watching a replay of Jake's trial. A subordinate comes in to report. "You get the dirt?" the Marquis asks. "It's all right here, sir." And yeah, Mr. Chen was right on the money. He figured it out from talking to that special envoy, Qian Zhang. The snake in the grass is Lord Ruan Chong. He's a big shot in Dragon Capital, and he's been secretly working with the Jin family from the Téja kingdom. We dug into it, and that whole study abroad thing for Princess Jin, and her bringing a dragon tamer with her. Lord Ruan signed off on all of it. Hearing this, Tu Jing slams his wine bottle on the table. "Ruan Chong, so it really was him." Publicly, they're all about diplomatic relations between our countries. But behind the scenes, Lord Ruan's been giving the Jian family all sorts of special treatment, and they've been lining his pockets in return. No wonder he sent that special envoy to try and snatch our dragon tamer. The wine bottle just shatters from how hard he slammed it. Ruan Chong, that two-timing, backstabbing snake. The nerve of him, letting that Téja kingdom princess run wild in our nation. Get this message to Ruan Chong immediately. Tell him he's fired. I'm stripping him of every title and all his power. As of right now, he's got no place in the Dragon Capital leadership. Go. And if he's got a problem with it, he can come cry to me himself. Oh, and the Jin family, if they so much as text Ruan Chong, send a diplomatic delegation to have a little chat with them. Yes, sir. Just one more thing. Keep an eye on which university this new dragon tamer Jake chooses. Get in touch with the principal ahead of time and make sure they roll out the red carpet for him. Give him all the best resources. 2 Jing commands. He's thinking, man, having a young legend like this pop up in our nation. This is seriously exciting. This is awesome. Truly awesome. Soon as I'm done with my current mission, I have got times to meet this kid. The only problem is, when the heck is this mission gonna end? A little while later, Princess Jin Shu gets the news that her boy Ruan Chong just got canned by the Marquis. She absolutely loses it, and her poor subordinate has to try and talk her down from the ceiling. Your Highness, chill out, please. We actually have some good news. She snaps back. What good news could there possibly be? Without our inside man, how are we supposed to grab that dragon tamer? Your Highness, forget about him. We don't need to waste time on that kid. The trial results are coming out soon, and we found something interesting. Besides Jake from Shanghai City, there's times and other times dragon tamer in the mix. This one's from Qingzhou City. Princess Jin Shu looks surprised for a second, then this super evil grin spreads across her face. That's times what I call good news. Let's just hope this one is a little more persuadable. Cut 2. Congratulations, contestant Derek. You've cleared the Nam Tin Province Nightmare Trial, reaching floor 72 with 89,250 points. Derek steps out of the trial zone, totally hyped. He's already picturing it. He's going to be this year's top scorer. Everyone's going to be cheering, his principal's going to give him a big hug. The whole 9 yards. He spots his principal and jogs over. Oh, Derek, you're done. The principal asks. Derek tries to play it cool. Yeah, but I only scraped by with 89,000 points. Probably not enough to be number 1. Huh. What a humble brag. Ha ha, don't sweat it. A score like that is great. You'll get into any college in the country, from Harvard to Stanford. But hey, while winning is cool, you gotta know your place, you know? You look pretty beat up. Go see the nurse. The principal's super chill, almost weirdly calm. Reaction leaves Derek totally confused. He's thinking, what the heck did he mean by that? Like, my score is good, and that's it? What's that about? I got a crazy high score. Why isn't he freaking out? Oh, I get it. He's just trying to keep me humble, telling me not to get a big head. Convinced of this, Derek perks right up. I get it, sir. Thanks for the advice. 3 days later, the results are officially posted. The second Jake steps out of his house at 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA. It's a total mob scene. Businessmen, college recruiters, all pushing and shoving, trying to throw gifts at him and get his number. While Jake is totally overwhelmed by the paparazzi moment, Mr. Chen strolls up with a big smile. Well, today's the day. The results are out, and the whole world knows you're number 1, kiddo. May peeks out and shyly says, it's way too crazy out here. Let's go inside. So Jake pulls out his phone to check the leaderboards, but his score isn't even listed. He's like, huh? But before he can figure it out, Mr. Chen starts handing out the prizes. Here's 50 million in cash. A little something from Shanghai City for being the top scorer in the whole Nammen province. It's all yours. And that's not all. Principal Blake sent something for you too. Mr. Chen pops open a treasure chest and the item descriptions just pop up in front of Jake. Another skill book, Roar of the Blue Dragon King. It's rare, for level 20 dragon tamers, and it teaches you a magic skill that shoots a bolt of freaking lightning. It does huge damage and can paralyze enemies. Yo, drop a comment below on which skill is cooler, the Ice Dragon or the Blue Dragon. And get this, after you use it, you get 20 stacks of a lightning buff. Every attack uses a stack and has a 20% chance to paralyze the target. That's OP. But wait, there's more. A legendary lightning potion. You drink it and it permanently boosts your lightning skills by 20% times and times gives you lightning resistance. A new magic book and a potion to supercharge it. Jake is so kitted out right now. It's not even funny. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Okay, so boom, I've got ice magic and now lightning magic. That's so lit. It means I don't gotta rely on my little shadow for all the magic damage anymore. This Xingfang armor is rare, needs level 20, and gives me plus 70 strength and plus 46 stamina. Plus, this Xingfang's touch thing cuts down debuff damage by 30%, and these Shanling boots? Legendary. Level 20, plus 68 strength, and plus 54 stamina. The Shanling leap is insane, I can literally teleport 50 meters away. Cooldown is only 30 seconds. Bro, a mobility and a damage reduction ability? No way any of the other students who just tested got gear this fire. If I put all this on, my stats are going to be almost as good as Shadow's were right after she hatched. Principal Blake really hooked me up, especially with these boots. That flash ability is clutch. Then Mr. Chen explains, dude, that's a skill mages don't even get until their second job advancement. I was like, bet, I'll gladly take it. So Jake grabs the gear, but right then, Chloe busts in with some major tea. Jake, May, the reps from the top 10 universities just landed in Shanghai, like, right now. My dad invited them to our place on Beacon Street, so I'm here to scoop you guys up for the interviews. Already, the results literally just dropped. Mr. Chen is like, for a talent like you, they gotta move fast. They came running right after seeing the video of your trial. I already made sure your video and test score are classified. Top secret. Besides the 10 unis and the big shots in Longdu, nobody else can see him. You're too high profile, kid. If another princess like that last one pops up, it would be a massive headache. And about that whole Kimchi situation, I handled it. And the person who helped is super eager to meet you. Jake gets all hyped. That's awesome. I really want to meet them and say thanks. Mr. Chen just smiles and claps him on the shoulder. Not just yet. They're on a mission right now, but don't even trip. You two will meet eventually. Just then, Chloe hands a card to Jake. I was actually trying to thank you last time, but then Kimchi crashed the party. Oh. Jake looks at it and is like, whoa, I can't take this. We agreed on 100,000. This card is for 10 million. Mr. Chen jumps in. Look, it's a thank you from the Chen family for saving Chloe's squad back in Idong Village. Just take it, man. Jake is still looking kinda iffy, so Mr. Chen just laughs and goes, yo, tonight, someone's planning to take you two to the gang's Sun Garden. If you can't even handle this card, what are you gonna do when you see the villa the whole state of Nam province is gifting its top scorer? Chloe's like, Dad, stop teasing him. She totally sticks up for Jake, then grabs his hand to drag him off to meet the university reps waiting at her mansion. Meanwhile, in a totally different scene, Tho and Tai take Princess Kimchi to some forest on the outskirts of Fanshao City, just outside of Chicago, to meet the dragon tamer they're targeting. She's like, what's his level? Level 19. And his armored dragon is level 14. Kimchi is just watching Tyler and his dragon, all intrigued. Damn, dragon tamers are on a whole other level. He's already taking on a level 30 boss. This boss was huge, and it just charges at Tyler like a freight train. Tyler commands his little armored dragon to whip its tail, smashing all the targets around it. And Tyler himself, he uses his dragon spear strike skill, channeling all his energy into one massive attack, and bam, a fatal blow that sends the boss straight to the Shadow Realm. Get wrecked. And just like that, Tyler hits level 20 and his dragon, Chloe, levels up to 15. Excellent, excellent. You didn't waste the dragon egg I gave you, Kimchi says, clapping all dramatically. Tyler bows his head and is all, I'm glad I didn't disappoint you, princess. Yeah, well, if you were a useless bum like these two, then I'd be disappointed. And with that, she throws some major shade at Tho and Tai. From now on, this spear you're holding, it's his. Got a problem with that, Tho and Tai? And even though they're totally salty about it, they have to be like, no. This subordinate obeys the princess's command. Tyler gets all grateful. Thank you, princess. With the dragon armor and this dragon spear, plus your enhancement magic, I will absolutely smoke the top scorer of Nam province. Kimchi is secretly loving this. Tyler was ranked second with 210,000 points. They didn't announce Jake's score, but everyone's guessing it's around 300,000, so Tyler still thinks he has a shot. Kimchi's like, Jake, you better remember that name until you take him out and snatch his black dragon. I will help you become the most legendary dragon master ever. Back in the Téja kingdom, you'll be my right-hand man, second only to me, but above everyone else. So when it comes to Jake, do not disappoint me. With this super intense look, Tyler replies, don't worry, princess. It's my honor. I swear I'll be your knight forever. Kimchi is all satisfied. See, you get it. Way more than that, Jake kid. I gave him the chance of a lifetime, and he was so ungrateful. Then she snaps at Tho and Tai. Get your butts to Shanghai and find out what academy Jake enrolls in. And if you can't even do that, then get lost. Yes, ma'am. Thinking about Jake just fills Kimchi with rage. She's thinking, he is gonna regret what he did to me. Big time. Back in the living room of the Chen family's villa on Ocean Drive, before meeting the college reps, Chloe asks Jake, so, have you decided which academy you're applying to? Cause, I want to know. She gets all flustered. No, it's because my dad wanted me to ask. He said I should apply to the same one as you so we can, like, help each other out. Jake's like, that's a great idea. I heard teams are super important, and we've already got good vibes working together. Like, if we're hitting up a secret dungeon, you'd be my first pick for sure, but I honestly still don't know which academy to choose yet. I'll let you know though. Oh, okay. Chloe replies, all shy, probably wondering just how insane Jake's score actually was. She's thinking, if she can't catch up, the gap between them is just gonna get bigger. So she tells Jake, I'm gonna try my best to get into the same school as you. Yeah, bet, Jake smiles back, then pushes the door open to face the reps. "Hello, teachers. My name is Jake." But before he can even finish, some dude cuts him off. "Jake, right? We all saw the trial video. Absolutely insane. The first dragon master in history with a real dragon. So, has the top scorer of Nam province even thought about which school he wants to grace with his presence?" A female teacher asks. The first guy gets all annoyed. Poofed. Who cares what he likes? John Nam Academy will give you everything. A scholarship for 10 million dragon coins a year, plus all the potions, secret dungeons, and resources you want all on the house. But the female teacher just scoffs, like, "Hey, everyone here represents a top academy in the Dragon Kingdom. You really think you can compete for the top scorer with that weak offer? Look, whatever Nam Academy offers, Bakan Academy will double it. We'll give you an extra 20 million a year and access to 20 secret dungeons that are totally off-limits to the public." Then another guy jumps in, not wanting to be left out. "Anything Bacon can offer. You think we can't? We'll match all that and throw in access to a dungeon of opportunity." The female teacher was not about to lose, so she immediately raises the stakes. "The terms are negotiable. If he's not satisfied, we'll offer more." Jake is just watching this whole bidding war go down, completely shook. He was not expecting the interview to be a freaking auction. He's thinking, "Oh my god, how am I supposed to pick a school now?" Just then, this dude Khan, the rep from Longdu Academy in Boston, speaks up. "This year's spot for the national trial will be selected by Longdu. Jake, we can give you that spot." The whole room goes silent. The first guy is stunned. "For real? Look, the kid's strong, no cap, but he just got his class change. How is he even qualified for the national trial?" The people who went before had to go through insane selections. The other nations are already prepped and he's just finding out about this, making an internal decision to hand something this important to a freshman. Are you treating the national trial like some kind of joke? Khan just ignores the haters and keeps talking to Jake. The national trial is a super-secret dungeon set up by 23 nations from around the world. Every 3 years, each nation sends one contestant under 25 to rep their country. And to keep the dungeon stable, the contestants have to be newbies. The heavy hitters, the national-level experts, not allowed. This is a competition that the entire world watches, and the prizes are literally the rarest treasures you can imagine. The female teacher and the other guy team up to start roasting Khan. Even if you gave him a spot, it should be for the next one. This year's competition starts in 6 months. Don't you think this is unbelievably reckless? But Khan stands firm. The person who clears the national trial earns the right to become a national-level master. This is a chance to go from number 1 in Nam province to number 1 in the whole Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Capital can give you that chance. The national trial isn't just about epic rewards. It's a ticket to join the big leagues. While Jake is chewing on all this, the system suddenly dings in his head. Congratulations. Today's treasure map has been sent to you. Yo, this was his second god-tier treasure map in forever. The first one led him to the Black Dragon Egg, which means this time. Jake looks down and sees the map is pointing straight to the Dragon Capital Academy. Welp, that settles it. He doesn't even hesitate and accepts Khan's offer to enroll. But on one condition, he says. "I want an admission application for May. Her class is Charm Chef, a super rare hidden class." Khan thinks for a second and is like, "All right, deal." But whether she actually gets accepted or not, we'll have to decide that after a meeting. So 4 days later, Jake and May are all packed up and ready to head to Dragon Capital Academy. May gets all sentimental. "I can't believe we're actually leaving our apartment at 123 Maple Street. We've lived here for so long. I'm kinda sad to go. Hey, we got a villa and money in the bank now. We can live wherever we want." "Don't be sad," Jake says, trying to cheer her up. May is still lost in thought. "I still remember when we first moved here. You were only this big. Time flies, for real." Just then, Chloe and Emma roll up in a freaking supercar to take Jake and his aunt to the Chen family's private jet for the flight to Dragon Capital. "Yo, did Emma apply to Dragon Capital, too?" Jake asks with a grin. Emma's like, "My score was the same as Chloe's. And since she applied to Dragon Capital, cause of you, I." But before she can spill all the tea, Chloe cuts her off. May says, "I'm really troubling you kids. I never expected Jake would. You know, back when I got my class, I dreamed of going to college like everyone else. I just wanted a fresh start. Jake was still so little then. I can't believe you remembered that all this time." As she's saying this, May starts tearing up. Jake just pulls his aunt into a hug to comfort her. Man, she had always worked so hard for him. Aw, y'all, if that doesn't hit you in the feels, I don't know what will. Drop a heart in the comments for May. And he could still see it clear as day, how totally crushed she was when she got stuck being a life class pro. That's why he was dead set on keeping his promise to give him both a way better life. For real, this was just the warm-up. With all that sorted, the 4 of them dipped and headed straight for Dragon Capital. A few hours later, while the crew was just soaking in the insane, bustling vibes outside Dragon Capital Academy, they literally bump into the spoiled Princess Tina, who's also there to enroll. Ugh, the second she steps out of her limo, she's already complaining, like clockwork. So, asterisk, this time's is Dragon Country. The capital is seriously mid. Then her little goon spots Jake and freaks. Yo, that's him. The Dragon Master from Jianghai. That saves us the trouble of hunting him down. And Tyler, her boy toy, was literally about to charge in and throw down with Jake. But Tina actually stopped him. Chill. We don't have our usual backup here. If we start something, we'll get deported faster than you can blink. Just cool it. I get it. My bad, princess. Meanwhile, on Jake's side, seeing Tina pull up had everyone stressing. Okay, what's the plan? I remember my dad saying she was coming to Dragon Country for a study abroad semester. No way she's going to Dragon Capital Academy, right? Emma whispered. Just then, some lady, Guhan, pops up with this super bright smile. Look at you two, arriving at the same time. Come on. Seeing Jake's totally lost face, she's like, wait, you two don't know each other? You're number 1 and number 2 from Nan Province, both Dragon Masters. We're calling you guys the twin stars of Nan Province. Tyler, number 2 from Nan Province, also a Dragon Master. Jake is totally sizing up Tyler, while Tyler is just giving him this major death glare. I've heard times much about you. Finally, we meet Jake. Jake just side-eyes him and goes, Miss Gu, I guess we're acquainted now, but we're all beat from the trip. Any chance you could point us to our rooms so we can crash? Hearing Jake say that, Guhan just smiled. Of course. Let me show you all to your new digs. If you don't like anything, we can switch it up. I'll also give you the rundown on the freshman orientation tomorrow, which is super mandatory. But Tina, being extra, just scoffed. We'll find it ourselves, and stormed off with her 2 little shadows. Guhan led Jake's crew over to this bougie villa area, explaining, all right, welcome to Billionaire's Row, basically. This is the villa area for the top-ranked freshmen. There are 30 villas in total. Every year, the instructors watch the trial exam tapes to rank all the newbies. If you're in the top 30, you get to live here. And our top-ranked student, Jake, is number 1. So, 1 victory lane is all yours. As for Tyler, the number 2 from Nan Province, he's ranked 18th overall. So, his spot is villa number 18. Jake's thinking, asterisk Tyler, so he really sold out to Tina. Can't believe they're calling a dude with 0 pride one of the twin stars with me. What a joke. Asterisk, then Chloe asked. All curious, Miss Gu, Emma's and my scores probably aren't in the top 30. Are they? Does that mean we have to, like, go register at the normal student dorms? That's right. Chloe, Emma, May. I'll take you 3 over to the dorms later. But I gotta be real. The villa life is like a million times better in every way. Then can we just crash with Jake? May's suggestion made both Chloe's and Emma's jaws hit the floor. Guhan actually thought about it for a sec. Well, oh, Jake is definitely cool with it, right? You don't want to miss out on your little aunt's cooking, do ya? Jake, obviously, was totally down and agreed instantly. May squealed and linked arms with Chloe and Emma. The boy said yes. So we're all living together. This is a perfect chance to bond and get our team synergy up for when we raid dungeons later. A lot. While Emma was still feeling kinda awkward about it, Jake was like, nah, you guys should definitely stay here with my little aunt. The dorms are like way over on the other side of campus near some warehouse in Jersey or something. It'd be a pain to find you guys later. Emma just shrugged. All right, bet. If Chloe's staying, I'm staying. Plus, the setup here is way nicer anyway. Okay. Chloe agreed shyly. Yes. Awesome. Now Chloe can try my cooking, too. While May was basically smothering Chloe in a hug, Emma snuck over to Jake and whispered, okay, we can live together. But don't you dare get any funny ideas about Chloe. My eyes are on you. Just then, a notification pinged in Jake's system. You have approached the location on the map? Huh. The treasure is in the villa right behind me. After reading the pop-up, Jake immediately turned to Guhen. Hey, Miss Gu, who's living in villa number 2. I'm only in charge of Nan Province, so I'm not really up on the kids from other areas, but I think it's just a single girl in villa number 2. Jake then told May, Chloe, and Emma to go on ahead to their new house, while he made up an excuse to go say hi to the neighbor and check out villa number 2. Hearing this, May handed Jake a cake, secretly grinning. Asterisk, oh my god. The second he hears it's a girl, he's ready to go meet her. Little Jake is finally growing up. Asterisk Emma, however, was thinking with total disgust. Asterisk, dude's already living with 3 of us and he's still trying to flirt with the girl next door. I really misjudged you, man. Asterisk. Ringing the doorbell of 2 Victory Lane, Jake felt kinda nervous, wondering if his new neighbor would even like his aunt's cake and, fingers crossed, invite him inside. Asterisk. Okay, we all just got here, so I gotta snag that treasure before my neighbor finds it. Asterisk. A moment later, a girl answered the door, just as he'd hoped. Jake flashed a smile and introduced himself. Hey, I'm Jake from number 1. I'm from Shanghai City in Nan Province. This is just a little welcome to the neighborhood gift. Hope we can get along. Asterisk system scan. Exquisite pumpkin cake. First-time consumption permanently increases agility by 3 points. Asterisk, after checking the gift box for anything sus, the girl finally took it, replying with zero emotion, Yunbei Province. Ivy, Jake thought. Asterisk. Okay. Her voice is kinda cute, but she is seriously hard to talk to. Asterisk. Thinking fast, Jake totally makes up an excuse on the spot. Hey Ivy, mind if I come in for a sec? I'm kinda thirsty, could really use a cup of tea. I mean, what a ridiculously lame excuse, right? But Ivy didn't even question it, she just nodded. The second she cracked the door, Jake zipped inside like the Flash, followed the system's directions straight to her bedroom on the 2nd floor, probably at like 123 Elm Street, and finally found the treasure stash in a secret spot inside the bathroom, a place Ivy clearly hadn't even unpacked in yet. It's for real, the second egg. Jake quickly hid the treasure and sprinted back out. You know what? On second thought, I'm not thirsty anymore, so I'm gonna bounce. It was nice meeting you. See you at the opening ceremony tomorrow. And just like that, Jake vanished. Ivy just stared after him, totally confused, then noticed her bedroom door was open, where her dress and undies were just sitting on the bed. She couldn't help but wonder, was that dude some kind of perv? That night, back at 1 Victory Lane, the dragon egg finally hatched. Asterisk Jade Dragon contract, legend grade, level 1. Strength 122. Agility 153. Spirit 659. Stamina 216. Skill 1, Fountain of Life, gives the whole squad continuous health regen. Asterisk. Asterisk Skill 2, Jade Light, puts 3 layers of a Jade Blessing on someone, clears debuffs, and boosts all stats by 30%. Each layer can also block 1 hit. Skill 3, Natural Assimilation, can literally eat equipment and absorb its skills. Skill 4, Jade Dragon Bloodline, doubles all skill effects for. Asterisk. Asterisk, anyone with dragon blood. Also gives immunity to all debuffs and boosts self-regen by 5,000%. And Blood Pact, it connects our bloodlines, adding 10% of the dragon pet stats to me. Asterisk, holy crap, the Jade Dragon isn't a fighter. With over 600 spirit, it's a total support class, and that doubling effect means all the buffs on me and Shadow will be doubled. Back in the trial, that 30% boost from Dragon's encouragement pushed Shadow's spirit stats over 7,000 when she used the Great Cataclysm. If I add the doubling from Jade Light, that's a 60% stat increase. Her stats would be almost 12,000. Plus, this little guy can eat gear effects and make them its own. What? So, like, if it levels up or eats more gear later on, I can't even imagine how OP it'll get. Okay, but first things first. I gotta figure out what to name you. Jake looks up from his screen and sees the new Jade Dragon and Shadow already throwing tiny, adorable hands. Hey, you two, knock it off. Jake rushes over to break up the fight and picks up the little Jade Dragon. After thinking for a sec, he goes, I'm gonna call you Jade. Haha, yeah, Jade is a great name. You can be Shadow's little sister now. Jade chirped happily. Shadow, on the other hand, was not having it and started squawking in protest. The two little critters started growling at each other again, making Jake yell, Quiet! You're gonna wake everyone up. The next day was the school's opening ceremony. Since the lifestyle classes and the combat classes had different orientations, May had to split from Jake, Chloe, and Emma for a bit. Hey, Jake, why was your room so freaking loud last night? Oh, that's because. Jake was about to explain but got totally sidetracked by all the dudes around them drooling over Chloe and Emma. Dude, they're gorgeous. Either one of them could be the campus queen, no cap. Yo, if I could raid a secret realm with hotties like them, I could totally die happy. Keep dreaming, bro. You see that dude walking with them? He's probably taken. But there's 2 of them. No way they're both times his girlfriends, right? All the gossip was making Chloe blush, and she rushed into the auditorium. Yesterday, I asked Miss Gu, and she said hidden classes have to sit in the front row. Chloe said to Emma, feeling kind of bad as she walked to the front with Jake. So, I can't sit with you, Chloe. It's fine. I'll just sit in the back. As Jake was walking, he saw Derek and thought he looked super familiar. Asterisk man, that guy looks like I know him from somewhere. Oh, I remember now. He's that loudmouth Chiang master from the trial exam. Asterisk. Seeing Derek was also staring at him, Jake just gave him a friendly smile and walked past to take a seat in the front row. Derek was fuming, remembering the dean's voice. Asterisk, a guy like you thought you were the top scorer. Go check the list and see how big the gap is between you and Jake. Asterisk, the memory of that condescending look made Derek grit his teeth. Jake, I finally found you. You're the jerk who made me look like a total clown in front of the dean. Jake walked up to the front row and saw Ivy was already there, so he was like, hey, and gave her a little wave. Hearing this, Chloe was shocked. Wait, Jake, you two know each other? Kinda. She's Ivy, our neighbor from Villa number 2. Oh, so she's the one with the second highest score overall, right? Wow, she's so pretty and talented. Chloe couldn't help but sound totally impressed. A few minutes later, Vice Dean Xiao Shengming, a level 78 lightning mage from the combat class, started his opening speech. I'm the Vice Dean of Dragon Capital Academy and a professor here at the Magic Academy, Xiao Shengming. First, on behalf of the whole school, welcome, freshmen. Look, I'm not going to bore you with a bunch of fluff. All right, listen up, newbies. The instructors are passing out your new school IDs, so pay attention while I drop some knowledge about how things work here at Longdew Academy. This little card is basically your life. It's your proof of enrollment, but more importantly, it's where you stack your credit points. Think of them like cash, because you're going to need them for everything, like hitting up the school's secret dungeons or buying sweet gear and weapons. You're going to need those credit points, and your starting cash is based on how you did on that crazy entrance exam. Right then, some kid in the front row shoots his hand up. Excuse me, Vice Dean? The exams in different districts had, like, way different difficulty levels. So kids from easier districts will get more points, right? That's totally not fair. Peef, kid, please. The academy's already way ahead of you. So, here's the tea. Your credit points are calculated by taking your exam score and dividing it by a difficulty coefficient. We figured it out based on how hard each district's test was. The tougher the exam, the smaller the number you divide by. For example, this year's exam in the Southern District, down in Atlanta, was an absolute nightmare. So all you Georgia kids get to divide your scores by the lowest number, which is 96. Jake glanced at his ID, 13,539 points. He thought, damn, so this is all I've got to my name at Longdew Academy. But hold up, those points are just temporary. In 1 month, you've all got a freshman assessment exam that'll reset everything. And get this, the top 30 students with the highest scores get into the legendary Apex class. And let me tell you, getting into the Apex class is like winning the lottery. You get all the perks, access to exclusive, closed-off dungeons, first dibs on the sickest skills and gear, and wait for it, the right to move into the Mansion District. 2 guys behind Jake started whispering, the Apex class? Never even heard of it. Bro, does that mean we could live in one of the mansions? Hearing those guys buzzing behind him, Jake got a knot in his stomach. So, being number 1 means I'm in the Apex class for now. But if I slip up, I'll get kicked out of Mansion number 1 on Ocean Drive. The Vice Dean continued, I know you all won in the Apex class, but let me give you a reality check. Just because you get in doesn't mean you're safe. That's because any student can challenge an Apex class member for their spot. You win, you stay. You lose, the challenger takes your place, and you're out. Oh, and here's the kicker. Apex members can't refuse a challenge. Just then, a huge screen lit up with the current Apex class roster. It showed the top 30 students from the exams. And the number 1 spot belongs to the top scorer from the Southern District, Dragon Master Jake. Hearing his name, Jake just popped up and gave everyone a chill little wave. The whole room erupted. What? He's number 1? That scrawny dude? His class is Dragon Master? No way, he must have a freaking dragon. Dude, shut up, he'll hear you. What if he actually does? We'd be so screwed. Even a basic Earth Dragon would mess us up. Okay, that explains how he topped the Southern District exam. Hold up, I'm looking him up online, and there's nothing. No videos, no scores, 0. You think he's some rich Nepo baby who just bought his way in? Totally. I can only find stuff on Tyler, the guy who got 2nd place in their district. Whoa, look at this clip. Tyler's dragon is insane. Meanwhile, Tyler leaned over to Tina. Princess, what's the plan for this guy? We don't know what he's capable of yet. Let's just watch and probe him for now. Chloe heard the Vice Dean and got super worried. Jake, by putting you on blast like that, isn't he basically just painting a giant target on your back for everyone to challenge you? Jake just smirked and said, well, this is a whole vibe I wasn't expecting. The assembly finally ended. Jake was about to go check out the dungeon hall when some dude, Derek, got in his face. I'm challenging you. Jake raised an eyebrow. You want to challenge me? That's right. The Vice Dean said it herself. No member of the Apex class can refuse. Jake, if you really earn that top spot, then you won't be scared to face me, right? Derek scoffed, thinking. There's no footage of this guy's exam. He probably just spammed a bunch of weak wyverns to cheese the test. If I go straight for him, it's an easy win. Hearing Derek's challenge, Jake just laughed out loud. You're on. I accept. All right then, I'll bet 200 points. Jake almost laughed again. Just 200? Sheesh, I guess that's a lot for him. Thinking this, Jake gave a little smile and said, okay, 200 it is. Instantly, the friendly match between Jake and Derek became the hottest ticket on campus. Tina nudged Tyler. This is perfect. Pay close attention to his every move. You need to see exactly what he's made of. A little ways away, Shadow was wringing her hands. Is Jake gonna be okay? Chloe just smiled, totally unbothered. You've never seen Jake actually fight, have you? Just watch. Back on the makeshift arena in the school courtyard, Derek struck a pose, grinning like an idiot. I'll count to 3, then we go. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As he yelled, Derek channeled his energy, launching a charged chi strike skill. It's supposed to double the damage on a weak spot, but it just phased right through Jake's afterimage, leaving Derek completely shook. Wait, isn't that a blink skill? Only second-tier mages have that. How the heck does Jake have that move? Turns out, Jake used his Boots of the Sly Spirit to teleport instantly, making Derek's attack a total whiff. Jake just stood there, looking bored. I heard Chi Masters were supposed to be good at everything. Close range, long range. Is this seriously all you've got? That taunt sent Derek into a rage, and he immediately used his ultimate move. Ascending Chi Wave. It's a skill that spams energy waves, upping weak spot damage by 5% with each hit. Derek started laughing like a maniac. Haha, you're out of tricks now, aren't you? As long as I keep him from summoning his dragons, the second he messes up, I'll. But as Derek was busy gloating, he saw that Jake had dodged every single one of his chi waves. And worse, he looked like he was about to counterattack. Panicking, Derek used his rock-solid skill, burning all his chi to throw up a defensive shield. The more chi he uses, the stronger it gets. You can't break my rock-solid unless your strength is over 280. Derek thought with absolute certainty, right before he met a very bitter end. Jake shattered the barrier with a single kick and planted his foot right in Derek's stomach, sending him flying. The crowd went silent. Jaws were on the floor. He sent him flying with one kick. He didn't even use a skill, and he's a dragon tamer. He just bodied a chi master without even summoning a dragon. Is that it? Seriously? And here I thought we'd finally see some dragons. A girl looked at Derek, who was now bleeding on the ground. Oh my god, is he gonna be okay? Jake just looked disappointed and shook his head at his opponent. That was just sad. I wasn't even trying, and you're already down for the count. Tina grabbed Tyler's arm. Did you see that clearly? What are your chances against him? After hearing Tina's question, Tyler thought for a second. Jake still hasn't summoned his dragons. Based on his personal skills alone, I'd say I have a 30% chance, but with your buff, Princess, it jumps to 70%. Tina let out a small sigh of relief. That's not bad. The match was over, and Jake casually walked over and pulled out his ID card to collect his cash. A bet's a bet, my dude. You started this, so those 200 points are mine. A notification popped up, Longdew Academy ID card. Jake. Balance change, plus 200. Current balance, 13,739. Derek's eyes went wide with horror as he stared at the number. 13,739 times the Southern District's difficulty multiplier of 96. That means his real exam score is 1.3 million. Almost 1.3 million points. Even Tyler, in second place, only has 21,000. It was only then that Derek realized how completely out of his league he was. What a clown. The fight was over. Chloe and Shadow went back to the mansion to get Auntie May, while Jake posted up in the dungeon lobby to plan their next move. A little later, Auntie May came running in, totally frantic. Someone already challenged you? Little Jake, are you hurt? Jake just smiled. I'm good, don't worry, Auntie. Emma, who had tagged along, was still buzzing. You should have seen it. Jake sent that Derek guy flying like it was nothing. Haha, I told you guys he was strong. He's even tougher than my Uncle Gigi. Yo, if he's already that strong by himself, can you imagine how powerful his dragons are? My brain can't even compute it. Well, dragons are kind of beyond our imagination anyway, right? Jake cut in. All right, everyone's here. Check this out. I was looking at the dungeons the school offers, and this one gives the most XP. It's perfect for leveling up, Jake said, holding up a tablet. He looked a little annoyed. If it wasn't for that clown Derek challenging me, Shadow would have leveled up by now. Check it. Poisonous Spider Forest, a dread-level secret realm. Party limit is 5 or more people. Entry fee is 45 points. Auntie May read the info and her face went pale. Kids, even if you just brought me along to fill a spot, this is a level 45 dungeon. This isn't a game. If one thing goes wrong, we could actually die. Jake just smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Auntie. I promise I can get us all through it safely. Even so, she pointed out, including me, we only have 4 people. It says we need at least 5. Jake paused. Crap, he hadn't thought of that. Just as he was wondering who they could ask, Chloe subtly tilted her head towards a girl sitting alone not far away. Look, Jake, it's that girl from mansion number 2 on Palm Way. That's Ivy. Her total score is ranked second in the whole school. A level 45 dungeon should be a piece of cake for her. You should totally go ask her. Jake looked hesitant, but he trusted Chloe, so he took a deep breath and walked over to Ivy. But before he could even get a word out, he just said, "Hey," and she shot him a look of pure disgust. Oh, crap, Jake thought. She's definitely misunderstood me. But I gotta admit, the way I was acting when I was hunting for that dragon egg was pretty sus. Besides, talking to Ivy is like pulling teeth. She'll probably just say yes or get lost. Forcing the friendliest smile he could manage, Jake said, "Hey, I see you're looking at dungeons, just like us. So I was wondering if you want to join our party?" After a few seconds of dead silence, Ivy's face twisted into a disgusted scowl, and she said one word, "Pervert." The entire lobby went quiet. Every single person turned to stare at Jake like he was a monster. Auntie May gasped, "My dear Jake, what in God's name did you do to that poor girl?" "A misunderstanding? Oh my God, you guys. It's all times a misunderstanding, for real." Jake was trying to explain himself super fast, holding up his tablet to show Ivy the dungeon deets. "Look, I know the first time we met was kinda weird, but I'm legit just a normal dude. I swear. I promise. I saw you were looking for a dungeon group too, and I don't really know anyone else. We're literally one person short for the poisonous spider forest, so it would be clutch if we could team up, right?" And get this, the second she heard poisonous spider forest, Ivy was like, "Bet," and immediately accepted. The whole crew was so hyped. Jake let out this huge sigh of relief and even offered to pay her entry fee, but Ivy just shut him down flat. She just whips out her ID card, pays the fee herself, and strolls into the dungeon. The screen flashed, Ivy, Secret Realm, Poisonous Spider Forest, points consumed 45, remaining balance 874. Reading Ivy's info, Jake's mind was blown. Yo, she has over times 8,000 times points. I don't know the difficulty numbers for Yunbei, but even with the craziest 96 coefficient from Nam Province, Ivy's score would still be over 800,000. She's an absolute beast, no cap. So one by one, the party jumped into the dungeon. The moment they were inside, May couldn't help but cover her nose. "Oh my God, you guys. The air in here smells worse than a dumpster behind a seafood restaurant on a hot day." Jake just looked at the path ahead and said, "Welp, looks like this is the spot." The group followed the path deeper into the forest. Along the way, a super curious Emma asked, "Jake, my guy, why'd you pick this times dungeon? It's level 45 and on dreadful difficulty, you psycho." I looked through all the options in the lobby, and literally none of them had a higher level or gave out more experience points than this one. Hearing his answer, Emma got a little flustered. "Ah, well, that's not what I meant. Hold up. If we're here to power level, then I definitely have to share these with everyone." May smiled, all cheerful, and pulled out this huge bag of cookies. Traveler's cookies, y'all. Perfect quality food. The effect? For 3 hours after eating, you get a 20% boost to experience points gained. This is sick. With these cookies to help, we'll hit the next level in no time. She was bragging hard. I found the recipe for these in a blueprint my life profession instructor gave me. Not many people can craft them. Luckily, my profession gets a buff that gives a super high success rate. So, I totally nailed it on my first try. May boasted proudly, then walked over to offer our Ice Queen Ivy a cookie she had made. "Wait, did you also make that cake from before?" Ivy asked. "You mean the pumpkin pie?" "Yup, that was me. If you like it, I can totally make more for you. Sister May is an amazing cook, and we literally live so close, like, down on Elm Street in Chicago, so you're welcome to visit anytime," Chloe said with a huge grin. Ivy was a little surprised at first, but then a smile actually, unconsciously, graced her usually ice-cold face. At that very moment, Jake heard a sound from the bushes nearby and immediately warned his teammates. "Everyone, get ready. A monster totally noticed us." Realizing it had been spotted, the monster stopped hiding and revealed itself. It was a level 40 black-scaled python. 9,120 experience points. Materials. Python's Poison Fang, worth 1,745. Its abilities, Poison Fang, which hits you with a stack of poison and each stack lowers your max health by 10%. And Death Coil, which straight up chokes you out, incapacitating you and draining 10% of your health every 5 seconds. Yikes. The moment she saw the monster, Emma just charged forward like a lunatic. A panicked Chloe saw this and tried to stop her. "Emma, wait." But Emma wasn't listening and just kept charging, attacking the monster. As a result, her sword strike was like a mosquito, trying to bite a tank. It only made the python madder. The monsters here are all level 40 or higher, guys. These aren't something we can just clown on easily. I can whip up some food to boost our resistance, but I'll need to go find ingredients. "Nah, don't even trip," Jake jumped in. "You all just focus on the fight. Leave these problems to me." As he spoke, power started glowing in Jake's hand, and poof, little Jade was summoned. Jade's tiny little appearance left his teammates totally bewildered. This was especially true for Emma, who had never seen Jake's dragon before. "Oh my god, it's a great dragon. Stop climbing on my head. You're too playful, Jade," Jake said, totally doting on his pet dragon. "Wait, that's not Shadow. Does Jake have two dragons?" Emma was freaking out. "Jake, where did this dragon come from? How come I've never seen it before?" The python was not about to give them time for a Q&A session, though. And seeing Emma's guard was down, it lunged to attack. Seeing this, Jake immediately commanded Jade to unleash Jade Light, placing 3 stacks of Jade Blessing on her, which removed all debuffs and jacked up all of her stats by 30%. Each stack of the Blessing can block 1 hit of damage. Thanks to the spell, Emma managed to cheat death, but the force of the bite still sent her tumbling backward. "Emma, let me heal you." Chloe rushed over to her. At that moment, Emma was shook, realizing that the damage had just been completely cancelled. "That's right," Jake explained. "With Jade here, everyone can fight without a care in the world. There's absolutely no need to be concerned about debuffs or injuries whatsoever. Jade removes debuffs, blocks damage, and boosts stats all in one skill. Dude, that's even crazier than a second advancement priest." Emma chimed in, totally agreeing. "The Dragon Clan is seriously OP. A dragon that small can already straight up negate damage and even boost all of my stats." Suddenly, the python lunged towards Chloe and Emma. Jake was about to charge in to save them when a flash of light from behind him shot straight through the monster's head, instantly deleting it from existence. While everyone was still stunned, Ivy, who was standing behind them, recalled her blade and issued a warning. "Don't waste any more time. We're being targeted." This was Ivy, a level 21 hidden combat class, a sword master wielding the blood-breaking sword, an epic grade level 21 weapon. A class exclusive to the sword master class, no less. It grants plus 3,947 strength, plus 126 agility, has an armor break effect that ignores 30% of the target's defense, and a swiftness effect that increases sword control speed by 40%. So, this is how a sword master throws down, Jake thought. As expected, the number 2 player is an absolute unit. As Jake was silently fanboying over Ivy, he noticed her expression suddenly turned dead serious as she sent her sword flying in another direction. Jake followed the sword's path and spotted a silver-armored spider about to ambush May. So, he immediately dove and tackled May out of the way. But unlike last time, this strike from Ivy only managed to deflect the monster's attack, failing to do any damage. The system then displayed its info. Silver-armored spider, level 45, experience 15,750. Materials: silver armor shell worth 415 gold. Poison fangs, a target hit by the bite gets 1 stack of poison. Each stack reduces the target's max HP by 10%. And pincher leg pierce, where it swings its 4 limbs to simultaneously stab 2 targets. If it fails to hit, the skill reactivates 1 more time. Silver armor, immune to armor-breaking effects. The silver-armored spider let out a screech, then switched its target to Ivy, attacking with its pincher leg pierce skill, but it kept missing because Ivy was moving way too fast. "Ivy, watch out," Jake yelled, then charged in and clapped the monster with 1 strike. "Focus. It's not the only one. What's more, it's not just these spiders. There are black web hunters here, too." Ivy was simultaneously wielding 2 weapons, the Army Breaker Greatsword and the Frostwater Sword, to deal with a horde of monsters. Army Breaker Greatsword, epic grade, a level 21 weapon exclusive to the Swordmaster class. Its skill, Mountain Shaker, deals 210% physical damage and splashes 21% of that damage to enemies around it. Frostwater Sword, exquisite grade, a level 14 weapon exclusive to the Swordmaster class. Its skill, Bone-Chilling Frost, deals ice elemental damage and slows the target's movement speed by 30%. Black Web Hunter, level 45. Experience points, 39,110. Material, spider, worth 7,519 dragon coins. Poison Fangs, a target hit by the bite gets a stack of poison, and each stack drops your max HP by 10%. And Binding Web, which tightly wraps you up, and you'll be unalive after 60 seconds. While fighting side by side with Ivy, Jake asked curiously, "All of your weapons are class-bound. They look super unique. Swordmasters can craft their own weapons, and they level up with me right from level 1. But this is not the time for a sales pitch," Ivy said, while dodging an attack from a silver-armored spider, at the same time using Bone-Chilling Frost to deal ice damage and slow the target's movement speed by 30%. This class is kinda like a Dragon Master. One levels up dragons, while the other levels up weapons. As Jake was thinking this over, he spotted a silver-armored spider about to launch a sneak attack on Ivy. So, he immediately ordered Jade to activate Jade Light while he himself charged forward with his weapon to block the monster's blow. Having been saved, Ivy immediately used Mountain Shaker, sending the monster straight to Spider Heaven and getting a 30% stat buff. Thanks, Jake replied with a smile, thinking to himself. The Blood-Breaking Sword is for agile armor piercing. The Frostwater Sword is for crowd control, and this last one is for defense and damage buffs. With 3 swords working together, the Sword Master is a total all-around class. Just then, May's scream grabbed Jake and Ivy's attention. Emma, protect May. Chloe shouted to Emma as the 3 of them were getting swarmed by spiders. There are still so many of these silver-armored spiders. I'll take care of them. You go find the Black Web Hunter, Jake delegated to Ivy, then ran with Jade to help Chloe's group. Everyone, watch out for the Binding Web skill. If you get caught in that, you could seriously die. Ivy was distracted, watching Jake, and got hit by a sneak attack which shattered the 3 layers of armor from Jade and left her injured. Seeing that Ivy still decided to run off and find the Black Web Hunter, Jake quickly stopped her. Wait, Ivy, you're hurt. Don't charge in there by yourself. Jade, quick, heal her. Before Jake could even finish, Chloe urged him. Jake, go with Ivy. With the Jade Light, we'll be totally fine here. All right, I'm counting on you two then. With that, Jake and Jade took off after Ivy. There you are, let me help. As he spoke, he ordered Jade to release the Jade Light, creating a phantom shield and buffing Ivy. I can handle this on my own. Ivy had barely finished boasting when she saw the hunter. The Black Web Hunter attacked her with its binding web. Just as Ivy thought she was toast, Jake dashed in front of her, then activated Dragon Claw, transforming his arm into that of a dragon. With a single slash, it tore right through the net and messed up the monster. Ivy was just stunned by this sight. We're only 1 rank apart, yet his personal attack power is just as strong as my full-power Mountain Shaker. Oh my god, you guys, smash that like button if you think Jake is a total beast. Let's do this, Jake yelled, and bam, they both went in for the kill. Jake was channeling some serious dragon energy into his halberd, and with that slick ring of the spirit wind boosting his speed by a crazy 35%, his attack was absolutely epic. Ivy wasn't playing around either, hitting it with both her Mountain Shaker and Blood-Breaking Sword, just shredding its armor, and moving her blade like a blur to finish that thing off. Just like that, Jade hit level 3. Yes, my girl's already at level 3, Jake cheered. After this, she'll probably hit level 5. Easy. Watching Jake cooing over his little dragon, Ivy felt weird. Like, what is this feeling? The power gap between them was insane, but she felt totally chill, wild. Ivy thought, never thought I'd be the one getting carried like this. Just as Jake was about to open his mouth, Chloe and the crew showed up. Jake, Ivy, we smoked those silver-armored spiders. Hey, did someone just level up or what? But Jake didn't run over. He turned to Ivy and was like, yo, you're a total beast, but we don't leave teammates hanging. Ever. Then Chloe shouted, Jake, quick, your big dragon has a healing spell, right? And just like that, Jay dropped his Spring of Life, and everyone's health bars shot right back up. Whoa, I'm totally juiced. I could do this all day, someone yelled. Ha, bro, Jake, your head is literally glowing green, someone else laughed. Jade, maybe skip this dude next time, Jake joked back. Watching them all goofing off, Ivy actually cracked a smile. Huh, she thought, maybe this whole team thing isn't so cringe after all. Fast forward a few hours, and Emma was just staring at her tablet like it was written in another language. Guys. The map just stops, Emma said, totally confused. Are we at the end? 'Cause it looks like there's a whole block party of dungeon ahead of us, right, Jake? But Jake was just dead silent, staring down into this massive pit. Chloe followed his gaze and gasped. Oh my god, that has to be the boss's lair. Right on cue, the system stats popped up, Screaming Spider Matriarch, level 45. Ability 1, 1 net annihilation. Spits out some super sticky web. And it ties up everyone in range. Get stuck for 60 seconds straight, and you're toast. Then there's Poison Spit, which drops a nasty puddle of toxic goo. Stand in it, and you start stacking poison that drains 5% of your health per stack. Oh, and it gets worse. Absorb and Regenerate. It literally eats its own spider babies, and each one heals it for 5% health. And then there's Group Frenzy, where it makes all its little minions gang up on one person, boosting all their stats by 15% for a full 60 seconds. Plus, it moves faster inside its own web. So yeah, we're screwed. Jake took it all in, totally silent. Okay, he finally said, his voice low. Absorb and Regenerate. Group Frenzy. Both skills use the other spiders. So plan A is simple. We take out the trash first. Meanwhile, May was about to peek over the edge into that nightmare-fueled pit when Chloe gently stopped her. May, girl, I really don't think you want to see this. Emma nodded, adding, yeah, if you're not a combat major, it's a lot. But May shook her head, her face set. If I can't take it, I'll learn to. You guys are always protecting me. If I can't even look at the enemy, I'll just be dead weight when the fighting starts. But of course, the second she looked down and saw a literal sea of creepy crawlies, she booked it to the nearest tree and totally lost her lunch. Jake just kinda chuckled. Guess reality bites. Huh. Alright, for real though. We can't even get close to the boss until we clear out every last one of these little freaks. I'll handle it, Ivy offered immediately. Emma was already tapping away at her tablet. Okay, so, found a guide from another team. They said to have ranged players pull the mobs one by one until they're all gone, then go for the boss. But it says that'll take at least 4 days. May's face fell. 4 days? Oh no, the snacks I packed will only last for 1 day. Well, if we get hungry, are you guys down for some roasted spider legs? Chloe's face turned pale. No. I am not eating spiders. Chill. We're not going to do it their way, Jake said with a smirk. And just like that, he summoned Shadow, who went full on destruction dragon mode. All right, Shadow, light him up. Great Catastrophe 1. Shadow roared, flying over the pit, leaving a trail of fiery explosions and basically napalming everything below with massive AoE burn damage. Instantly, the pit turned into a giant barbecue for spiders. Emma, who'd never seen Shadow before, was completely freaked. A fire dragon? So that's the great dragon you guys were talking about. Even Ivy could feel the insane power rolling off Shadow in waves. And while everyone was still shook by that display, Jake was like, but wait, there's more, and brought out Jade. Hit that like button if you love a good dramatic entrance. Alright, Jade, let's juice up your big bro. What do you say? Jake said. Jade let out a little roar, and bam, popped 3 skills at once, Jade Dragon Bloodline, Jade Light, and Dragon's Encouragement, all hitting Shadow. Suddenly, the fire dragon got even more terrifying, just going on a total rampage. Chloe, Emma, you guys protect my Aunt May, Jake yelled. Ivy, you're with me. We're taking on Mama Spider. Shadow, to me, Jake commanded. Shadow was on it, unleashing Great Catastrophe 2, dive bombing right into the thick of it for huge damage. Then it followed up with Great Catastrophe 3, a massive crash landing that just vaporized everything in a huge blast. Ivy watched the whole thing go down, completely stunned. 3 insane AoE attacks back to back, she thought. I'm so close to this thing. I can literally feel my skin about to melt from the heat. The little spiders started scrambling up the walls, trying to escape Shadow's firestorm. Chloe, Jake yelled up, sounding worried. You guys good? Chloe and Emma were already blasting spiders off the ledge. We got this. Chloe yelled back. You two just focus on the boss. Hearing that, Jake and Ivy finally charged the boss. But that giant spider wasn't just going to sit there. It immediately hawked a loogie of poison right at them. Jade threw up a shield of light, but while Jake was making sure Ivy was covered, the boss shot a web right at him. He was fast enough to slice it, but still got clipped. Ouch. Thinking fast, Jake let Jade get a taste of his blood to power up, then yelled, Shadow, Universal Incineration 1. The dragon let out a roar, and with a flap of its wings, 4 massive fire tornadoes shot out, wrecking everything in their path. He has even more skills? Ivy thought, her mind blown. This kind of power could level a city. It could probably take out all of downtown Miami, maybe the whole state. Jake had pretty much soloed the entire spider army. All that XP from the little guys shot Jade right up to level 5, unlocking a new skill, Jade Blessing. Get this, it puts 3 stacks of Jade Dragon Aura on someone, juicing up the damage of their next 3 hits. Jake was just about to have Jade try it out when her whole body started glowing, and she transformed. Just like Shadow, Jade got a sick new form and a massive power-up. But there was no time to celebrate, because the boss spider lunged, swinging its giant legs at Jake and Ivy. Just then, the buff from Jade's Blessing hit Ivy, and she instantly went on the offensive, striking with 3 swords at once. And get this, all 3 blades went straight times through the boss's tough hide. Ivy was totally shocked. A minute ago, her sword could barely scratch those silver spiders, and now she was slicing through the main boss like it was butter. The Jade Blessing didn't just make her stronger, it literally gave her attacks the power of a dragon. Atta girl, Jade. New skill and a new look at only level 5, Jake said, giving her a happy little pat. He was thinking, whoa, Ivy's attack was totally infused with dragon power. What would happen if I put that buff on? Shadow. Just then, more poison spray. Jake dodged and yelled, Jade, hit Shadow with the Jade Blessing. Now. The second the buff hit, Shadow unleashed a freaking hurricane of fire right at the boss. While the Spider Queen was getting roasted and blown away, Jake, Ivy, and Jade all rushed in together for the final blow. Boom. Boss deleted. After the dust settled, Jake hit level 23, Shadow hit 18, and Jade hit 7. Then, out of nowhere, Ivy asked, Jake, what was your score on the last placement test? Oh, I think it was like 1,300,000 or something, Jake said casually. Ivy's jaw dropped. With his kind of power, it should have been way higher. I couldn't help it, Jake said with a grin. 1,300,000 is literally the max score you can get on nightmare mode. Then he yelled up, Chloe, Emma, bring Aunt May down, it's safe. Ivy was just standing there, thinking. Her score was only half of Jake's, but the real gap in their power felt like the Grand Canyon. It seemed impossible to ever catch up. In the end, with May's epic snack buffs, the team totally one-shot the dungeon. Everybody leveled up, and they scored a ton of sweet loot and materials. As for Ivy, maybe she really did need a team. Or maybe this was just a feeling she'd never had before. So, for the first time ever, the number 2 ranked student, Ivy, officially joined their crew. To celebrate, they threw a massive party back at Jake's villa on Rodeo Drive. May cooked up a feast, and the whole place was just filled with good vibes and laughter. Seriously, guys, smash that subscribe button if you love seeing a team come together like this. The next few days were pretty chill. Jake settled into life at Longed Academy, studying combat theory and grinding that same dungeon in his spare time to level up. With the freshman assessment just 2 days away, Jake's crew was looking seriously OP. I'm talking Shadow at level 19, Jade at level 14, Jake himself at level 25, Emma and Chloe both at 22, May hitting level 18, and Ivy and her sword at a solid level 24. Alright, that's a wrap for today, Jake announced. Emma, time for the loot box. On it. Emma yelled, running to the chest and popping it open. She let out a massive scream. Oh my god, it finally dropped. After grinding for nearly a month, they got the full Poison Spider set for Ivy, the super rare set that requires level 20 and the Swordsman class. The 2-piece bonus gives your attacks a chance to shoot a web and trap an enemy for 60 seconds. And the 4-piece bonus, it poisons anyone you've trapped, burning 5% of their health every 5 seconds. It's insane. That's so sick, Chloe cheered. You're totally gonna crush your ranking in the assessment now. Should we call it a day? It's still pretty early. I can go start on dinner, May offered. Chloe was all for it. Totally. No point grinding anymore. The assessment's tomorrow, so we should go home, crash, and get ready. But the second Jake stepped out of the dungeon portal, he saw Guan waiting for him. Student Liu, he said stiffly, please come with me. Vice Principal Xiao has something super important he wants to tell you. Like, really important. And right before the freshman assessment, too, Kyle just smiled and was like, you'll see when we get there. On the way to the VP's office, Jake overheard a couple of students whispering, Yo, did you hear? Some top student from the Azure Cloud class just set a new evaluation score, something like 73 derricks. Yeah, bruh, I already heard. Noticing Jake's totally confused face, Kyle just laughed and asked, You want to know what they're gossiping about? Jake replied, a little embarrassed. Lately, I'm either in class or grinding in a dungeon, so yeah, I'm totally out of the loop on what they're saying. It's all because you and that Derek kid started that score betting challenge. So now everyone knows they can get points from challenges and bets. We're calling it the new evaluation method. The freshmen are basically fighting all the time now, and the winner gets points while the loser can't even afford lunch from the school cafeteria. So, what's this 73 Derek's thing they're talking about? Oh, that? It's using your match with Derek as the standard. Derek's strength is 1 unit, so you're 100 Derek's, and he's 1 Derek. Kyle pointed to Derek, who was literally mopping the floor not too far away. Now he's got to do janitor duty around the school, but at least he can still earn enough points to eat. A minute later, Kyle drops Jake off at the vice principal's office and bounces. The second he sees Jake, the VP gets straight to business about that national trial the Academy mentioned. Apparently, it's been confirmed and it's starting way sooner than expected. Originally, the national trial was supposed to be in Jinyu City in the Tai Chi Kingdom in 5 months, but the hosts just cut the prep time down to only 2 months. The Tai Chi Kingdom also just announced they're sending the Jin family's oldest son, Jin Xianghan. Get this. That guy is expected to hit level 60 in a month and finish his 3rd job advancement. Jake immediately figured it out. So the Tai Chi Kingdom wants to wait until after he gets his 3rd job advancement to start the trial. Exactly. Most of the competitors from other countries will have only hit their 2nd job advancement when the trial starts. So the W is basically handed to Jin Chenghan. Vice Principal Xiao slammed his hand on the table, totally pissed. Jake silently agreed. For real, the gap between the 3rd and 2nd job advancements isn't just about levels. It's the insane special abilities you get. The Jin family is playing so dirty. Just then, Vice Principal Xiao kept talking. For this kind of unfair BS to happen after everything the Academy promised, I'm really sorry. In 2 months, you'll be level 30 at best with your 2nd job advancement, and you'll have to go up against a bunch of people over level 50. It could be seriously dangerous, man. In past national trials, the Dragon Kingdom has always won. So, we've always had the biggest target on our backs, and now our prep time has been cut short. It's a setup. Jake, Do you still want to be in the national trial? But instead of being scared like the VP thought, Jake looked totally unfazed and even answered with major confidence. Vice Principal Xiao, this is my shot to get into the big leagues of the Dragon Kingdom's top players. Of course, I want in. I don't just want to participate. I'm going to win. Vice Principal Xiao just stared at Jake, like he was trying to see if he was for real. After a second, he broke into a smile and said, "All right, if you're all in, then I'll make sure you have everything you need. You gotta give it your all in the freshman assessment." The next day, it was time for the assessment. Vice Principal Xiao stood on the stage to announce the rules of the competition. I'm not gonna say much. Just follow the rules. The rules for the assessment will now be announced. It's two-person teams battling it out on stage. His words immediately sent the students into a frenzy. Wait, it's a team battle? I'm so screwed. Ha. I told you to team up with me. I'll carry. You're both support classes, you goofball. At this moment, Chloe breathed a huge sigh of relief. Oh, that's perfect. The requirement isn't more than 5 people, and since none of us are combat classes anyway, that's just enough for 2 teams. On the stage, Vice Principal Xiao continued his speech. I know a lot of you don't have a clue about teamwork yet, but it's not too late. The preliminary rounds start this afternoon, and we'll announce the top 100 teams tomorrow night. Any team that wants to register now can sign up with their advisor. After the speech, everyone started scrambling to form teams. I'm the number 3 dual swordsman. I've had my eye on you since the freshman assembly. For this assessment, how about you team up with me? Well, definitely. Some dude trying to act all cool made his pitch, but before he could even finish, Ivy cut him off cold. Pass, she said, then just walked over to join Jake's group. Classic. At that moment, Jake suggested, how about I team up with Chloe, and Ivy teams up with Emma? The scene then flashes forward to the next day at the freshman assessment prelims, where Tyler and Tina have become this insane power couple, winning 28 matches in a row. Our team is in the top 7 now, depending on the next match. Do you think we can take on the number 1 team? Tina just smiled and said, it won't be long. My older brother, Jin Chang Han, is coming to visit me. When he does, I'll recommend you to him. But you have to hit rank 1 first. Only then can I put in a good word for you. Don't you worry, princess. I'll make it happen. Just then, the ref announced. The next match is about to begin. The opponents this time are the 18th ranked team, Tyler and Tina, versus the number 1 ranked team, Jake and Ivy. The announcement made the whole crowd go absolutely nuts. A battle of 2 dragons, 2 dragon tamers, the number 1 and number 2 ranked students on the same team. Even Tyler and Tina looked shocked by this completely overpowered combo. Flashing back to before, when Jake had suggested teaming up with Chloe while Ivy teamed with Emma so everyone could get a good rank. Chloe totally shut it down. Don't even worry about it. Jake, you and Ivy need to team up and go for first place. That's the only way you can both keep your number 1 and 2 spots. Emma chimed in too, saying, yeah, I don't want to drag you guys down either. Seeing Jake still looked unsure, Chloe pushed him. Seriously, don't worry about us. Emma and I will do our best. Returning to the present, Chloe was cheering her head off from the stands. Jake, go get first place. Jake just cracked his knuckles, then looked over with a smirk. Ivy, taking first place shouldn't be a problem, right? Smash that like button if you think they're gonna win. Ivy just shot back. Duh, of course not. So, rewind like. A few minutes ago, Jake was just chilling in the waiting room at the arena on First Street, getting bored and messing around with some old treasure maps. For real, all the maps he got from the Dragon's Gate Academy were super low tier and for places out in the boonies, so he was like, might as well try combining them. And, oh my god, it actually worked. It created a high-grade treasure map for a place called the Flying Dragon Graveyard, a level 45 to 60 zone. He was like, whoa, never even heard of this place. I gotta check this out later. Just then, the announcer's voice blasted over the speakers. Next up is match number 18. Team Tyler and Tina versus team number 1, Jake and Ivy. Hearing that, Jake just flashed a smirk at Ivy and was like, that's our cue. Let's hit the stage. But yo, even though this is just an evaluation, we can't get sloppy. Back in the present, the crowd was totally buzzing. You could hear people whispering, oh my god, look, it's the number 1 ranked Jake, and he's teamed up with the number 2 campus beauty, Ivy. Bro, just hand them the championship trophy now. What's even the point of fighting? Nah, I wouldn't be so sure, dude. That Tyler kid is on a 28-match winning streak. And besides, the champs in the past years were never the top-ranked players. Seeing Tyler for the first time, Ivy looked over at Jake, a little worried. I heard our opponent is also a Dragon Master. You sure you got this? Jake just grinned back. How about we make it interesting? A little bet. I bet I can take them both down all by myself. Ivy was totally shook. Wait, for real? Without me helping, and you're not even gonna summon your dragon? That's a crazy bet. You know, back in that creepy spider forest, I realized our classes are actually super similar. Okay, deal. But if I win, you have to spill the tea on your Swordmaster class secrets. Bet, and just like that, the match was on. The second the ref gave the signal, Tyler and his dragon charged right at them. I've been waiting for this day, Jake. You're not going to be walking all over me anymore. From now on, there can only be one dragon master in this town, and it's going to be me. Tyler lunged with his spear like lightning, but PFFT, it went right through an afterimage of Jake. While Tyler was still trying to figure out what the heck just happened, he heard Jake yell over to his partner, "See, Ivy. Too late to back out of our bet now." With that, Jake threw a nasty kick, then activated his dragon claw. Combined with his dragon blood armor transformation, his whole arm morphed into this insane dragon talon. He delivered a killer uppercut to Tyler's dragon, sending it staggering back all dizzy. Tyler glanced over and saw Ivy just chilling on the sidelines with her arms crossed, and he got so triggered. He screamed, "Your teammate isn't even fighting, and you haven't summoned your dragon. What is this? Are you mocking me?" Jake just smirked and shot back. "Relax, bro. It's just a little bet, that's all. Why would I need to go all out against two total scrubs?" And that's when Tina just burst out laughing. "Jake, I finally get my payback today. You arrogant, low-class nobody. How dare you insult me?" As she said it, her eyes looked straight up murderous. "Today, you're gonna pay double for everything. Armored Earth Dragon, get him." At Tina's command, the Earth Dragon roared and charged at Jake like a freight train. Jake was just like, "Yo, your Earth Dragon's missing a fang on one side. It looks totally unbalanced. Here, let me just fix that for you." As he spoke, Jake whipped out his weapon and used his skill, Dragon Fang Strike. He channeled all his dragon energy into this one insane blow and slammed it right into the Earth Dragon. The hit was so powerful it didn't just hurt the dragon. It literally shattered the ground under its feet. The students watching were losing their minds. Holy moly, did you just see that? He stopped a dragon in its tracks with his own strength. But dude, that's an Earth Dragon. A dragon is a dragon. Doesn't he know how huge the power gap is between a human and a dragon? Seriously, how strong is Jake? This is completely insane. Even Tyler, who was right there in the fight, was just frozen, completely dumbfounded by what he just saw. "What are you just standing there gawking for? Hurry up and take him out." Tina's scream snapped Tyler back to reality. He was like, "Right, as you command." He then ordered the Earth Dragon to use its sweep attack, swinging its giant tail to smash everything in a huge arc. At the same time, he used Dragon Spear Strike, channeling his own dragon energy for a massive blow and launched a pincer attack with his dragon, aiming right for Jake. Dude was probably thinking, "We're both dragon masters, he can't have some OP teleport skill. Caught between a rock and a hard place, right?" Nah. For a guy like Jake, rocking flicker boots, this was basically a Tuesday. After blinking away like it was nothing, Jake just casually plopped down on a rock near the bleachers at what looked like the old high school stadium over on Elm Street and hit Tyler with a smirk, like, "So, are you and your pet lizard gonna actually make me try?" Or, Tina was watching this whole thing go down, totally shook, thinking, "Okay, that Earth Dragon's stats are literally off the charts, like several times stronger than a normal monster at its level. And Jake is not only holding it back, he's fighting another Dragon Master at the SAME. Dang, time. Get back here, you useless piece of trash." Tina screamed, totally losing it. "Jake hasn't even summoned his dragon, and he's not even letting his teammate help, and you're still getting clowned in front of everybody. How am I supposed to introduce you to my brother when you're this pathetic? You want to roll with the big dogs in the Tai Chi Kingdom looking like this? You want to be the strongest dragon master? Yeah, in your dreams." She started chanting some crazy spell. "Thanks to you, this princess has to get her hands dirty and save us from this absolute train wreck." Watching this drama unfold, Jake just frowned, thinking, "Wait a sec. Is this that sketchy power-up she used to turn her servant into a monster last time?" And as the Earth Dragon started getting swole, Jake knew he was right. Yup, she was using that freaky growth hack again. After Tina's juiced-up spell hit, the armored dragon went full-on beast mode, and the crowd went wild. "Whoa, what is going on with that dragon? It looks like something straight out of hell. It's gotta be Tyler's teammate. Its power level just shot through the freaking roof. I think she's a foreign exchange student, but man, that skill looks seriously messed up. Why hasn't Jake summoned his dragon yet? For real, I want to see a dragon-on-dragon throwdown on the arena floor." Suddenly, Ivy summoned two swords that just floated next to her, looking epic. Army Breaker. An epic sword, level 24. Class requirement, Swordmaster. This bad boy deals 240% physical damage with 24% splash damage to anyone nearby. Then, the epic blood-breaking sword. Level 24, also for Swordmasters. This one's got armor penetration, letting her attacks ignore 32% of the opponent's defense. Plus, swiftness, which boosts her sword control speed by a crazy 42%. Ivy was about to charge in, but Jake just held up a hand to stop her. Ivy, chill. I got these two clowns. Don't forget what we talked about. Ivy hesitated, but I've seen this skill before. The price for that power is not pretty. It messes you up. With that, Jake stepped up to face the roided-out dragon. Across the field, Tina was barking orders at Tyler. Hurry up and flatten him for me, you hear me? Tyler just mumbled, as you command. He then sixed the dragon on Jake, but Jake just stood there, completely unfazed. Behind them, Tina was grinding her teeth, glaring at Jake with pure venom in her eyes. I'm gonna take your Hawklong back, and I'm gonna turn you back into the nobody you are. If you don't want to get crushed, then summon your dragon. Come on, aren't your stats high enough to handle my pet now, Mr. Big Shot? Tina's voice suddenly died in her throat when she saw Jake finally make a move. All he did was raise one arm toward the dragon and softly chant, Draconic Magic, Rage of the Ice Dragon King. The Rage of the Ice Dragon King is no joke. It blasts a freezing chill over a huge area, dealing damage and slapping targets with slow and freeze effects. The longer you charge it, the worse it gets. And in the next second, this massive, ghost-like Ice Dragon King appeared behind Jake. It opened its mouth and let out a roar that sent waves of pure frost blasting everywhere. The dragon, being closest to Jake, got flash frozen on the spot. Tina and Tyler were further back, so they didn't turn into popsicles, but you could see their breath misting in the air. The cold was so intense that even the audience in the stands was shivering, yelling, Whoa, I'm suddenly freezing. The temperature just dropped like 20 degrees in here. Is that Jake's dragon pet? It looks way cooler than Tyler's. Nah, dude, that's a phantom. It's not real. Looks like a magic skill. Holy crap, my man is a hybrid build. He's got physical and magical attacks. The chaos in the stands didn't even faze Jake. After dropping that magic bomb, he just raised his sword. Guys, if you think Jake is an absolute legend, do me a solid and smash that like button. His sharp gaze locked onto Tina. You know, your little dark magic trick really did pump that dragon's stats way higher than mine. But whoever told you that having bigger numbers means you can crush me? And you still want to take my Hawklong? Please, you're not even worthy. With that, Jake zipped forward so fast Tina couldn't even blink and slashed with his sword. Princess, watch out, Tyler screamed. He dove in front of Tina to block Jake's attack and then yelled, Dragon, attack. Hearing its master, the dragon opened its mouth and blasted a fireball right at Jake. But Jake was already gone, vanishing right before the flames hit. An instant later, he reappeared right behind the dragon. Wow, what a loyal little puppy, Jake thought to himself. Once again, he stretched his hand towards the dragon and started chanting some insane draconic spell. Roar of the Blue Dragon King. Get this. The roar of the Blue Dragon King shoots out this massive lightning shockwave, dealing crazy damage and paralyzing whatever it hits. Plus, his next attacks get juiced up with 20 stacks of the lightning attribute, and each hit uses one stack and has a 20% chance to paralyze the opponent again. Once again, the audience saw a massive phantom dragon appear behind Jake, but this time, it was an electric blue one. Then they saw a bolt of lightning just slam into the dragon, making it roar in pain. That's insane. Jake just pulled out another new magic spell. Yeah, and it's not just regular magic, it's that super rare draconic magic. First, he was taking on that dragon with his bare hands, and now he's slinging spells without even summoning his pet. Yup, it's official. Tyler's winning streak is about to be cancelled. But while the crowd was hyped down on the field, Tyler's face was a mask of pure disbelief and fear. He was just thinking, How? How is this possible? We're both supposed to be dragon masters, so why is there this massive gap between us? Just then, Jake teleported back to his spot, facing Tyler and Tina, and slowly asked, You know, I've been wondering something this whole fight. Why is it that from the very beginning, you've never used any skill other than Dragon Spear Strike? A terrified Tina, hiding behind Tyler like a coward, shrieked, Tyler, what are you just standing there for? Hurry up and make that thing fight. Jake completely ignored her. He ran his hand along his sword, coating it in crackling lightning while staring down Tyler. Dragon Spear, Strike and my Dragon Fang Strike. Yeah, they're a little different, but that's just because we use different weapons, dude. They're basically the same skill. But why don't you ever use Dragon Claw or Dragon Bone Dance? Tyler was completely stunned, thinking, Dragon Claw. Dragon Bone Dance, are those his original skills? Seeing Tyler just standing there like a statue, Tina went ballistic. This useless trash is just like Kyle. You swore you'd get revenge for me. Do something. As for Jake, seeing the look on Tyler's face, he just smiled. Looks like your little contract with that dragon didn't unlock all the skills for you, huh? It's not that you don't use them. It's that you can't. Just give up, man. You have zero chance of winning. We're just built different, you and I. Tyler hung his head and whispered, That's enough. Jake frowned and tried to talk some sense into him. Look, You and I don't have some crazy beef. You don't have to sell your soul and be her little slave. And you definitely don't have to be my enemy. Hearing that, Tyler's head snapped up, his eyes bloodshot, and he screamed, "Enough. Not only are you standing in my way of becoming the strongest, but you have the nerve to lecture me like I don't have any pride." Then he turned to Tina and begged, "Your Highness, your knight will keep his promise. Please, grant me the power. I'll risk my life to show this peasant the price for disrespecting a princess." Tina looked surprised for a second, then a wicked smile spread across her face. "Humph, you said it yourself. This is your last chance." After saying that, Tina raised her staff and blasted Tyler directly with her magic. Tyler screamed in agony. Jake was so confused. "Why are you so loyal to a psycho like Tina? You know exactly what she's really like." "What do you know? Without the princess, I'd be a worthless bum living in some dump in Gary, Indiana my whole life. To become a master, to repay her, I'll do anything." As he screamed, Tyler's body started to morph, getting bigger, more jacked, with 2 extra arms sprouting from his back. It was gnarly. When the transformation was done, Tina cackled. "Now, go take care of Jake for me." Hearing his command, the new 4-armed Tyler charged at Jake, gripping his weapon with both left hands, and roared, "Die. Dragon Spear Strike." Seeing this, Jake stopped trying to be the good guy. His eyes went sharp. He raised his weapon, now buzzing with electricity, right to eye level. The tip pointed straight at Tyler. "You're not just hateful, you're pathetic." Thunderclap. As he spoke, Jake, boosted by the whisper of the spirit wind, blurred towards Tyler at an insane speed. Whisper of the spirit wind. The wearer gets blessed by the spirit wind, which boosts their agility by 35%. Dragon Fang Strike, Jake yelled, unleashing a lightning-fast storm of thrusts at Tyler. When Jake finally stopped, standing behind him, Tyler's body was covered in crackling electricity. His eyes just rolled back in his head. "I'm sorry, Your Highness," he thought. Then Tyler lost consciousness and just crumpled to the ground right in front of a horrified Tina. When she saw Jake walking towards her, raising his hand, she fell on her butt in pure terror and shrieked, "You! What do you think you're doing? Don't get cocky. My brother is the new leader of the Taiki Nation. If you dare touch me, my brother will make you pay 100 times over." Jake completely ignored Tina's pathetic threats and slapped her hard across the face. "Fine then. Consider it a debt I owe your brother. We'll see if he's even man enough to come collect." After dropping that ice-cold line, Jake just turned and walked away. That slap sent a shockwave through the crowd. "Whoa, what is up with that Jake guy? He already won. Why's he gotta humiliate her like that?" "Yeah, for real. How could he hit a girl? That's messed up. But hold on. Did you hear how she was talking to Tyler? She had it coming." "Exactly. She's a foreign student acting like she owns the place, walking all over him." Just then, the announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. "Order, everyone, order. I declare the match over. The winners are Jake and Ivy." After that, he got all serious with Guhan and was like, "Tell Jake to get to my office, stat. You can keep prepping the other teams for the next match." Watching Vice Principal Xiao leave, Guhan just said, "You got it." A little while later, Jake strolls into the office. Vice Principal Xiao spoke first. "Yo, I thought you were just salty about that whole national trial thing with Tina's family. But after talking with Mr. Chen, he told me the whole situation between you and Tina. But listen, settling personal beef in the arena is going to get complaints from their backers. You feel me?" Jake just clapped back. "I've been through it just like Tyler, so I know for a fact Tina's just using him." Vice Principal Xiao handed Jake a tablet. "Whatever, man. Let's not even talk about that anymore. Check this out. This is the real reason I called you here. Principal Blake and I saw that whole performance you put on. You can drop out of this freshman assessment." Jake was shook. "Drop out? Wait, were you guys not feeling my performance or something?" Vice Principal Xiao just chuckled and explained, "Nah, dude. Quite the opposite. Actually, when you unleashed those 2 dragon tongue magic spells, the principal and I were like, yup, he's going to the national competition. No cap. These are some high-level secret realms Dragon Capital Academy hooked you up with through the Secret Realm Hunters Guild. Go ahead, pick one." Hearing this, Jake grabbed the tablet and started scrolling. He was thinking, okay, so Secret Realm Hunters are basically like material farmers. They're both guilds that control all the good stuff. Huh, so these Secret Realm Hunters find entrances to dungeons and get a fat reward for it. Vice Principal Xiao kept smiling. The hunters all use a system of high-stakes auctions, so no matter which one you choose, the Academy will go to their guild hall in downtown Denver and bid on it for you. Jake said, looking a little hesitant. "But dude, the starting prices listed on here are crazy high." Vice Principal Xiao adjusted his glasses and said, "Dragon Capital Academy has never messed around when it comes to the national trials. The resources we promised you, we will absolutely lock down at auction. Period." Hearing that, Jake didn't hesitate anymore and started choosing for real. A second later, Jake's eyes lit up and he yelled, This is it. Vice Principal Xiao saw this and got curious. Oh, found something you like? Jake grinned and flipped the screen towards him, saying, Vice Principal Xiao, I am 100% choosing this one. Vice Principal Xiao looked at the screen and saw the Flying Dragon Mausoleum. Dungeon level S+, dungeon difficulty, nightmare. Party limit, 2 or more people. Starting price, a whopping 1,375,000,000 dragon coins. Sheesh. The next day at the freshman assessment semifinals, the first match was team number 1, Jake and Ivy, versus team number 3, Zhang Fang and Yun Shuing. But just as Gu Han was making the announcement, Vice Principal Xiao suddenly raised a hand to stop him. Then he cleared his throat and spoke into the mic. I have an announcement to make. Team Jake and Ivy has withdrawn from the competition, and everything will be rescheduled. As soon as he said that, the entire stadium went wild. Huh? What? Jake withdrew? I drove all the way from Miami just to see him today. Did something happen yesterday? Who knows? Man, this is bogus. Emma said softly from the crowd, her expression super annoyed. Ugh, listening to them is so irritating. Chloe, sitting beside her, was like, just ignore them. Jake and Ivy must have already hit up the dungeon. At that same moment, Jake and Ivy arrived at the forest outside the Flying Dragon Mausoleum dungeon. Walking through the woods, Jake smiled kinda sheepishly and started to apologize. I'm really sorry, Ivy. Because you were on a team with me, you couldn't keep going in the competition either. Ivy just shrugged it off. Didn't the school say we could both keep our spots in the Azure Cloud class? Besides, we also got an extra 10,000 academic credits, so there's no need to apologize. It's all good. After walking a little further, Ivy added, plus, we get to hit up a super rare dungeon like this. Thank times you times for that. So, all the loot inside is yours. For me, the experience is more than enough. Jake smiled and said, I get it. You've never liked being indebted to others. Just as he finished speaking, Jake suddenly looked up into a tree and yelled, Who's there? Startled by his shout, Ivy looked up too. Yo, up here. A laugh came from a tree branch. A second later, a red-haired dude jumped down, smiling at them and introducing himself. Chill, chill. I'm a member of the Dungeon Hunters Guild. Just call me Black Rat. Hearing this, Jake pointed to the insignia on his chest and asked, We're from Dragon Capital Academy, the entrance to the Flying Dragon Mausoleum. Are you the one guiding us? Black Rat moved closer, carefully checking out the insignia on Jake's uniform, then turned around and started leading the way while talking. If you're the ones who won the bid for it, then follow me. My job is just to lead you two to the teleportation gate, and then I'm out. I'll tell you what, though, your Dragon Capital Academy is seriously rich. So, what level are you two anyway? To be able to come to such an expensive place, Jake answered, I'm level 25. She's level 24. Black Rat yelped in shock. Only level 25. Are you too crazy? This is a nightmare dungeon meant for level 55 and up. After that, Black Rat stopped, pulled out his phone and added, Let me hit up Dragon Capital Academy and see if there's been a mistake. Sending 2 people who haven't even had their second-class advancement into this place is just sending you to your doom. Seeing this, Jake said, Black Rat, my dude, you don't need to waste your time on that. Before Jake could explain, a sudden attack slammed into the large tree beside them, causing the trunk to topple right in their direction. Jake reacted instantly, quickly grabbing Ivy's hand to run. Black Rat also scrambled to follow them. After escaping the range of the falling tree, Jake instantly turned around, condensed magic in his hand, and roared at the sky. Roar of the Blue Dragon King. Immediately after, a piercing shriek was heard as a monster fell straight from the sky and slammed into the ground. The heavy impact made Black Rat, who was still running, turn back to look. And then his jaw dropped in utter disbelief as he yelled, What? What kind of skill is that? Are you really only level 25? Isn't that a level 55 Azure Dragon Eagle? With lightning still crackling in his hand, Jake smiled and said, Black Rat, level isn't a problem for us. Please hurry and lead us to the entrance. Okay, let's keep moving. Saying that, Black Rat scratched his head and continued leading the way for them. After following Black Rat through several secret paths concealed by bushes, Jake and Ivy were surprised to see a massive red vortex. Black Rat announced, We've arrived. This is the entrance to the Flying Dragon Mausoleum. Jake curiously examined the large vortex, realizing this was the teleportation gate to the divine Flying Dragon tree. Just then, Black Rat waved his hand, turned to leave, and said, My job here is done then. See you if fate allows. Seeing this, Jake called out, Wait, Black Rat. Then he held out his hand and proposed with a smile. Since we met by chance, let's add each other as friends. Dungeon hunters travel all over, so I might need you to find out the locations of a few places for me. Black Rat asked in surprise, Huh, locations? Ivy, who was so not interested in their conversation, just entered the dungeon ahead of them. Jake smiled and added, There will be a reward, of course. Black Rat hurriedly asked, "Wait, you mean you want to buy location information from me? Not for dungeons, just geographical locations. The Dungeon Hunters Guild would never allow the personal sale of dungeon information. But if it's just locations, that shouldn't be a violation, right?" Black Rat stroked his chin and thought for a moment before extending his hand. 100,000 for one location. That's 100,000 dragon coins. A friendly price for you, if that doesn't work. Before Black Rat could finish, Jake quickly shook his hand and said, "Deal, it's settled." Black Rat was a little taken aback by how decisive Jake was. It wasn't until Jake entered the secret realm that Black Rat snapped out of it, muttering to himself, "Are all the students from Dragon Capital Academy this rich?" Inside the secret realm, just as Jake stepped out of the teleportation gate, Ivy spoke up impatiently. "You two sure have a lot to talk about. Let's get going." While walking and looking around, Jake murmured, "So this is the flying dragon divine tree that Black Rat mentioned." At the same time, he calculated in his mind that the location of the Gobble map was at the very top of the divine tree. Suddenly, Ivy sensed something unusual and asked, "Jake, do you hear that? Is that an earthquake?" Hearing that, Jake immediately focused his senses to investigate. When he saw a swarm of monsters flying toward them, his expression instantly changed as he yelled, "No, it's a swarm of wyverns." A level 50 corpse wyvern with 37,120 experience points and drops wyvern fangs and 2,772 dragon coins. Skill: Swarm Bite. It bites the target to deal physical damage. When it bites a target, it calls nearby allies to join the attack. Yikes. Skill: Breath of Decay. It spews its breath in a fan-shaped area. All targets within range are afflicted with a decay effect, reducing their attack power by 50%. Ivy prepared to attack without waiting for Jake to say a word. Ivy had already summoned her army heavy sword, using Mountain Shaking Strike to annihilate one corpse wyvern. The others nearby also took a certain amount of splash damage. As for Jake, he decided to summon Little Knight. The moment Little Knight appeared, it opened its maw and spewed flames at the swarm of corpse wyverns. Skill: Molten Blaze. Continuously spews fire forward, dealing damage while simultaneously healing itself. Insane, right? Back with Ivy, just as she was focusing on controlling the Army Breaker heavy sword, she suddenly noticed a corpse wyvern had managed to get behind her, its maw open and ready to unleash its breath of decay. Ivy quickly leaped up to dodge. In midair, she summoned her blood-breaking sword and used armor-piercing strike to pierce the head of the corpse wyvern that had ambushed her. As she was about to land, Ivy realized she was outside the cover of the branches and had begun to free fall. "Army Breaker heavy sword. To me," Ivy shouted loudly, intending for the flying sword to catch her. However, before the Army Breaker heavy sword could arrive, another corpse wyvern charged toward her. Ivy gritted her teeth and thought desperately, "It's over. I'm not going to make it." A sword master without her blade, Ivy could only watch helplessly with no way to deal with the current situation. In that critical moment, Jake had already noticed and dove down. With his weapon in hand, he used a blood-packed enhanced dragon Fang Strike, obliterating the corpse wyvern in a single slash. What a save! Drop a comment below if you think Jake is the ultimate MVP. Then he shot his hand out to Ivy, screaming, "Ivy, grab my hand." She totally snatched it in a panic. Then, Jake did this insane parkour move, twisting his body and jamming his weapon into the tree trunk to slow them down. Once they stopped falling, they both just gasped for air, totally relieved. Jake looked down at Ivy and joked, "Careful now. Our final destination isn't a splat on the ground, you know." Ivy just smiled and was like, "You've saved me again. Seriously." So they started climbing back up. But not even 5 seconds later, a weird sound echoed from way down below. Ivy groaned, "Ugh, are those zombie dragons coming back?" "Nah, it's below us," Jake said, glancing down and seeing a gigantic skeletal dragon head, mouth wide open, rocketing up at them. "Look out!" Jake yelled, and without even thinking, he pulled Ivy into his arms and slammed them both flat against the tree. A split second later, Jake literally felt the bony dragon head graze his back as it shot past them. Seeing it go up, Jake quickly yelled to the floor above, "Shadow!" Up in the branches, Shadow had just finished wrecking the last of the zombie wyverns when it heard Jake scream. As Shadow turned its head, it just saw this massive open-mouthed skull getting bigger and bigger in its face. A second later, Shadow's world just went black as it got straight up swallowed by the monster. Ivy, who Jake had just dragged back to the branch, saw Shadow get eaten and completely freaked out. She screamed, That's a berserk bone dragon. You guys, this thing was a level 55 nightmare level boss. Its first skill, bone armor. The bones on this thing literally multiply and slap on more plating, cranking its defense way up. Skill 2, bone blade assault, which just launches bone blades everywhere for massive area damage. Then there's white bone storm, where it controls its bones to just shred the whole area, which deals more damage the lower its health is. Jake set Ivy down gently and said, Little Knight is going to be fine. I'm going to handle this now. You go on ahead. Ivy just replied with a robotic, huh, for a second, like her brain totally short-circuited and she couldn't process what Jake was saying. It was only when she saw him literally sprinting toward the Berserk Bone Dragon that Ivy snapped out of it, yelling, "Wait, Jake, a Berserk Bone Dragon is like, super dangerous even for a lesser dragon." But Jake didn't stop. He just kept sprinting at it and shouted his order, "Shadow, switch to destroyer form." A second later, from inside the bone dragon's mouth, you could see fire starting to leak out. Then, after this massive explosion, Shadow burst out of the Berserk Bone Dragon's mouth in its full dragon form, roaring as it flew up. The bone dragon was messed up, with one horn broken off and its whole lower jaw shattered. Ivy just thought to herself, so, Shadow has another form. No wonder Jake was so chill about it. At that moment, Jake summoned Jade and gave an order. "Jade, unleash Jade Bamboo Blessing." At his command, Jade let out a little cry and cast the spell on Jake. Instantly, 3 green Jade gems appeared over his head. So, Jade Bamboo Blessing gives the target 3 stacks of Jade Dragon energy, which seriously amps up the damage of the next 3 attacks. Then, Jake leaped up and shouted, "Shadow, combo time." Shadow got the memo, flying over to catch Jake and positioning them right above the Berserk Bone Dragon's head before letting out this epic roar. A terrifying sound wave erupted, dealing huge damage to everything nearby and hitting them with a weaken effect. Finally, with that extra power boost from Jade's Blood Pact, Jake used a single dragon Fang Strike to slice the Berserk Bone Dragon's head clean off. Plot twist. The Berserk Bone Dragon wasn't dead yet. The 2 eye sockets in its skull and an energy orb in its chest suddenly started glowing like crazy. In a flash, all the bones in its body, except for the skull, shattered into a million pieces. They started swirling super fast around the skull and the orb, forming a vortex that sucked Jake right in. It was the White Bone Storm, that skill that uses bones to sweep through everything, and the lower its health, the more damage it deals. "Still not dead? You've got to be kidding me." Just as Jake was about to move, he suddenly saw a flash of red light shatter the dragon's other horn. It totally interrupted the spell it was casting. Jake looked over, completely surprised, and asked, "Ivy, why'd you come down here?" That red light was Ivy's weapon, and she was standing on a freaking flying sword. She floated down to Jake and replied, "I'm keeping our deal. You beat Tyler all by yourself. So, like I promised, I'll tell you about being a sword master." Jake just grinned and said, "All right, awesome, let's finish this thing first." Ivy didn't say a word, she just acted. She rode her weapon and flew right up to the Berserk Bone Dragon. Every 5 levels, a sword master gets a new weapon. And this is my ace, the Scythe of Karma Flames. You guys, this thing is an EPIC weapon, level 20, class specific for sword master. Its special skill, Malevolent Karma Eruption. You can switch its attack between fire and dark attributes. And every life it takes permanently increases its attack power by 0.1%. And right now, it's boosted by 8.9%. As she was explaining, Ivy sent the Scythe of Karma Flames flying at the Bone Dragon, then clenched her fist and shouted, "Malevolent Karma Eruption." Watching Ivy fight from below, Jake just smiled to himself, thinking, so that's how it works. Sword masters don't unlock skills. They use the special abilities of the weapons they get. That's actually sick. Then he shouted out loud, "Jade, it's our turn." Jade flew over to Shadow and used the skill Jade Blessing. Hearing Jake's command, the newly powered-up Shadow immediately roared and dive-bombed the Berserk Bone Dragon, turning it into a shower of experience points. A system alert popped up. Jade Dragon has reached level 15. New skill acquired, Form Transformation. Jake has reached level 26. Watching Jade and Shadow affectionately circle Jake, Ivy just sighed. Even though she used her trump card, the Scythe of Karma Flames, Shadow did all the real damage. The power of a dragon is just, like, off the charts. Sighing to herself, Ivy looked a little bummed out and said, "I'm sorry, Jake. I should have been the one to keep going up. I knew that even if I wasn't here, you, Shadow, and Jade would have wiped the floor with that boss anyway." But Jake just smiled and said, "No way, it's all good. You totally saved me from that White Bone Storm. Besides, today was a huge win. Not only did I learn how sword masters work, but Jade also hit level 15. Ivy asked curiously, "Is level 15 special or something? Does it upgrade its abilities like my weapons do?" Hearing that, Jake got curious too and opened Jade's status window. "Okay, let's see. Jade Dragon, Legendary Contract, level 15, Strength 656, Agility 718, Spirit 3459, Stamina 959. Spring of Life, Jade Light, Nature Assimilation. Jade Dragon Bloodline, Blood Pact." Okay, so the blood connection gives the master an extra 10% of the pet's stats. And here it is, Form Transformation. The Jade Dragon has entered its adult stage and can switch between 4 different forms. Hatchling form, which cuts all stats and energy use by 50%. Dragon Maiden form, which is born from the Blood Pact. And Eternal Guardian form, which transforms it into the protector of the Tree of Life. It got new skills, Life Pulse and Eternal Protection. Then there's Soul Light form, where it ditches its physical body to become a beam of light that attaches to an ally. That unlocks new skills, Soul Protection and Soul Strike. You could say that at level 15, Jade can now transform just like Shadow. That's a huge relief, since Jade grows so slowly. I thought it'd be forever before I saw its giant dragon form, but now Jade has 4 forms to switch between, just like Shadow. I really want to try out Jade's new form, Jake said, reaching out and petting Jade's head. Then let's keep exploring the divine flying dragon tree. Ivy had just finished speaking when she suddenly saw a whole barrage of fireballs flying right at them. It's a magic attack. Everyone, watch out. Ivy and Jake shouted at the same time. The 2 humans and 2 dragons scrambled to hide behind the giant tree trunk. Jake peeked out from behind the tree, scouting things out. When he saw a whole flock of flying dragons in the sky, he frowned and was like, "Great. I think our fight with the bone dragon made enough noise to alert every monster from here to Miami." They form and attach to Shadow. Shadow, cover us. Ivy, let's climb the divine flying dragon tree now. After they figured out a plan, the 4 of them bolted out from behind the tree and got to work. Shadow immediately switched into its World Ender form, and right after that, Jade switched to its Soul Light form and attached to Shadow. This form unlocks some insane new skills, Soul Protection and Soul Impact. And remember, Jade's dragon bloodline doubles all skill effects on other dragons, so Soul Protection boosts the target's stats by 100% to 200%, and each time it takes damage. It absorbs all of it, generating 1 to 2 layers of an Aegis charge, which lets it use Aegis Burst. Once it stacks 10 layers, the damage it deals is equal to all the damage it took over those 10 hits. Shadow threw its head back and let out a huge roar. Its power level was just off the charts. All of its stats went through the roof. Strength went from 4,374 to 26,244. Agility shot up from 3,567 to 10,700. Spirit increased from 3,991 to 5,986. Stamina went from 4,094 to 12,288. Ivy was shook. Jade's buff on Shadow is unreal. Jake just explained. Yeah, Jade's abilities are way more effective on other dragons. He glanced at his 2 pets, doing some quick math. Whirlwinder plus Soul Protection and Jade's bloodline brought Shadow's strength to 26,000. If I can get to the divine tree fast and use Dragon's Rally on Shadow, I can push it over 30,000. Just then, the first wave of magic from the monster mob came crashing down right on Shadow. Guys, drop a comment below if you think this combo is totally broken. Jake immediately commanded, "Don't attack back, Shadow. Just keep moving forward. Let Jade absorb the damage." So, Shadow kept its flying speed, and the magic attacks that came close just hit this green barrier, making ripples before getting sucked in. At the same time, a small green circle appeared above Jade's head, showing the layers of Aegis charge stacking up. And the number was just climbing with every magic attack it soaked up. Once the whole wave was absorbed, the number hit 10. Seeing this, Jake gave the order, "Jade, unleash the Aegis Burst." Hearing the command, Jade immediately released all the layers of Aegis charge, blasting the monster horde. The Aegis Burst unleashes all the damage absorbed from the last 10 hits, creating a massive counterattack. Talk about returning to sender. Whoa, hold up. Kaiman's jaw just dropped as she watched the monsters get totally wrecked. Is that Jade's skill doing all this? Jake just smirked. You know it. It's called Soul Protection. Not only does Jade basically become invincible, but it stores all that damage and shoots it right back. And since it's a dragon, bam, double the pain. Hearing that, Kaiman's face just fell. She was totally spiraling, thinking, "Oh my god, I thought leveling up a dragon was just like upgrading my weapon. But this is a whole other level of broken. Even if I use my ace, the Karma Flame Scythe, I'd still get clapped by Jake." Suddenly, this insane gust of wind, like a hurricane, hitting Miami Beach, blasted them and forced Jake and Kaiman to a dead stop. "Boss is right ahead. We're almost there." The words were barely out of Jake's mouth when a gigantic data monster just popped into existence, blocking their path. Kaiman literally gasped, "No way. It's a steel bone flying dragon. Level 60. Dude, that's a nightmare-level boss." She started rattling off its moves. Ferocious Storm. It flaps its wings and makes a high-speed storm that deals damage and slows you down. And Steel Bone Pierce. It just straight-up charges you. Anyone with less than 10,000 stamina gets instantly flattened. Plus, it has Steel Bone Armor, which cuts all damage by 50% and jacks its defense to the moon. Right then, the dragon let out this horrifying shriek and used its Pierce attack, aiming right for Shadow. Kiaman yelled, "It's just like that berserk bone dragon. Jake, we gotta help Shadow. Don't sweat it, Kiaman." After calming her down, Jake coolly commanded, "Jade, get ready to pop Soul Impact." Now, this move is nuts. While in its Soul Light state, it just channels dragon energy, gaining 1 to 2 layers of dragon ki per second. Then it unleashes all those charged layers on a target with a max limit of 30 to 60 layers. As Shadow was charging up its own energy, Jake hit Shadow with the skill Dragon's Rally, boosting all its stats by 30%. Then he gave Shadow a look and said, "It's all you now, buddy," and then he himself took off, charging right at the steel bone-flying dragon. The three of them collided in a massive showdown. For our team, since Shadow's current stamina was a beefy 13,911, way over that 10,000 threshold, the steel bone-flying dragon's pierce attack did absolutely nothing. 0. Meanwhile, the boss got hit with a combo from hell, a claw swipe from Shadow with over 34,117 points of strength, plus a soul impact from Jade with 8 layers of dragon chi. And just like that, one of the steel bone-flying dragon's shoulders was completely ripped off. The dragon just roared in pure agony. Then it locked its hate-filled eyes right on Jake, the dude who called the shot that messed it up so bad. Human screamed, "We're so dead. It's coming right for us." She quickly summoned her 2 weapons, her face a mask of pure determination. "Okay, so I'm basically a nobody next to a dragon tamer, but as a teammate, I gotta do time something asterisk." And with that thought, Kiaman switched her Karma Flame Scythe to Darkness mode and unleashed Evil Karma Outburst, powered up by 9.5%, blasting the steel bone-flying dragon. But, thanks to that stupid steel bone armor skill, Kiaman's attack did precisely 0 damage. She cried out, totally bummed, "My attack isn't doing anything to it, Jake." Jake turned to Kiaman with a smile and said, "It's all good. I appreciate you looking out for your teammate." At that exact moment, right behind him, the steel bone-flying dragon's mouth was wide open, about to swallow him whole. Kiaman screamed in pure terror, "Watch out." Only then did Jake spin around, weapon already in hand, and yell, "Jade, support me, now." Following the command, Jade instantly left Shadow and latched onto Jake. The whole thing took less than a second. Then Jake swung his blade right into the dragon's open mouth, sending the busted monster off to the Shadow realm. The system announced that the black dragon hit level 20 and learned a new skill, Intimidation. Jake just casually said, "Job's done." So, Shadow is also level 20 now. Ivy, of course, was already at level 25. She looked at the 2 dragons bickering and said, "Jade is only level 15 and is already this busted, so a level 20 Shadow could probably one-shot a bone-crushing wyvern, right? I can't even wrap my head around that." Jake just smiled back. "Shadow doesn't even count those things as a threat. Let's get a move on." Hearing that, Ivy suddenly let out a laugh. Jake looked at her, confused. "What's up?" "I just remembered something Emma once said." And with that, Ivy did a perfect impression of Emma's voice. With a dragon that strong, even a chained-up puppy next to you could still own everything. Hearing this, Jake totally cracked up. "Yo, you tell jokes now? That doesn't sound like you at all, Ivy." Ivy explained, "It's probably because I've been hanging with you guys for a while. I feel like I'm not the same person I was before. For real, you're way more talkative now, and that's a good thing. From the first time I met you, I thought your voice was really nice." Hearing Jake say that, Ivy suddenly blushed and shyly asked, "My voice is nice?" Jake smiled and replied, "Yeah, of course. You're also really cute. Has no one ever told you that before?" Ivy's face got even redder as she said, "No, I don't talk to people much, and I don't really have any friends at all." Jake's smile softened a bit. "Ah, let's not get into all that sad stuff. Let's just keep going, okay?" Replying softly, Ivy lowered her head and followed right behind Jake. Meanwhile, behind the 2 of them, Shadow and Jade were still hissing at each other. Jake shouted in annoyance, "You too, knock it off." At the same time, inside a nest at the top of a divine tree, surrounded by giant cocoons, a blue egg suddenly trembled a little bit. Back with Jake's group, they were walking and chatting again. Ivy happily bragged, "After we beat that bone-crushing wyvern, I hit level 25, too." Jake asked curiously, "For real? So you unlocked a new weapon?" Ivy summoned her new gear and showed it off. "Yep, Manhwa. It's an agility weapon, and its skill is pretty sick. Kinda sucks that it's still only level 1, so it's not super powerful yet." A little info card popped up. Manhwa, quality, perfect. Weapon level, 1. Class dependency, Swordmaster. The skill, Heavenly Sword, Dance Fall, splits it into 1,000 Manhwa blades, each with attack power equal to 10% of the original. After dealing damage, the area just resets. Jake said with a smile, "That's just for now. Wait till it hits level 25, it'll be absolutely insane." Hearing this, Ivy thought to herself, even if all my swords get to level 25. Would their total damage even match one hit from Shadow? Ugh. The pressure of being in a party with Jake is just the fear of being compared to him. Letting out a sigh, Ivy spoke up. If anyone else said that, I would totally believe them. Jake laughed and asked, why don't you believe me when I say it? Once Manhwa levels up, with just this sword, there won't be many people at the Westwood Academy who can even fight you. Ivy didn't push it. She pointed towards the two little dragons ahead and said with a smile, all right, let's hurry. Look, Shadow is already way ahead. So, the group kept moving, but after walking just a little ways, they found a spot with several dead bodies. Jake said suspiciously, this must be the camp of those explorers from that post about the disappearances near Austin. Ivy glanced at the bodies and guessed, looks like they've been dead for a hot minute. Jake and Ivy went to check out the corpses. They were all combat classes and had died at different times. Could there be a monster just camping here and ambushing people? Thinking of this, Jake got a serious look on his face, drew his weapon, and cautiously scanned the area. Ivy, be careful. There's a high chance this spot is a monster's turf. Stay alert. At that exact moment, in the bushes right above their heads, a monster was slowly crawling out on a tree branch. You mean this is a trap? Ivy asked as she moved closer to Jake. It was that one little step that accidentally made the monster's pounce, which was aimed right at her, totally miss. Hearing the noise, both Ivy and Jake whipped around and saw the monster. A bronze wyvern. Level 60. Nightmare level boss. Bronze-plated armor. Greatly increases an ally's defense. Defensive barrier. Reduces attack power by 100% but increases its own defense by 100%. And that's not all. Another monster flew out from the sky. A level 65, three-headed elemental wyvern, also a nightmare level boss. Yo, if you think they're screwed, hit that share button. Triple cast magic, all three heads simultaneously shoot out fire, ice, and lightning attacks, dealing 300% area of effect damage. Elemental companion. As long as one head is still alive, the other heads can grow back even if they're destroyed. The respawn time just gets longer each time. Jake frowned and muttered, two bosses at once. Ivy also said worriedly, so they're a tag team that ambushes people in this area. At that moment, the three-headed elemental wyvern opened its mouths in unison, starting to use its triple cast magic. Seeing this, Jade immediately flew up and attacked the middle head. It managed to stop that head from charging up a lightning orb, but it didn't do any damage to it. Seeing this, Ivy quickly said, it got buffed with bronze-plated armor by the bronze wyvern, so its defense is insane now. Shadow's damage won't do anything to it. I have to deal with this bronze wyvern first. Jake just took out his weapon and said with a smile, just stay calm. I've got a plan. You just need to take out your Manhwa sword and wait for it to level up. Huh. Before Ivy could even figure out what he meant, Jake had already charged at the bronze wyvern and was shouting commands. Jade, switch to soul light form and attach to me, and get ready to release a soul shock. Shadow, get ready to shift into world ender form. I'm counting on you over there. Jade immediately attached itself to Jake, who had just gotten in front of the bronze wyvern. He swung his sword for a strike, but it couldn't even break through its defense. On the other side, the other two heads of the elemental dragon had finished casting their magic, and they immediately aimed their attacks at Shadow, but Shadow was nimble enough to dodge them. Jake glanced at the icon above Jade's head, and saw that it had only charged 4 stacks of dragon chi. He immediately shouted towards Shadow, Shadow, use your new skill, Overwhelming Aura. You got it. The black dragon started blasting out its overwhelming aura, hitting all the enemies in a huge area with fear, immobilization, and stun effects. You could see Shadow flying into the air, opening its mouth to roar. Below, the three-headed elemental wyvern was hit with all the debuffs, unable to move for a moment. Ivy covered her ears in pain, exclaiming, Shadow's aura. I can't believe a control skill could cause such powerful vibrations. My head. Hang in there, Ivy. It's almost over. After a quick word of encouragement, Jake noticed that Jade had now charged up 12 stacks of dragon chi. So get this, he tells his pet to hit the bronze dragon with a soul shock, and while it's stunned, Jake charges in with a dragon Fang Strike and boom, boss deleted. Then Jake spins around and screams at Shadow. The armor's gone. Shadow, get him. Without even hesitating, Shadow dive bombs the three-headed dragon, pins it down, and just straight up smashes the middle head with its paw. The slam was so powerful, the whole ground shook like an earthquake in L.A. Jake, being a total gentleman, reaches out and steadies Ivy before she can faceplant. Whoa, careful. Shadow's going a little too hard again. Then he sees little Jade fly over to join the party, and he goes into full-on dad mode. Okay, that was awesome teamwork just now. But you gotta listen to me. Don't copy your big sis, Shadow, and get all reckless. You hear? Jade's just standing on the dragon's head, happily waving at Jake, nodding her little head like crazy. Finally, Jake gets a sec to check the scoreboard. And oh my god, the level ups are insane. He hit level 28, Shadow Ding 22, and Baby Jade is already level 17. But you guys, the drama. Ivy, who's been quiet this whole time, sees her sword is only level 6 and she's at 27, and you can just feel the anxiety radiating off her. She's thinking, great, I was useless again. This whole Genius of Yunbei title feels like a joke I'd hear at a comedy club in Austin. But Jake, totally oblivious, just pats her on the shoulder and goes, yo, so with this three-headed thing, you gotta take out all three heads at once to win. Let's just let Shadow go wild for a bit. We can use the time to scout the rest of the camp. Ivy just mumbled, okay. Jake walks ahead, totally zoned out, frowning at his system panel like he's trying to figure out next week's lottery numbers. Night falls, and Sweet Ivy brings a plate of food out of the tent that May cooked up. Jake, food's ready. But, crickets, Jake is gone. Vanished. And her mind immediately goes to the darkest place. Like, oh my god, he finally realized I'm dead weight and just left me here. But plot twist. Jake didn't ditch her. He followed this secret, god-tier map the system gave him and went to the Divine Tree Peak all by himself. He couldn't tell her and risk spilling the secret, so he's just thinking, I'm so sorry, Ivy. This treasure map is literally the only reason I came to this creepy dragon mausoleum. And as he gets close to the nest, this massive cocoon just cracks open and a freaking huge dragon crawls out. It lets out this deafening roar right at him. The stats pop up. Soul of the level 70 Flying Dragon King, a nightmare tier chieftain. This thing breathes a random mix of fire, ice, lightning, or wind damage. And if that wasn't bad enough, it has a soul attack that just dashes forward and pierces right through you. This is not going to be easy, fam. And it gets worse. It unlocks dragon language magic, which sounds super OP. Its basic breath attack gets swapped out for it, and its soul attack gets replaced by a forbidden spell called Doomsday's Fall. I am not kidding. On top of that, its flying dragon bloodline means it takes 50% less damage from everything. Jake's gonna have to work overtime on this one. The final boss of a plus difficulty Nightmare Realm is level 70. My dude is in deep. For a second, Jake looks surprised, but then he summons Shadow and Jade with a grin. Alright team, with a level gap this huge, we can't afford to mess around. Time to get serious. All the commotion attracts Ivy's attention down below. She looks up, sees the chaos, and the sad girl vibes come rushing back. He's always saving me. Her inner monologue is just heartbreaking. Jake must be so sick of me that he went on alone. I can't keep holding him back. She's having a full-on identity crisis. Am I even a genius anymore? What am I even doing? But just as she's spiraling, she remembers something Jake said to her. Something that changes everything. It's like a flashback. She can hear his voice in her head. That's how it is for now. But when it reaches level 25, and you use it, it will definitely be amazing. And I see you trying to help your teammate. It's okay. And just like that, his past encouragement snaps her out of it. Her confidence comes flooding back, and she clenches her fist, ready for action. She's hyping herself up. Even if I'm not as strong as Jake, I can still take some of the heat off him. That means right now, Meanwhile, back on the mountain, Jake blocks a massive hit from the boss and gets sent flying. He's thinking, dang, this level 70 is tough. Way more dangerous than that final exam boss. He shakes it off and yells, Shadow, get Molten Blaze ready. With that, Jake hits Shadow with the Dragon's Rally skill, buffing her up. Shadow flies right into the boss's face and unleashes a torrent of flames. The boss roars in pain. But check this, it's smart. It completely ignores Shadow and uses a Soul Assault skill to teleport right behind Jake for a sneak attack. What a snake. Jake's like, not today, and dodges back, yelling, Jade, switch to Eternal Form, now. Jade pulls off this epic transformation and swoops in to block for Jake. And get this, the form change unlocked two brand new skills, Pulse of Life and Eternal Protection. Talk about a clutch power-up. But before Jake can even command her, a freaking rain of swords falls from the sky. Smash that like button if you think Jade is the real MVP right now. The swords slam right into the boss, interrupting its attack and pinning it to the ground. Jake's eyes go wide. Wait a sec. I know these swords. That's the Myriad Flower. And as if on cue, Ivy appears nearby, looking like a total queen. She's controlling her sword and says, I'll support you from the rear. Don't worry, she adds. I'll prioritize my own safety. Jake just gives her this awesome, knowing smile. I know. Then it's back to business. Jade, release Pulse of Life. Whoosh! A massive wave of Jade light erupts, buffing the whole team, increasing effect stacks by 2 to 4 times. The Jade Blessing adds 3 to 12 stacks of Jade Dragon's aura to everyone. This means their next 3 to 12 attacks will hit like a freight train. Plus, the Jade Light gives them another 3 to 12 stacks of Jade Blessing, which cleanses all debuffs and boosts all stats by 30 to 60%. Each stack can also block 1 to 2 hits. Jake's doing the math in his head, Like, wait, these stacks get doubled, and then doubled again because of our bond. We're about to go Super Saiyan. He's done thinking. Jake yells, Shadow, let's tear it apart, together. Shadow immediately charges in, unleashing a storm of attacks on the boss. At the same time, Jake syncs up with his own dragon magic, the roar of the Blue Dragon King. But then, from the middle of the inferno, a massive pillar of flames shoots straight into the sky. Something shiny escapes from the pillar, glowing high above them like a New Year's Eve ball drop in Times Square. Ivy's like, what is that? Jake's expression gets super serious. It's draconic magic unleashed. The boss is prepping a dragon language spell. The light vanishes, the boss reappears, and it starts plummeting towards them like a meteor. It's using Doomsday Fall. Okay, so here's the deal with Doomsday Fall. The dragon has to sacrifice its own health to deal insane damage, equal to 120% of the health it gives up. And guess how much this psycho just sacrificed? 100%. Jake realizes the boss is trying to take them all down in a blaze of glory and screams, Jade. A second later. Kaboom. A massive explosion engulfs the entire mountaintop in smoke and fire. It's totally silent. You think they're goners, right? WRO on. Through the ash, a faint green light appears. As the dust settles, you see a green protective dome, and safe inside are Jake and the whole crew. That's eternal protection, baby. So, the strength of that shield is based on Jade's health and self-regeneration. And thanks to her Jade Dragon bloodline, her regen is boosted by 5,000%. Yeah, that shield was basically indestructible. As for the boss, after its suicide run, it turned into a big pile of experience points for our team. Good game, no re. And the level up notifications just start spamming the screen. Ivy hits level 28. Her sword hits level 10. Shadow is now level 23. Jake reaches level 29. And our hero Jade is level 18. The first thing Jake does is turn to Ivy, all concerned. Ivy, are you okay? She just smiles. Yeah, thanks to Jade. I seriously thought I was a goner for a second there. Jake totally agrees, patting Jade's head. Heck yeah, Jade's eternal protection saved all of us. That crazy high self-regeneration is OP. But then, you hear a little huffy sound. It's Shadow, being a total drama queen because she didn't get a compliment. Laugh my ass off. Jake quickly course corrects. Of course, we also won thanks to Shadow's super high damage output. A second later, Ivy lets out a huge sigh. You know, she says, I always thought battles in the 20s and 30s were just child's play, but I legit just saw my life flash before my eyes. Jake nods seriously. For real. That's the first time I've ever fought a level 70 boss. I can't believe we almost got wiped with it. That was a serious eye-opener. Then Jake gets all awkward, scratching his head. Hey, Ivy. I didn't mean to ditch you earlier. I was looking for something and just ran into that boss by accident. But Ivy just smiles back. It's okay. You're not the kind of person who'd abandon a teammate. I remember what you told me. Then she looks him right in the eye. And now I'm saying it back to you. You're crazy strong, but I'll never let you fight alone. And with that, a massive treasure chest appears as their reward for clearing the SSS Plus realm. Jake pops the chest open and inside are 3 incredible items. First up, Soul Wing of the Flying Dragon. It's legendary. Level requirement is 60, but look at these stats. Agility plus 356, Strength plus 291, Spirit plus 246, Stamina plus 234. The stats are so high, and it lets you actually fly. Not only that, if you know dragon language magic, you get a special power-up and a one-time substitute for a super high-level spell. Jake's mind is blown. A legendary item that lets me fly and cast OP magic. That means I could cast Falling Doomsday too. But then, he gets a little bummed. This is true flight, not just gliding around. Only a few special classes can actually do that. It's a shame I'm not a high enough level to use it, he sighs. Okay, next item, an epic dragon saddle. It's pet equipment, level 30 requirement, for dragons only. Once you equip it, your pet becomes a mount. In that mode, the rider and pet's stats resonate, and your normal attacks get juiced up with draconic energy, which means they do ranged damage. Jake is already picturing it. As soon as Shadow hits level 30, I'm gonna be a freaking dragon rider in the national trial. The last item is a dragon calling bone flute, also epic. It's a consumable that lets you summon the soul of the twin wyvern king. The king's level matches yours, and you get a total of 3 uses. What a haul. Make sure you hit subscribe so you don't miss Jake using all this insane loot in the next episode. Jake was thinking to himself, dude, this is fire, but it totally sucks that it has a limited number of uses. Just as Jake stashed the 3 items, he heard Ivy scream, Jake, are you done with the rewards? Hurry up and look at Jade. What the heck is wrong with her? Jake ran over and saw Jade casting the Spring of Life skill all over herself. Spring of Life is this insane skill that channels life essence to all your homies, helping to heal them up continuously. Watching streams of green light flow into the divine tree, Ivy asked, totally stunned, is she trying to heal this giant tree? Jake figured that Spring of Life could only be used on friendly targets, so could this wyvern god tree actually be a living ally? Just then, a bunch of vines shot out from the god tree, growing super fast right towards Jake. They tangled up together, growing up to his knees before forming a little flower bud. When the bud opened, Jake saw a seed inside, and it totally looked like it wanted him to take it. Jake reached out and grabbed it, then checked it out. Seed of the Wyvern, a quest item. Ever since it got snatched by the claws of the deep abyss devouring demon dragon, the Wyvern God Tree has been slowly losing its divine power. Now, a hero has shown up who can save the withering divine tree. If this person can clap the deep abyss devouring demon dragon and dip this seed in its blood as proof, they will for sure be recognized by the Dragon of Life, the source of all creation and the master of the Wyvern God Tree. Ivy asked, all curious. Whoa, did we just trigger a hidden quest or something? Jake replied, it seems like Shadow can communicate with the divine tree. This is the quest item, he thought. According to the description, I gotta beat a dragon king called the Deep Abyss Devouring Demon Dragon. The Dragon King tier is way more terrifying than Nightmare difficulty and will probably have a level in the triple digits. Yikes. This is a quest with no time limit, so I can totally wait until I'm level 60 for my third job advancement or even level 90 for my fourth before trying to take it on. Pushing that aside for a minute, Jake turned to praise Jade. Great job. If it wasn't for you, we never would have known about this hidden quest to heal the divine tree. Jade chirped happily, like, oh, wait a minute. As she spoke, Jake pulled out the dragon-calling bone flute and asked, hey, Jade, can you eat this? In response, 3 pairs of super confused eyes just stared at him. Jake knew they totally misunderstood and he quickly explained, I'm not just feeding her random junk, I swear. Jade has a skill called natural assimilation, which lets her absorb an item's properties by eating it. If she can only eat equipment, then a consumable item like this probably won't work. Before Jake could even finish, Jade flew over, gave it a sniff, and then decisively sucked it right into her mouth. After that, she started chewing and swallowing with a look of pure bliss on her face. Natural assimilation lets her consume equipment and make its signature skill her own. Jake yelled in shock, she actually ate it. Ivy was just as stunned and quickly asked, what? A skill like that actually exists? You're not just playing around with an epic level item, are you? Jake didn't answer right away. He patiently waited for Jade to finish digesting it before opening her character panel and quickly noticed the change. Contract. Dragon 1, Natural Assimilation, Dragon Calling Bone Flute. After use, it can summon the soul of the twin Wyvern King. The level of the Wyvern King will be equal to the user's level. Jake cheered. Excellent. Now I can summon 2 Wyvern Kings. The effect turned into a permanent skill, so it's no longer limited by the number of uses. Shadow tested her new skill. A few seconds later, 2 Wyvern Kings for real appeared behind her. Their levels matched Jade's, and they had all the skills of the original boss. Seeing this, Ivy exclaimed, that boss from earlier has become a summon. Jake laughed and said, yep, they've been scaled down a lot. It looks like Jade has her very own pet now. Ivy thought in admiration, a dragon pet for a dragon pet. Jake is getting more unbelievable by the day. This is wild. Afterwards, Ivy suggested, man, clearing a high-level dungeon like this is seriously exhausting. Let's head back to campus. May is probably worried. You go back first. I'll be right behind you. Jake said, opening the system map and thinking, I still have one very important thing to do. That night, at Villa Number 1 of the Dragon City Academy, located at 1 Academy Drive, Dragon City, California, Jade and Shadow were curiously staring at a blue egg. Jake then spoke seriously. All right, guys, we've been living together for so long. It's time we talked about this. Shadow bullies Jade every day. Don't you want to have younger brothers or sisters? Are you just going to laze around? And Jade, you let Shadow bully you every day. Don't you ever think about having a change of heart and beating someone else up to vent your frustration? See, now's your chance. Are you two even listening? I know you're anxious, but don't be. This is the new member of our family who's about to be born. In short, you all must get along peacefully. It was the Starlight Dragon egg, level unknown. Then, Jake excitedly sat down, placed both hands on the Starlight Dragon egg, and used his dragon taming art skill. The dragon taming art can tame any draconic creature. Time passed, but the Starlight Dragon egg showed no reaction at all. That's strange. The dragon taming art has always worked before. A confused Jake scratched his head and quickly pulled up the system panel to check. Black Dragon Contract 1, Legend Grade, Level 23. Dragon Contract 1, Legend Grade, Level 18. Contract Slot Locked. Unlock Condition. Dragon Tamer 2. I only have 2 dragon pet slots right now. I need to reach level 30 for the second job advancement to unlock the third slot, he thought to himself. Jake looked at his level of 29 and said with a bit of disappointment, "Looks like I'll have to go to the electric poison forest to grind one more level. Well, time for bed. You won't get to meet the new member today." Shadow and Jade didn't react, continuing to stare at the starlight dragon egg and chirping to each other. Shadow asked, "What's this thing?" Jade replied, "Beats me." Jake angrily shouted, "Go to bed." Early the next morning, Chloe and Emma arrived at Villa Number 1 together. As soon as they reached the door, Chloe knocked and called out, "Jake, are you back? Wake up." A moment later, the door opened. Jake, with a super sleepy expression, asked, "What's wrong?" Chloe handed her tablet to Jake and told him to check out this post. It's spreading all over the school's forums. Taking the tablet, Jake looked at Chloe and asked, "Huh. You guys woke me up this early just for some gossip. This is just a post related to me withdrawing from the freshman assessment match. Someone posted this on the school's forum yesterday, and it became the hottest topic overnight. Man, the drama never stops." Hearing Chloe say that, Jake finally shifted his gaze to the tablet. Top post. Fenyun Pavilion responds to the number 1 issue. He only withdrew because he was scared of losing. Fenyun Pavilion advances to the 2 versus 2 finals. The freshman assessment is undisputed. Shuing apparently posted this during the match between Jake and Tyler. The post claims Jake's withdrawal was because he was afraid of facing Jang Fang Yoon and Shuing. Account A commented, "The post was initially anonymous, but later it got dug up that he was the one who posted it." Account B commented, "Last time I heard that Jake withdrew because he got injured by Tyler. After all, Tyler has won so many matches in a row, so he can't be weak." Account C commented, "According to the original arrangement, it was Jake and Ivy versus Jang Feng Yoon and Shuing. Jake probably got scared and just withdrew." Account D commented, "Unless those two fight it out, there's no way I'll accept the school's decision. Even though Jake is number 1 in the school's eyes, Jang Feng Yoon is the real number 1 from actual combat, proven by the assessment." Account E commented, "So, he was just scared. If they let Jake keep the number 1 spot, that's just a joke." Anyone who saw Jang Fang Yoon's match yesterday would definitely agree that Jake doesn't deserve to be number 1. After reading through all the trash talk, Jake voiced his suspicion. Fenyun Pavilion. Chloe explained, initially, Fenyun Pavilion was a team formed by the 4 people ranked 3rd to 6th, but now it has attracted nearly 30 people and has grown into a new group with many powerful classes. The leaders are Jang Fang Yoon and Shuing. Jake covered his mouth, yawned, and asked with a totally nonchalant expression, "So, I'm the number 1 appointed internally by the school, while this Jang Fang Yoon guy is the publicly recognized number 1? Emma replied, "This morning, Jang Fang Yoon responded to prove to the supporters of Fenyun Pavilion that he is the true number 1. Tomorrow morning after the final match, he's going to come and clean out Villa number 1. Chloe added, "And getting the number 1 spot allows you to participate in the selection for the national trials. He's definitely aiming for this." Hearing that, Jake thought to himself, "So that's it. He wants both the fame and a spot in the national trials. Too bad he doesn't know I already secured all of that a long time ago." Seeing Jake still slowly processing without any reaction, Chloe said urgently, "This Jang Fen Yoon guy really has no respect for anyone, taking advantage of you not being at school to spread lies and badmouth you." Emma, annoyed, glanced at Jake and said, "I can't even be bothered to talk about it. We don't even know who he is, right? If he wants to come tomorrow, then let him come. I have to go tell Ivy." At this point, Jake smiled and said, "If Fenyun Pavilion wants to target me, then I'll give him the chance to do what they want." Emma asked, confused, "What do you mean?" Jake held up the tablet and said, "Let me borrow this for a bit. I'm going to reply to Fenyun Pavilion. I accept the challenge at Dragon City Academy in the arena area VIP room." Meanwhile, Shuing, who possessed the hidden combat class Forbidden Mage, was scrolling through information when he suddenly shot up and shouted, "Brother Jang." Jake had replied, "In the arena." Jang Feng Yoon, who possessed the hidden combat class, Shadow Boxer, was fighting blindfolded with a black cloth and suddenly paused for half a beat. Then, facing 2 people charging at him, Jang Feng Yoon decisively used his skill to create multiple clones that rushed forward. This caused the other 2 to cry out in alarm, "Wait, hold on, Brother Jang. This skill. Why are you suddenly fighting so seriously? We're just sparring." Jang Feng Yoon paid them no mind, letting the clones quickly deal with the 2 of them. Once it was over, Jang Feng Yoon took off the black blindfold and turned to look at Shu Tin, who spoke up, "You handled them." What did Jake say? Shu Tin held out a tablet and answered, "He's already posted on the forum. Here, take a look." Jang Fongvan took it, looked, and laughed. He said, "This Jake guy is pretty arrogant, daring to challenge the entire Fenyun Pavilion by himself. What a big mouth." Then he tossed the tablet back to Shuin, telling her to reply to him. "Tell him to meet us at the arena for a match after tomorrow's finals. Man, the beef is real. If you're hyped for this showdown, smash that like button. Shuing was like, yo, brother Jang, for real? We're actually gonna throw down with Jake? Jang Fong Van just smirked. You know it. Tell the whole Fong Van pavilion to pull up. He wants to challenge our whole crew. Bet. If he wants the smoke, we're bringing the whole fire department. I'm about to show this clown who the real top dog is, the one who earned his spot, not some pretender the school just handed the crown to. So, the next day, Chloe is scrolling her feed when she sees Jake's post. Oh my god, he actually clapped back at the Fong Van pavilion. If you want to prove you're number one, pull up and face me instead of crying on the internet. Yeah, I'm talking to you, you clowns from the Fong Van pavilion. Bring your whole squad, I don't care. Let's settle this for real after the freshman finals. And y'all, the comment section was an absolute dumpster fire. Oh my god, Jake fired shots. Let them fight, let them fight. The Fong Van pavilion replied. This tea is peeping hot. LOL, they really got under his skin. What they say. It's a duel. Tomorrow. The arena. After the finals. For the number one spot, laugh my ass off. The entire Fong Van pavilion is rolling up. This is gonna be epic. Seeing the comments, Chloe was shook. Oh my god, Jang actually accepted. Emma chimed in, hey, I heard Jang's got a match today in the semis. You guys want to go scout him out? But Jake was like, honestly, I could not care less about his skills. We'd be better off hitting the secret dungeons to grind some XP. May, bringing over some snacks from that new spot on 6th Street in Austin, overheard and was like, Jake, you shouldn't talk like that. Pride comes before a fall, you know? There's nothing wrong with knowing your enemy. Emma totally backed her up. She's right. You should at least show up. You probably have way more fans than the whole Fong Van pavilion combined. But Chloe looked worried. But Jake is basically a celebrity on the campus forums right now. If anyone sees him scouting Jang, it'll cause a total meltdown. May just grinned, easy. We'll just go incognito. Jake's face was a perfect blank slate. He was speechless. A little later, hiding in the stands, Emma turned to Chloe and whispered, so Jang's match is next, right? Chloe nodded, yeah, looks like it. Half the school's here to see the Fong Van pavilion. Sitting in front of them, May turned to Jake, who was decked out in a hoodie, a baseball cap, giant sunglasses, and a face mask, and she was cackling. So, what do you think of your girl's disguise? 100% certified unspottable. Am I right? Jake just stayed silent. Then the announcer came on. The semi-final match of this year's freshman assessment is about to begin. Will the two teams please enter the arena? As soon as the announcement hit, Jake just stood up. May was so confused. Jake, where are you going? It hasn't even started. This is a total snooze fest. I'm gonna take a walk. Just hit me up when you're done. And with that, he was gone. Meanwhile, a few rows ahead, this guy Xiao Shangming glanced back, watching Jake walk away with a super intense look. It made him think back to a convo he had with the principal. Back then, Xiao Shangming had walked up to a door at the Westwood Academy admin building, knocked, and said, Principal Blake, sir, I was just wondering if you've seen the posts on the school forum about the drama between Jake and Jang Fong Van. The door didn't even open. The principal's voice just boomed out from inside. Ah, Xiao Shangming, just let Jake handle these petty freshman squabbles. You don't need to bother me with this stuff. Xiao Shangming frowned, saying, with all due respect, given Jake's power level, I think the school should step in. I'm worried that if this goes down, he won't know how to pull his punches. I mean, Tyler is still laid up in the infirmary from his last squabble with Jake. Principal Blake shot back, Vice Principal, you're worried about the wrong thing. Instead of this, you should be worried that in 1 month, a special envoy from D is coming to see if Jake even qualifies for the national trials. Xiao Shangming was floored. 1 month? That's insane. That's so soon. The principal was like, the nationals got moved up. So the envoy's visit got moved up. So how's Jake's progress? Xiao Shangming reported. He's right on the edge of his second job advancement. You can relax, Principal. I know about the envoy from D. C. Even though Chien-X is an arrogant dude, he's all business when it's official. Your intel is old news, Vice Principal. The special envoy isn't Chien-X anymore. The new guy from D. C. is Ruan Changfang. The second he heard that name, Xiao Shangming's whole vibe shifted. He started freaking out in his head. Ruan Changfang. My contact mentioned that name. That whole insane story with Jake and Tina. Oh god, that whole mess is what cost Ruan Changfang his job. That means this Ruan Changfang guy has a major grudge against Jake. The principal's voice cut through his thoughts. He used to be a big shot, and now he's been knocked all the way down to a simple special envoy. How? Delicious. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Xiao Shangming snapped back to reality and quickly bowed. My apologies, Principal. If he's the guy evaluating candidates for the nationals, I'm afraid Jake is in for a world of hurt. Heh, Jake is my personal pick. You know what you need to do, don't you? Xiao Shangming nodded. I understand. I'll get him more resources, help him fast-track his second job advancement to make up for his level gap. So, are you going to be watching the showdown between Jake and Jang tomorrow, sir? A huge laugh echoed from the room. Watch? Of course, I'm going to watch. You think I'd miss drama this good? Back in the present, at the Westwood Academy arena. Suddenly, some dude gets isekai'd out of a practice room, and everyone around starts gossiping. Bro, how many people has this guy taken out already? A 100-point room shouldn't be this crazy, right? It's gotta be a smurf. Some high-level dude who dropped his points just to farm newbies. No way this is a level 29 lobby. Just then, the guy who got tossed gets up and yells, "Don't go in there, it's a death trap. No one can win." Someone yelled, "Hey, who's even in that room? You gotta look at him." The defeated guy shook his head. He looked kind of familiar, but I can't place him. At the same time, inside the room, after booting his latest opponent, Jake just muttered to himself, "Why did I even go to that match? What a waste. I'd rather be grinding in the poisonwood forest." Just when he thought everyone had finally gotten the hint, Jake spotted a figure standing in the doorway. Another one. He looked closer and saw it was a girl with white hair. She walked right up to him and said, "Hey there. Got time?" Jake just said, "Hey, senior." The white-haired girl laughed. "So polite to your upperclassmen. I guess that means this senior will have to go easy on you, huh?" Jake shot back, "Don't bother. Give me everything you've got." "For real? Okay then, let's dance." As she said that, she lifted her hand, and oh my god, a whole-ass inferno of fire energy started swirling around it. Jake was actually a little startled. Okay, this girl is not simple. The thought barely crossed his mind before she freaking vanished. A split second later, she reappeared right behind him, holding a trident made of pure fire. "I'm not like those scrubs you've been fighting, you know. You better actually try." And bam, she lunged, stabbing the trident at Jake's back. Jake's reflexes were insane. He whipped out his weapon, spun around, blocked the hit, and went on the offense. After a crazy fast exchange, Jake got knocked back. He stared at her, dead serious, thinking, she's so strong. What the heck is her power level? The white-haired girl didn't even follow up. She just stood there, covering her mouth with a smile. "Not bad, you blocked it, but you totally whiffed your last attack. What, you scared of hurting your big sis? If you keep holding back, I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson." He just replied, super seriously, "Understood." And just like that, they were clashing again. While they were going at it inside, a whole crowd was gathered at the door, dying to know what was happening. "Yo, that hot girl who went in is super brave." "Shh, shut up. I can hear them. They're still going at it." "Dude, I only lasted 2 minutes in there. She must be barely hanging on." Just then, the arena announcer's voice boomed over the speakers, signaling the end of the match. Someone in the crowd pointed, "Hey, Jang's match is over." At the same time, in the main arena, the ref declared, "Team Jang Fong Van and Shuing wins." The crowd went absolutely ballistic. Jang Fong Van, Jang Fong Van, Jang Fong Van. On stage, Jang was soaking it all in, smiling like a king. Shuing leaned in and whispered, "Brother Jang, one of the guys from the pavilion said Jake snuck in to watch you fight today." Jang just snorted. "Trying to scope me out? Pathetic. Looks like he's scared. I didn't even use half my strength." With that, Jang raised a finger to the sky and yelled, laughing, "Jake, your little reign of terror is almost over. Don't you dare be too chicken to show up tomorrow. Yo, if you think this is wild, smash that like button." The crowd got even louder, chanting Jang's name again. Back in the stands, Emma was so over it. Ugh, let's just go. But when she turned, she realized Jake wasn't with them. She looked around, confused. "Huh, where's Jake?" Chloe got all worried. "You don't think Jang found out he was here, do you?" May was already dialing his number. "Nah, he texted me. Said he got bored and bounced. Let me call him." Back in the training room, Jake got sent flying again, and this time his hat and glasses went flying off. He scrambled to his feet, panting, his mind racing. She's way too strong. Where did she even come from? She could have ended this in seconds, but it feels like she's teaching me, showing me the holes in my game. Why? Who is she? Across from him, the white-haired girl casually hooked his hat on the tip of her fire trident, smiling as she looked him up and down. "Your defense is pretty solid. In the last 15 minutes, you went from not knowing my moves at all to actually predicting them. You're a fast learner. Your stamina, though, kinda weak." Then, she started walking toward him, slow and deliberate. "Also, why would you ever hide a face that handsome?" She leaned in super close, and Jake, our cool, calm hero, got so flustered he actually tripped and fell on his butt. Y'all, drop a comment below who do you think this mystery girl is, and don't forget to share this with a friend who loves drama. And just like that, a phone started ringing. "Oh, my bad. Gotta take this." And with that, Jake, looking like he just got a get out of jail free card, scrambled for his phone. Yo, yeah, uh-huh, yep, on my way back now. He hung up, turned to the white-haired girl, and gave this super shy smile, scratching his head like a total goof. Hey, thanks. You really taught me a ton about getting up close and personal today. So, before I bounce, can I get your number? The white-haired girl just smirked, totally teasing him. Wow, you've been on campus for like 5 minutes and you're already trying to get a girl's digits? You're not as innocent as you look, huh? Jake started waving his hands around like a maniac. No, it's not like that. I just wanted to, hit you up next time I'm in the training room. I really want you to teach me more. She just shook her head. Nah, no need for that. If you want to see me again, just open a point-based room like you did today. If the universe vibes with it, I'll pop up. And with a wave, she was gone, leaving Jake just standing there, totally spaced out. This girl, who even is she? She can't be a senior. She looks like she's barely old enough to drive. And in that last fight, I got completely wrecked. Her skills are way too legit to be a student's. Is she a teacher? Does our school even have a teacher that looks like that? Suddenly, a notification screen flashed in front of Jake's face. Asterisk Longwood Academy ID card. Jake's balance change, plus 100 points. Asterisk, wait, I got the points. But she didn't. Huh. He thought to himself, then his brain kicked in. Jake bolted out of the room, yelling, hey, hold up. While sprinting down the hall, he bumped into a couple of students who got all salty. Yo, watch it, dude. Where's the fire, man? Jake totally ignored them, still running and calling out for the mystery girl. At the same time, thinking. A senior, with this insane level of power. Who could she be? She didn't need the points, wouldn't tell me her name. And then just vanished. Am I even sure she goes to Longwood Academy? Or did I just get schooled by a ghost? Just then, Jake heard his name. He whipped his head around and saw May and her crew. Seeing him look over, May waved with a big grin. Jake, what are you doing all the way out here? Let's head back. Chloe, always the curious one, started asking about the mystery girl. Emma, on the other hand, just complained, Jake, what are you even doing? You've been gone for like 10 minutes and you're already hitting on someone new? Jake finally gave up, walking over to them looking totally bummed out, sighing to himself, I couldn't find her. What a total enigma. The next day, after the final match of the Longwood Academy freshman trials, the crowd was still buzzing, nobody was leaving. One dude shouted, look at this crowd. For real, the match between Jake and Jang Fenggun is the real finale. The guy next to him was hyped, dude's taking on the entire Fengyun Pavilion by himself. This is gonna be epic. Let's see if this guy is legit or just all talk. Down in the arena, Jang Fenggun and his Fengyun Pavilion cronies were already assembled. After waiting forever and no sign of Jake, Jang Fenggun snapped. Where the heck is Jake? If he's too scared to show, we'll march over to his dorm at 101 Park Avenue and drag him out here ourselves. For real. Maybe we should just wait a little longer, boss. Just as Shuing said that, someone pointed to the entrance and screamed, Jake's here. Hearing that, Jang Fenggun's whole vibe shifted, and he roared, everyone, get ready to rock. But totally opposite of the Fengyun Pavilion's serious mood, Jake just casually strolled into the arena with a piece of toast hanging out of his mouth and said, all right, let's get this show on the road. I got plans later. Jang Fenggun stared at Jake and sneered, well, look what the cat dragged in. Quite the entrance. Jake just shrugged, I'm not late, I'm right on time. Look, I don't know what you Fengyun Pavilion chumps are worth, but since you're all here, just come at me all at once. When Jake dropped that line, a big, bald dude got heated, pointing at him and yelling, you little punk, don't get cocky. Who do you think you are, talking to our leader like that? You got a death wish or something? Jang Fenggun just put up a hand to shut him up, saying with an annoyed sigh, since you clearly have no respect, let's skip the small talk. I'll bet 7,000 points. Oh, right. Almost forgot we had to bet. As he spoke, Jake whipped out his card and declared, 17,000 points, all in. Asterisk Longwood Academy ID card. Jake's accumulated points, 17,642. Asterisk the Fengyun Pavilion crew literally froze, their jaws on the floor after hearing that number. Shuing cried out, that's way too much, boss. We don't have enough points to cover that bet. Jang Fenggun just screamed back, shut your mouth. In his head, he was practically drooling. He's really betting that big? If I can snag those 17,000 points, I can live like a king here at Longwood for at least 3 or 4 years. With that thought, Jang Fenggun pulled himself together, clenched his fist, and yelled, the Fengyun Pavilion bets every last point we have. You want to play? Let's play. Shuing's group immediately fell in line. You heard him. Let's go. Follow the boss's orders. Do we even have 17,000 points between us? Who cares? Stop thinking about it. Let's just go with it. After the Fenyan Pavilion finished their little hype session, Jake just cracked his shoulders and smiled. All right, that's on the table. Let's do this. Jang Fenggun shot a look at Shuing and said, to be this arrogant, he's 100% planning to summon his dragon. Kuching, I got you. With that, Suzing raised his weapon and started chanting. Then, Jang Fenggun bellowed, Fenyan Pavilion, get ready. Hearing the call, every single member of the pavilion drew their weapons, totally ready for battle. Go, the second Jang Fenggun screamed. Suzing immediately locked Jake down with the Chains of Imprisonment spell. Asterisk. The Chains of Imprisonment spell restrains the target, making them unable to move or use skills for 5 seconds. Asterisk. The other members all unleashed their own attacks, launching everything they had at Jake. Jang Fenggun led the charge, yelling, perfect. This way, Jake can't even dream of summoning that dragon of his. Behind him, the others were screaming, get him, attack. On the other side, Jake just clicked his tongue, watching this whole mob rush him. With a tiny shift of his body, the chains just shattered. Then he drew his weapon and blocked the attack like it was nothing. From Jang Fenggun. Jang Fenggun was shook, thinking. He broke free? In that split second of shock, Jake's hand shot out, grabbed him by the collar, and just slammed him onto the ground like a sack of dirty laundry. Up in the stands, people were freaking out. He just body slammed him with his bare hands. On the stage, the Fenyan Pavilion members just stopped dead, their eyes popping out of their heads. Staring at Jake and Jang Fenggun on the floor, Hyotin yelled out, boss. He quickly threw his stiffness curse on Jake and then screamed at his crew, use your ranged attacks, now, stiffness curse. Asterisk. The designated target's body will gradually stiffen, reducing movement and attack speed by 75% for 7 seconds. Asterisk. Hearing that, the Fenyan Pavilion members finally snapped out of it and just unloaded a storm of magic. A second later, a whole light show of spells rained down on Jake's spot, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. But when the dust settled, Jake was standing there without a single scratch, one foot planted right on Jang Fenggun's head, and he said with a grin, is this really all the #1 freshman recruit has? Man, the quality of students this year is kinda weak sauce. Jang Fenggun, flat on the ground, grabbed Jake's leg and twisted his head to scream at Hyotin. Hyotin, what happened to your curse? Hyotin was trembling, his face a mask of pure disbelief. How? That's impossible. I swear I hit him with it. Jake looked down at them and explained with a smirk. Don't blame your boy. It's just, I got a few special buffs from being a dragon tamer. My stats are kinda high, so your low-level party tricks don't really work on me. Jang Fenggun's embarrassment instantly flipped to pure rage, and he screamed, you little brat. Then he yanked his blindfold down over his eyes and used a skill to create a ton of clones that surrounded Jake. Seeing this, the Fenyan Pavilion members started cheering like crazy. He's using that move. It's his signature finisher. Jake is so done for. Only Hyotin was staring at his own hands, mumbling to himself. Just. How much higher are his stats than mine? Are my skills completely useless against him? Meanwhile, Jake, totally unfazed by the clones, raised his hand to gather fire. That confident smile never left his face as he said, gotta admit, that move is pretty cool. Jang, and since you're the top scorer, I'll give you a little gift that not even Tyler has ever seen before. As if he sensed something was wrong, Jang Fenggun said with a panic in his voice, what does he mean by that? Is he gonna summon something? A few seconds later, high above the arena, Shadow appeared in her full-on annihilation form for everyone to see. The moment she materialized, Shadow let out a massive wave of pure fire that just radiated outwards. The first to get hit were Jang Fenggun's clones, which were just instantly vaporized by the heat wave. The fiery wave then just kept spreading, causing the Fenyan Pavilion members to scream in absolute terror as they ran for their lives. Help me, my legs. My legs are shaking so bad I can't even stand. It's a real dragon. I can't breathe. We gotta run. We're dead. We're so dead. Oh my god. Meanwhile, the stands erupted in chaos. Is that Jake's dragon familiar? The sheer size of it is terrifying. Look, someone from Fenyan Pavilion is bailing. We should get out of here, too. On the stage, Hyotin, who was also running, suddenly saw Jang Fenggun just standing there, frozen. He screamed, boss, we have to fall back. Don't fight anymore. But Jang Fenggun didn't seem to hear him. He was just looking up, staring at Shadow in the sky, thinking, it's different. Completely different. This is nothing like Tyler's dragon. This is a dragon straight out of the legends. At that moment, Jake spoke up, his voice chillingly calm. Try to hang on, Jang. Now it's my turn to hit back. The second he finished speaking, Shadow opened her mouth and roared, unleashing her dragon's fierce skill. Instantly, all the members of the Fenyan Pavilion, who hadn't made it off the stage yet, were hit with debuffs like stun, fear, and immobilize. On top of that, they felt a splitting headache like their skulls were about to crack open, and they couldn't help but scream. It hurts so much. Help. Please, spare us. Boss, save me. Jiang Fengyun wasn't doing much better. His head was spinning and his whole body was staggering, about to collapse at any second. What the heck is this? Lol, for real? How am I supposed to win when I can't even move my body? It's totally not listening to me. I gotta dip, like, right now. But just as that thought crossed his mind, Derek's vision went all blurry, and bam, he just collapsed, totally out cold. Then you see Jake, holding this card, looking down at Derek with this smirk, like, so, you finally figured out who the real number one is, huh? And I'll be taking every last point from your little wind cloud pavilion. And get this, his Dragon Capital Academy ID card just pings. Jake, point change, plus 12,941. Dude's loaded now. Then Jake just turns to Shadow, all chill, and goes, all right, we're done here. Let's bounce, Shadow. We've got bigger fish to fry. And just like that, poof, Shadow transforms back into her insane dragon girl form and zips right up to Jake's side. A little while later, Jake's just chilling in the dueling area at Dragon Capital, on the phone with May. She's all like, oh my god, if we didn't have class, we would have totally been there screaming for you. How'd it go? Are you okay? And Jake just laughs, super smooth. Hurt? Nah, I'm good. Better than good, I cleaned up. Racked up a crazy amount of points. When I get back tonight, I'm making it rain for everyone. But right then, the door to his room just swings open. Jake's like, yo, gotta go. I'll catch you later. Hangs up, and he's just staring at the door, waiting for his next challenger. And who walks in? The white-haired girl. Jake's whole face lights up. Ivy, you actually came. The white-haired girl just gives him this little smile. Well, I had some time to kill today. But, from the sound of that call, were you waiting for me? Jake grins back. You know it. Fighting anyone else is just meh. I only really learn something when I'm up against you. I mean, you're obviously over level 70, so you're not really a student, are you? And you could see her just freeze for a sec. She actually backs up and looks at the little sign on the door. It says, 100 points. Level 70 room in use. Busted. Meanwhile, back at the arena, some guy rushes over to Derek's crew to check on him. After a quick look, he breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, looks like the kid knew when to pull his punches. No one's, you know, permanently offline. But back to our boy Jake, Ivy is giving him this times look asterisk, totally not impressed with his little trick. You little punk, you trying to play me? But Jake's all ready with his defense. No way, the room has a level lock on it. The fact that you could even walk in proves you're way over level 70, so you're definitely not an upperclassman. Then, the pretty lady gets this glint in her eye. So, you've got it all figured out, huh? What's your theory then? Who do you think I am? Jake actually rubs his chin, all serious detective mode. Well, you look like a senior, but your power level is off the charts. My guess? You're one of the teachers. The pretty lady just laughs. Forget it. Just stick with calling me your senior. Then, speaking of looks, she leans in super close to Jake. And you know, you look way better when you're not hiding that cute face. And for the record, no more little games trying to figure out my life story. If you want me to keep showing up, don't set the level lock any higher, or I'm ghosting you. Got it. Jake just gives this awkward laugh, but inside he's totally kicking himself. Man, he was literally planning on setting it to level 80 next time. Guess that's out the window now, lol. I'm actually impressed. You picked up on those moves I showed you and used them against Derek, like, instantly. As she's saying this, she pulls out her weapon, ready to spar. Jake just grins, pulling out his own sword. So, you were watching the fight earlier? Yeah. You barely threw a few punches before calling in a dragon and sending the whole arena into a panic. A little extra, don't you think? But hey, taking down Derek right after his big move, that shows you've got some seriously fast reflexes. Jake's like, well, I've been grinding. Thanks for the tips. For real. My hand-to-hand is still pretty trash, though. And they're having this nice little chat when whoosh Ivy just lunges and slashes him. He couldn't even react. What was that for? Jake totally yells at her. You've gotten way better, but you're not good enough to be humble bragging yet. Ivy lectured with a dead serious look. But Jake is quick to backtrack. No, you got it wrong. I'm not faking it, I swear. I seriously want to learn from you. You're crazy strong and you're super nice. Last time you didn't just teach me. You gave me 100 accumulation points. You're like the cool older sister I never had. If you coach me regularly, I know I'd level up like crazy. If it's a pain, I can totally pay you for lessons. The pretty lady just cracks up at this. Like a little brother, huh? You really know how to lay it on thick. Keep your money. But, I heard you have a sister who's an amazing cook, right? You want lessons? Bring me some of her cooking. Jake is totally beaming. Yes, ma'am. And in his head, he's like, asterisk. Okay, she's technically my young aunt, but close enough. Asterisk. All right, you wanted me here. So show me what you got. then I'm coming at you for real. And with that, Jake just charges in, all in. Ivy is just so graceful, blocking all of Jake's attacks like it's nothing, even commenting, "Ooh, you've definitely gotten faster." Then she drops this bomb. "Tell you what, land just times one times hit on me today, and I'll give you a new weapon. How about it? That thing you're using is holding you back. Want one like mine?" Jake is thinking. She's not wrong.
This dark dragon scale sword has been with me for a long time.
But I'm kinda attached to its special effect. He's talking about that sick ability where it lets him partially transform into a dragon, totally juicing up his powers. Okay, fine. What do you want instead of a weapon? And Jake just says it. "I want a level removal enchantment." Hearing that, Ivy just stops dead. She looks at him and asks, "Do you have any times idea how stupidly rare and expensive that is?" And with that, she just goes off on him, beating him to a pulp while yelling, "Why did I even ask? Just die already." So, later that night, a totally wrecked Jake drags himself home to his place on 123 Maple Street in Austin. After he tells them the whole story, May just sighs, rubbing his shoulders. "Dude, you had me so scared. I thought this was all over nothing. I thought Derek was the one who messed you up this bad. You didn't land a single hit on her all day. You're a walking bruise and she probably didn't even break a sweat." Hearing this, Ivy the sword spirit speculates. "You know, based on your story, it's pretty clear your mystery girl isn't a teacher at Dragon Capital Academy. At least, I've never seen any teacher that ridiculously strong." Just then, Chloe, who's been glued to her tablet, gasps, "Jake, you're going viral on the school forums again. It's a video of you in shadow, and Derek's crew posted it." She shoves the screen in everyone's face. The comments are wild. "Oh my god, someone recorded it. I was there, I almost got yeeted. Is that a frickin' dragon? Yo, Jake's dragon sent Tyler into orbit. It was so crowded I couldn't see, but then I heard this insane roar and everyone started booking it. People were saying Jake wrecked Derek, and this video proves it. I told y'all Jake was the real #1, but no, you didn't believe me. You see the dragon now, don't ya? What you guys think? Drop a comment below if you think Jake is the GOAT. I'm so bummed I missed it live. Who wants to go camp outside Jake's house with me? If I can't see the dragon, I'll settle for an autograph, lol." Reading all this, May just smiles. "Well, look at that. The whole school knows you're the champ. I guess all that drama from before is over, right? The way I see it, things won't go back to being peaceful. Instead, you just became the main event, replacing Derek's crew," Ivy warned. Jake just sighs. "Yeah, I kind of figured. It was the same way when the university entrance exam scores came out. Whatever. We just need to stay focused on the mission. And what exactly times the mission right now?" Instead of answering, Jake just showed them. Cut to the level 45 Venomous Spider Forest, a seriously nasty dungeon. Turns out, the goal was grinding. I thought you were going to focus on training with your senior?" Ivy asks, slicing through spider monsters left and right. "I am. I've got to level up. If I get stronger, maybe I can actually gain the upper hand against her." And after they finally take down the boss, boom, Jake hits level 30, which means he's ready for his second class advancement. Huge deal. So they dip from the dungeon and head straight for the class advancement hall. But the second they walk in, it's total chaos. The other students, especially the girls, just lose their minds and swarm him, leaving Jake with no other choice but to pull his classic move, bolt and go incognito. 10 minutes later, Jake creeps back into the hall wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a hoodie pulled way down. You can hear the fans wondering, where'd he go? He was just here. Man, he really is #1. Banished in a flash. As the Jake fan club walks right by them, Chloe lets out a huge sigh of relief. "I think we're clear," Jake whispers, looking kinda sorry. "Guys, my bad. Does this mean I have to wear this spy getup every time I leave the house now?" Shadow just rolls her eyes, totally jealous. "Oh, cry me a river. I wish I had a mob of cute guys chasing me around." Anyway, speaking of being #1, there's literally zero data on a Dragon Tamer's second class advancement. You're going in completely blind. While Ivy looks worried, Chloe is practically bouncing. So that means Jake is literally about to make history. That's right. No guides, no walkthroughs. Whatever happens next, it's all on me. He's totally lost in his head when Shadow taps his shoulder. "Yo, Jake. Snap out of it. We're here." Jake pulls off his disguise, and before he goes in, he gives everyone a confident look. "Don't worry, guys. I've got a plan for figuring out the second stage advancement paths for a Dragon Tamer. This part has to be done solo, so just hang tight and wait for the good news." Alright guys, this is it. Smash that like button if you're hyped for Jake's advancement. The system scans Jake's Academy ID and a voice booms out. "Student Jake, second stage class advancement is now authorized. Please proceed to the advancement platform." As Jake walks forward, he's thinking, "Okay, this is way different from the first time I awakened my class. because there are a ton of different branches I can choose from. For normal classes, you can look up what other people picked and see the different builds. The platform lights up around him. Platform activated. Searching. No information found related to the Dragon Tamer class. Do not leave the platform while the ritual is in progress. Current class, Dragon Tamer, Stage 1. Second stage advancement branches. Whoa, no records found? Just as I thought, there's absolutely nothing on the Dragon Tamer's next level classes. Good thing I can just search the system, right? The advancement ritual is starting. Longdo Academy wishes you a successful advancement. A few seconds later, bam, 3 different paths pop up for the Dragon Tamer. The first one's called Dragon Priest 2, all about spirit, stamina, and recovery. Basically, I get stronger after my dragon pet gets my buffs. So it's a total priest role, letting me learn skills like Dragon's Encouragement. With this class, I'd be a one-man hype squad for my dragon pet. And when my dragon's not around, I become a mega support with some seriously powerful skills. Jake kept scrolling, landing on the purple panel. Class name, Dragon Sorcerer 2. Key stats are Spirit and Agility. The description says I'd learn a ton more draconic magic and crowd control skills, and I could even absorb my dragon's skills to use them myself. This class is definitely giving mage vibes. My skills would be all kinds of draconic magic, and on top of that, I can just steal my dragon's moves. Then there's the Raging Dragon Warrior. Key attributes, Strength and Stamina. The description says I'd learn more melee combat and damage reduction skills and even transform into a dragon to fight. If Dragon Sorcerer is the advanced class for a magic user, then Raging Dragon Warrior has got to be the advanced class for a dragon-blooded brawler. I'd get skills kinda like Dragon Claw, but I'd be able to go full dragon on more parts of my body and even transform completely into a giant dragon. Talk about a glow-up. So, one is a support path, one is a magic path, and one is a melee path that makes me more dragon-like. Man, every single one of these is ridiculously OP, but the dragon transformation thing is just seriously cool. So these are all my options. Just then, a whole new panel pops up on the screen. Advancement Branch, Second Stage Class Advancement, Dragon Rider 2. Class Information, no records found. Ooh, mysterious. Class Name, Dragon Rider 2. Key attributes are Agility and Strength, with a description that says I learn tons of extra skills. It can be combined with a dragon pet, and my solo skills get a huge boost when we fight together. It's not limited to one skill type, so I can be an all-rounder. And get this, the skills become even more powerful when I'm synced up with my dragon pet. Y'all, it was a no-brainer which one Jake was going to choose. After he switched his class to Dragon Rider Knight, the number of contracts he could have went from 2 to 3, and his base stats went through the roof. On top of that, some of his skills ranked up. The Dragon Tamer can tame draconic creatures. The Dragon's Encouragement skill now buffs himself times and times his dragon, cranking all attributes and attack power up by 30%. Dragon Claw evolved into Dragon Annihilation, turning his arm into a dragon's claw for a 6-hit high-speed combo. He can use it for ranged attacks and sync it with his dragon. Dragon Fang Strike evolved into Void Sever. It uses dragon energy to help him do a 2-hit slash, and he can coordinate it with his dragon from a distance. Meanwhile, the other people who went into the class change hall after Jake had all finished and left. But Jake was still MIA, and everyone was starting to freak out. Yo, does the class change ceremony usually take this long? The more I wait, the more anxious I get. Did something happen? Dude, chill, May said. Even though she was literally shaking, this is a huge moment for Jake. Seeing her so stressed, Ivy reassured her. I get why you're anxious. Right now, Jake is discovering his new powers, and it's totally possible that his choice is about to change the game for this entire era. That's real talk. At a moment like this, we have to trust Jake more than ever. The dark 800-year history of the Dragon Tamer is about to end. Just as Chloe finished her pep talk, Jake walked out. Jake, is it over? How'd it go? What's your class now? Jake, are you okay? He just smiled and said, sorry to keep you all waiting. Everything went great. Let's walk, and I'll tell you everything. After hearing Jake spill the tea about his new class, Emma couldn't help but fangirl. Dragon Rider Knight sounds so badass. May asked curiously. Jake, does this class mean you have to learn how to ride a dragon? Of course, it does. I picked this class partly because I already got a dragon saddle from the Flying Dragon Graveyard. As soon as Shadow and Jade hit level 30, I can use it, Jake replied, secretly cheesing. Not only do I have Shadow and Jade, but I've also unlocked a 3rd contract slot. Cosmic Dragon, I'm coming for you. Arriving back at their villa, let's say it's at One Bel Air Place, Jake saw a familiar face waiting at the door, which totally shocked him. Senior, why are you here? I should have given you my contact info, making you wait like this. You must have wasted so much of your time. As soon as Emma saw the beautiful lady, she nudged Jake's shoulder, teasing him. So this times is the senior who beat you to a pulp, huh? Why didn't you tell us she was a total bombshell? Emma, calm down a bit, Jake said, totally embarrassed. It seems everyone knows me. The beautiful lady laughed, then turned to look at May. If I'm not mistaken, you're the amazing chef, May, right? Ah, yes. Jake Sr. You know me, too. Of course. I came here this time to discuss something with you. Could I borrow your Jake for a moment? The beautiful lady's words immediately made Jake and his friends freeze for 5 seconds straight. Lol. Haha, it's just a small matter in the city. Don't get the wrong idea. Hearing that, May happily replied, Oh my, if you two have plans, just go. No need to ask for permission. After all, you've been guiding Jake so much these past few days. Then thank you, Sister May. Let's go, Jake. The beautiful lady said, as she literally pulled him away. Ivy, who had been silent, watched the beautiful lady with this super intense gaze until the two of them were completely gone. On the way, while the beautiful lady was driving, Jake got a message from Chloe. Ivy just said that after meeting this senior, she's even more certain that she is not times a teacher from the Dragon Capital Academy. Jake, you have to be careful. Reading the message, Jake instinctively turned to look at the beautiful lady, who seemed to sense the weird look in his eyes. The beautiful lady smiled and asked, What's wrong? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Senior, where are we going? Why do we have to leave the school? What else could it be? Of course, we're going to buy you a gift, that extremely rare, consumable item you mentioned last time, the level removal enchantment. Wait, for real? The beautiful lady didn't answer and just kept driving straight to the TNH auction house in downtown LA. Senior, we're here. Could it be? The beautiful lady then explained. It just so happens there's an enchantment scroll you want at this auction, so we have to seize the opportunity. Last time, the vice principal had to pay an extremely high price to get the Flying Dragon graveyard map. So, I'm afraid the same will happen with this rare scroll. Thinking about this, Jake hesitated and said, Senior, maybe we should just forget it. The beautiful lady looked at Jake's worried expression and laughed. Where did that demanding attitude you had when asking for a gift go? Don't worry, I've got way more money than you think. Until I know who this senior really is, Jake thought. I should be a bit more careful. I can't keep being in her debt, he thought to himself, then said out loud, Senior, I'll find a way to pay you back for this. A few minutes later, the auction officially began. The first item was the very scroll Jake needed. This is an extremely rare enchantment scroll. It can remove the level restrictions of an item or piece of equipment. Not only are its materials expensive, what item would you guys use this on? Let me know in the comments. But it also has a mere crafting success rate of 0.35%. The starting price is 95 million dragon coins. The moment the auctioneer finished speaking, people started bidding like crazy. 125 million dragon coins, 140 million, 185 million, 200 million. Jake sat there completely stunned. He had planned to pay his senior back no matter what. But why was the price increasing so fast? Currently, one of our guests has offered 230 million dragon coins. Is there any higher bid? Let me teach you something, she whispered to Jake. In an auction, you must never play the game of a frog in slowly boiling water. You have to strike decisively. The beautiful lady said quietly, then raised her hand to bid. I'll pay. But before the beautiful lady could finish her sentence, someone else cut her off. 300 million. I'll pay 300 million dragon coins. Everyone's head immediately snapped toward the person who just bid. Jake was no exception, and when he saw who it was, he couldn't hide his shock. Tina. She wants this enchantment scroll, too. The beautiful lady frowned and said, The little princess of the Thai kingdom. Huh. She's quite loaded. If we're going to compete with her, it looks like this is going to cost us a pretty penny. This statement from the beautiful lady surprised Jake even more. Senior, how do you even know her? My information network is vast, so I know all about what happened between you and Tina. Today, I'll help you get some payback. Even if it costs a fortune, she won't be able to buy it. This scroll is definitely going to be your gift, the beautiful lady replied with a smile, then raised her paddle and called out a crazy price. 400 million. Oh, 400 million. The current bid has reached 400 million dragon coins. Humph. Who is that? How annoying. Tina slammed the table in anger, jumping to her feet and scanning the room for the person who had just bid. Princess, please calm down. We brought 500 million dragon coins this time. We can still keep bidding. Kyle had barely finished speaking when the beautiful lady struck again. No. On second thought, I'll pay 500 million. The moment the words left her mouth, the excited auctioneer shouted, Unbelievable. 500 million. This is the first time I've ever seen someone bid against themselves like this. Is there any bid higher than 500 million? 500 million going once. 500 million going twice. 500 million sold. Just who is that detestable bastard who's deliberately opposing me? Hearing Tina's indignant scream and seeing her face flush with rage, the beautiful lady couldn't help but feel delighted. This is what I meant by striking decisively. Jake was smiling on the outside, but on the inside, his heart was breaking. He almost wished Tina had won. How was he ever going to repay $500 million? The auction was a success. Congratulations to this esteemed lady for acquiring her desired item. Please proceed to the private lounge. The beautiful lady and Jake followed the auctioneer's instructions, leaving their seats and heading to the lounge. Oh my god, it was only then that Kyle actually saw the bidder's face and just blurted out, Jake. Hearing that name, Tina's head snapped in that direction so fast I thought she'd get whiplash. The second she confirmed it was Jake, you could practically hear her grinding her teeth. It's Haim again. That despicable lowlife, always ruining my plans. Oh. Tina didn't even give Kyle a second glance and just stormed off, tossing an order over her shoulder. Let's go. You're completely useless. Just wait till my brother gets here. He'll show you what happens to trash like you. Meanwhile, across town, Jake and his gorgeous mentor were chilling in the VIP lounge of the Manhwa auction house, living their best lives. After a minute, this super elegant woman walks in holding their prize. The moment she spots the beautiful lady, she just scoffs playfully. I knew it had to be you. Only you would dare to bid that crazy at my place. The beautiful lady just ran over and gave her a huge hug, acting all cute, I know. I came without even calling. My bad. You totally should have called. You drop so much cash here every time. I gotta make sure I roll out the red carpet for you. It was then that the woman finally noticed Jake hanging out in the corner. She gave him this intense, sizing up look. This is my junior. I bought this scroll as a little gift for him. Oh, your little brother, is he? Duyaku smirked, totally getting it, and then introduced herself. You can call me Sister Du. I own this joint. If you're ever looking for some rare finds, you know where to come. Jake shook her hand and was all polite. Nice to meet you, ma'am. I'm Jake. So, you and my senior, you know each other? Haha, honey, your senior and I are more than just acquaintances. I'm her sister-in-law. This whole auction house, it's co-owned by me and her big brother. No way, Jake said, but inside he was thinking. Well, no wonder she was throwing money around like it was nothing. Her family owns the freaking place. My whole plan to pay her back $500 million now seems kinda dumb. Crap, I still need to make another $480 million. But just as his brain was short-circuiting, the beautiful lady called him over to open his gift, and all his money worries just poofed away. With this enchantment scroll, he could finally get around that insane level 60 requirement for the Soulwing Flying Dragon King. Oh, right, Duyaku asked with a smile. Found anything new to add to the illustrated guide lately? The beautiful lady, while whipping out a black card to pay, let out a huge sigh. Girl, I got nothing. You've already cataloged all my random junk. Aw, you've been cleaned out. Seeing the money hit her account, Duyaku was beaming. Come back and make your big sis rich again soon, okay? Noticing Jake looking all pensive, the beautiful lady poked him. Yo. Little Jake, you better be figuring out how to pay me back that 500 mil. My girl May is waiting for me to bring you back in one piece, you know. You totally look like you're scheming a way to ghost me on the bill. Jake just brushed off her teasing and asked, Excuse me, that illustrated guy you two were just talking about. What is that? Ah, I almost forgot. This is the other reason I brought you to this spot on 5th Avenue today. The beautiful lady tapped on her tablet and then spun the screen around for Jake to see. This, my friend, is the secret to how I make so many dragon coins. It's all about the 100 Treasures Illustrated Guide recording system, which is totally exclusive to this auction house. All you have to do is find stuff that's not in this catalog, and bam, you get paid. Simple, right? Duyaku added with a grin. The money you make from me is just pocket change, really. The value of some truly priceless treasures. You can't even put a number on it. Jake scrolled through the list, then looked up, totally shocked. Wait, you said times record times them, not times sell times them. That's right. Just by logging a treasure's info into the 100 Treasures catalog, the Manhwa auction house estimates its value and gives a percentage of that appraisal back to the owner as a finder's fee. Basically, Duyaku jumped in. It's a genius way to use rare finds to advertise for us, since my sister-in-law here has some seriously high-end taste. Of course, if you want to sell, we're not going to say no. I can earn 3% of the appraised value. If I record some sick gear, I could pay off that 500 million debt in no time. If that's the case. And just like that, a light bulb went off in his head. Jake immediately pulled the legendary Flying Dragon King's soul wings out of his inventory and asked Duyaku to appraise them, leaving her with her jaw on the floor. Level 60 legendary flying wings. For real. Bro, this thing is worth at least 2 billion. Please, please, please tell me you'll record it in our 100 Treasures catalog. 3% of 2 billion is 60 million. My math's not wrong, right? Using the catalog to make bank is just that easy. Jake silently agreed. This method is sick, but it's still a long way from 500 mil. Thinking this, Jake smirked and said, By the way, Miss Du, I've actually got something even rarer than the soul wings. Hearing this, Duyaku's eyes lit up. You got more goodies? I wonder what you'll think of this dragon egg. As he spoke, Jake pulled out the Starlight Dragon egg, and Duyaku looked like she'd seen a ghost. Hey, a dragon egg. Wait a minute. Are you that legendary dragon master from the South Province? Even the beautiful lady couldn't hide her shock, asking, Jake, you have a second times dragon besides the black one. Jake didn't answer, silently kicking himself. Actually, if I count the 2 flying dragon kings from the bone flute, I'd have like 5 of them now. Too bad Shadow ate the flute. Otherwise, I could have recorded that thing and made some extra cash. If the unranked soul wings are like S tier among S tiers, then this dragon egg is a whole new level. It's unprecedented. I have to take back what I said before. Not every treasure can be appraised. Hearing Duyaku say that, Jake got super confused. So, this dragon egg can't be recorded in the catalog? Duyaku basically lunged at him and grabbed his shoulders, saying frantically, No, I'm begging you. You have to enter it into the 100 Treasures catalog. If we have this, the Tianhua auction house will be famous across the entire country. No, forget the country. We'll be known worldwide. We'll go down in history. How about this? Come to our auction house once a month. Pick whatever you want. I don't care what the price is. It's yours. On the house. What do you say? Jake didn't even hesitate. Deal. That's fine by me. Please enter both of these items into the catalog. So, which month does that offer start? For real? Yes, it starts this month. It's effective right now. Jake shot her a massive grin. That's perfect. There's actually something I want to grab for free right now. A minute later, Jake strutted out of the lounge with a brand new enchantment scroll, completely free. Yo, guys. Drop a comment below if you think Jake is an absolute G for that move. And now Jake has another dragon egg. I seriously backed the right horse. The beautiful lady looked at Jake and said, Hey, I wasn't actually rushing you, you know. You didn't have to pay back the 500 million that fast. Jake just smiled. It's all good. Since Miss Du said the deal was on starting today, I just picked this level removal enchantment. I can't believe her sister-in-law was cool with it and transferred the money back to my account so fast. The beautiful lady felt a little bummed. Damn, he paid it back so quick. Now I feel awkward asking for interest. Tianhua really has some insane stuff. I gotta remember to pop by once a month from now on, Jake said as they walked through the main hall. Just then, the catalog of the Tianhua auction house updated. The second the dragon egg hit the list, the entire place erupted into chaos. A dragon egg. Tianhua got a dragon egg. A dragon, the mythical beast that can wipe out a whole country. Oh my god. At that moment, some super hyped up dude grabbed a security guard by the collar, screaming, How much is the dragon egg? I don't care if I go broke, I have to buy it. The guard was just like, sir, I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Meanwhile, another guy was on the phone, yelling, It's true. I swear on my life. I saw it with my own 2 eyes in Tianhua's catalog, down here on Rodeo Drive. There's a dragon egg. Jake looked at the absolute mayhem and couldn't help but say, Wow. Miss Du works fast. The Tianhua auction house is going to be legendary after this. Hey, genius. Now is not the time to be happy for her, the beautiful lady said, pointing her chin toward the entrance. That mob is about to break down the doors to see the dragon egg. If we don't bail, we're sleeping here tonight. After literally fighting their way out, Jake and the beautiful lady finally gasped for fresh air outside. We made it, she sighed. Your new sister-in-law is going to make an absolute killing. You totally should have asked for like 3 or 4 freebies a month to make it worth it. Even though Jake was totally kicking himself inside, he played it cool and said, Nah, I think that would have been pushing it. Anyway, where's your car? My ride is right here, she said with a playful wink, walking over to a beast of a motorcycle. But, isn't that the car we took to get here? Oh, that was just a loaner. I was returning to my sister-in-law. My real baby has been here the whole time. Jake just stared at her, completely stunned. I seriously thought she'd summon a mount like Mr. Chen or have a driver like Tina. I never pegged her as a biker chick who loves the wind in her hair. What are you standing there gawking at? Get on and hold on tight. Your senior here drives really, really fast, and if you fall off, I'm not coming back for you. Jake scrambled onto the bike, and before he could even get a decent grip, she gunned it, and he almost flew right off. Whoa, senior, I'm not even holding on yet, Jake yelled, totally panicked. Hearing him, she just laughed. After your second-class advancement, your agility and stamina are through the roof, and you're still scared of a little speed? Come on. Damn, she knows way too much about me. I literally just had my second advancement, and she's got my whole file memorized. The beautiful woman kept chatting like she wasn't breaking the sound barrier. After the second-class advancement, you get 3 pet slots. Wait a sec. If you had 2 before, 1 was for the black dragon. So why isn't that unhatched egg in your other slot? Speaking of which, She suddenly whipped her head around to ask him, Jake, hey, don't tell me that dragon egg is your third times dragon. My third. Watch the road. Watch the road, senior. Jake was so scared he could barely speak. You kid, you have no idea how stupidly lucky you are. Dragons are basically gods. Some people search their whole lives and never even see one. And on that bombshell, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe for more drama. But look at you. Already got 3 of them at your age. Just chillin' and taking in the good vibes. Jake just had to ask. Okay, for real though, senior. Why are you helping me so much? And when do I finally get to know who you really are? The mystery woman got serious for a sec. It's not time yet, Jake. You still have to get past the first trial. The first trial? That's right. Some special envoy is about to roll up to Longdew Academy over on the west side of Chicago to see if you're even worthy of going to the national trials. You gotta make this dude respect you to pass. Oh, and P.S. This special envoy is over level 70. I have a feeling he's gonna come straight for you. Hearing that, Jake just busted out laughing. Oh, I get it. So you're the secret weapon the school sent to help me get through this? You could put it that way, but what's so funny? Jake said, only half joking, I don't care what level that dude is. As long as you're teaching me, that so-called special envoy better start saying his prayers. I am definitely going to nationals, so he better not try anything slick. Or else, he's gonna find out the hard way. Haha, listen to you, Mr. Big Shot. I love it. When the time comes, you better make him bow down. The gorgeous woman laughed right back at him and then glanced at the sky. Whoa, is it that late already? Gotta get you back, pronto. I pinky promised the girls at Villa number 1 I'd have you home by evening. Hold on tight, cause I'm about to hit the gas. But while she was talking, Jake had already quietly popped his flying dragon's soul wings and took her hand. Senior, hold on tight. Let me give you a lift the rest of the way. And just like that, Jake grabbed her hand, and they shot up into the sky together. A few minutes later, Jake gently set her down on a main road, asking with a little disappointment, You sure you don't need me to take you any further? Yeah, I'm good. You can head back now, she replied with a killer smile. Hearing that, Jake didn't push it and just bounced. Oh my god, this kid is so dense. Any other guy would have been like, no, I insist on taking you all the way to your door, but, low-key, I kinda dig it. The passive type is my jam, but her good mood totally vanished when she realized her motorcycle was still way back where they started, and she couldn't help but scream, Fat idiot. That absolute moron. Anyway, back to our main character. Flying home was a workout, for sure, but hey, it was great practice for getting used to his soul wings. After a quick nap to recharge, Jake got right back to the mission. He paused for his meeting, hatching the Star Dragon egg. But first, he had to give Jade and Shadow the big brother talk. You two, you ready? I know last time was a total fail, but from now on, you gotta live in harmony. For real, just like we talked about. Jade and Shadow immediately nodded. Only then did Jake feel chill enough to use his dragon taming magic on the Star Dragon egg. Star Dragon, my third little homie, come on out. Not even a few seconds later, the eggshell cracked and this insane stream of light just exploded out, making it look like there were stars all over the ceiling. And then bam, a baby dragon with a totally unique look was born. Star Dragon contract level 1, strength 795, agility 276, spirit 109, stamina 373. Star Shatter basically creates a star and then just crushes it for massive area damage. The power depends on its strength. Starlight Scale Armor slaps on some armor, and it just keeps absorbing damage for a full 60 seconds. When the skill ends, boom, all that damage gets blasted back at any enemy up close. Star Bravery. Energy just keeps pumping out, slowly boosting its stamina during a fight. Whoa, so the Star Dragon is a straight-up brawler. Hold up, it just hatched and its strength is already 795. Jake picked up the little dragon, totally mind-blown. His stats are all about strength, just like Shadow. But his power is double what Shadow's was at the start. No cap. Once this little dude hits, like, level 20, even without May and Shadow's buffs, his strength could easily break 10,000. I always thought Shadow was my main heavy hitter, but I guess Shadow is more of an all-rounder, kinda like the Dragon Knight class I picked. And this Starlight Scale armor on the Star Dragon is nuts. It looks like a defense skill, but it's totally offense too, reflecting all the damage it tanks for 60 seconds right back at the enemy. And Star Bravery means this little guy can fight forever without getting tired. What a tank. Plus, the Star Dragon isn't just a meathead. That Star Shatter skill sounds like a super high damage magic attack. I gotta test that out later to see how much it wrecks. While Jake was nerding out, Jade, like clockwork, picked up a piece of the eggshell. But before she could even get it to her mouth, the new Star Dragon leaped forward and smacked her hand, making the shell drop. Jade turned and gave the new dragon the deadliest death stare I have ever seen. All right, fam, time for the naming ceremony. Your new little sister needs a name. Jade, Shadow, what do you think? Since we're starting all the names with C, how about we call her Stella? Before the new dragon could even react, Shadow stomped over to a corner to sulk. Meanwhile, Shadow was just nonstop complaining in dragon speak, leaving Jake totally confused. Dude, what is your problem? It's just a name. Don't be like that. Fine, I'll change it later if I think of something better. Stella, you like that name. In response, Stella just gave Jake a completely bored, whatever look, which made him feel super awkward. Geez, what a little snob. Well, looks like she and Jade won't be teaming up to cause trouble anytime soon. That's a relief. Okay, scene change. Elsewhere, we got Kevin Kim, level 60, the new #1 player of the Tiki Nation, grinding in the Wildlands, a level 60 to 70 zone just outside Vegas. Mid-grind, he gets a call from one of that little troublemaker Kimmy's friends. Yeah, I got it. Kevin snapped and hung up. Kev, what's up? You look pissed, a dude in white armor asked. Kevin didn't lie. My sister had someone call me, telling me to get revenge for her. The two girls in their party, who were totally eavesdropping, jumped in. Kimmy, isn't she studying abroad in the Dragon Nation? Did she get bullied or something? Yeah, she's been blowing up my phone for days, whining that some guy beat her up, and apparently, it wasn't just once. She's all grown up but still acts like a brat. Totally my fault for spoiling her, Kevin sighed, completely ignoring a monster the size of a bus rising out of the mud behind him. The guy with glasses saw it but was totally unfazed and just asked, So, you heading to the Dragon Nation? Duh, of course I am, Kevin said, while casually flicking his wrist and creating a dark illusion, which instantly sent the monster that was about to pounce straight to the graveyard. As the big bro who loves her the most, I gotta go clean up her messes. But right now, prepping for the national trial is my #1 priority. Let's just run this dungeon one more time. As soon as I get the last piece of my wraith set, I'm booking a flight to the Dragon Nation. Besides handling my sister's drama, I need to scout the competition and see who the Dragon Nation is sending to the trial. At this point, he got a super arrogant look on his face. This year's championship trophy belongs to the Tiki Nation, period. Hearing this, his teammates just laughed like it was the most obvious thing in the world. No doubt, when Kevin makes a move, it's always a checkmate. Haha, for real. You scouting them is giving those Dragon Nation scrubs way too much credit. Alright, back to Jake. In the week after he got Stella, there was zero drama from the Fang Syndicate and no angry calls from Kimmy, so his life was actually normal for once. Jake spent most of his time training and sparring with the upperclassmen. Every day, his squad kept running the Poison Spider Forest, getting the 3 little dragons leveled up like crazy. On top of that, Jay also finished his 2nd class advancement, becoming a sword dancer too. Chloe and Emma were a little behind, but they finally met the requirements for their 2nd class change. In front of the class advancement hall on campus, Jay was a little shocked when he heard Chloe's new class. I picked Sword Dancer because it builds on Swordmaster skills, but I totally thought you'd go for a support class. Chloe explained, honestly, I thought about it, but with Jade on the team, my healing spells are basically useless. LOL. So I decided to go for a pure offense build instead. Compared to before, my light-based attack spells are way stronger now. Jake then jumped in with a huge grin. Yes, our squad is totally stacked now. We've got physical, magical, buffs, and debuffs all covered. We just need Emma to finish her class change, and we'll be unstoppable. Oh, speak of the devil. Emma walked out of the hall, her face glowing as she said, It's perfect. Chloe rushed over. Oh my god, how did it go? Emma got all mysterious. Guess what class I advanced to? Jay guessed. No way. Did a hidden class pop up in the 2nd advancement options? You know it, Emma said with a massive grin. Then she busted out a few moves for everyone to see. A Water Lotus Swordswoman. She can use water element spells. It's a type of magic swordsman. Seeing the totally stunned looks on Jay's and Chloe's faces, Jake asked, Wait, you can get a hidden class during the 2nd advancement too? Yeah, but the odds are insanely low, even lower than getting a hidden class the first time. Hearing that, Emma got even prouder and was like, Is that right? I knew I was gifted. I finally feel like I'm on the same level as you guys. Jake, being Jake, had to tease her. So, is it because you haven't been making any waves in the team that you advanced to some kind of water swordswoman? Get it. You little brat. Jake, get over here right now. Just as Emma was about to body slam him, his phone buzzed. It was the vice principal, telling him the special envoy was about to arrive and to get his butt to the assembly hall immediately. Jake and his crew didn't waste a second and booked it over to the combat class hall at Longdew Academy. While they were waiting for Mr. VIP to show up, a senior named Hannah was cool enough to give Jake the scoop. The special envoy's name is Mr. Norman Strong, and he's a Holy Shield Knight, a 3rd advancement at level 76. Jake saw the vice principal and could tell the man did not vibe with this guy. Jake thought, the VP doesn't like him. My senior warned me he would come after me. Just who the heck is this Norman Strong guy? As Jake was thinking, he was shocked to see the Brahma staff, the freaking #1 ranked weapon in the 100 Treasures Guide book, in the hands of some mystery person on the stage. He couldn't help himself and leaned over to whisper to Hannah, "Yo, Hannah, you know who that is, all cloaked up and holding the staff? That's our school's new principal. And even though I say new, he's actually been here for 2 years. And get this, you guys. They say he's a 4th advancement master. WHAAT. Drop a like right now if you are shook. This is about to get crazy." It was all like, wait, so does that mean nobody knows how strong Principal Blake really is? Guhan just nodded, spilling the tea. Yup. Besides the vice principal, nobody knows anything. He ghosts every school event. His voice is always changed by magic, and we don't even know if he's a dude or a chick, or what his level is. For him to show up in person for someone, this special envoy, Nguyen Trong Fong, must be a total VIP. And speak of the devil, Nguyen Trong Fong himself struts in. The second he enters the auditorium, he barks out, "Who's the principal?" Xiao Shangming immediately jogs over, all smiles, and goes, "Greetings, special envoy. I'm the vice principal here at Longdu Academy. Pleasure to meet you. I'm looking for the guy in charge. If you can't make the call on the trial candidate, then don't waste my time." Nguyen Trong Fong sneered, acting like he owned the whole place. He literally just walked right past Xiao Shangming, looked up at the stage, and demanded, "Are all the chosen candidates here, or what?" Principal Blake didn't say a word, just gave a little nod. Xiao Shangming, clearly fed up with this dude's attitude, dropped the fake smile and said in a low voice, "There are no other candidates. Longdu Academy is recommending one person, Jake." Oh my god, the tension in the room got so thick you could cut it with a knife. All the students started whispering, like, "Did you hear that? The envoy wants to pick the person himself, but the school is only putting up one name. Oh, he's got to be so ticked off right now." Jake watched this Nguyen Trong Fong guy for a sec, then leaned over to Gu Han. "Yo, I'm getting a bad vibe from this dude. I bet he's seen some serious action, and not the good kind." Gu Han was like, "For real. The principal and VP must think you're the real deal, cause they're willing to make this envoy salty just to back you up. But it's obvious this guy came here from DC ready for a fight, and now we got no one else to offer. The vice principal isn't backing down an inch. This is a crazy power move." Nguyen Trong Fong then snapped his head towards Xiao Shangming, his eyes sharp as daggers, and said, "Jake, huh, so your esteemed school already made the choice for me? Guess the opinion of the new special envoy is just for show, is that it?" Xiao Shangming just gave a polite little laugh and shot back, "Special envoy, you're being dramatic. Longdu has complete faith in Jake. We're positive the kid will blow you away." "Blow me away? Oh, I've seen the file on your boy Jake. Yeah, he's got potential. I'll give him that." As he was talking, Nguyen Trong Fong started walking right towards where Jake was sitting. Level 32, a Dragon Knight, top dog freshman from Nan Province. From Shanghai to Longdu, from the Chen family's mansion in Beverly Hills to the Marquis of Zhenbei. Someone who's always had it handed to him on a silver platter. What could you possibly know about the struggle of the other candidates? You think your little level 32 can hang with the level 50 or 60 masters from other countries? Get real. Jake just stayed quiet, watching him, thinking, there's something seriously off with this old dude. He's coming at me with so much heat. If Longdu Academy has so much faith in you, then how about right now, I test if you're really qualified? Nguyen Trong Fong said with a nasty smirk, and then out of nowhere, he unsheathed his sword and lunged at Jake. Luckily, Jake was already on high alert and managed to block the crazy attack. Nguyen Trong Fong's little stunt immediately got the teachers all riled up. What kind of test is this? This is a straight-up ambush. Special envoy, my dude. You're a level 76 going after a level 32. You're just being a bully. But Nguyen Trong Fong didn't care. He just kept swinging like a madman at Jake and shouted back, I don't need him to just show up at the national trial. I couldn't care less about his level. My job is to find someone strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the other 22 nations. If you can't even pass my little pop quiz, you have no business representing the Dragon Kingdom. Jake was struggling to fend off the relentless attacks, thinking, I can't get into a close-quarters brawl with him. His level is way too high, but this room is too cramped to summon my dragon without hurting somebody. Crap. Jake, show me everything you've got. Let me see just how amazing you are, since you're the reason I got booted from Longdu's high command and demoted to this pathetic special envoy gig. Nguyen Trong Fong's attacks got wilder and wilder, hitting harder each time. For a student who just hit level 32 like Jake, fighting this dude up close was like trying to stop a freight train with a pillow. So, yeah, it wasn't long before his weapon got knocked out of his hand. Just as Nguyen Trong Fong was about to land a nasty finishing blow on Jake, a wave of power stopped him dead in his tracks. Special Envoy, you seem a little times 2 times into this, don't you think? Let's move this test somewhere else. As he said that, the principal in the white robes tapped his scepter. A magic circle lit up the floor, and then times he teleported Jake, Nguyen Trong Fong, and the vice principal to the giant arena at Longdu. There, plenty of space here. Special Envoy, feel free to continue. It doesn't matter where we go. The result is going to be the same. Nguyen Trong Fong snorted, then looked at Jake. Show me what you got. Don't hold anything back, because that would just be embarrassing for the 2 big shots who put their necks on the line for you. Okay, I knew this whole test felt shady from the start. Since we're in a place with room to breathe, I guess I'll show you what I can really do, just like you wanted. Jake chugged a blink elixir, which let him teleport anywhere within 50 meters with a 30-second cooldown and instantly appeared behind Nguyen Trong Fong, then summoned Shadow to lay down the hurt. Ah, so this is the black dragon that the little princess of the Kim family was so mad about. Looks just like the videos. Too bad. No matter how tough this dragon is, it's useless against me. A level 76 Holy Shield Knight. You're just a punk kid. As he was thinking all that, Nguyen Trong Fong flexed his power, and a massive shield appeared on his left arm. You better watch real close now, Mr. Special Envoy. The second Jake finished talking, Shadow opened its mouth and blasted Nguyen Trong Fong with its dragon fear, hitting him with a ton of debuffs. Nguyen Trong Fong blocked the main hit with his shield, and even though he got hit with immobilize and stun effects, he could still move. So he laughed all cocky. Now that's a dragon. The pressure is intense, but its level is still way too low. Watching this, Xiao Shengming was starting to sweat. Last time, Jake's black dragon used that move to wipe out the entire Fenyun guild. The principal standing next to him just chuckled and said, "You think that's his whole playbook? Just keep watching, my friend. This little trick might work on your high school buddies, but trying it on me." Nguyen Trong Fong was mid-smack talk when his whole body just crumpled to the ground, totally overwhelmed by the fear from the dragon. How is this possible? A Holy Shield Knight like me, feeling scared? While Nguyen Trong Fong was having his existential crisis, Jake just clicked his tongue and taunted him. Kinda hard to test me when you're kneeling on the floor, isn't it, Mr. Special Envoy? You dare make fun of me. Shaking with pure rage, Nguyen Trong Fong used a skill called Steadfast Stance, a knight move that instantly cleanses stun, fear, and charm effects and makes him immune to them for the next 12 minutes. The second he could move again, he charged straight at Jake. You little punk. You think you can mess with me? Mess with you? How so? Jake shot back with a smirk, then used both hands to open 2 portals, which immediately put Nguyen Trong Fong on high alert. 2 portals. What's he summoning now? It couldn't be. As it turned out, that little fear in the back of Nguyen Trong Fong's mind was 100% correct. Jade and Sing Chen made their grand entrance. Hey, if you want me to go all out, you gotta at least make me take this seriously, Mr. Special Envoy. The moment Jake stopped talking, Xing Chen shot forward like a rocket, launching an attack on Nguyen Trong Fong. Nguyen Trong Fong barely managed to block it with his sword but was still so shook that he yelled, 3 dragons. He has 3 of them. Aw, too bad. You're wrong. Jake snapped his fingers and told Shadow, Jade, bring out the twin flying dragon kings. Shadow immediately used its skill, natural assimilation, then Dragon Call Bone to summon the spirits of the twin flying dragon kings, just like Jake ordered. Principal, did you know Jake had 5 dragons this whole time? I literally can't believe what I'm seeing. The principal didn't answer. He was just looking at Jake with total admiration. You really are just full of surprises, Jake. All right, Mr. Special Envoy. So, what do you think? Am I qualified to join the national trials now, or what? Jake asked, one hand chilling in his pocket while he gestured with the other. All 5 dragons roared and charged at Nguyen Trong Fong at the same time. No way. What do I do? What do I do now? How is this kid even fighting me? Totally panicking, Nguyen Trong Fong instantly popped his skill, Holy Light Protection. Shadow lunged in first, crashing into the spot where Nguyen Trong Fong was standing. A massive explosion went off, kicking up a huge dust cloud that blocked everyone's view. Xiao Shengming threw up an arm to shield his eyes and said to the principal, full of worry, the Special Envoy, he's done for. A direct hit from a dragon that huge, he's got to be toast. But just then, a loud laugh echoed out, making everyone look. Turns out, thanks to his Holy Light Protection skill, he had created an instant shield that made him immune to all damage for 10 seconds. While the shield was up, it also juiced his movement speed by 100%, his casting speed too, but it had a 16-hour cooldown. Nguyen Trong Fong had barely escaped Shadow's insane attack. Now he was zipping away on a bloodthirsty bat, gloating, you'll have to try killing me again in 8 years, losers. Xiao Shangming just watched, stunned. He's actually running away. Well, I guess it's better than getting ripped to shreds by a dragon, the principal said sarcastically. I can't believe Nguyen Trong Fong, who was acting so high and mighty, is now scrambling away like a total coward. Seeing Nguyen Trong Fong making a run for it, Jake decided to poke the bear. Man, for a special envoy, you sure are fast at hopping on your ride and getting out of here. For real. And yup, the taunt totally worked. Nguyen Trong Fong immediately whipped back around. This damn brat thinks he can clown me just because he got lucky with a few dragons. Without those giant lizards, you're nothing. I just need to take you out, and it's over. My holy light protection still has 4 seconds left. With that thought, Nguyen Trong Fong steered his bat and charged full speed at Jake. A noob is always a noob. Even with a whole squad of dragons, you're full of holes, he yelled, swinging his sword and activating the skill, Holy Light Judgment, juicing his blade with Holy Light to deal 420% holy damage. A direct hit would also double the damage of his next holy attack, and with 2 seconds left on his God Mode shield, he was going for the kill shot. But just as the sword was about to hit Jake, it was blocked by a green shield from the skill Jade Light. Jade Light creates 12 layers of a Jade Blessing for the target, taking away any debuffs and jacking all his stats by a whopping 60%. Plus, get this, each layer of this blessing can block 2 whole hits. He's like, yeah, that's more like it. One more little tap and a layer of that Jade Light is going to shatter. Jake just smirked and said, my Holy Light Judgment only crack half of your shield. Even up close, you can't touch this with my dragon here. Oh, and your little Holy Light protection, it's gone. Bye-bye. Oh my god. So knowing he was totally cooked, Nolan hopped on his beast and tried to make a break for it, but Jake was like, not so fast. Yo, Mr. Special Envoy, trying to dip out again. You can't blame a guy for not letting you ghost me like that. As he said it, he started powering up this insane skill, the Blue Dragon King's Roar. And y'all, this move shoots a freaking lightning bolt that does massive damage and paralyzes you. While Nolan was bug-eyed watching Jake's every move, he completely missed that Talon had swooped in and blocked his ride, the bloodthirsty bat. It literally just took one little tap to stun the bat, making it wobble and totally eat dirt. So Nolan goes down with it, and you see him just scrambling on the ground after falling from the sky. Jake is literally dying, laughing, like, bro, look at you. Where's that big shot envoy who was going to teach me a lesson a minute ago? And just as Jake finished roasting him, the Blue Dragon King's Roar was fully charged. Nolan screamed, wait, hold up. But did Jake listen? Nope. Ignoring Nolan's pathetic begging, Jake just blasted that lightning bolt straight to his face. The bloodthirsty bat was instantly deleted from the game. Nolan barely survived, but he was seriously messed up. Jake just casually strolled over, looked down at him, and was like, Mr. Special Envoy, my bad about your pet. But you know, in these crazy national trials, taking out someone's ride is, like, totally normal. You went through all this trouble, Mr. Special Envoy, just to see how I'd handle things, right? At this point, Vice Principal Myers, probably scared Jake was about to commit a whole felony, rushed in trying to calm things down. Mr. Special Envoy, that's enough of an assessment. Just give Jake the qualification already. Shut up. I decide when this is over. Nolan roared like a total psycho. Myers was about to say more, but Principal Blake stopped him. Just let him cook. Nolan can't last much longer anyway. I mean, come on. Jake has flash, damage immunity, knows dragon magic, and has 5 dragons. Anyone else would be a star contestant, for sure. But no, not Nolan. Blinded by pure hater energy, he grabs his weapon and charges at Jake again. Anyone but you, Jake. You're not allowed. Some broke nobody who flips burgers down at the corner shop on 5th Avenue brought me to this. Seeing this, Jade let out a little growl, about to throw down, but Jake stopped her. He wanted to handle this clown himself. You made the Kim family and the big shots from D.C. drop me. You wrecked my career, and now you're clowning me and off my ride. I'm gonna absolutely destroy you today. Nolan screamed, swinging his sword like a maniac. But every single swing, whoosh, Jake dodged it like it was nothing and then just kicked him, sending the guy flying back like several dozen feet. Dude, there's no point fighting a guy who's completely lost his marbles. I'm not gonna kick you while you're down. If you still think I haven't passed your little test, then get up, and we'll go another round. And if you really think the beef between me and Kim's kid ruined your career, then fine. I'll be waiting for you to come get your revenge whenever. Just remember this, next time, I'm not holding back. Nolan just stared weakly at Jake, then his eyes rolled back and he passed out cold. Mr. Special Envoy, hang in there. I'll get you to a medic, stat. Vice Principal Myers scooped him up and booked it. The huge arena was now empty except for Jake and the principal in his white robes. And that's when the principal finally spoke up. All impressed. You're pretty good at playing it close to the chest. Even I didn't see 5 dragons coming. You said you'd go all out, but for real, how much of your power did you actually use just now? Jake just shrugged. Honestly, not even 1/10. My dragons were just stretching their legs. They haven't even used a single skill yet. The principal was floored. Excellent. Choosing you was definitely the right call. And with that, he tapped his scepter, and his whole body just faded away right in front of Jake. What a mic drop. Jake just kept staring at the spot where the principal vanished, thinking he seemed super familiar. Later that night, at the northernmost border, like way up in the level 60 unexplored zone of the Dragon Kingdom, a guy named Duke got Nolan's report. It said Jake was qualified, and Duke just burst out laughing. Drop a comment below if you think Nolan cried while signing that paper. This kid is the real deal. Knew it. The Dragon Kingdom's rep is Jake. I bet Nolan signed this with tears streaming down his face, didn't he? Ha. Adjutant, get in here. Immediately, his adjutant walked in. Yes, Marquis of the North. Your orders? Duke commanded. Get the Griffin ready. I'm taking a trip to Longdew Academy.
But sir, some of our exploration routes have been hit, and all the attacks came from that thing. If you leave now. Duke's face got dead serious.
It's not like I'm not coming back. What's the big deal? Tell the Griffin riders to keep exploring the other routes. I'm going to meet our champion and check out that thing myself. Meanwhile, back with Jake, after Nolan finally approved him, he had some downtime and wanted to find some treasure, so he hit up his info guy, Hex. But man, after looking at the map for Tide View Bay, a level 20 to 30 zone, Jake groaned. It was over 1,900 meters away, all the way out past Fresno. He couldn't believe it was that far for some mid-tier loot. Jake sighed into his phone. Whatever, man. I'll hit you up next time. Hex quickly replied. You sure? I know a teleportation mage who can zap you right over there. But, that's a different price tag. You feel me? But just then, Jake got a system alert. Jake, congratulations. You have found a treasure map for today. Holy crap. Finally, a god-tier map dropped. Jake thought. Hello? Jake, you still there? Hex asked. Yeah, I'm here. Hold up. Got another spot for you to look up. It's on the far northern border. But before Jake could even finish, a freaking fireball moving at light speed slammed into Villa Number 1. Some dude in a black cloak watched from above. He saw Villa Number 1 get swallowed by flames and thought, mission complete. But just as the assassin was about to bounce, he saw Jake fly out of the firestorm on the soul wings of the Flying Dragon King. Oh my god. The others were saved by Jade and Shadow and got out okay. Where do you think you're going? Get back here. Jake roared, totally enraged. He lunged forward and slashed the assassin's hood right off, revealing his face. Jake was shook. You're that teacher who was standing with the principal that day. Hearing all the noise, students from dorms down the block ran over. Someone call 911. What was that explosion? Is everyone okay? Chloe was fuming, pointing at the cloaked guy. He blew up our house. He was trying to take us out to shut us up. The teacher knew he was busted. Well, since I'm caught, I guess this is it. Then he activated a skill, Flame Bite Shackles, that binds you and stops you from getting any buffs for 8 seconds. And if you break free, your speed gets nerfed by 90% for 4 seconds. Brutal. Jake was instantly frozen in place. But the teacher wasn't done. He used another skill, Final Flame, burning his own life force to create a super hot flame core. He was literally going to go kamikaze, detonating himself to deal burn damage equal to 1,250% of his spirit stat. The explosion's range grew the longer he charged, and he was planning to take Jake with him. Yo, smash that like button if this is the most insane drama you've seen all week. Seeing what was happening, Chloe and Ivy immediately tried to use their skills to break Jake free, but it was no use. The system voice was like, Scorching Flame, core charging 23%, 59%, 72%. As it charged, the teacher's body started bloating up like a messed-up parade float. Jake knew he was trapped, but he was still thinking about everyone else. Shadow, get ready to pop Eternal Protection. Jade, protect everyone. The teacher cackled. You can't escape. Jake, there's only one way out for you. Ha ha ha. But right as the core was about to blow, bam. Principal Blake's scepter stabbed right through the teacher's chest, taking him out instantly. This broke the shackles and let Jake escape just before the body exploded. Talk about a clutch save. The school admin showed up right on time to handle the chaos, putting out the fire and trying to calm down all the freaked-out students. Jake, that was so scary. Are you hurt? May ran to Jake the second he landed, tears all over her face, and just hugged him. I'm okay. I'm sorry I made you worry. Chloe ran over too, asking, That was terrifying, Jake. Do you know who that mage was? I saw him the day the special envoy was here. He was standing with Principal Blake. Vice Principal Myers looked at the teacher's crispy corpse and said grimly, Jake, we never thought someone from our own school would try to assassinate you, and he was an honorary professor, a level 81 fire mage. It's just unbelievable. Jake frowned, asking, why would he do that? Was he one of Nolan's guys? May, standing next to him, yelled, Vice Principal, you have to get to the bottom of this. We were almost all killed. Chloe jumped in too. Yeah. When he saw Jake was still alive, that psycho immediately tried to drag him down with him. Vice Principal Myers was totally overwhelmed by their reactions. Everyone, please, calm down. I promise I will investigate this completely and get you all a proper explanation. The next morning, in Principal Blake's office at Longdew Academy, he was stressing. These kinds of assassination attempts are definitely going to happen again. This one failed, which means the next one will be even crazier. That professor had been here for ages. To think someone like that was right under my nose, it's chilling. Even with the whole school at my skill range, if I'd been a second later, I can't even imagine what would have happened. At this point, the principal looked annoyed at the person sitting across from him. Are you even listening to me? A guy named Jax chugged the entire teapot in one go and said, Dude, you should keep some booze in here. This tea is weak. Seeing the principal's deadpan face, Jax just laughed. Chill, chill. I'm listening. Yo, it's been ages since we kicked it like this, and I had to travel all the way from Anchorage to get here. You can't even ask me what's up. Principal Blake finally chilled out and was like, Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I've just been nonstop stressing about Jake this whole time. So, is your mission in the Arctic Circle a wrap? Not even close. But from what you're telling me, it's super not safe for Jake to be hanging around the academy right now. And since you and the vice principal gotta get to the bottom of this mess, it's all good. I can take a little heat off you guys. Take some of our heat? That's right. Let that kid roll with me to the Arctic Circle. Even if he's not scared of getting taken out, you know trouble's just gonna keep sniffing him out. If he bounces to the Arctic with me, not only can we basically guarantee he stays in one piece, but he also won't be putting his friends in the line of fire. It would be hella safe for him with you, but like, what's in it for you? A big shot marshal of the Northern Forces has time to babysit him. I've had my eye on this kid, Jake, for a hot minute. His glow-up is happening at warp speed, so he won't be a drag on my time. Of course, the other reason I want him to come is that I've got a hunch he can help me investigate times that thing asterisk. I feel you, but you gotta promise me you won't let Jake get into any real danger. Derek found a bottle of booze in a drawer, and as he popped the cork and started chugging, he shot back, Duh, I'll bring him back safe and sound. This tastes like garbage. What even is this? Dude, what do you think you're doing? That was a gift someone gave me. The very next morning at the main gate of Longday Academy, the second she saw Tyler get out of the car, that little troublemaker Tina ran over to glomp him, squealing, You're finally here. Spill it. Who's more important, me or all your gear? Come on. My little sister is obviously more important, but this year's national tournament is being held in Kyle's kingdom, so I had to come fully prepped. Besides, I came straight here to find you the second I was ready. So, you're gonna get revenge for me, right? Tyler just smiled and was like, Yeah, whoever dares to mess with my precious little sis, I will absolutely wreck them. Since house number 1 was still being fixed up, Jake and May were crashing at Ivy's place, house number 2, for a bit. That night, Jake hit up his sketchy contact to buy a map leading to some god-tier treasure his system was talking about. Ivy, who just happened to overhear, got curious and asked, Where are you planning on going? Without even looking up from the map, Jake mumbled, Yeah, I'm kinda into this spot, but I'm not planning to dip until they figure out who was behind the attack. Ivy didn't push it, just gently reminded him. Everyone's passed out upstairs since they barely got any sleep last night. If you do decide to go, at least wait till they wake up to tell them. Yeah, for sure, I'm not just gonna ghost. Thanks for looking out for them for me. Right then, the doorbell rang. I'll get it. It's probably the vice principal. Saying that, Jake hustled over to open the door. So, what's the verdict from the investigation? Jake's voice trailed off when he saw it wasn't the vice principal, but some middle-aged dude with a sick scar over his left eye. You are? Beats me what the investigation found, but chill, I'm not a bad guy. As he said this, Derek gestured behind him and continued with his super awkward laugh. This whole thing with the guards being knocked out is just a big misunderstanding. Do you kids know how to wake 'em up? I came here to find you, but they just kept trying to throw hands, so I guess you could say this was just self-defense, right? All the guards the vice principal posted were totally laid out. Could this be another attacker? At that thought, Jake whipped out his weapon and asked cautiously, Who are you? Just then, Chloe came downstairs, and when she saw Derek, she was like, Huh. Uncle Derek, what are you doing here? It was only then that she peeped the unconscious guards and freaked out. Oh my god, what happened here? A little bit later, once the whole story was out, Jake said kinda sheepishly, Oh, so you're the master that Uncle Chen was talking about. Chloe nodded, saying, Yup. I've been calling him Uncle Derek since I was a little kid. But Uncle Derek, you kinda went overboard on them this time. Derek just let out a huge laugh and replied, It's a good thing little Chloe showed up. Otherwise, this young buck and I would have totally thrown down. My bad, senior. I totally thought you were here to jump us. I've actually been wanting to meet you for a while, too. Thanks for handling that dude who was backing Tina. Even though that snake was already fired, he used his old connections to try and get revenge on you. So, you're the one who really put him in his place. Don't even mention it. Chloe then added with a grin. But it's wild the guards didn't recognize you. I mean, you're the legendary hero who rode a griffin solo to fight off an entire freaking beast tide. You fought a whole beast tide by yourself. When I was studying down in Miami, they had this memorial wall for the heroes who died fighting the beast tide. So you're the hero who pushed them back then, Jake exclaimed, jumping to his feet, totally fanboying. Haha, that was like a million years ago. Every generation has its own heroes. For instance, in this era, I've got my money on you, Jake. Derek sat up, walked over to clap Jake on the shoulder, and said with a dead serious look, I came here looking for you for one reason, and that is to take you to the Arctic border to train. I already cleared it with the principal. If you go to the Arctic with me, you can train and grind levels for the national tournament, and at the same time, you can dodge any future ambushes. But Uncle Derek, the Arctic border is basically uncharted territory. Jake is a national rep right now. We can't let anything happen to him before the tournament. Chloe and Ivy's worries were totally legit. So, Derek reassured Jake, I know the conditions up at the Arctic border are brutal, but it's an insane place to power up. Besides, by dipping out of here, you won't be putting your friends in danger from whoever's gunning for you anymore. Jake was quiet, thinking to himself that the location on his god-level map was literally at the far northern border. So, he wanted to go. But he was worried if everyone would actually be safe from attacks after he left. As if she was reading his mind, Ivy said, Jake, if you want to go, then just go. We've all hit our second job advancement, so we don't have to stress about being attacked again. I'll take over looking after everyone for you. Chloe jumped in. Yeah, we'll protect your auntie and keep her safe. You don't have to worry about a single thing. Hearing that, all of Jake's worries just melted away, and he agreed to Derek's offer. Haha, perfect. I knew I picked the right guy. Chloe, go buy some top-shelf stuff for your uncle here. We gotta throw this kid a massive going-away party. Chloe replied cheerfully. Uncle Derek, we can't handle that hardcore liquor you like. I'm always over at your guy's house number 1 for dinner, so I doubt we have any food at home. Jake offered. I'll go grab the groceries. When my aunt and Emma wake up, we can all eat together, and I can also use it as a chance to say bye to my senior. Just then, Derek remembered something. Little Chloe, hurry up and heal those bodyguards outside. It's going to be a whole thing if someone sees them like that. Chloe replied awkwardly, Yes, sir, but I switched my class to Holy Light Adjudicator, so I literally don't have any healing spells anymore. Derek turned to Ivy, basically begging for help. Don't look at me. I've never had a single healing skill in my life. In the end, it was all on Jake, who summoned Jade to patch them up. After leaving the house, Jake swung by the arena, setting up a ranked match on purpose just to see the pretty senior one last time and say goodbye. I'm about to head out to the Arctic Circle, so I won't see you again until the Nationals. For real gonna miss sparring with you. Things might get boring. The pretty senior stepped forward, pinched Jake's cheek, and said with a smile, You silly boy. You'll learn way more in the Arctic than you ever would messing around with me. It's also crazy dangerous, so you definitely won't be bored. Yeah, I get it. I should probably bounce then. Still gotta say my goodbyes to everyone tonight. As Jake turned to leave, the pretty senior suddenly hugged him from behind. You're leaving so suddenly. I don't have a real gift for you. As she spoke, she tied a string of red beads around Jake's wrist. This is for good luck, so keep it on. The pretty senior let him go, and before dipping, she added playfully, You better go all out in the Arctic and at the Nationals, you hear me? Stay safe, and when you get back, remember to bring me a piece of that unmeltable ice. Jake was silent the whole walk home, but just as he was about to hit his front door on Elm Street, he couldn't take it anymore. How much longer are you going to follow me? Oh, you caught me. Tyler stepped out from behind a tree with a smirk. You're surprisingly hard to track down. Who are you, and why are you stalking me? You might not know me, but I've heard a thing or two about you. I'm Tyler, Tina's older brother. My sister was well taken care of by you, so I came here to thank you. Jake dropped the grocery bag he was holding, instantly drew his weapon, and scanned the area. Oh, so you're the new number 1 ranked player from Kyle's kingdom. Tina is here too, isn't she? Tell her to come out. The second Jake said that, a snotty girl's voice echoed from the shadows. Still, so full of yourself, huh? I had to come watch my brother put you in your place. She walked over to stand next to Tyler, who spoke with a cocky as hell smirk. Whether or not you get put in your place is all on you. Jake, I'll give you one shot. Let my sister return those slaps from last time, and we can call it even. Hearing Tyler's threat, Jake just snorted and laughed. The Chen family sure has a short memory, don't they? Tina, looks like you forgot to tell your bro what happened the last time you said those exact words to me. Hearing this, Tina got pissed and whined, brother, he's still acting tough. Stop wasting your breath on him. Just take him down. Tyler shook his head with a sigh and slowly raised one arm. Jake, you really are stubborn till the end. To still be so disrespectful to the Chen family, I guess you leave me no choice. But as he spoke, a small magic circle formed in his palm, giving off these seriously sketchy vibes that made Jake frown as he silently clocked the summoning magic. It was just as messed up as Tina's, Tyler continued. But to send you to the great beyond. The moment he finished talking, some seriously gnarly monster was summoned, and it immediately spit a stream of green acid at Jake. Jake leaped back to dodge, his eyes landing on the grocery bag on the ground, which got totally melted. He thought to himself, dude, that was just a basic attack, but its corrosive power is insane. Looks like I'll have to play keep away to fight this thing. Looking up again, Jake was shook to see May's summoned beast going through a wild transformation. First, its body blew up like a balloon. Then, bam, a bunch of tentacles just sprouted out of it, wriggling in the air like something out of a horror flick, while a few others propped it up from the ground like legs, hoisting its body up. Finally, a head just popped right out of the center of its body. Gross. Jake squinted from the monster's head to May. A little flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he wondered, yo, for real, did it just grow May's freaking face? And yup, no cap. The monster's glow-up was complete, and May gave the order, Abyss Walker, go snatch that brat. Following orders, the Abyss Walker let out a massive roar and charged straight for Jake. Our boy Jake tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to throw down at a moment's notice. But hold up, just then, he saw some monstrous beast come dive-bombing in their direction from the sky. Is that a bird? A plane? But before he could even process what was happening, the beast was there in a flash, pinning the three Abyss Walkers to the ground with its massive talons and creating a huge gust of wind that swept through the whole area. Talk about a dramatic entrance. It was the Arctic Griffin King, a total legend of a mount. Chloe cried out, covering her face from the wind. What even is that? May also shielded his face, but he tried to peek ahead and saw a figure pass right over Jake. You think this is the Kim family's personal turf, huh? Like you own some mansion on Rodeo Drive? As the words faded, the figure landed, standing protectively right in front of Jake. May started trembling and thought, that Griffin King and that voice. Oh no, it couldn't possibly be times him asterisk, could it? He broke out in a cold sweat as a seriously dreadful name flashed through his mind. Just then, a loud shout echoed out, insolent fools. May snapped out of it, looked again, and got a clear view of the newcomer's face, confirming his worst fears. It was the Marquis of Northern Pacification, Dutton, and now the Marquis appeared before the two siblings with insane speed, thrusting his spear forward. Sis, get back. This dude is dangerous. The moment May said that, the tip of Dutton's spear pierced right through his body, causing him to cough up a huge amount of blood. Chloe cried out in total fear, brother. Ignoring Chloe completely, Dutton lifted May's body high into the air like a shish kebab and asked, so, you recognize me now? May struggled to answer, Dutton. At the same time, a small magic circle started glowing in his hand. Noticing this sneaky little move, Dutton was completely unfazed, saying, give it up, dude. Your summoned beast can't save you. Nothing escapes my griffin's claws. The movement in his hand paused for a sec. May glanced over at his three Abyss Walkers, totally powerless under the griffin's talons, and finally just gave up trying to resist. Game over, man. Nearby, it was the first time Chloe had ever seen her brother look so defeated. Terrified and helpless, she just collapsed to the ground, sobbing, brother. Brother. May kept coughing up blood, one hand gripping the spear shaft as he stared intensely at Dutton. It really is the Marquis of Northern Pacification. After saying those words, as if his last bit of strength just vanished, May's head slumped and he breathed his last. Chloe screamed in pure despair, brother. Standing not far away, Jake thought in complete astonishment, whoa, Senior Do, he actually just deleted May. Just then, Dutton said, Abyss Summoner, a third stage skill, Abyss Symbiosis. As long as their Abyss summoned beast is still alive, the summoner can be reborn from its body. Say what? Hearing this, Jake was stunned all over again. And he also noticed something super weird. May's body had just vanished, leaving behind only a shed skin like a snake's. Gross. Is May still alive? The thought had barely crossed Jake's mind when he saw Dutton swing his spear, creating a wave of spear energy that blasted the three Abyss Walkers as he yelled, get out here now, or don't blame me for destroying your summoned beasts and making sure your death is permanent. Chloe also realized what was happening and frantically looked toward the three Abyss Walkers. Her voice was filled with hope as she whispered, brother. A second later, May's head emerged from one of the Abyss Walkers' bodies, his mouth letting out a series of groans. Clearly, that process was anything but pleasant. Yikes. So here's the tea on Abyss symbiosis. As long as an Abyss summoned beast survives, the summoner will forever be symbiotic with the Abyss. The cooldown for the first use is 12 hours. Starting from the second revival, the cooldown time doubles with each use. The current cooldown for this crazy skill is 12 hours. And that's May for you, level 60. Hidden Combat Class, Tier 3 Abyss Summoner. After crawling out of the Abyss Walker's body, a super weakened May said, You can't kill me. I am the representative of the Tai Chi Nation. Attacking a representative before the national trials begin is a crime punishable by all 23 nations. Jake was surprised yet again, thinking, no way. He really did revive using his summoned beast. At this moment, Dutton strolled closer. Dutton pointed his spear at him and said, Of course, I'm aware of that. But I also know that if a nation's representative is attacked, then eliminating the attacker brings 0 repercussions. Hearing this, a startled May yelled, What did you say? Jake is the representative of the Dragon Kingdom, Dutton declared. I'm not someone who enjoys killing. And since the national trials are being held in the Tai Chi Nation this year, I'll let you go this time. Pull no more stunts. May quickly replied, Understood. Dutton continued, Remember, I find your Kim family extremely disagreeable, so stay out of my sight. With that, Dutton hurled his spear at the 3 Abyss Walkers, dispatching them on the spot as a crystal-clear warning to May. May didn't dare say another word. He took Chloe's hand and said, Chloe, let's go. Okay, she replied. The 2 siblings then supported each other as they limped away. Before leaving, May made sure to turn towards Jake and said through gritted teeth, You better pray. In the Tai Chi Nation, there will be no one to protect you. Jake paid absolutely no mind to May's threat. What a boss. He walked over to Dutton and said, This May guy is both annoying and ridiculous. He already died once, but he still has the guts to run his mouth like that. Dutton glanced at May and his sister in the distance and said, That's how people from Tai Chi are, stubborn mouth even after dying. Let's head inside. I told them not to come out, so they're probably worried by now. Then Dutton asked, By the way, where are the things you bought? Your aunt has been waiting. Jake was startled, thinking, Oh crap, they were all corroded by that summoned beast. That evening during the farewell party, everyone had forgotten the tension from the attack. A drunk shadow threw an arm around Dutton's shoulders, laughing as she said, Hey, old man, can you still handle your liquor? Let's have another round. Someone yelled, a lot, while some cried silently in a corner. After getting wasted, May hugged Jake and cried, Little fan, you have to be careful. Don't push yourself too hard. Jake forced a smile and said, Come on, don't cry anymore. I'll be back in a month. As for Chloe, it was unclear if she was drunk or just super shy. Her face was flushed as she leaned against Jake and gently reminded him, You have to take good care of yourself. Don't worry about us. But Jake knew he had to leave. As a target, he couldn't let everyone be endangered because of him. With only 1 month left until the national trial, the secret of the northernmost border was waiting for him to uncover it. The next afternoon, Jake and Dutton were riding a griffin, flying towards the northernmost border. Sitting in front, Dutton controlled the griffin while reminding him, Try to hang in there. Don't let yourself get frozen solid. Soon, the 2 arrived at the unexplored region of the northernmost border. This unexplored area was for levels above 60, and the God tier map was located here. Smash that like button if you're excited for this next part. Lost in thought, Jake suddenly saw a large circle on the horizon. He was immediately shocked by the sight before him and quickly asked, Senior Dew, what is that? It looks like a blood moon. Dutton replied, That thing is the very reason I brought you here. A while later, at the northernmost border encampment, Dutton led Jake while explaining, Stationed here is the elite Griffin Corps under my command. Everyone here must have mounted combat skills. Regarding the northern exploration mission, we have currently scouted 114 routes. Then he paused, pointed to a map on the wall, and continued, As for what we've discovered, you've already seen it. Jake looked at the map and asked, Is it that blood moon? Dutton replied with a super grave expression, That's right. So far, we haven't been able to get close to it and don't know what it is exactly, so we've always just called it that thing. But just a few seconds later, Dutton suddenly burst out laughing, repeatedly patting Jake's shoulder and saying, But now that we have a legendary youth like you here, I believe the exploration mission will definitely make new progress. Jake chuckled, moving closer to the map to observe it carefully. So, this was Senior Dew's main purpose, but it suited me perfectly. I can find the God tier map and also level up in a level 60 area. These 2 routes are closest to the God tier map's location. Having made his decision, Jake pointed to the area of Route 77 and 78 and inquired, So, can I join the vanguard on these paths right away? Dutton looked at the route Jake pointed to and immediately advised, Such youthful spirit, you're being too hasty. Although Route 78 has quite a few outposts, it's still crawling with ferocious beasts. If a level 32 like you goes in there and something happens, your Principal Blake will have my old head for it. Jake replied seriously, Senior, besides coming here to take refuge, I also came to increase my strength. If I take the safe path, there's no point. Seeing Jake's determination, Dutton stopped trying to persuade him. He raised his hand and snorted. This kid is just like me when I was a new recruit, always wanting to charge head first into dangerous places. As he finished speaking, a weapon appeared in his hand. He offered it to Jake and said, Take it. Jake instinctively reached out for it, asking doubtfully, Yes, this is? As soon as he touched the weapon, a system window appeared. Nether Serpent's Guide, Legendary, Level 70 Requirement, Enchantment Level Requirement removed. Strength plus 591, Magic plus 315, Agility plus 756, Magic plus 213. Support Weapon, when equipped increases all stats by 10%. Oh my god. Nether Serpent's Arrow. The Nether Serpent's Guide does not consume arrows. All are magic arrows. When not drawn, it can fire 12 magic arrows, each dealing 20% damage. If the bow is drawn and charged for 3 seconds, it will fire a Serpent Shadow Arrow, increasing damage by 500%. Jake was startled and thought to himself, a legendary grade support bow, which means I can equip both the Black Dragon Scale Sword and the Nether Serpent's Guide at the same time, the stat buffs, and even the level requirement removal. Senior Du must have spent at least 800 million on these enchantments. Realizing the value of the item in his hands, Jake quickly tried to return it to Dutton. Senior Du, this bow. Dutton held up a hand to stop him, smiling as he said, Don't play coy. Yo, I'm giving it to you, so just take it. If you're serious about taking on Route 78, you're gonna need gear like this. Hearing that, Jake was like, All right, bet. He immediately equipped it and was totally gassed up, yelling, Thanks, Senior. With this bad boy, you can bet the exploration and the national trial are in the bag. Tu Jing just laughed and shot back, You little brat. Cut the crap with the empty promises. But on the inside, Homeboy was bleeding, thinking, The only reason you're getting this is because I can't use a bow. Otherwise, you'd never even get a chance, kid. Just then, some dude carrying a cloak runs up. Commander, got the cloak. So Tu Jing grabs it and hands it to Jake. Jake, put this on. I'm gonna take you to see the thing. If you still insist on hitting Route 78 when we get back, fine. I'll let you join the team tomorrow. Jake didn't even hesitate. He snatched the cloak, threw it on real quick, and was like, Let's roll, Senior 2. I seriously can't wait another second. A little later, you see Tu Jing vibing on his griffin up in the sky, giving Jake the side eye. Jake is just flying next to him with a pair of wings, and Tu Jing is all confused. Yo, Jake, you're a dragon rider. Why aren't you, riding a dragon? Jake explains. It's because my dragon's level isn't high enough yet. But Shadow is already level 29, so I should be able to unlock that skill super soon. Tu Jing totally lost it, laughing his head off. So, when exactly can you ride this dragon? I could make a special exception. Recruit you into the Griffin Corps right now. Jake was about to answer when, bam, he hears this crazy monster scream. He turns his head and, oh snap, there are 3 monsters flying straight at them. Whoa, it's a level 60, Owl Fiend. Okay, get this. Poison feathers, it shoots 3 super toxic feathers at you. Each one has a 30% chance to poison you for 30 seconds. And while you're poisoned, you lose 2% of your health every second. If you get hit multiple times, the poison timer stacks. And it's got magic song. If you listen to it screeching for 30 seconds straight, you just pass out. Yeah, you fall into this mesmerized state for 5 whole minutes, and the crazy part is, it can still attack while it's singing. Seeing this flock of screeching owl freaks rush Tu Jing, Jake panics and yells, Senior Du, watch out. Tu Jing, though, he looks totally chill, takes a swig from his flask with one hand, summons his spear with the other, and just kabobs the nearest owl demon. At the exact same time, his griffin snags another one with its talons. Savage. He's the one who should be careful. If this was actually Route 78, you'd have been dead 10 times over with that reaction speed. And as he finished talking, Tu Jing just swings his spear hard, launching the owl demon's body straight into the last one. The two of them crash into each other and plummet to the ground. And just like that, the battle was over. Lol. Jake was just stunned, thinking to himself, holy crap, everyone in the Griffin Corps is over level 70. He was probably just joking about fast-tracking me into the team. With how I just performed, the senior must be so disappointed in me. This isn't high school anymore. I have to get serious. While Jake was busy roasting himself, Tu Jing looked down below and said, We're here. Jake snapped out of his funk and looked down too. When he saw a round, red object just chilling in the snow, he said, a little shaky, That thing. Is it an eye? Tu Jing just smiled and explained, That's right. This is an unbelievably massive creature. To this day, we still haven't been able to figure out what the heck it is. Hearing this, Jake got all serious. The eye and the mountains around it look kind of like half a dragon's head. But for real, a dragon. Its body is so ridiculously huge that even the griffin core can't identify it. Noticing Jake's shook expression, Tujing asked, "Crazy, isn't it?" The first time he got close to this thing, the Griffin King was too scared to even approach it. As for how we found it, that was a total fluke. Jake didn't answer. He just opened up his system to try and appraise the eye. Come on, system, don't fail me now. Appraisal running. Result, you known. Seeing that result, Jake's frown deepened as he thought, wow, even the system can't find any info on it. Tujing sighed and went on, sounding kinda sad. The truth is, we humans have explored so little of this world. Most of it is just unexplored regions that require teams like ours to investigate. When I first discovered this thing, its condition wasn't like this at all. That was the first time I ever got close to it. Back then, we were clearing out those owl fiends above a resource point, and right when we were trying to rescue the mining team, it opened its eye. It's been a whole year since then. Even though tons of experts have come to study it, we still know absolutely nothing. But I know one thing for sure, it's still alive, because it opened its eye right in front of me. If it awakens one day, are we still going to be able to live peacefully like this? Suddenly, Jake spotted what looked like people on flying mounts coming from way out. He pointed, "Senior Do, I think some people from the core are flying over." It's just that. As they got closer, Jake realized he was so wrong. It was clearly a group of monsters. Yikes. Talk about a plot twist. Tujing gripped his weapon, looking at the horde of monsters, and his voice was full of sadness as he said, "People of the core, you ask? They used to be, but not anymore. Ooh, drama. Okay, gamer moment, fallen corpse, level 65. For each adjacent fallen corpse, the defense of ALL of them goes up by 25%. Born from death, each time it takes non-critical damage, its defense increases by another 25%. And a skill called Hopelessness. Bro, that's dark. Each attack from a fallen corpse will deal an extra 1 to 2 hits. The extra damage depends on its current defense. Then one of them just screeches and charges right at Jake. Jake is struggling to block the attack with his sword, and a horrible thought hits him. Fallen corpses. Could they be the members of the Griffin team who died here? Suspicion overload. He turned to Tujing to ask what was up. "Senior, what exactly are these monsters?" Tujing was dead silent, just staring at the ground. Jake could totally see from his expression that the vibe was super gloomy. After a few seconds, Tujing finally did something. "These things are really troublesome. I don't want to destroy them." After he said that, he had the Griffin King fly up higher and use the skill, Net of Extreme Cold. It created this huge net that just swallowed up the fallen corpses, making them fall onto the snow below, completely unable to move. A quick rundown on Net of Extreme Cold. The mount unleashes a magic ice net that lasts for 15 seconds. Any target caught in it will take continuous, small ice damage but will be totally frozen solid within 5 seconds. Nice. Tujing's whole vibe basically just confirmed Jake's suspicions, so he asked again, "Senior, were they once your subordinates?" Tujing totally ignored the question. He just had the Griffin King take off and said, "Let's go. It's time to head back." Seeing this, Jake could only swallow his questions and follow after him. Meanwhile, down on the snow, the fallen corpses had already escaped the Net of Extreme Cold. But check this out. One of them just stood still, watching the two of them until they were completely out of sight before it turned away. Creepy, right? Anyway, the next morning in Tujing's office, my man is taking a sip of wine, glances at Jake, and asks, "You sure?" Jake replies, "Yeah. I don't care about the fallen corpses or that giant creature. I still want to go to the front lines." Tujing lets out a huge laugh. "Very well, adjutant. Call them in." A few seconds later, the adjutant leads a group of 3 people into the room and reporting they have arrived. Among the group of 3, a dude with white hair immediately stands at attention, salutes, and announces, "Reporting, Squad 78 is present. Meet Leafy, level 76, Divine Punishment class, Tier 3, Captain of Squad 78. Next, a guy with blonde hair scratches his head and says, "Dude, we rarely get a break. I wonder what orders the Lord Marquis of Simbe has for us this time." This is Lu Trong Kong, level 70, a Tier 3 Holy Shield Knight, member of Squad 78. And last but not least, there was a girl with brown hair who hadn't said a word since she walked in. Shentai, level 70, a Tier 3 Eagle Wall Knight, also a member of Squad 78. Tujing then points over to Jake and introduces him. "Leafy, my man. Today I brought you a new member. This kid is Jake, the #1 top student from Longdu Academy." Jake plays along with a smile. "I look forward to learning from all of you seniors." Leafy and Shentai literally showed zero reaction. Stone-faced. Only Lu Trong Kong was cool about it, proactively shaking Jake's hand and saying, "Ah, Longdu Academy. What a coincidence. Hey Jake, we're practically brothers. I also graduated from the Qingyun class of Longdu Academy." Jake was surprised and said, "Oh, really? That's crazy. You've really worked hard on the front line, senior." Lu Kong just cheerfully put an arm around Jake's shoulder, pulled him aside, and promised, "Don't you worry about a thing. I'll protect you so you won't lose a single strand of hair." For real. Jake was a little taken aback by Lu Kong's intense energy. He gave a forced smile and replied, "Well then, thanks a lot, I guess." Then Jake asked, "Hey, senior, what's that badge on Captain Leffy's chest mean? Why is he the only one who has it?" Lu Kong explained, "That's a military merit medal. Old Leffy has that bronze badge, which is why he gets to be the captain. See, above that one. There are also silver and gold badges. In our entire Griffin squad, only 8 people have a gold badge. If Lord 2 isn't at the barracks, like if he's out grabbing a coffee on Elm Street, those 8 are the ones in charge of making all the decisions." In another corner, Leffy, with a dead serious expression, spoke to Jing in a low voice. "My lord, I have a question. What are you doing? Bringing a college kid here for an internship to build his rep? Please don't joke like this. Squad 78's missions are extremely tough. We do not have time to babysit." Jing also got super serious. "Leffy, do you really think I'm that kind of person? If it gets dangerous, you can just leave him behind. If he kicks the bucket, that's his problem. Out there, we're brothers. But in here, I'm your boss. From now on, Jake is a member of your squad. Don't treat him like a student. Do what needs to be done. This is an order." Seeing that Jing wasn't messing around, Leffy reluctantly agreed. "I understand." With that said, he walked over to Jake. Lu Kong immediately said, "Captain." Leffy nodded, glanced at Jake, and then said, "Shentai, take Jake to the meeting room. We'll be discussing our next operation shortly." Shentai, looking super annoyed, adjusted her glasses and muttered, "What a pain." A short while later, in the meeting room for Squad 78, there were 4 people sitting there, including Jake. In front of them was a huge map. Looking at the map, Leffy analyzed. "According to info from the outpost, there's going to be a blizzard in 4 days, which means we have to complete this operation within 4 days. That includes the round trip to the outpost, which takes 2 days. After reaching the outpost, we'll have 2 days to continue scouting along Route 78. Lu Kong frowned and said, 2 days? It feels like we won't be able to scout that much. Will we?" Leffy said, "Since we have a new member this time, we only need to expand the area by 100 miles to consider the mission complete." Shentai asked, "Isn't that still too much? After all, we have a student here to experience life. Shouldn't we take it easy on him?" Noticing the total shade in Shentai's words, Lu Kong quickly signaled for her to tone it down. As for Jake, he paid zero attention to her words. His eyes were currently glued to the map, wondering to himself, the God-tier map is in an unexplored area. Smash that like button if you think Shentai needs to chill out. If this recon mission is a success, I might actually get that upgrade. Just then, Leffy stands up. "All business, time's up, people. Gear up. Mounts ready. We're wheels up in 15 minutes. Jade starts complaining, "Oh my god, he's such a robot. Can't we just wait for this insane blizzard to pass before we go?" Lu Kong just laughs it off, trying to smooth things over. Come on. What can you do, right? We're the Vanguard squad, after all." Leffy looks at Jake and reminds him, "That's right, Jake. You can park your mount in the squad stable. It's stocked with all the premium feed." Jake gets a little awkward and says, My mount's level is too low to be ridden yet." Jay just scoffs. "Huh? Don't look at me. I'm not giving you a ride. Tell the captain to figure it out." Lu Kong looks confused. "So, how are you planning to fly with us, dude?" Jake just smiles and says, "You guys don't need to wait up for me." And for real, 15 minutes later, while we're all riding griffins through the sky, Lu Kong spots Jake soaring on his own set of wings and just loses it. Damn, this newbie is so sick. He's got that ultra-rare equipment, and he was handpicked by Lord 2. Don't tell me Jake is secretly the son of some big-shot politician from D.C. Leffy didn't say anything, but you could tell he was watching Jake too, like he was deep in thought. After flying for a bit, Jake decides to be friendly and flies up next to Jade, asking, "Hey, Miss Jade, those 2 smaller eagles flying with your giant one, are they scouting the area for us?" Jade just shoots him a death glare and says, "This is not the time for small talk. We're about to fly into the clouds." So, as our whole squad flies into this massive cloud bank, Leffy yells out a warning. Visibility in here is basically 0. "Everybody, stay ready." Lu Kong looks over at Jake with a grin. "Hey, newbie, make sure you stick close to me, all right? Don't want you getting separated from the squad like a lost puppy." Okay. Jake barely gets the word out when, with the worst timing ever, a huge gust of wind just yeets him far away from the rest of us. After he finally gets himself stable again, he realizes, with a pit in his stomach, that we're nowhere in sight. Jake starts yelling out, "Senior, Captain." But after a few calls, he goes dead silent because he gets that chilling feeling that a pair of bloodthirsty eyes are locked right onto him from behind. When Jake whips around, he sees this monster roaring as it charges, opening its mouth to swallow him whole. It's a level 75 Fallen Void Lion. Its Misty Cloud Trail skill lets it basically become one with the clouds, moving super fast and staying hidden. Then it's got Phantom Void Strike, which is a crazy fast attack from inside the clouds, and if it hits you, it leaves a phantom clone right where it was. The clone lasts for 8 seconds and can totally mimic the real one, throwing basic attacks at you. And it's got Fallen Transformation. This Void Lion has become one of the Fallen, which means it has their standard skills, Tide of the Undying and Hopelessness. Another freaking Fallen monster. Looks like that Blood Moon doesn't just mess with humans, Jake thought. He reacted instantly, slashing his sword hard across the Fallen Void Lion's head, which made it yelp in pain and shut its mouth. But this thing didn't give up. The Fallen Void Lion got super mad, raising a paw to hit Jake with that Phantom Void Strike. Jake's hesitating, thinking, these Fallen are on a whole other level. I can't just summon my dragons recklessly. Just as he's trying to figure out how to deal with the attack, he suddenly hears Lu Chong Kong shout, "Newbie, get back." And right after the shout, Jake sees 2 blurs flying in at top speed. They slam hard into the Fallen Void Lion. Getting a closer look at the 2 creatures, Jake is totally shocked and thinks to himself, those are Jade's escort eagles. And he wasn't wrong. They were totally Jade's escort eagles. It was her. She had just used her twin eagle diversion skill to save him. The skill basically tells the eagles to charge, crash into, and get the target's attention. Right now, Jade is booking it over on her griffin. She speeds over and yells, don't let the Fallen Void Lion create a phantom. But when she sees only one of her escort eagles fly back to her, she curses in total anger. Damn it, I lost an escort bird because of this. Lu Chong Kong had already flown to Jake's side, casting a buff on him and saying, don't stray from us, man. This cloud bank is crawling with elite monsters. Let me protect you. Dealing with these kinds of monsters is just another Tuesday for us. But Jake speaks up, thanks, senior. But I can't just stand by and watch you all fight. As for the Fallen Void Lion, seeing more of us show up, it decided to use its Misty Cloud Trail skill to hide inside the clouds again. Seeing this, Jade turns to Jake and just rips into him. You're a rookie, so don't act so reckless. Just listen to us. Lu Chong Kong then tries to act all big and tough, pointing at himself and shouting, that's right, just leave this Fallen Void Lion to us. We've always relied on the captain, so we haven't earned any medals yet. It's time for us to get serious. Jade just shoots him a look and says softly, you're unbelievable. And then, suddenly, a loud roar echoes from inside the clouds, startling everyone and putting us all on high alert. Jake asks suspiciously, that's not the cry of a Fallen Void Lion, is it? Jade and Lu Chong Kong don't say a word. Their eyes are just fixed in one direction. A few seconds later, you could see pure fear on their faces as they spun their griffins around to flee. Lu Chong Kong yells, we're so screwed. It's a Heaven Devourer. This isn't just another Tuesday, newbie. Run. He still remembered his duty, warning Jake. A Heaven Devourer, Jake whispered. He looked up with curiosity and saw a monster that was like 1,000,000 times bigger. The Heaven Devourer Void Lion. A level 75 Fallen Devourer of Heaven and Earth. Its Heaven Devourer skill will swallow every target pulled into its mouth, dealing damage equal to 1% of your max health. Heaven Devourer's fall treats the clouds like an ocean, but after it leaves the sea of clouds, it triggers the fall, dealing 9,999% damage to all targets within its landing radius, including itself. It's also got Fallen Transformation, so this Heaven Devourer has become one of the Fallen, rocking their standard skills, Tide of the Undying and Hopelessness. Jake thought in terror, this thing is even more terrifying than Shadow in her World Ender form. Just then, Lefei flew over and urged, don't just stand there gawking like a tourist on Rodeo Drive. Fly faster, Jake snapped back to his senses. He hurriedly flew after Lefei's group. Seeing Lefei show up, Lu Chong Kong called out happily, Captain, you're here. What do we do now? A Heaven Devourer has appeared. Lefei just shouted, shut up and fly faster. There's a whole flock of fallen monster birds in the clouds, too. Flying behind the others, Jake was thinking hard. Everything around the Blood Moon is fallen. Although that giant thing has no breath of life, it has truly changed everything here. He glanced back at the Heaven Devourer and was startled to see it opening its mouth, using its Devour Heaven and Earth skill. There's no other way, he thought. Even though I'm not sure if the dragons will be affected by the Fallen and the Blood Moon, if I don't summon them, we'll all be swallowed whole. Thinking this, Jake stopped. He reached out to summon his dragons and shouted, Captain, let me handle it. Lefei yelled back angrily, nonsense. Just focus on following us out of here. Jade saw a point of light up ahead, and she exclaimed with joy, there it is. We can escape if we reach that spot ahead. We'll be safe once we're out of here. And so, everyone pushed to their maximum speed, flying towards the point of light. A moment later, 4 figures shot out of the clouds. Right behind them, the Heaven Devourer had just emerged when the mechanism of its Heaven Devourer's fall skill automatically activated. Its Devour Heaven and Earth skill was immediately interrupted, and its massive body began to fall. Only now did Jake have the breath to ask, "We're safe? Why isn't it chasing us?" LeFay explained, "Yeah, because if it leaves the clouds, the Heaven Devourer will fall." Hearing this, Jake took a moment to reflect. Each type of fallen has a different counter. This is all precious experience that the veterans of the Griffin Legion had to trade their lives to obtain. Very quickly, the Heaven Devourer crashed to the ground, creating a loud thud. LeFay immediately gave orders. Chong Kong, Jade, prepare to land, rest, and regroup. Lu Chong Kong replied, "Yes, sir." Jade thought in fear, letting out a huge sigh of relief. That was a close call. I almost met my maker back there. A moment later, the group landed beside the massive crater created by the Devourer's fall. Lu Chong Kong was just shaking his head, saying, "Old LeFay was hasty this time. We have a new member, yet he still risked going through the cloud. It would have been fine to take a little more time and go around." Jake lowered his head and spoke, "I'm sorry. I still don't know much about this northernmost region." Lu Chong Kong slung an arm over Jake's shoulder reassuringly. "Man, what's there to apologize for? The blood moon, the earth corpses, the cloud. I didn't know about this stuff until I got here either. Everyone on the Griffin squad starts out like that." Jade suddenly spoke up. "If we keep going like this, our reconnaissance mission will be very difficult to complete. We only have 3.5 days left," LeFay said. "We're just a bit slower because of a new member. We just need to try and adapt, and it'll be fine." Hearing this, Jade could no longer contain her anger and shot up, shouting, "What time do we have to adapt? You and Kong might not care, but I'm worried we won't even be able to make it back by the 4th day." Then she walked towards Jake, jabbing a finger at his chest as she scolded him. "Jake, I don't care what connections you used to get here, but I have to make this clear to you. This isn't a place where you can just skate by. You'd better think carefully about the rest of this journey. If that thing down there really wakes up, it's not just the Dragon Nation, but the entire world that will be in danger. You should just go back to camp and obediently stick to logistics duty. If you're on the front lines and run into danger, we don't have the energy to babysit you." Jake looked at Jade with a serious expression and said, "Miss Jade, along the way, the captain and Brother Kong have taught me many things. I've come to understand a little about this place. For the rest of the journey, please believe that I can be of help to everyone." Seeing that the atmosphere was super tense, Lu Chong Kong quickly tried to mediate. Come on. Why are we raising our voices now?" LeFay also spoke up. "All right, stop making a scene. If the big boss arranged this, then he certainly has his reasons. Let's take this chance to rest. We need to set out again soon." Lu Chong Kong replied cheerfully, "Yes, sir. That'd be a huge help." Suddenly, Jade's guardian eagle let out a few cries, a warning of an enemy attack. "Y'all, smash that like button if you're hyped for what's next." Just as Jade finished speaking, a series of strange noises echoed from above us. "What is that?" She looked up suspiciously and saw massive chunks of ice about to fall on their heads. LeFay quickly commanded, "Everyone scatter now. Kong, shields up." And so everyone jumped in different directions. Everyone is scrambling, trying not to get pancaked by the falling ice. Then, out of nowhere, Derek pops his protection shield skill. This thing is OP, y'all. It covers the whole squad, soaking up damage equal to like 200% of his max health for a whole 10 seconds. And get this, if it breaks, boom, everyone gets healed for all the damage it took. Talk about a clutch play. The ice storm finally chills out, and we just hear Derek yelling, "I'm hit." Me and Jake got separated, but from Jake, dead silence. He's on his feet, scoping out the area like a total pro, probably thinking, "Ugh, is this another zombie ambush?" Meanwhile, Leo is freaking out. Shen and I are good. Where's Jake? Still nothing. Leo's getting desperate. "Jake, my dude, answer me." But Jake can't answer, because my man is absolutely floored by what he's seeing. You've got to be kidding me. He's completely surrounded by level 80 elite monsters. We're talking glacial snow fiends, a level 80 fallen corpse type. Their main move? Ice projectile. They literally yeet ice at you for massive damage, and if they keep hitting you, you're frozen solid for 30 seconds. Big yikes. And it gets worse. They have a berserk mode, dropping below 50% health, and they go full rage mode. Attack power jacks up by 350%, and they get a 100% speed boost. Plus, they're in a corrupted state, so they have all the classic zombie moves. Corpse Tide, born from straight-up nightmares. Leo is still yelling, "Jake, if you're not a popsicle, say something." Shen is trying to calm Leo down, all worried like, "Dude, chill with the yelling. The zombies are gonna hear us." So Leo ducks behind this huge chunk of ice, peeking out, and he's just devastated. It's over. I don't think the kid made it. And guys, you should see this. It's a whole mob of these glacial snow fiends. At least 20 or 30 of them. No way they can fight that. We gotta bounce, like, yesterday. Shen has a plan. Captain, I've still got one guardian eagle. I can use it as a decoy. Leo thinks for a sec, then goes, Derek's still alive. Here's the play. You create a distraction, and I'll go grab Derek. But before he can even finish the sentence, his spidey senses start tingling, and he yanks Shen out of the way. They leap forward, barely dodging a sneak attack from a snow fiend. That was way too close. Leo immediately switches it up. Okay, new plan. I'll hold him off. You go find Derek. Just go. Don't even look back. You got it, boss. So Leo stays to throw down with the monsters while Shen makes a break for it. She hops on top of a giant ice block, trying to get a view of the situation from like the top of a building in downtown Miami. And that's when she sees it. Leo is struggling, barely blocking a hit from one of the fiends. Captain, oh my god, my heart just dropped. Shen is panicking, and to make it a million times worse, she sees more of those things crawling out of the woodwork, drawn by the fight, all beelining for Leo. There are just too many of them. It's hopeless, even if it means blowing his cover. But it's the only way to draw some heat. Without even thinking, Shen whistles, ordering her eagle to find Derek. Actually, scratch that. It's a 2-for-1 deal. She's also trying to get the monster's attention to take some pressure off Leo. She draws her weapon, thinking, Derek, my guy, where are you? On the other side of this frozen hellscape, Derek is in bad shape, like really bad. He's got a massive ice chunk sticking right out of his stomach. He's just slumped on the ground, watching Jake take on 3 of these snow monsters all by himself. He weakly asks, Jake, you good? Don't talk. Just hang on. I'm coming for you. Let me just trash these 3 clowns and I'll patch you right up. As he's saying this, Jake whips out his weapon and starts charging up. Dragon Fang Halberd, Void Break. Derek is like, you're charging a skill and you think you can heal me? Bro, don't overdo it. You can't take on a level 80 ice snow monster. But just as he says that, 2 of the fiends get tired of waiting and charge right at Jake, going for a frozen headbutt. But Jake is ready. He unleashes his Dragon Fang Halberd skill, one-shotting the first one, then zips past it to slash the other one's shoulder. That thing lets out a huge roar and falls back. For all you nerds out there, the Void Break skill is infused with Dragon Chi, hits twice, and can be comboed with his Black Dragon, 1 power. Derek is just staring, completely stunned, whispering, How? How is that even possible? Jake just smirks and goes, Dude, nothing's impossible. I am a Dragon Knight, the Dragon Rider of the Southern Province. Total main character energy. While they're chatting, the last monster yeets a giant ice block at Jake. He's so chill, just swaps his power to Starlight Dragon 1 and uses his skill again. Dragon Fang Halberd Void Break slices that ice block clean in 2, and Derek is just bug-eyed with disbelief. A level 32 Dragon Rider can fight against a level 80 elite monster. Was the mount you told us about just not leveled up or something? Just then, Shen shows up, helping a beat-up Leo. They're over here. So that insane noise was them after all. Before he could finish, Shen noticed Derek's gnarly injury and screamed, Derek, your wound. Oh my god. Leo sees Jake and he's shocked. Jake, you're alive. Derek's like, barely. Jake found me and saved my butt. Glad you're both okay, Jake says, turning to the newcomers. But bam! At that exact moment, the last snow monster makes its move, charging right at him. Jake, look out! Leo yells, instantly popping his Sword of Victory skill. He finishes the monster off, saving Jake's skin. Sword of Victory is sick, by the way, a Divine Punishment Knight move where you just toss your weapon and it heat-seeks the target. It does 100% physical damage and 76% holy damage per second for the next 10 seconds. After that epic save, Leo coughs a bit and says, Alright, nobody move. Let me cook up a plan. Shen jumps in with a suggestion. The only move we have is to dip. I can't find the griffin anymore, but my giant eagle can still carry 2 people. Jake just laughs. I dunno. I think it's pretty simple. We'll be safe as long as we kill all these snow monsters, right? Shen is not having it. She snaps at him. Is this really the time for jokes? We need to fall back to the outpost on Route 66. Jake is dead serious. Seriously, I'm not joking. I can heal everyone too, but there are way too many of these fallen creatures for me to handle alone. Shen shouts, Are you looking down on us? No, just chill out. Jake is so over-arguing with her. Just then, he spots another wave of monsters charging them. He summons a bow and says, Well, looks like we're out of time for this little chat. Shen, get the injured and leave first. Leo's eyes go wide when he sees the bow in Jake's hands. No way, that's the serpent's guidance. Master 2 used that bow to stare down the Southern Kingdom's king, making thousands of his royal guards back off. I can't believe he just gave it to you. Hearing that, Shen just screams, What? She's thinking to herself, the bow Master 2 uses to stop entire armies. He gave that to Jake? Holy crap, maybe Jake was being for real? Jake just smiles again and says, Captain Leo, don't sweat it. Once you guys are clear, I'll have the space to wipe the floor with these things. This time, nobody argues. Shen immediately calls her eagle to get them out of there. Before they take off, Leo looks back. All right, we're not going to get in your way. Jake, be careful, man. As the eagle flies off, Jake thinks, hope they make it back to the safe zone okay. Then this crazy grin spreads across his face as he activates his Serpent Shadow Arrow skill. He looks at the monster horde and says, okay, now let's test out Senior 2's bow. Y'all, if you think this is going to be epic, smash that like button right now. Meanwhile, on the eagle, Shen is still stressing. I can't stop thinking about what Jake said. Is he really going to be okay back there all alone? Derek just gives a weak smile. He'll be fine. I saw what he can do. We're the ones holding him back. He's a dragon knight, after all. The dragon rider of the southern province. The snow monsters are going full tilt, using their frozen headbutt, throwing ice boulders the size of cars from downtown Austin at Jake. But his Serpent Shadow Arrow just vaporizes all of it. Seeing that their ranged attacks are useless, they just go for an all-out charge. Jake's like, still not stopping, you stubborn pests? In that case, try this on for size. With that, Jake unleashes the arrow of the underworld serpent. Get this, he doesn't even have to draw the bow. The serpent's guidance just fires off 12 magical arrows, each doing 20% damage. Then he summons Shadow and Xingqian. Hit by the arrows, the snow monsters start going into berserk mode while also getting all juiced up from other skills. Berserk activates when their health drops below 50%, jacking their attack power by 350% and their speed by 100%. The Corpse Tide skill increases defense by 25% for every zombie buddy nearby, and the Born from Death skill adds another 25% defense every time they take a crit. To counter all this, Jake orders Xingqian to use the Shattered Star skill. It basically creates a mini star and blows it up for massive AoE damage. The bigger the boom, the higher its strength. So Xingqian gets the order and just rockets into the sky. A star starts forming in its hands, aimed right at the middle of the monster mob. But then, Jake gets a brilliant idea, like a light bulb moment. Xingqian, get back here. Let me shoot that star down. As the star comes hurtling down, Jake activates his Serpent Shadow Arrow skill. By charging the bow for just 3 seconds, the Nether Serpent bow can fire the Serpent Shadow Arrow, boosting its damage by 500%. And just like that, the Shattered Star skill gets transformed into the Shattered Star Serpent Shadow Arrow, creating a star and then shattering it for insane AoE damage. The destructive power was boosted by 500% of the Cosmic Dragon's strength attribute. The monsters just couldn't handle the heat. They were instantly wiped out. The explosion from this combo was so massive it shook the whole damn region, causing the eagle carrying Leo's crew to lurch and drop them. Oh my god. A second later, the eagle is literally digging Leo, Derek, and Shen out of a 10-foot snowdrift with its beak. Leo coughs up some snow, then just stares in the direction of the explosion, totally stunned. Could this be Jake's power? At that exact moment, down in the chasm, the entire horde of fallen corpses was just gone. Poof. Not even their bodies remained. A perfect synergy with the dragon's skill. Now this is the true power of a dragon rider. Thinking this, Jake happily pats Xingqian's head and praises it. Great job, Xingqian. Go get some rest. Just leave the rest to Shadow. Then he turns to Shadow and says, Shadow, check if there are any more fallen corpses around. If not, then we'll go regroup with everyone. And that's the tea for today, fam. Don't forget to share this with your squad. And just then, a voice they knew called out. Jake was shook to see Luffy's crew pop out of a portal. Captain, what are you guys doing back here? Jake asked. Whoa, was that crazy explosion your handiwork? Luffy asked, glancing over at Shadow. The little dragon girl next to him was seeing Luffy for the first time, so she was giving them some serious side-eye. Jake saw this and was like, with a huge grin, it's cool, Shadow, there are people. Go on, show 'em what you got. Shadow let out a little roar and blasted into the sky, morphing into her insane Great Destroyer dragon form. Shadow, if you ain't feeling this place, just, clean it up a bit. That was all the permission she needed. She immediately unleashed her total catastrophe. One skill, causing a chain of explosions wherever she flew, dealing massive damage with a nasty burn effect, leaving Luffy's crew absolutely floored. No freaking way. Are you Jake, the Dragon Master from down in the so-called province? Is that little girl your dragon? Jake looked kinda surprised and shot back. Yeah, she's the Black Dragon. Shadow, you've heard of me? Luffy got super hyped. Heard of you? Bro, for months, Lord 2 has been talking nonstop about some young Dragon Master who not only has a legendary dragon, but is also the top prospect on his radar. Shente chimed in too. Even a guy like me, who literally lives under a rock and minds his own business, has heard the rumors flying around. So, Lord 2 sent us a legit heavy hitter. Lu Chong Kong just laughed. Jake, my man, you were seriously sandbagging. Jake replied all humble, nah, you guys are gassing me up. I just got here, and I'm still trying to figure out the subway map. I've already caused a ton of trouble and made things hard for everyone. Luffy walked over and slapped Jake on the shoulder, saying with major gratitude, I've led a lot of young dudes like you, but you're the most mature and solid one I've met. For real, thanks for saving our butts when we were totally screwed. Shentai looked a little embarrassed. And to think I kept giving you grief and looking down on you. I should have known the guy, Lord 2 Cent, wouldn't be some random scrub. Ever since we met, I felt like we had a vibe. I'm counting on you from now on, Jake. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate you, Jake replied, beaming. But just then, Shadow let out a weird cry and unleashed a massive burst of power, making the other three jump. Jake, what's going on with your dragon? Shadow just hit level 30. By leveling up, not only did her base stats go through the roof, but she also copped a new skill. Black Dragon Contract 1 evolved into Black Dragon Contract 2. New skill acquired, Perception. Black Dragon 2 gives her super sharp senses, letting her spot enemies in stealth and camo. If she actively uses it, she can just cancel the invisibility of any enemies around her. Just as I thought, a dragon hitting level 30 is a total game changer, just like my second class advancement. Almost all of her stats just broke 10,000, and best of all, she's got a new skill to counter any sneaky campers. Now I don't have to sweat it even if we run into some high-level assassin class. At that moment, Lu Chang Kong suddenly remembered something. Jake, you said before that your mount wasn't a high enough level to be ridden. Now that your dragon has leveled up, does that mean? Yup. I'm finally a legit dragon rider. As he spoke, Jake pulled the dragon riding saddle from his inventory ring. Dragon riding saddle, an epic tier piece of pet equipment, requires level 30 and is exclusive to the dragon and dragonkin races. Once you use it, it turns a pet into a rideable mount. In the mounted state, all the stats of the rider and the pet are shared 100%. Plus, normal attacks get juiced up with dragon energy, dealing ranged damage. Jake, look at your dragon. That fire is terrifying. It's lighting up the whole sky like the 4th of July. This was also the first time Jake had seen Shadow like this, and for a second, he was actually worried. But his worry vanished real quick, replaced by pure hype. Turns out Shadow's crazy light show was just her evolving. She'd hit her second stage, so her form changed, becoming way more powerful than before. She now looked like a full-blown, seriously epic dragon. Lu Chong Kong's jaw hit the floor, realizing Jake's ride was a dragon this badass. Even a veteran like Luffy had to gasp. That fiery evolution was enough to give you goosebumps. I never thought a dragon's growth would be so mind-blowing. Riding a legendary beast like that is gonna need a special saddle. Jake, hold on a sec. I'll get one for you. Jake quickly waved his hand. Nah, no need. I'm good with the one I've got. That's 'cause you don't know. The custom-made saddles from our Griffin Legion are military-grade equipment, straight from Area 51. They let you absorb 10% of all your mount's stats. It's super rare. Shentai also chimed in. He's right, Jake. If you get an extra 10% of the dragon's stats, you'll be flying higher than a kite on Venice Beach. Jake just smirked and showed off his epic saddle. This Dragon Rider's saddle of mine is equipment made specifically for dragons. I get to absorb all of Shadow's stats, and my attacks get infused with Dragon Chi. Wait, 100% of ALL stats, and it buffs his regular attacks too. What kind of hacked item is this? Jake, you just keep dropping bombshells on us. Compared to this thing, the Legion saddle is legit garbage. And here I was bragging about it to Jake. So embarrassing. Thinking this, Luffy coughed awkwardly and said, Ahem, Jake, since you've already got a saddle, hurry up and let's see what that thing can do. This morning, I thought Jake was dead weight, but now I feel like everything he owns is a legendary artifact. I want a saddle like that so bad, Shentai said with stars in his eyes. Keep dreaming, that's exclusive to the dragon race. Does your little birdie have any dragon blood in it? Yeah, I know my bird can't use it. Whatever, just getting to be in the dragon's presence is awesome enough. Seeing Luffy and Shentai bickering, Lu Chong Kong kept his eyes glued on Jake and said with a grin, All right, you too, check out Jake. We are witnessing the birth of the world's first true dragon knight. Shadow, thanks for always having my back, for helping me break out of the weakest class. From now on, whenever things get hairy, we can fight together. Jake emotionally patted Shadow's head, then equipped the Dragon Rider's saddle on her. The second he sat down, Jake felt a massive change in his body. This feeling, my whole body is overflowing with insane power, like I could shatter the sky with one punch. The Dragon Rider saddle literally just gave me the power of the dragon race. Dragon Knight class, level 32. Strength went from 1,412 to 10,477. Agility from 985 to 9,431. Spirit from 1,293 to 10,017. Stamina from 1034 to 10,473. My Dragon Fang Lance now does 2 claw attacks infused with Dragon Chi without me even trying. Dragon Claw is now Dragon Annihilation, turning my arm into a Dragon's Claw, attacking at high speed 6 times in a row, and I can even attack from a distance. When we sync up, the Dragon will simultaneously pop off 6 magic damage attacks. The Dragon Rider Saddle also buffs my normal attacks with Dragon Chi, dealing range damage. Dragon Knight Jake, this is the real deal. The first and only one. When Jake saved me, I already knew he was stronger than me. But now, seeing this gap, man, even though we're both knights, compared to Jake, I feel like a total scrub. Lu Chong Kong thought, feeling a little bitter. Getting into the Azure Cloud class at Longdu Academy and joining the Griffin Legion after 10 years of grinding. Jake, these things were supposed to be my life's greatest achievements, but they're nothing compared to you. Just then, as if sensing something, Shadow suddenly cried out, whipped her head in one direction, and shot straight up into the sky. Jake seemed to guess what was up and asked, Shadow, you smell more enemies? Use your perception and check him out. And, yup, just as Jake called it, as soon as Shadow used her perception skill, everyone could vaguely see a swarm of creepy human-shaped monsters with butterfly wings hiding behind a layer of ice and snow. Luffy's crew quickly hopped on their own beasts and flew up. And when they saw this scene, they were completely stunned. Whoa, it spotted hidden enemies. Look, their invisibility is broken. Are those people? Nah, not people. They're just floating there. At that moment, Luffy spoke with a grim face. Those are frost nymphs. They are extremely dangerous. Everybody, get back. Frost nymph, level 85. Snow Shroud. The frost nymph camouflages itself in the snowstorm, becoming totally undetectable. The camouflage breaks when it attacks or gets hit. Blood Drain. The frost nymph siphons the target's blood, causing them to lose 10% of their health per second. And the messed up part is, if it's in its Snow Shroud state, the first 4 seconds of the drain don't even alert the target. Frost nymphs are nocturnal monsters that specialize in hiding in blizzards. By the time you realize you're being attacked, you've already been drained dry, Luffy explained. Extremely dangerous, that's my favorite flavor. Jake grinned with pure delight, drew his weapon, and charged forward with Shadow to give the frost nymphs a taste of their own medicine. Lu Chong Kong watched this and couldn't help but shout, so many of our friends have died to those things, and Jake is just steamrolling them. Shentai was watching without even blinking and said, Jake, teamed up with that massive dragon. It's just unbelievable. Lu Chong Kong then turned to Luffy, super happy. Captain, with this, we don't have to be scared of these freaking snow moths anymore, right? Just as Luffy was about to answer, he suddenly screamed a warning. Chong Kong, behind you. The second Luffy's words left his mouth, a beam of light shot out, totally wiping out the swarm of snow moths that were sneaking up on their group. It was Jake. He has a long-range coordinated skill, too. Jake had just used his Phantom Dragon Claw, morphing his arm into a dragon's claw and launching 6 crazy fast attacks that could hit from a mile away. When synced with the dragon, it simultaneously unleashes 6 blasts of magic damage. After dealing with the snow moths, he called out, Everyone, watch out for sneak attacks. With Shadow's perception, they can't stay hidden. After a wild battle, the swarm of snow moths was finally and completely annihilated by Jake and Shadow. The last of the snow moths are finally toast. That was insane. Jake, you saved us again. With the giant dragon's perception and Jake's coordinated skills, we have nothing to fear anymore, right, Captain? Hearing Lu Chong Kong say that, Shentai pouted sarcastically. Listen to you. Every other word is Jake. Act like a senior for once and stop needing Jake to bail you out. Jake then smiled and said, Captain Luffy, I've got the coordination with Shadow on lock. Even if a blizzard hits, I can still lead everyone to continue the exploration mission. Jake, I know you're a beast, but look up at the sky. Seeing a starless sky like this in the far north is a bad omen. It means a blizzard is coming, and it's way earlier than we predicted. I'm afraid it'll be here by tomorrow. In the end, the one thing I was terrified of has happened. Drop a comment below with your survival tips for these guys, and don't forget to hit subscribe. Yo, if this blizzard hits early, we're totally screwed. No way we make it back to base, Jade said, nervously eyeing the sky. And dragging my injured self through a blizzard? Nah, that's a death wish for all of us. The whole vibe just tanked, so Jake stepped up like a total boss. Guys, chill. We're already wrecking these crazy snow moths, right? If we can handle these beasts and finish the mission in this storm, think of the clout we'll get. Then Jake, with this super confident look, holds out his hand to Captain Evans and goes, Trust me. I'm not about to play games with our lives. I got this. I can get us through this blizzard, safe and sound. Jade and Leo both whip their heads around to look at Captain Evans, like, what's the call, boss? And he just smiles, shakes Jake's hand and says, I get it. With you on our side, it's a non-issue. I don't care what the weather throws at us, we're pushing forward. And just like that, the trek was back on. Before they knew it, they were a solid 100 miles past the outpost. So Jake is just slicing through another snow moth, business as usual, when bam. It drops something he's been grinding for forever. It's an epic material, Everfrost, this super rare ice crystal from way up north that never melts. People use it for decor, I guess. The rumor is the drop rate is way better in a blizzard. Yes. Finally, slaying all these stupid moths actually paid off. I finally got the Everfrost my mentor asked for. Jake stashed it and yelled over the wind, "Yo, get over here." Coast is clear. Captain Evans' crew trudged through the insane blizzard, and someone grumbled, "Dude, the second this storm rolled in, these monsters started crawling out of the woodwork like roaches in a Miami kitchen." Jake, my guy, you've been on a rampage this whole way. You've got to be at, what, several thousand kills by now. 10,000, even? Honestly, I lost count. They were mostly snow moths anyway, so, freaking boring. Leo just sighed dramatically. Oh, listen to Mr. Level 32, bored of wiping out level 85 monsters. If I had your power, I'd just farm this spot till the storm blew over. Commander Thorn would probably give me a Medal of Honor or something. At that, Jade, who was right behind him, just started playfully slapping Leo on the back of the head. Oh, you think you're Jake now? Why don't you go tell Commander Thorn that yourself? See how fast he sets you straight. Leo just laughed it off. Hey, a guy can dream, can't he? Captain Evans just rolled his eyes at their antics and turned to Jake. Jake, we hit the 100-mile mark, mission accomplished. Plus, we're almost out of supplies. You think we should head back to base? Yeah, Jake, let's bounce. If we wait any longer, this wound of mine is going to heal all by itself. For real, we need to go back. We haven't had a decent break in like 3 or 4 days. Hearing all this, Shadow instantly poofed into her adorable tiny form and let out this little, sad squeak. Jake couldn't help but smile at that. He scooped her up. Aw, Shadow's been so cold and hungry, haven't you, girl? Okay, let's go back and get some rest. All right, it's settled. Jade, drop the location marker. Everyone else prepped to head back to the barracks, Captain Evans commanded. Leo, of course, had to get a jab in. Jade, man, Jake is obsessed with his dragon. I almost feel bad for your giant eagle. That thing's probably been starving for days, right? She's perfectly fine. You don't need to worry about her. Jade shot back, all sassy, lifting her chin. Then she whips out this massive pillar-looking thing, jams it into the ground, and pulls a trigger. Whoosh! A crazy red beam of light shoots straight up into the sky. Apparently, it's a beacon positioning gun, some special gear for the Griffin Corps. Yeah, it's mission critical for these northern expeditions. It plants a signal pole and pings our location back to the servers at base. Jake's system was drawing a total blank on the tech, so he turned to Captain Evans like, what in the world is that thing Jade is holding? That's a beacon positioning gun. It marks our current coordinates. Once the weather clears up, the construction crews will come out here to build a new outpost. Evans finished. And with that, they all hopped on their flying mounts and zipped back to camp, unaware that some creepy silhouette of a fallen corpse was watching them leave through a targeting scope. The next day, back at the northern base near Anchorage, Evans was like, I'm heading off to report to Commander Thorn. You're all dismissed. Captain Evans gave the order and booked it to Commander Thorn's office. Just as Jade was about to crash, Jake ran up to her. Hey, Miss Jade, wait up. Do you know anyone on base who can work with Everfrost? Everfrost? Oh, Smithy over at the quartermaster's workshop is a genius with that stuff. Ooh, is it for your girlfriend? Jake got all red and started waving his hands around. Whoa, no, it's not like that. She's just a friend. Okay, you don't have to explain. I totally get it, Jade said with a knowing little smirk. Anyway, right. I'm gonna go find the blacksmith. See ya. And with that, Jake took off, telling Shadow, come on, girl, let's go find you a steak. Jade just watched him run off. Then she pulled out her own pendant, made from Everfrost, and just stared at it before giving it a little kiss, with this super wistful look on her face. Anyway, back to Jake. He's literally just handing the Everfrost to Smithy when Commander Thorn pops up out of nowhere, clapping him on the shoulder. There you are. I've been looking all over for you. Sir, you were looking for me? Captain Evans already gave me the full debrief. Your first mission out, and you not only saved the entire squad but lead them to finish the objective in a freaking blizzard. No cap, if I didn't already know you were legit, I would have thought you were all goners in that nightmare weather. You killed it. This bronze badge is for you. And as he said it, Commander Thorn personally pinned the medal on Jake's chest. Thank you for the honor, sir, Jake said, totally stoked, thinking to himself, whoa, this is the exact same badge Captain Evans has, just like Leo said. This basically makes me a Griffin captain. Thorn continued, by the time our other squads found them, they were already turned. We had no choice but to put them down. It sucks, but it's part of the job on these recon missions. Luckily, your dragon was completely fine. Captain Evans couldn't shut up about how in sync you two are. Honestly, I'm dying to see you guys in action. Jake barely even heard the praise, though his mind was already racing. It seems like the closer this blood moon gets, the easier it is for creatures to get corrupted. I was low-key stressing, but for now, it looks like Jade's eagle and shadow are still in the clear. Oh, by the way, Commander Thorne chuckled. I just saw your dragon at the mess hall. What an appetite. Total one-of-a-kind species. Even the way it eats is something else. Jake just laughed kinda awkwardly. Yeah, well, Shadow's never had to skip meals for that long before, so she was pretty hangry. Let her eat her heart out. Anyway, there's something I need to show you. And right then, Commander Thorne's whole vibe shifted. He got super serious, pulling out a stack of photos and sliding them over to Jake. My intel guy snagged these from inside the Scion Republic. Check it out. Their national trial representative, Saleh Morgan. He's heading up an expedition to the Holy Mountain ruins on the border. My agent tailed his crew, got cozy with Morgan's family, and managed to snag these pics. Whoa, a giant humanoid skeleton. This thing has the same freaky vibe as the giant in the blood moon, Jake muttered. Looks familiar, right? Next to this thing, the construction vehicles in the photo look like tiny little ants. And according to my source, there's a video. My agent recorded it at the Holy Mountain ruins while he was deep undercover in Morgan's crib. This footage could expose a secret that will literally change everything. The scene cuts to a shot of the giant skeleton. A dude in a suit says, "Sir, we've arrived." Then some other voice just gasps, "Yo, it's a six-winged angel or something." A blonde woman next to him just jerks her thumb over her shoulder. "Where'd young Mr. Morgan run off to?" The other guy points. "The temple." The suit looks at the temple way off in the distance and explains, "Yeah, we sent a team to check that place out. We even had an expert with them. But..." The whole squad just went dark. Total radio silence. Right after he says that, someone screams, "What was that noise?" The blonde woman answers, "That's a Holy Mountain husk. That golden glow from the temple. It's been warping all the creatures around here. They've mutated into something way stronger and way more psycho." The guy in the suit sees something moving behind them. "Hold up, we got company." The woman whips around to look, too. "Wait, isn't that the Tier 4 expert from the recon team? The squad's back," the guy says. "Sheesh, don't yell. Something's wrong with him. He looks off. Those wings." And just like that, the Holy Mountain slave lunges at them, and they both start screaming their heads off. Run. He's been turned into a Holy Mountain slave. Then the scene cuts back to the briefing room, with the video paused on the projector. Commander Thorne speaks up. That's where the video cuts off. "Luckily, my agent got out of there alive, which is the only reason we have this footage." Jake just muttered to himself, "Holy Mountain slave." Thorne then explained, "It's a step up from the husk, a more advanced type of monster. Both the husks and the slaves have been mutated by the energy coming from those skeletons and that temple." Jake's face was dead serious as he put it together. "So, just like the Blood Moon's minions, these things are warping the entire area around them, and it looks like they're starting to wake up." Thorne nodded. "Exactly. This intel is so huge, we've already sent it to the top minds back in Ethelgard. The scholars are saying there's no way there are only two of these things. They think these creatures have been around since, before recorded history, and they're calling them..." Commander Thorne paused for dramatic effect. "Ancient gods." Jake's brow just furrowed at the name. He stared down at the photo of the giant skeleton on the table, lost in thought. Where did they come from? Why are they even here? What can they do? We know literally nothing, but calling them gods feels extra. A total overstatement. Commander Thorne grabbed his little flask. "I know what you're thinking. The whole point of ancient gods is that they're beyond our understanding. That's what's giving me a migraine. It feels like we're just seeing the tip of a massive, terrifying iceberg," he said, taking a swig. "So the monsters twisted by the Holy Mountain get split into puppets and slaves. Meanwhile, the ones corrupted by the Blood Moon become attendants." Jake immediately jumped in to connect the dots. "So it's not just attendants. There must be attendant puppets and attendant slaves, too." Commander Thorne just gave him a sharp look. "Bro, what do you think he's thinking? Drop your theories in the comments below, and don't forget to smash that like button." So, Jake's mind is just flashing with his crazy image, a cloaked dude and a giant skeleton. Yikes. Senior 2 is like, "I was thinking the same thing, dude. The puppets we've seen so far are just walking corpses. No biggie. But if there are actual fallen times slaves out there, you and your buddy gotta be crazy careful." And Jake's like, "Got it, Senior 2. So, any more tea to spill about what happened after that Sacred Mountain slave attacked?" Tu Jing gets this far-off look, like he's scrolling through his memory files before he spills. "That Sacred Mountain slave totally wiped out the entire Morgan family at the ruins back then. But, get this, It spared one person. Zachary Morgan. Jake's eyes go wide, and he's like, wait, Zachary. As in the Star Nation rep for the Trial Nation. Tujing just nods. That's the one. After my spy barely escaped that massacre, they found out that the slave and Zachary had a secret little meeting in front of the temple. The slave's hand was all clenched up around something, and it held it out to Zachary. And here's the wild part. Not only did it not times attack Zachary, its hand opened up, and it gave him something called, like, sacred mountain essence. Jake's jaw is on the floor. He's just like, sacred mountain essence? Tujing keeps going, explaining Zachary was already a beast, but after getting that juice, he class changed into a saint, a class that's totally off the books. Like, zero info on it anywhere. Tujing pats his shoulder, reminding him to be careful, but Jake's just staring off, muttering, a saint. But then he just snaps out of it and gets this look of pure confidence and determination. Don't even trip, Senior 2. For me, there's no opponent that's too tough. I don't care what kind of power-up he got, I will definitely take that #1 spot. Fast forward 2 days, and we're at this sick blacksmith shop, probably in some cool warehouse district in Chicago. The blacksmith holds up his work, asking, so, you satisfied? I'm telling you, this item would probably sell for over 100,000 Longman coins if you took it to the open market. Jake is totally beaming, exclaiming, more than satisfied. Master Zhu, your craftsmanship is legit insane. Then he hands this huge jug of liquor to Blacksmith Zhu. This is that top-shelf stuff Senior 2 likes to drink. Master Zhu, please accept it. You've been working hard these past few days. Blacksmith Zhu just laughs, totally cheerful, and replies, this kid's sharp. He even knows what I like. Just then, Jade calls out from behind him, Jake, it's time to bounce. Chang Kong, who's right next to her, chimes in, the new exploration mission just dropped. We're just waiting on you, dude. Blacksmith Zhu just smiles, holding his new jug of booze and sees them off, saying a few words of promise. Jake turns around, holding the new necklace, and replies, a promise is a promise. Chang Kong throws his arm around Jake's neck, teasing him. Man, Junior Jake already has a bronze badge, and I've been fighting for a whole year, risking my neck, and still haven't gotten one. Jade adds, it's insane. No cap. You've only been here a few days, and you're already our boss. Early the next morning, Luffy is leading the way, announcing loudly, all right, team, we brought plenty of supplies this time, enough to last for 15 days, so let's try to explore further ahead. The three of them reply in perfect unison. Roger that. Jake is flying over the snow, but he's feeling puzzled. This is weird. The location is definitely here, but I can't see the signal beacon we left last time. At that moment, Jade shouts to him, Jake, over here. She points to the beacon, which had fallen over in the snow, and says, hey, the blizzard probably knocked it down. It's only been 2 days and it's already broken. What shoddy quality. But Jake is thinking to himself that this whole situation doesn't add up. It felt like they were walking right into a trap. Chang Kong pulls his cloak tighter as he walks forward. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start the mission. Jake hurries after him from behind. Senior Chang Kong, get back. I think it's an ambush. Just as Chang Kong turns to ask, an ambush. A whole horde of monsters appears from the shadows behind him. Chang Kong looks around in a total panic. We're surrounded. This is a huge problem, guys. Luffy, who's nearby, is also totally caught off guard by the situation and starts cursing up a storm. Only Jake stays calm, analyzing the movements of the beasts. Luffy recognizes them, too, attendant slaves. Are these really the ones Senior 2 warned us to look out for? Suddenly, a gloomy voice rings out. Correct. Attendant slaves are the slaves of the glorious deity. Jake cautiously looks toward where the voice came from. Who is it? Chang Kong's face is pure fear. Who are you? A creepy purplish hand belonging to the figure grabs its hood. Luffy utters a familiar name in horror. Liu. Even Jade is so stunned she can't believe her eyes. Liu speaks up. Ah, Tai. It's been a while. A text box pops up. Liu, a level 76 fallen attendant slave of the Spear Knight class. Jake turns to look at his teammates like, what is going on? Liu, you know him. Luffy explains that Liu used to be a silver badge officer and he was also Jade's fiancé, but on a search mission, Liu went missing. We never expected him to become a fallen corpse slave. As Luffy spoke, Chang Kong interrupted him. Captain, that's enough. Jake looks on with concern as Jade buries her face in her hands, crying. Oh my god, the drama. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Jade says through her tears, Liu, I miss you so much. Please come back to me. She notices a pair of feet suddenly appear in her vision, and a male voice sounds by her ear. Ah, Tai, I missed you so much too. Liu crouches in front of her, reaching out to touch her cheek. I finally found you. Jade is so moved that she just throws herself right into his arms. It's really you, she sobs. Please come back with me. Everyone will be so happy to know you're still alive. But suddenly, this dark aura just starts pouring off of Liu. I can't go back, but can you stay here with me? Jade looks at him, totally confused. In an instant, Liu flits back to his corrupted state. All of you must stay. Stay here and serve the deity who is about to awaken. Jade screams in terror as Jake's voice echoes in her ears, Sister Jade. Liu stares at her with these dark red eyes, whispering all these tempting words to convince her to stay and serve the deity. Meanwhile, Jake keeps trying to snap her out of it. Sister Jade, don't listen to him. Absolutely do not go to him. On the other side, Liu is relentlessly pressuring Jade, even starting to threaten her. If you refuse, there is only one fate for you all. To be torn to shreds by the corrupted puppets and become a soulless corpse just like them. All Jade could do was desperately plead with Liu. Jake's voice kept echoing in her ears. Sister Jade, Sister Jade. He was now holding the terrified, trembling Jade tightly. Sister Jade, please snap out of it. Liu, just sitting on the back of a large skeleton, asks again in his dark voice, Tai, answer me. Are you willing to stay with me and serve the deity? Luffy looks at the scene before them and says, Jake, we can't let Liu take her away. With so many corrupted puppets, can you break through them? Jade is just mumbling in a low voice. What do we do now? What should we do? Chang Kong objects, Captain, with these thousands of monsters, even if we follow Jake, we'll get separated. Besides, if that signal tower isn't repaired, we won't be able to get a location fix next time. Luffy replies in a stern voice, this is no time to be worrying about the outpost. We run as far as we can. But at this moment, Jake smiles and says, I don't think the breakout plan is a good idea. We don't need to run. His words surprise everyone. Chang Kong watches him condensing magic in the palm of his hand and blurts out, wait a second, don't tell me you're planning to go on another killing spree? Jake doesn't deny it, replying, that's right. In his hand now is a bow. Merit points delivered right to our doorstep. Of course, we have to accept them. Liu glances at them and then asks, so, this is your answer? What a pity. The fate for those who refuse the deity is singular. After a brief pause, Liu shouts, die and become corrupted puppets. The moment he finished speaking, the horde of ferocious beasts charged toward them. Jake remained calm enough to take aim with a serpent shadow arrow and at the same time called out, Senior Chang Kong, get ready to deploy the protective shield. He didn't hesitate to do as Jake said, and a golden energy enveloped the three of them. Understood. What's the plan after that? Jake smiled confidently and replied, there is no after. The rest is up to me. Each serpent shadow arrow he fired shot towards Liu, and you know it, a system notification popped up on screen. Chang Kong, hearing what he said, couldn't help but yell, ah, what do you mean there's no after? My protective shield only lasts for 10 seconds. Jake replied in a confident tone, trust me, 10 seconds is plenty. Protective shield, 10 seconds remaining. Liu cautiously watched the serpent shadow arrow flying toward him. At the last moment, he managed to dodge it. Protective shield. 8 seconds remaining. At that same moment, Jake had appeared behind Liu from out of nowhere. Shadow, unleash your giant dragon form. A massive dragon materialized from the void, letting out a great roar as if to assert its dominance. Protective shield. 6 seconds remaining. Luffy looked up at the aerial battle and mumbled, Jake, we're all counting on you. Seeing the horde of beasts rushing in, Chang Kong warned, Captain, watch out. Protective shield. 4 seconds remaining. On his side, Jake was now holding a short sword. Shadow, coordinate your attack with mine. Dragon's breath, now. The protective shield had 3 seconds left. He then immediately flew forward, landing multiple slashes on Liu's body. A system notification displayed the damage count. It showed the effects of Void Sever as Shadow, in its giant dragon form and engulfed in flames, let out a mighty roar, unleashing a great cataclysm. The surrounding beasts were gradually incinerated by the great dragon's flames. Protective shield. 2 seconds remaining. Chang Kong stared at the scene in astonishment, full of admiration. Luffy beside him explained, no, this is just the coordinated attack of a dragon rider and a great dragon. To Jake, nearly 10,000 ferocious beasts are like mowing the lawn. Liu, though injured, still cried out in a resentful voice. He saw Jake trying to grab his hand. My deity. Why? Protective shield. 1 second remaining. Over here, Shadow was still breathing fire, trying to eliminate the last of the ferocious beasts. Smash that like button if you think this is epic. Protective shield. 0 seconds remaining. Not long after, when the battle had ended, Jake watched Jade cradling Liu's body and asked with concern, Sister Jade, are you all right? She just replied gently, thank you. I'm fine. Chang Kong suggested using the chains of holy light to restrain Liu, but Jake immediately refused. Jade looked sorrowfully at the man she loved, saying that he was Liu, but it seemed like he wasn't at the same time. He had always been a very gentle person, she said. while this Liu was groaning in agony. Then, suddenly, from Liu's body, a massive amount of corrupted energy burst forth. Jake followed the flow of energy with his eyes and immediately identified it as the energy of the corrupted. As nearly all of the corrupted energy was released, it seemed Liu had regained. What? Cliffhanger. You gotta subscribe for the next part. Oh my god. So with his last breath, he's like, Shanty, you gotta get out of here. And she's just sobbing, grabbing his hand like, Liu, you're back. Don't go, please just hang on. He whispers something about poor Tino, and then, boom, his hand just goes limp. She just loses it, screaming his name, totally heartbroken. Then she whispers through her tears, so, even for just a couple of seconds, that was really him. For real. Jake replied. He came back. Dude. Standing in the middle of this crazy snowstorm, Jade spoke up. Yo, we only made it out 'cause of you and Shadow. This whole vibe is messed up. We gotta bounce back to base and tell them what went down. Jake just nods. Bet. Besides, Shen needs a minute to chill. Then, out of nowhere, this streak of light just zips across the sky. Like, what? This purple laser beam just shoots right at them, and Jade freaks out. What the heck is that? But it's not fading. Jake is on it, like 0.5 seconds, hand on his sword. He's thinking, dude, that's the energy from Liu's body, and it's heading for the Blood Moon. Without even thinking, he just bolts after it. He knows that energy is the key to figuring out these creepy Guardian minions. Not on my watch, you don't. He just swung his hand, snagging it with the fallen corpse essence, a legendary consumable item. But nobody knows what it does yet. Total mystery box. He's holding this orb now, thinking out loud. Okay, so the Holy Mountain essence Shelly got is tied to the Star Glory Nation. Is this Guardian thing the same kind of deal? And then, asterisk, ding. Asterisk, a notification pops up. Fallen Guardian essence acquired. Lit. And Jake's mind is just racing. Hold up. If that's true, does this essence let me unlock a hidden class? Could I become one of these ancient gods' minions? Just then, Jade and the crew run up, all worried. Jake, my dude, are you sure you should be touching that thing with your bare hands? But Jake is completely zoned out. So, if my theory is right, Shelly already sold her soul to some ancient god. He gets this flash of someone literally pledging allegiance to become a minion of this god, like some crazy ceremony and back alley in Chicago. Jade's voice finally snaps him out of it, and he's like, I'm good for now, Captain. We gotta get this thing to Mr. 2, like, yesterday. But Jade looks over at the two of them, and you can tell she's kinda hesitant. I get it, but we can't just jet back to the base yet. Jake totally gets why she's hesitating and says, Captain, we should probably go check on her. We're on the clock here. So Jade finally agrees. They walk over to where Shen is, and she's just whispering to herself, please tell me you really meant it when you said you missed me, too. A tear just rolls down her face, man. But it was probably all in my head. And she's clutching this unmelting ice necklace, which is, like, an epic-level accessory, by the way. So while she's having this totally heartbreaking moment, Jake comes up behind her and says, dead serious, it was real. We all heard him say it. She totally wasn't expecting that. She takes off her glasses, wipes her eyes, and is like, Jake, thank you. And when she puts those glasses back on, bam. The tough as nails Shen we all know is back. Captain Jade, I'm good. So what's the plan? And it was this unspoken thing, you know. Everyone just decided to act normal, and she wasn't dodging stuff about Liu anymore. Seeing everyone was back on the same page, Jade took charge. All right, glad you're okay. Squad 78. Prepare to return to the barracks. And just like that, they all snapped to it. They dipped out, leaving the whole snowy mountain looking super empty and sad. Because she knew, deep down, she had to let go of that love story and keep pushing forward. So, fast forward to the next day around noon. Mr. 2 is sitting in his office, staring at this purple orb, and suddenly it clicks. Oh, so that's times how it is. It all makes sense now. Jake jumps in. Mr. 2, after everything that's gone down, I've got a theory I want to run by you. Mr. 2 strokes his chin. All thoughtful, I'm all ears. So Jake lays it all out. Okay, so I think there are, like, special requirements to become one of these ancient god minions. The dead guys from the Lion Squad. All those gnarly monsters. They just become mindless puppets, right? Zombies. They can't be real minions because, well, they're dead. No brain power. And the wild beasts can't become minions either. Maybe because they don't have any real willpower. But the actual minions of the god, they can still think for themselves. Liu, though, was totally controlled by that guardian essence. So my theory is, to become a minion using this essence, the ancient god has to, like, personally pick you. Mr. 2 just stares at the essence in his hand, totally silent. So you're telling me, just holding this thing isn't an automatic ticket to becoming a fallen guardian? You need to get the stamp of approval from the ancient god to get the power up? Jake just nods, looks that way. Living people with brains are the prime targets. And remember, Liu said the Guardian minions can actually get out of this place. This whole theory was blowing Mr. Two's mind. It made him think of some sketchy rumors he heard. He leans in and lowers his voice. Yo, for the past few years, these weirdo cults have been popping up in over a dozen countries, from here to New York. These fanatics claim they've got protection from some god. And get this, they have some insane power, and they're using it to recruit people like crazy, saying they're gonna welcome their god's big comeback. Guys, this is getting wild. If you think this sounds nuts, smash that like button. He clenches his fist around the orb. If what Liu said is legit, then these cultists are either the ancient gods' minions or their fanboys. Hearing that, Jake's eyes go wide. He's thinking, wait, over a dozen countries? Does that mean more than a dozen of these ancient gods are waking up? And then it hits him, and he just blurts out, Mr. Two, real talk. This base is the only populated spot in this whole frozen wasteland, right? Like, the only civilization from here to Anchorage, Alaska? Mr. Two is like, yeah, that's right. What's your point? Jake presses on. And the guys from Lion Squad? The ones who went missing like Liu? How many are we talking? And you could see the light bulb go off over Mr. Two's head. He knew something was seriously wrong. You're not saying. They all became fallen minions. Are you? Jake starts spitballing. If any of them actually escaped this place alive, there's a huge chance they're now part of the zombie squad. We should probably put out a bounty, you know? Find and neutralize the threat. Mr. Two just goes dead quiet. After a long pause, his voice gets all heavy. Man, that's messed up. These were my brothers in arms. They gave everything for this country. And now we gotta put a price on their heads. Jake knew this was hitting him hard, so he gives him a pat on the shoulder. There's no other play here, man. The brothers in the Lion Squad, they get it. Mr. Two knew which matter was more important and just sighed. Yeah. I know. Consider it decided. He looks over at the glowy guardian orb on the table and says, all right then. Let's use this thing to test and verify my hypothesis. At this, Mr. Two immediately gets flustered. Test it? On who? Don't you dare say we're going to use a person. Jake just grins and goes, nah. Let's have my dragon give it a try. Hearing this, Mr. Two totally loses his cool. Your dragon? Are you out of your mind? No way. I'm not going to experiment on a living person, but I'm not going to use a dragon either. Even if Shadow isn't affected by the blood moon, what if it goes sideways? We'd lose a massive asset, and it'd be crazy dangerous. After getting chewed out, Jake quickly backpedals. Whoa, Mr. Two, you got it twisted. The dragon I'm talking about isn't my main pet dragon. Now it was Mr. Two's turn to be stunned, his jaw just hanging open. Huh? So, a few minutes later, they're out in the snow, and Mr. Two is like, look, I saw you throw down with Ruan Chong Fong. You had those 5 dragons. You're not hiding any others, are you? Jake just shoots him a grin. Actually, 2 of those 5 dragons are not my dragon pets. He turns and winks. They are the summons of my dragon pet. Mr. Two was floored. The summons of a dragon pet? And just to flex, Jake raises his hand. 8, Shadow, do your thing. Summon the twin flying dragon kings. The second he says it, a gorgeous girl just materializes in the air. Quick as anything, she waves her hand and POF a massive dragon appears. This is the dragon summoning bone flute, which basically calls up the souls of the twin dragon kings. And get this, the flying dragon king's level is the same as the user's. Insane. Mr. Two is just watching this whole thing go down, completely shook. So, a dragon pet summoned these 2. I can't believe it. The divine wood-flying dragon boss is only worthy of being the pet of a dragon pet. This kid Jake doesn't have a single dragon that's easy to deal with. And this beast before me is the soul of the flying dragon king, level 22. When it breathes its dragon breath on a target, it will deal random elemental damage from fire, ice, lightning, or wind, and a whole bunch of other damage types. Jake mused. The flying dragon king is the weakest of the 5 dragons, so even if it turns into a fallen corpse, you and I can still kill it. It can be resummoned after death without any loss. It's the perfect test subject. Having decided, he looked over at Mr. Two, who totally gets it and just nods. Let's begin. Then Jake gives the order, Shadow, feed this to them. She immediately nodded. Swiftly, the fallen guardian essence was tossed in the air and moved toward the flying dragon king. A second later, it opened its huge mouth and just gulped the orb down. Almost instantly, the flying dragon's body started transforming abnormally. Stream after stream of purple energy started pouring out, wrapping around its whole body. The flying dragon king looked like it was in serious pain, just roaring and roaring. Everyone was just stunned by this transformation. Shadow cried out in fear. Chi-Chi. Mr. Two, snapping back to reality, quickly shouted, Jake, get back. It's turned into a fallen corpse minion. But Jake immediately stopped him. Mr. Two, hold up, just give it a sec. Looking at the dragon growling in the distance, Jake said, "It would be a real shame if we killed it now." Mr. Two protested, "Then we'll just have another corrupted monster on our hands. If we don't act now, it'll be too late." After a moment of thought, Jake gave an order. "Shadow, you are their master. Try to take them back, break them free from the ancient god's control." A second later, she rushed forward and used Light of Jade, which removes all effects and increases all stats by 30%, and each blessing will resist 1 instance of damage. Jake watched this and thought, the Flying Dragon King is a half-dragon, so it doesn't get Shadow's dual effect. What do you guys think will happen? Drop your predictions in the comments below. She wants to cast Light of Jade to counter the ancient god's control. Mr. 2 was still super skeptical. Is this even possible? I can still see that nasty, dark purple energy all over its body. Meanwhile, streams of green energy from the Light of Jade continuously flowed out, surrounding the Flying Dragon King's body. That source of power grew stronger and stronger, and the Flying Dragon's reaction also grew more violent as it screamed continuously. Shadow's eyes momentarily flashed, emitting a green aura. A second later, she charged straight towards the Flying Dragon, carrying a surge of power. Below, Mr. 2 watched in alarm. What is happening now? The beast that had just gone berserk calmed down, not only avoiding becoming a fallen corpse minion, but also gaining the power of the ancient god. OMG, you guys. By now, the Flying Dragon King had totally morphed into a level 22 fallen demonic dragon, and its skills got a massive glow-up after this whole transformation. Jing was like, totally freaking out, he couldn't help but gasp. Shadow actually managed to straight-up yoink that Flying Dragon King from the ancient god's clutches. Dude, you're an absolute legend. Jing then turned to Jake and was like, looks like you totally called it, man. When that essence gets used, the ancient god pulls a total mind jack. He cracked a smile. The fact that the two flying dragons are transforming and mutating together, yeah, that's something I definitely didn't see coming. In the end, he let out a huge sigh of relief. It's a good thing you stopped me, or I would have taken them out. With these two demonic dragons, you just hit the jackpot again, you lucky punk. Jake just gently stroked Shadow's head and glanced over. I am dying to take these new skills for a spin. So, can we get Squad 78's mission back on track or what? This time, Jing didn't even hesitate. He immediately confirmed, yep, we can. The Ancient God's slave and the Ancient God's essence have both been checked off the list, so only one thing remains, the temple. Jake turned his head and whispered just one word, location. The very next day, the whole squad rolled out. Jang Kong, chilling on his mount, asked all curious, yo, is this place a temple or just some busted-up ruins? Jake explained, the ruins Luo mentioned and the Golden Light Temple that the Qingdao Kingdom found are basically the same spot. If we want to get the tea on the Ancient God's awakening, we have to find this place. Just then, a notification popped up on the system, saying they were getting hot on the treasure maps trail. Wait, is the God tier treasure map seriously around here? Suddenly, Shentai looked like she saw something and immediately screamed, up ahead. A flash of light appeared, making her yell with pure joy. Oh my god, we're finally out of that insane blizzard's range. The scene in front of them was wild. We're talking peaceful green pastures with birds just vibing in the sky, causing her to freak out over how gorgeous this place was. Jake was also thinking that a beautiful sunny day like this felt like they'd finally escaped that Arctic nightmare, like going from Anchorage to Miami Beach in a second. Jang Kong's eyes were glued to a huge lake nearby, and he was shook. Whoa, hold up, is this the ocean? Just then, Jing had a flashback. Yo, this is the first spot we ever landed in. What in the world is connected to that giant chain under the ice? Jang Kong wondered. Could the ruins Luo mentioned be at the end of this chain? Just then, a system notification got Jake's attention. He had arrived at the treasure map's location. A second later, he joyfully spun around and sprinted back. I found it. Y'all feel that energy signature? It's definitely the dragon egg. He started frantically digging through the ice and snow on the ground like a madman. It didn't take long before a glowing object was revealed under the white powder. It was a sick blue dragon egg, grade TBD. He eagerly reached out to grab it. The fourth dragon egg was finally in the bag. Let's go. Then Jake noticed something else. He reached back into the snow and pulled out a black, square-shaped box. After popping the box open, the system quickly flashed info about the book inside. As soon as he learned about his new find, a crazy idea hit him. It can be used with dragon language magic to crank its power up by a whole 100%. He got this wicked little smirk on his face as he stared at the book, thinking, once I've tamed the blue dragon, its skills are going to sync up perfectly with the blue dragon king's roar. And with this dragon language resonance, the spells cast by me and the blue dragon will have double the power. He sat there, lost in thought, totally scheming. I just gotta grind to level 35 to learn this skill. Guess I should hit up duty over at the Tianhua auction house to use my monthly perk and cop a pet slot expansion scroll. Shentai and Jang Kong walked over to him. Shentai waved and asked, Jake, my dude, what are you doing just spacing out over there? Jang Kong, with a hand on his hip, teased Junior Jake, hogging the epic view all to yourself. Seeing them coming, he stood up and replied all cheerful, it's nothing, just looking around. Anyway, I get the feeling this is the border of the far north. The other side of this ice lake is probably some totally unknown land. Luffy and his giant eagle turned to look at him, sighing. Even though we've scouted the edges of the blizzard, the far north is still ridiculously huge. And this is just the interior part, can you believe that? Massive mountain ranges were caked in thick snow, and the whistling wind mixed with Luffy's voice. The Blood Moon Mountain Range, that thing goes on for miles, also ends right here. This is probably the very tip of the ancient god's tail. Jang Kong just stared at the scene and said in total awe, dude, it's ginormous. Its body is like miles wide, easy, and that's not even counting its freaking head. Luffy continued, even though we still don't know what the ancient god really looks like, it's pretty obvious these huge chains are tied to the whole Blood Moon situation. Jake responded, it's like their reins, you know, used to control the Blood Moon, ancient god. Shenty suddenly gasped, wait, then doesn't that mean the ancient god is just some giant's ride, and its master is at the very end of this chain? Jake crossed his arms, thinking hard. It's too early to stress about that. We should just keep following the chain and see what's up ahead. Jang Kong slung an arm around his shoulder, his face all determined. For real, the ruins or the temple have got to be on the other side of this lake. Luffy reminded everyone sternly. All right, Captain Luffy speaking, listen up. We have no clue how dangerous this unexplored lake is. Jang Kong, you remember what happened last time you got reckless, right? At the mention of that, Jang Kong's face just dropped. I know. Oh, Captain Luffy is on my case again. Fine, I won't tag along. Happy now? Shentai put a hand on his shoulder to chill him out. Dude, forget trying to piggyback for glory points. Come with me and let's set up these locator beacons. While Jang Kong and Shentai were chatting, Jake started to head out, calling back, Captain Luffy, rest assured. I'm just gonna pop ahead and scope things out. I'll be back super quick. Luffy replied, the old me would have shut that down so fast. But now, we're not gonna stand in your way. A bright light flared from Jake's hand as he yelled, Shadow, let's do this. World Walker form. Shadow unleashed this incredible power with a massive roar. Luffy put his hands on his hips and said, we'll rest up here and wait for your signal. If you hit any trouble, you come straight back. You hear me? This time, I had Shentai bring a teleportation scroll. If something goes sideways, we can just poof back to camp. Shentai didn't forget to add her 2 cents. Seriously, be careful out there. Then she just casually bopped Jang Kong on the head next to her, and he was all like, ow. Jake spread his wings, looking back all confident. Got it. No sweat. And with that, he and Shadow were off. Let's roll, Shadow. After 2 hours of exploring, Jake was sitting on Shadow's back, just blown away. Man, this place is insanely, weirdly huge. Jake continued, all confused. We've been flying forever, but we still can't see where this chain even ends. The system's notification suddenly dinged. Warning, entering a ruin area. Regional level. Fallen corpse ruin. He thought in surprise. A fallen corpse ruin? What the heck is that? Okay, so, it's all starting to click now. Shadow was flying faster and faster while he was still deep in thought. It lines up with what the Tenju Nation found. Both are these sketchy areas near the ancient god. The people who went to the Holy Mountain Temple. What happened to them to turn them into Holy Mountain slaves? Maybe there's something like that in this ruin. Shadow suddenly stopped and roared, which totally freaked him out. Shadow, what's wrong? He seemed to have spotted something. Staring at an object under the icy water, he could vaguely make something out, and it looked like a giant black coffin. Creepy. Jake quickly checked the system. This is the secret of the fallen corpse ruin, and just like the Blood Moon, the system can't even scan it. He stared at the coffin in shock, then completely froze when he spotted a shadow moving near it. Shadow saw it too and just let out this massive roar. Jake quickly tried to calm him down. Whoa, easy boy, calm down. He gritted his teeth and thought, Shadow is freaking out, which means there's no way he can take that thing. I don't even have the scan results, so I am absolutely not picking a fight with whatever that is. The dark shadow under the water was zooming toward Jake and Shadow, and he screamed, oh crap. It's noticed us. The ice on the lake's surface was literally shattering from the shadow's speed, making Jake yell in a panic, Shadow, get us back across the lake, now. He watched the thing underwater with a worried look, thinking, we're in deep trouble. Its swimming speed is even faster than Shadow's. Shadow just bolted upward, glowing with his crazy blue light. The blue glow lit up a huge chunk of the sky. Jake looked back to check on the situation. When he saw the shadow wasn't chasing them anymore, he was finally able to breathe again, thinking, phew, it stopped chasing us. We finally lost it. His expression then got super serious as he thought. Thankfully, the stat boosts from riding a dragon pet are stacking perfectly. It used to only pump up my own stats, but now the spirit language can be shared with others, too. But then he heard a noise. Jang Kong turned around, and when he saw Jake and Shadow return, he said cheerfully, "Junior Jake, you're back." Noticing that Shadow looked totally spooked, he asked with concern, "Dude, what's up? Did something go down?" Jake answered through gritted teeth, his voice super tense. "Up ahead is the fallen corpse ruin, but there's something incredibly dangerous under that ice." He continued, "We have to report back to camp, like, right now." Hearing this, everyone was completely stunned. Jang Kong was the first to speak.
Wait, what? Even Jake had to book it from this thing? 15 minutes after they warped back to camp. What do you guys think this shadow creature is?
Let me know your theories in the comments below. Du Jing said, "A black coffin and a black shadow under the ice chain, and the fallen corpse ruin." He turned and added, "If that's the case, we are officially not messing with that area anymore. Otherwise, we'll end up like the Morgan clan from down in Texas, suffering some extremely heavy losses." Jake replied, "That place is like a seal, and whatever is in that lake made even Shadow feel terrified." Du Jing immediately opened a map and said, "An entity that even the Dragon clan considers taboo. The Great Frozen Lake of the Fallen Corpse Ruin has got to be marked as a total no-go zone." He looked up at old Lu and ordered, "Lu, immediately cancel all search routes that could pass through the Fallen Corpse Ruin and send the coordinates of that ice lake to the big brains at Dragon Capital's High Command." Luffy immediately accepted the order. "You got it." Du Jing continued, "The search mission for Squad 78 is hereby cancelled. Your new mission is to assist the scholars from Dragon Capital in their research of the Fallen Corpse Ruin." The whole group answered in unison, "You got it, boss." Afterward, he turned to Jake and said, "As for you, Jake, dude, it hasn't even been a month, and you've already led your squad to a discovery this massive." He then presented a badge to Jake, saying, "Take this. It's a sign of recognition from the Lion Regiment for you." Jake quickly tried to refuse. "Thank you, Senior Du, but this represents the mission and duty of the Lion Regiment. I've only been here a month, and besides, I already have a silver badge." Du Jing just pushed the badge into Jake's hand, saying, "Dude, just take it. If you were Jake, would you take the badge?" Smash that like button if you think he totally earned it, and don't forget to subscribe. Yo, if you roll with the Lion Regiment after graduation, you get fast-tracked to officer with a silver badge, no cap. It's a sweet deal. LeFay just laughed, adding, "For real, there are only, like 19 people in this whole base with a silver badge. So if Jake joined up, even I'd times have to salute him." Chang Kong totally grumbled, looking salty. Jake got a silver badge that fast? Whatever. I'm not jealous at all." Jake just held up the badge, grinning, and was like, "All right, I get it. Guess it'd be rude not to take it." Then Senior Chang Kong literally latched onto Jake's arm, whining, "Just let me touch it for, like, 1 second. Shentai just gave them this look of pure disgust. "You guys are so cringe." LeFay ignored them and turned to Du Jing, saying, Mr. Du, if that's everything, we're gonna go hit up the Dragon City scholars now." Du Jing was like, "Yeah, go for it. You've all been grinding hard these past few days." Then he hits him with, "Oh, and Jake, you stay back." Jake was totally shook. The dude's just rummaging through some books, saying, "Ever since you showed up in the Arctic, our mission success rate has gone through the roof. Honestly, I wish I could just keep you here. But, plot twist, the time I borrowed you for is pretty much up." Du Jing slides this file over to Jake about the national trials, saying, "This is for you. In 1 more week, I'm taking you back to Dragon City Academy." Jake took it, thinking, "Oh my god, the national trials start in less than 2 weeks. It's go time, for real." Du Jing totally caught him spacing out, and gave him a look. He asked, "Yo, what's up? You forget about the national trials, or are you just gonna miss us too much at the Lion's Pride?" Jake just smirked and shot back, "Nah, for real, I'm kinda bummed to leave, but I've been laser focused on the goal. And with my corrupted Demon Dragon contract skill, I'm totally gonna crush the national trials." Du Jing let out a huge laugh. "That's my boy. This file is all public intel your principal dug up just for you, so go chill and give it a read." Jake turned to go, just saying, "Got it." Meanwhile, OMG. You guys, let's cut to the Tay Kingdom. Outside some creepy forest, this monster is getting swarmed by these crazy purple lights. And who pops up with a super sketchy smile? Dan Han, the Tay Kingdom's rep. Okay, so this seriously spooky energy is just radiating off him, with these ghostly faces smirking all evil-like. Kim Xiao is hiding behind Tin Si, totally terrified, and asks Dan Han, "Bro, has your Abyss Walker still not evolved? We've been grinding out here forever." Dan Han's just holding this demonic-looking ball of energy, all full of screaming ghosts, and goes, "Almost. It just needs to chow down on a few more lives, then it can level up. Then out of nowhere, this random villager pipes up, "Your Royal Highness," and the princess, too. The guy sounds super confused. "Are you guys here taking down that monster yourselves?" His wife, holding their kid, jumps in. "Oh my gosh, we are so honored. Please, you have to come inside our place at 123 Elm Street and rest for a minute." Dan Han puts on this fake smile and goes, "Well, all right, if you insist." And then he summons these spirits with these messed up faces and finishes. It would be rude to say no. And bam! The spirits launch themselves right at the villager and his wife. The guy screams, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" His wife is just shrieking, "Monsters! Monsters!" Tin Shi is freaking out, yelling, "My prince, your highness, be careful. Don't hurt the villagers." But Dan Han doesn't even flinch, and the air just fills with their screams. Yikes. He whips around, totally pissed, glares at Tin Shi, and sneers, "Hurt them? I literally just told you. It needs these last few lives to evolve." He gets all sarcastic. "These pathetic peasants. Taking them out is no big deal. Feeding my summon is, like, the greatest honor they'll ever have." Dan Han storms off, still looking furious, and says to Tin Sai, "You've been rolling with my family for how long, and you're still saying dumb stuff like that? You haven't learned a thing." Kim Xiao just scrambles after him, yelling, "Bro, wait up," leaving Tin Shi just standing there, completely stunned. At the exact same time, over in the Han Kingdom, in this spooky spirit law council hall, 4 people are plotting by candlelight. Colin, the Han Kingdom rep, is the first to speak. "So, the T is, for this year's national trials, we're teaming up." Vikai, repping the Khan Kingdom, replies with a total scowl, "Fine. If that's what the government wants, I'm not going to argue." Then she adds, "But if anyone snitches about this alliance, you all know what happens." Gasson Lee from the Nam Kingdom just calmly says, "Every year, the national trials set the stage for everything. And this time, with our 4 nations allied, we're guaranteed to be on top." Then all 4 of them raise their glasses, or whatever, and say in unison, "To a fruitful partnership." And just like that, the candle blows out. Cut to the Tuyet Kingdom at the freaking mouth of an erupting volcano. Some guy runs up and yells, "Young master, we got a message from the head of the family. He says to get ready to bounce." And there's Andre, the rep for the Tuyet Kingdom, strolling along with this massive axe, looking totally satisfied after wrecking some monster. He just smirks. It's finally time. The national trials. The scene jumps again, this time to the Tindo Kingdom, at the Holy Mountains Temple ruins, where someone is sprinting towards a group of people just waiting. This super sharply dressed dude walks up and asks, "Sakai, we're heading to the Tay Kingdom, like, right now. You prep for battle?" And Sakai, the Tindo Kingdom rep with these insane glowing golden wings, just bows his head and says, "In the national trials, I times will times be the champion. No question." Okay, fast forward 2 days. Jake is chilling, reading through those files, when someone knocks on his door. He opens it, and Du Jing is there, asking, "What's the word? Has our Dragon Kingdom rep finished his homework yet?" And yo, there are like 4 people standing outside Jake's room. Chang Kong is grinning like an idiot. "You better get first place, Junior Jake." LeFei adds, "As your captain, I'm officially letting you off the hook." And Damie chimes in, "I'll be rooting for you." Du Jing says to Jake, all cheerful, "You ready? It's time to head back to Dragon City Academy." Jake just smiles. "Let's roll." The very next morning, at the principal's office at Dragon City Academy, Jake walks up and knocks. A voice from inside calls out, "Come in." He pushes the door open carefully. Excuse me." And Zhao Shangming is there, hand out, all hyped up. "You're finally back. It's been a minute, hasn't it, Jake? Principal Blake's out of town on business, so I'm running point on the national trials for now." He glances over at Shadow Guard Viet and Shadow Guard Cham and adds, "These 2 are Shadow Guards, sent by the bigwigs in Dragon City to make sure our reps get to the Tay Kingdom in one piece." He's still super pumped. And let me tell you, the Shadow Guard is a whole different league from the Lion's Pride. They only protect the absolute top brass in Dragon City. So, yeah, looks like the higher-ups are taking this year's national trials very times seriously. Shaming points for Jake to sit down. Jake asks, "So, are you coming to the Tay Kingdom with me instead of the principal, vice chairman?" He nods. "That's the plan. The principal won't be back for another 10 to 15 days. I've already booked a private jet in the school's name. It takes off from LAX tomorrow at noon," he says, making sure Jake gets the point. "You just got back from the Arctic and you're leaving again, so just take it easy today and get some rest." Then he adds, "Oh, and for real, if you meet anything at all, as long as it's not totally insane, just say the word. Dragon City Academy will hook you up." Jake gets this little smirk on his face. "Actually, there are a couple things I need." He just goes for it. "I was wondering if the school could spot me. A pet slot expansion scroll?" Zhao Shangming does a full-on spit take with his T. Asterisk PFFFT asterisk. He's like, Jake, wait, do you have times another times new dragon? Jake just plays it cool. Nah, just prepping in advance. You know, just in case. At that, Zhao Shangming just closes his eyes and says quietly, so, that scroll isn't like crazy expensive, but we don't have any in stock at the academy right now. So, my bad, sincerely. Jake just turns with a smile. No worries, Vice Principal Zhao. In that case, I'll just handle my own schedule for the rest of the day. If that's cool? He's like, of course. And don't sweat the shadow guards. They're not going to be your babysitters. Over at Villa Number 2 on Rodeo Drive, the two shadow guards follow Jake home. The second he walks in, Aunt Han rushes out and gives him a huge hug. Jakey, you're finally back. This last half month, your aunt has missed you like crazy. Qingzhu adds, we've been waiting since last night. You're really home. Hearing this, Jake says softly, ah. So the vice principal already spilled the beans to everyone. Oh, man. I was totally planning on surprising you guys. Aunt Han just yanks Jake over to the dining table. Stop standing there. You probably lived on, like, protein bars in the Arctic. Come on, eat. Emma chimes in too. Yeah, I've been waiting for you. Let's go, let's go. I'm literally starving. Qingzhu just smiles. Aunt Han started cooking before the sun was even up. Jake looks at the spread, totally stoked. For real, Auntie. Up in the Arctic, the thing I miss most was your cooking. As soon as Qingzhu hears that, she leans in. Okay, spill. Tell us everything. How much stronger did you get this past month? The next 2 hours just fly by at the dinner table. Jake tells them all his stories from the Arctic and finds out that, thank God, nobody's been messed with again. But besides his crew and family, there was someone else on Jake's mind. He's holding this piece of jewelry with a blue gem, thinking, I saw her right before I left. And then, out of nowhere, Emma barrels over. She gasps, oh, look at you. Who's the gift for? That looks expensive. Jake snatches his hand back, totally startled. Geez, you scared the crap out of me. And mind your own business. Aunt Han calls from the kitchen. You have an early flight tomorrow. So if you're going out, be back soon to rest. Emma keeps poking. You're no fun. I don't even need to guess. It's totally for your senior, isn't it? Jake is visibly annoyed now. Ahem. Well, on that note, I'm heading out for a bit. An hour later, Jake is sitting on the floor in this big empty room, thinking, yeah, she's definitely not showing up today. Then, ding. Light bulb. Oh, wait. I have Yaku's number. I can ask her to get in touch with my senior for me. And while I'm at it, I can ask if the Tianhua auction house on 5th Avenue has a pet slot expansion scroll. Cut to the Tianhua auction house in the VIP lounge, and a voice purrs through the phone. Well, hello, little brother. You finally decided to call me. You guys, it's Yaku. On the other end, Jake asks, hey, Yaku, can I ask you a huge favor? Can you help me get in touch with my senior? Yaku just laughs. What's the matter? It's been a month and you're already pining for her. He gets all shy. Well, I kinda have something to give her, but I can't find her anywhere on campus. Hearing that, Yaku clicks her tongue. Oof, that's gonna be tough. Some family drama came up, so she had to go home, and I have no idea when she'll be back. I can't even get a hold of her, she adds. But hey, since you're back in Dragon City, you should swing by my place for a bit. Before she bounced, your girl left something here for you. And oh my god, that afternoon, Jake actually went to meet Yaku. Seeing him, she teases, well, look at you, little brother. Rolling up with bodyguards now, he just smiles and says, they're very professional. Aw, what do you guys think she left for him? Drop your theories in the comments below, and don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe for more drama. They're not gonna cause any trouble, girl. The two sat down to spill some tea, and Jake was like, yo, Yaku, the Tianhua auction house is popping off. It's so crowded downstairs. Yaku just smirked, honey, that's all you. Ever since you let us display that dragon egg, we've had a line out the door to our place on 5th Avenue. Everyone wants a selfie with it. Hearing that, Jake was thinking, oh my god, if one basic dragon egg can get this much hype, the green one I'm holding onto could break the internet. But nah, I'll keep that on the DL. Plus, I've got my monthly hookup with Yaku. Just then, she slides a box over. Your girl left this for you. Go on, open it. Jake's jaw basically hit the floor. No way. Is this a legendary weapon? The Heavenly Flame Sword. And you guys, the stats are insane. Level 30 requirement. Plus 256 strength and 204 agility. He snatched it up, totally geeking out. Bruh. It's so light. And it stores fire damage. This thing was literally custom made for me. Yaku nodded. You know it. Your girl Jade found the best blacksmith in the biz, and he worked on this masterpiece for a whole month. I'm telling you, that girl just gets you. Even with you out of town, she knew exactly what you'd need. Jake was holding the sword, looking like he just won the Powerball. Dude, this must have cost a fortune. She was totally studying my moves every time we sparred. Jade is just the absolute best. He was so choked up he just mumbled, "Thank you, Jade." But then Yaku was like, "Oh, but wait, there's more." She handed him a book, and his eyes went wide. "Is this a fire-type dragon spell? A lava burst skill book. Requires Dragon Master Class, level 25. The dude was grinning so hard, he looked absolutely ecstatic. His galaxy brain was already firing off. Okay, once I hit level 35, I can use my dragon, Little Black, to activate Dragon Tongue Resonance, and this sword will be completely OP. While thinking, he pulled out a letter. Jade really hooked me up big time. This gear is going to give me a crazy advantage in the Nationals. It just sucks she's not here. I gotta thank her for being so clutch. Yaku totally interrupted his daydream, teasing. Ooh, what you got there? A love letter. Lol. The letter read, "Hey Jake, it's been a minute. Something wild came up, so I had to bounce for a while. So bummed I'm gonna miss you absolutely destroying the national tournament. By now you've probably got the gift I sent. You better like it, okay? Last time, I tried to give you a gift. You got all weird and paid me back for the scroll. Well, I had this one custom forged, so I dare you to try and return it. Your girl's still got a ton on her plate. But when I'm back, first thing I'm doing is raiding your kitchen. Then I'm dragging you to the training room for a proper beatdown. And if I'm not at your place at number 2 Cypress Lane, don't just stand around waiting for me at the arena like a dummy. I was totally planning to fly to the Tai Chi Nation to be your cheerleader, but I just can't. You better go all out, though. If you don't take first place, you'll make me look bad, and I will seriously make you pay for it. Got it?" Reading that, a little smirk played on his lips. P.S. You promised me that unmelting ice. You didn't forget, did you? Make sure you get it, cause I'm coming to collect. Yaku, watching him, was like, "You good, kiddo?" He just smiled back. "I'm great. Seriously, thanks for playing messenger." She just brushed it off. "Pfft, don't be so formal. You're a VIP at Tianhua. You need anything, you just say the word." Jake's eyes lit up and he leaned in. "Speaking of help, you don't happen to have any pet slot expansion scrolls, do you?" Yaku's face fell. "Oof, kid. I'm so sorry, but we don't have any of those at the moment," she explained. "The market for those is, like, super niche. It's really only summoner class hunters who buy them, so we just don't keep them in stock." Jake looked so disappointed. "Ah, okay. Well, thanks anyway, Yaku." He was thinking, great, so the school is a no-go. The auction house is a bust. Guess hatching that green dragon egg is off the table. My spirit stat is only at level 11. Gotta focus on grinding that up first. "But for real, don't worry," she said, holding the box. "If a scroll like that or a dragon language book ever hits the auction block, you'll be the first person I call." Jake took the box and smiled. "Awesome. I owe you one, Yaku. It's getting late. I should probably bounce." And as he walked out into the night, you could just see the wheels turning in his head. Even though Yaku's gonna look out for me, I fly out tomorrow. There's no way I'll get it in time. He kept thinking, grinding those undead up north only boosts my military rank. It does nothing for my spirit stat. Looks like I need to find a new grind spot, as soon as possible. Just as he gets to the door for the national tournament, Ivy is waiting for him. "You're back late. Guess you're not nervous at all," she teased. He was surprised. "Ivy, what are you doing out here all alone?" She said she was waiting for him. Didn't get to ask at dinner. "You're heading overseas for the tournament tomorrow. Want to spar?" Jake's face lit up. "You read my mind. I was just dying to try out this new weapon." We're in the training arena at Longdew Academy, and Jake is holding his new sword like a total boss. A little notification pops, asterisk skill book used, lava burst. Skill acquired, lava burst. Asterisk Ivy was already in her stance. A new skill? Damn, you got some good loot on your trip. Her voice got lower. "After all that time up north, I'm dying to see how much stronger you've gotten." She let out a yell and just charged him, swinging her weapon like crazy. He brought up the sword from Jade to block, and this insane fire aura just exploded from the blade. He was amazed. "Whoa, I can't believe how light this thing is." Then he ducked into a counterattack, and it felt like the sword already knew what he was going to do. It was wild. Ivy just stared at him, totally shocked. A skill name popped up in his vision. Asterisk Evil Karma Outburst. Attack attribute changed to fire. Each kill permanently increases karma fire power by 0.1%. Current enhancement, 12.4%. Asterisk. He dodged her next swing like a pro, thinking, Jade is a freaking genius. This sword is a way better fit for me. I gotta experiment with more weapons. He leaped into the air, his mind racing. The more I use this, the more it feels like a part of me. My old black dragon scale sword is officially retired. Then he yelled, "Ivy, be careful. But she was still on the attack, shouting, Army Breaker, Heavy Sword. There was a massive boom as they clashed. Ivy was thinking, no way. Jake's not even used to his new weapon, but he just parried all 5 of my strikes like it was nothing. Then she said, Jake, for real, you're always getting stronger. He shot back. I can tell you've gotten way stronger, too. That 5-hit combo was seriously sharp, she replied. You think? Too bad I can't even keep up with your moves anymore. Then she screamed, Mountain Crusher. A huge wave of force threw him back. She walked up and said, Jake, you're one of those people who never stops moving forward, who never stops getting stronger. Being around you just makes a person feel safe. Ivy held out her hand. Guarantee first place in the national tournament. No problem, right? He slapped his hand into hers. Of course. Then, early the next morning, May was waving a sad goodbye. You're leaving again. You have to promise you'll be safe. The other 2 were shouting, have a safe trip. We'll be cheering for you. Jake waved back, and just like that, his one-day stopover in Longdu was over. He walked towards the plane, thinking. The national tournament starts in just 3 more days. He decided to just ignore everyone's expectations for him. He leaned his head against the plane window, totally fired up to use this chance to join the ranks of Long Guo's next generation of masters. Just then, Xiao Shangming came over. Jake, we've landed, he said. The proctor from Long Guo is already here waiting for us. Jake was confused. A proctor, he explained. For the national trials, each country has to send a representative, and also a proctor, mostly to be a referee and enforce the rules. As they walked through the airport, he added, the top brass back in Longdu picked our guy. So when you meet the proctor, you absolutely have to be polite. The second he finished saying be polite, Xiao Shangming froze up and his crew just dropped to their knees. What the heck? Jake was so confused. Vice Principal. What's wrong? Then the proctor slowly came into view. Get up. Quickly. There's no need to kneel, he said with a huge smile. This must be our champion from Longguo, Jake. Am I right? We're at the Jinyu City International Airport in the Taichi Kingdom, and Shangming is completely flustered seeing the guy as Elder Han, asking, Elder Han, why are you here? To personally greet us? This is too much of an honor. Before he could finish, Elder Han waved his hand and laughed. Welcoming Longguo's representative? How could that be too much of an honor? Hearing this, Shangming could only helplessly point at Jake and introduce him. This is Jake, from our Longdu Academy. He's a second job class, and his main profession is Dragon Knight. Jake stepped forward kinda shyly, scratching his head and saying, Hello, Elder Han. The old man stroked his long white beard and laughed again. Hello, hello. To have a giant dragon at your age, your future is limitless. He looked right at him and said, Heroes have always been young. And I'm sure that when you return from the nationals, you will be a hero of Longguo. Jake didn't try to flatter him back, he just bowed and said, Elder Han, you're too kind. I'll do my best. Elder Han turned around, laughing loudly. My relationship with Du Jing is solid, so if you ever have any trouble, just find him. If Du Jing can't solve it, tell him to come find me. And with that said, he just walked off. He walked straight to this slick black car and before getting in, he turned back. Let's get in the car, chop chop. As they drove to the banquet, Jake watched his retreating back and couldn't help but ask, Vice Principal Xiao, who exactly times this Elder Han? Shangming's face went dead serious as he cut him off. Elder Han is one of the 3 great elders of Longguo. After a dramatic pause, Shangming said 3 words in a super solemn tone. Han. Fei. As soon as Jake heard the name, he was shook, exclaiming, What? His face got super serious as he thought, the 3 elders of Longguo are at the top of the food chain. They basically run the whole country. They're the 3 people whose words are absolute law. Oh my god, guys. What a reveal. Drop a comment below if you're as hyped for this tournament as I am. Whoa, so even Senior Do answers to the 3 big bosses? No wonder he's rolling with his own security detail. Shadow was just vibing, totally oblivious to Jake's whole mood change. We'll follow them in a sec, Jake thought. A sneaky grin playing on his lips as a plan started cooking. The fact that May was so chill when we first met means he definitely gets what I'm about. I seriously never thought I'd be rubbing elbows with a VIP like that just by showing up for the national trials. A little later, while they were speeding down some highway, like the E5 inches Cali, a voice piped up all confused. Hey, VP Shadow, if May is one of the top 3 elders of the Dragon Country, how come I can't feel any master-level vibes from him? He asked, totally curious. Is it 'cause my level is trash or is he just on a whole other dimension? Shadow just burst out laughing and was like, Nah, May ain't hiding anything. The dude's literally just a level 40-something cook. Jake was shook, his jaw on the floor. What? How's that even possible? Shadow just looked at him and calmly explained, Bro, your reaction is the exact same as mine was. In this world, yeah, being strong is everything and power is king. But sometimes it's not all about raw combat power. Of the Dragon Country's 3 elders, only one is a top-tier combat class. Rumor has it he even hit the 5th job change. Another one is an enhancement class with 0 fighting ability, but they call him a pillar of the Dragon Country, he continued. And like you saw, Mei brings his personal bodyguards, the 4 ultimate swords, whenever he goes out. They say those 3 top-tier swordsmen follow Mei by choice, not cause they're paid. His other skills must be just that insane. Hearing this, Jake got totally lost and thought, man, that's wild. The elders keep their real strength under wraps, so nobody knows how powerful they truly are. One's a combat god, one's a support class, and Mei is a cooking class. None of them are simple. Suddenly, the shadow guard up front turned around and announced, "Rep, we're here." The car rolled to a stop right in front of the Grand Hotel entrance. Unbeknownst to them, a whole mob of reporters was already waiting, completely swarming the entrance. A reporter, with eagle eyes, recognized who was in the car and immediately screamed to the others, "It's the Dragon Country representative's ride." Jake was hustled out of the car by Shadow and 2 guards, and bam, a storm of camera flashes and a wall of questions hit them. "Mr. Jake, the rep for the Dragon Country, give us a comment." "Yo, as the only dragon tamer with an actual dragon, what are your thoughts?" "Rep Jake, word on the street is you've got beef with the Kim family. Is it true?" "Mr. Jake, over here. Look at the camera." "So, Mr. Jake, you confident you're going to win the whole thing this year?" He scowled, thinking, this city is so small. It barely took any time to get to the hotel, but this crowd is just too much. It was so noisy and chaotic. Shadow was basically playing blocker, pushing through reporters to clear a path, shouting, "Please make way. Don't block the representative's path." Just as Jake was about to step through the entrance, a loud shout came from behind. "Another representative has arrived." And we cut to that afternoon, inside the main hall. A huge crowd had gathered, all broken up into their little cliques, chatting it up. Jake finally let out a sigh and crashed in a quiet corner. He complained, totally worn out, there are way too many reporters camped out at the hotel entrance. He paused, glancing at Shadow next to him before continuing. Like, I can't even go for a walk. Hearing this, Shadow just gave him a look and said, "There's nothing to see out there anyway. Just stay put in the hotel." Suddenly, Jake looked around and asked, "VP Shadow, are the people from the Starfall Nation even here yet?" Shadow calmly poured wine into a glass and explained with a little smirk, "The Starfall Nation always pulls this stunt. They never show up before the competition actually starts." Suddenly, Jake seemed to spot something, and his whole face just twisted in disgust. Turns out, sitting not far from him was Chang Han. He was laughing and having a grand old time with some other people. I guess Jake's death stare was a little too obvious, because Chang Han immediately whipped his head around, all defensive. And then, Kim Jan shot up from his seat with a super warm smile. Well, if it isn't old Mei. I never expected you to be the Dragon Country's champion this year." The people around them immediately started whispering to each other. "Old Mei, wait a sec. Is that the times old Mei, one of the 3 elders of the Dragon Country?" Kim Jan practically ran over to Mei, shaking his hand like a fanboy as he introduced himself. "I'm Kim Jan, not only the champion of the Téja kingdom, but also the guy in charge of this whole national trial." Mei just laughed heartily and replied, "A pleasure, a pleasure." The surrounding crowd started buzzing with curiosity again. It really is one of the 3 elders. Then the guy next to him has to be one of the 4 ultimate swordsmen, right? Definitely. I saw him once at the international conference in Rome. Someone else exclaimed in awe, "Oh my god, it looks like the Dragon Country is going all out this time." Seeing Mei walk toward them, Jake and Shadow quickly stood up to offer old Mei a seat. Mei looked at him and greeted him warmly. "Jake, we meet again." Hearing this, someone asked curiously, "If old Mei is also here, does that mean Jake has connections to the Dragon Guild's top dogs?" But before the gossip could get any louder, a hand was raised high, followed by a call loud enough to grab everyone's attention. "Everyone." Kim Jan spread his arms wide, announcing in a grand voice, "Since everyone has arrived, let tonight's banquet officially begin." Hearing this, Jilong couldn't help but cheer happily. "Woohoo, it's starting." Gans, Sanlei chimed in. "The thing I look forward to most during the national trial is the banquet." Jilong eagerly watched the food carts approaching and quickly replied, "That's right. This is a state banquet for warriors. It's bound to be amazing." On their side, Shadow leaned in and whispered to Jake, "Oh, right. Quick heads up. We're used to the food in the Dragon Country, so be careful when eating in the Téja kingdom. Don't embarrass us, lol." Jake just nodded blankly in response. "Huh? What? Okay." They didn't have to wait long as the dishes on the table were finally uncovered, but when they saw what was inside, Jilon and Gani's faces simultaneously filled with shock. Jake's expression also became extremely ugly. He couldn't believe it and had to ask Shadow for confirmation. VP Shadow? He looked at the sad-looking plates on the table and asked cautiously, "This is the state banquet for warriors." May smiled gently and explained, "That's right. The Téja kingdom's resources are quite scarce. Aside from minerals, they don't have much else to develop. Their cuisine is passable." Jake gave a strained, fake laugh. "Right. Got it." He let out a sigh, complaining to himself, "I really miss my youngest aunt right now. Even a simple dish she makes would be better than this." Suddenly, he paused, a thought striking him. "Wait a minute. I actually have food my aunt packed for me in my luggage." Abruptly, a loud noise erupted not far from where he was sitting. A powerful hand slammed furiously down on the table. The guy was Andre, a level 60 hidden class flame warrior. He roared in anger. "How can this food be so disgusting? This is how you treat your guests." A scruffy bearded man behind him immediately tried to calm him down. "Andre, control your temper." Cheng Han frowned, taunting him with an annoyed look. "If you don't want to eat, then starve. A loser wouldn't know how to appreciate fine cuisine anyway." Andre was enraged by Cheng Han's words, veins instantly popping on his forehead as he spoke in a provocative tone, yelling, "What did you just say? Say it louder if you've got the guts." In the blink of an eye, he was right next to Cheng Han, aggressively demanding, "Say it again." Seeing the situation escalating, Kim Jan immediately stepped in to intervene. "Calm down, Cheng Han. The national trial hasn't even started yet." The scruffy bearded man also frantically tried to stop him. "That's enough. Calm down, Andre." But by now he was blinded by rage. In no mood to listen to their advice, he pointed at Cheng Han and shouted, "Kid, your name is Kim Cheng Han, right? During the national trial, you better hope I don't see you." A terrifying killing intent began to radiate from Cheng Han. He scoffed, replying with disdain, "Same to you." Hearing this, Andre didn't linger any longer and stormed off aggressively. Before leaving, he didn't forget to shout, "I'm not staying here anymore. This food is disgusting. Throw my portion away." The scruffy bearded man hurriedly chased after him. "Where are you going? Get back here and sit down." As he was walking away, a fragrant aroma suddenly wafted from nearby, causing him to stop in his tracks. "Sniff, sniff. That smells amazing." He followed the scent with his eyes and saw that it was coming from May's table. At that moment, the old man was laughing heartily, praising the food. "This flavor is really not bad." Shadow was also stunned by the table full of food in front of him. "Hey, Jake, why did you bring so much food?" He scratched his head and replied with an embarrassed smile. "My youngest aunt prepared it. She was afraid I wouldn't be used to the food in the Téja kingdom." It seemed Andre's stare was so intense that it made him turn around with a start. Again, their eyes met. Jake didn't show any annoyance. Instead, he smiled and asked him, "Want to eat with us? This is much better than the national banquet," Jake added with a friendly smile. "We don't get to enjoy the delicious food of the Téja nation either." Andre didn't hesitate and quickly sat down next to him. "Thanks." He held a hot steamed bun in his hand, a look of craving that he couldn't hide. But before eating, he didn't forget to say, "Well, then I won't stand on ceremony." As soon as he finished speaking, Andre couldn't wait any longer and immediately took a huge bite of the bun. The very first bite caused a flavor explosion in his mouth, his emotions erupting like a volcano. Andre exclaimed excitedly, "This is delicious." Jake gently reminded him, "No need to be so formal. Sit down and eat with us." Andre quickly blended in with everyone. He said cheerfully, "Thanks, brother." Jake took out a salad, turned to May and Shadow, and invited them, "Vice Principal, Elder May, you two should try some as well." May laughed heartily and replied, "Well, then we won't refuse." Andre's voice could be heard praising the food between bites. "Brother, the food from your dragon kingdom is really something else." The sounds quickly reached the ears of Kim Jan and Cheng Han. The people sitting around them could only watch with craving, occasionally letting out, "So delicious." Shadow leaned forward, praising the food. "His young aunt's skills are truly amazing, worthy of a master chef." Hearing this, Cheng Han couldn't contain his rage. He clenched his fists directly, snapping his chopsticks in half. "Oof, the tea is piping hot, y'all. Smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next." But hold up, Xian just reached out and totally stopped his next move. He was all calm like, "Dude, chill out for a sec." And this Xian guy stands up, smiling like nothing even happened, and yells out, "Io, everyone." The whole place went dead silent, all eyes on him. Xian was holding this little clicker, and as he started talking, he pressed it. Asterisk. Beep asterisk. The party is pretty much over, and Jake's crew is leaning in, dying to see what this guy's about to pull. And let me tell you, Xian is a smooth talker. He's like, "If you'll allow me, I'm about to drop the map and rules for this year's national trial." A huge screen just materializes behind him. Xian announces, "As you can see, this is the battlefield for this session's throwdown." Some rando in the crowd pipes up, "Yo, that's a composite map. Isn't that, like, way too big? It's even bigger than last year's." But Jake's just frowning, thinking to himself, 9 different terrains, each with its own crazy monsters. Bet. The bigger the map, the longer the game, which is perfect for me to level up my spirit. Like he read everyone's mind, Sienna throws his arms out wide and is like, that's right, I see you've all noticed. This year, our Thai nation handpicked 9 different types of terrain from all over the world, creating the biggest map in years. And each zone is swarming with monsters from level 50 all the way up to level 80. Then his whole vibe changed, getting super serious. The points you get for taking down monsters will also change based on how rare they are. Long story short, the gnarlier the beast, the more points you get. That's a promise. He then flicks the screen to something new and says, we also threw in another way to score points, mission points. On every terrain, you'll find mission spots that we've set up. Once you complete a mission, you'll automatically get a point reward. And the missions? Totally random. Hearing that, you could see everyone's face drop. Of course, Jake was no exception. He was hanging on every word. And just so we're clear, each person can only take one mission at a time. You gotta finish it before you can grab another one. He kinda tilts his head, looking around the room. The gears are turning. He's probably already figured out what everyone's whispering about. Jake's doing the math in his head. Okay, so far, everything's about how to get points. They're making it sound like it's not about player versus player, but it's the total opposite. These rules are just begging for an all-out war. He crosses his arms, just people watching. Everyone's real plan is to wait for the scores to get high, then just hunt each other down and steal all the points. Febby, standing next to him, just starts laughing, clearly loving the drama. Gilon points at the map on the screen and asks, okay, we get the rules now, but, Mr. Kim, what's with the skulls all over your map? Zion just laughs and says, excellent question. That symbol represents our brand new rule, the Dark Spire. Gilon repeats it, all confused. The Dark Spire? Now everyone's staring at the creepy skull icons on the screen. Zion continues. In each terrain, there will be a dark tower that moves around randomly, and inside each of these spires, we've imprisoned an army of demon beasts that actually existed in history. His face gets this evil look as he adds, their leader is the Nine Realms demon. As soon as he said that, someone screamed in horror. What? The Nine Realms demon almost destroyed the entire Thai nation, and you're putting it in the trial. Jayasim Lai just rests his chin on his hand, looking bored out of his skull. Are you serious? This can't be real, right? Why he just coldly says 2 words. Total psychos. Jake's curiosity is piqued. The Nine Realms demon? Shangming next to him starts explaining. Dude, that's a demon beast sealed away by the great Thai nation. Some crazy thing happened 50 years ago. The seal broke, and that demon and its army almost wiped out the whole country. Fabi suddenly jumps in. And in the end, it took 5 4th advancement masters to seal the Nine Realms demon again. These 5 are basically national heroes in the Tai Chi nation. He frowned. It takes 5 top-tier masters to beat 1 ancient demon. Gilon smiles a little and calls out, Mr. Kim, the monsters that the nations put in these trials are always weakened. I wonder what percentage of its original power the Nine Realms demon will have this time. Shiene gets this sinister grin and says, an excellent question. This is the most interesting part of this year's national trial. He then yells excitedly, the Nine Realms demon in the national trial is the real deal. With its seal released, totally unnerfed. Even its demon army in the Dark Spire is at full strength. Hearing him say that, the whole room just erupted. What? The real Nine Realms demon and its army? That's way too dangerous. What if they escape the secret realm? You're basically sending us to get wrecked. You're putting a boss that took out millions of people from the Tai Chi nation right on the map? That's insane. Someone else yelled out. It takes 5 top-tier masters to beat that thing. These new rules are absolutely ridiculous. Andre also chimed in. The 23 of us reps are already at each other's throats. There is no way we can form a 10-person team. For level 60 players like us, you'd need at least a squad of 10 to even dare to try. In the middle of all the arguing, a hand suddenly shoots up. It's Jake. Mr. Kim, a question. He asks seriously. If we successfully take down the Nine Realms demon, do we get a lot of points? Why couldn't help but bust out laughing. Gilon turned to him with a smirk. Hey, representative from the Dragon Kingdom, this whole setup is meant to freak everyone out. It's extremely dangerous, not a place for you to farm points. Sheehan hits a switch, and the screen behind him zaps away. He smiles at Jake and says, I can't tell if you're actually curious or just trying to get a laugh. But since I'm in charge, I'll answer that question for you. All the crazy beasts in the National Trials Secret Realm will give you points. Killing the Nine Realms demon also gives you points, and yeah, it's a massive amount. At that moment, Sheehan suddenly bowed, wrapping up the presentation. If there are no other questions, we'll end it here for tonight. Thanks for coming out. After that, everyone started slowly heading back to their rooms. Jai Soon Lai sighed, totally frustrated. Wei just snorted, clearly annoyed. Before Febby left, he turned back to give Jake and Shangming a smile. Vice Principal Shadow and Representative Long, you guys should go back and get some rest. We'll see each other again tomorrow. He and Shangming immediately bowed back and said, later, Elder May. May just laughed as he walked off. The points from the Nine Realms Demon. I'm really looking forward to Jake's performance. Time flies, and soon Jake is lying on his bed in his room at some fancy hotel on Ocean Drive in Miami. Just thinking, a real ancient demon, a super huge map with 9 different terrains, and a license to take out opponents and steal their points. I'm not sure about Chili, but May will definitely be gunning for people. Suddenly, he spots his cell phone next to him. As soon as Jake turns on his phone, the first thing that pops up is the National Trials predicted power rankings. He looks at the chart and can't help but get annoyed. You've got to be kidding me. I'm ranked first. Jake sighed in frustration. So typical of the media. Even though he said that, he only complained in his head. Who would put me in the same tier as May? How careless. He looked at his phone again, thinking. Even though these rankings are kinda sketch, but Jake's eyes landed on another person on his team. This person was also ranked first. Definitely gotta watch out for them. And just like that, it was the morning of the National Trials opening ceremony. The announcer's voice boomed. The moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. This year's National Trial, hosted by the Tai Chi Nation, starts now. Everybody, look up at the sky. Following the instructions, he immediately looked up. The announcer continued, the Secret Realm's teleportation gate is activating. The words were barely out of his mouth when all the representatives got sucked into the gate. Jake closed his eyes and thought, I'm ready for anything. It would be awesome if I get teleported right next to the spire. A moment later, he opened his eyes, looking totally confident. Let's do this. A notification popped up in front of him, now entering the National Trials Secret Realm. At the same time, everyone left behind was glued to the screens. The announcer's voice was still going. The last representative has entered the Secret Realm. The competition is officially underway, and the point tally has started. Everyone looked pumped, watching the reps on the screen. Let us know in the comments who you're rooting for. The number of points determines your rank. Du Jing was also watching the screen intently, and the contestant with rank 1 will be the winner. Over with Mei and Shang Ming, they were also laser-focused on the big screen and all the contestants. Who's going to take that number 1 spot? We're about to find out. The camera pans back to Jake, who's cautiously opening one eye to scope things out. The system notification dinged. You have entered the National Trials Secret Realm. Jake scanned his surroundings. He thought to himself, this place feels super familiar. This has to be based on the Arctic Circle or something. The system displayed another notification. National Trials Secret Realm. Ice Plains. Jake raised his arm and seriously started tapping his smartwatch. A holographic screen immediately popped up from the watch. He looked at his spot on the map and thought, okay, so I'm here. The rankings haven't updated yet, which means nobody's scored any points. Jake checked out the area while planning his next move. There's a mission point in the bottom right corner of this ice map, and that's my first target. With this bracelet, we can see the live rankings and how many people are still in the game. Just seeing who has more points is basically bait for everyone else. I gotta say, it's pretty straightforward, and I'm here for it. He stretched his hands out to his sides, creating 2 portals, one icy blue and one fiery red. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more epic moments like this. In a flash, 2 ferocious dragons appeared. He leaped onto Jade's head and shouted, let's go, Jade. The dragon totally obeyed, breathing fire, roaring, and taking off into the sky. Jake was just casually riding on Jade's back. He smiled and asked, Tinthin. Next you're gonna go level up with your big sis, Jade. Sound good? The little dragon swooped down, clearly not happy, and wrapped around his shoulder to sulk. Screech. So Jake just looks at Shadow and gives this little smirk, like, alright, you little rebel, I see you. Shadow is just not listening, LOL. So Jake's like, no time to waste, and yells, let's bounce, Shadow. We gotta find that creepy dark spire. And bam, Shadow just screeches and jets off. Then, boom, we cut to the National Trials, and it's this massive desert, straight out a movie. And there's this dude, Chang Han, just trekking through the sand all by himself, looking like he's on some solo mission in the Mojave. He lets out this little laugh, pulls off his glove, and get this, a freaking purple portal opens up in his hand. He's all grumpy, muttering, ugh, not this dusty place again. Then he throws his hand up like a rock star and shouts, my Abyss crew, assemble, time to get to work. And whoosh, all these creepy faces with, like, every emotion you can imagine just pour out of the portal. It's wild. The system screen pops up, saying Abyss Binder 2, level 61. Apparently, it's the glow-up version of Abyss Walker 3. These faces are just zipping around, splitting up to do his bidding. The info dump says the creature basically chops off its own 8 limbs and hides them around the map. So gnarly. Okay, so get this tea. Each of these limbs gives him this abyssal symbiosis buff and stays cloaked. Chang Han is just chilling, watching these heads grow legs and skitter across the sand like something out of a horror flick from a weird corner of the internet. The system explains that abyssal symbiosis means his summons are basically linked to the abyss, and if they get taken out, they can just respawn inside another one of his spirit beasts. Bro is cheating. The catch, there's a 12-hour cooldown, and after the second respawn, the cooldown doubles each time. He's looking at his screen that says abyssal symbiosis cooldown 12 hours and just starts laughing his head off. He's all smug, like, with the binder's body plus the limbs, I've got a total of 9 lives, baby. This dude thinks he's a cat or something. What you guys think? Is 9 lives enough? Let me know in the comments. He's literally bragging, I'm basically immortal. And then squish. A random blade just goes right through one of the crawling heads. It's Zhang Tian. She's watching it turn to dust on her sword and she's got this savage little sneer, like, aw, what a shame. Now you've only got 8 left. Her stats pop up on Chang Han's watch, but he's too mad to even care. He just loses it and starts screaming. Zhang Tian, what the actual heck? Why'd you murk my summon? I thought we were on the same team. But Zhang Tian, she's so unbothered, just sliding her sword back and she's like, chill out. We're totally allies. I was just curious if I'd get points for taking out your little pets. Chang Han is fuming. Then go get points from Jake. We had a deal. You're messing with my respawns, you psycho. Zhang Tian is so calm. It's scary. She's like, you still got 8 lives left, drama queen. What's the big deal? Worst case, I'll let you have the next few boss kills. Sound good? But Chang Han is so over it. He just grumbles, I'm done talking to you. Get out of my way, and storms off. And of course, Zhang Tian immediately starts chasing after him, all frantic. Hey, wait up, don't ditch me. That dude Kim Tae-in could be watching us. Just sneak me your spot with a quiet teleport. You're supposed to protect your allies, remember? Chang Han is having none of it. He snaps back, shut your trap before the producers hear you. Then he stops dead in his tracks. His whole vibe goes ice cold, and he tells her, look, the alliance is still on. I'll handle Jake, you take out the Black Dragon. And I'll let you in on a little secret. Kim Tae-in forgot to mention about that spire. He gets this evil grin and says, plot twist. The dark spire roams the map randomly, like a Roomba of doom. And if it finds you, it attacks on sight. Zhang Tian is shook. What? Why didn't you lead with that? No wonder you packed so many extra lives. Then it hits her, and she totally panics, shouting, so if we get jumped by one of these demon spires, you get to respawn. But what about me? Chang Han just raises his hand, all glowing with purple energy, and says, don't worry, ally. I got you. And then wham! He just shoves that energy right into her. She had 0 time to react and just stumbles back, like, what just happened? She's staring at this purple glow on her, all confused like, what is this? And Chang Han explains with this super smug look, don't fight it. It's the abyssal contract. Suddenly, Zhang Tian feels like she's wrapped in invisible chains. She's shivering, can't move a muscle. It gets so bad that after a minute, she just bends over and starts gagging. Oh my god, that is messed up. And Chang Han, he doesn't even care. He just casually strolls away, dropping this bomb on her. From now on, when you die, you'll respawn in one of my summons. We're officially in an abyss contract now. Then he turns back with this ice-cold smile and adds, oh, and of course, if I actually die, you're coming with me. The drama? Smash that like button if you think Chang Han is the biggest villain here. Zhang Tian just makes this annoyed sound, totally pissed. He talks a big game about an alliance, but he's clearly still paranoid about me. Don't worry, dude. I'm not gonna stab you in the back. Chang Han just waves it off as he walks away. Don't get all in your head about it. Teaming up with my nation is the smart play. Once this whole trial thing is over, I'll cancel the contract. So Zhang Tian is trailing behind him and asks, hold up, so, are we going after Jake now or what? Chang Han just shakes his head. Nah. First, we're gonna do a side quest, rack up some points, and just wait for that demon thing to wipe out most of the competition. Then we make our move. She looks around confused, like, do a quest. But isn't the quest giver right there in front of us? Chang Han just turns back to her, with this totally evil look on his face and says, that, my friend, is a trap. Kim Tae-in puts one on every map, and I'm the only one who knows where they are. If you accept it, you're locked out of all other quests. Zhang Tian is floored. What kind of messed up trap quest is that? Chang Han just gives her this sly, mysterious smile. Oh, you'll see. Because it's literally impossible for anyone to finish. So fast forward 5 hours. We're in the control room, probably somewhere swanky like a high-rise in Chicago, and there's a whole crowd huddled around the main screen, gossiping. Yo, the big three are totally MIA. The what now? And this one guy points at Jake on the screen and explains, you know, Dragon Kingdom, the Star-Spangled Kingdom, and the Snow Kingdom. The usual top dogs. Dude, in every past trial, it's always been them in the top 3. For real, what's up with the Dragon Kingdom this year? They're slacking. But didn't all the blogs rank their guy, Jake, as number 1? Poof, they were just hyping him up because of that dragon. His stats are probably fake news, all padded. I mean, he's only got 257 points. You could get more than that just by farming some low-level mobs. Suddenly, this little pouring sound gets Kim Taein's attention while he's busy looking all confident. It's this character, Fabi, just casually pouring some tea. She slowly picks up the cup and then just busts out laughing. Everyone else is just staring, totally confused, whispering to each other. It's so weird. Like, what is this Dragon Kingdom dude even doing? Kim Taein just gives them all this silent side-eye, looking super suspicious. And we cut back to Jake, who's checking his watch and looking at his stats. He's thinking to himself, okay, where in the world is this dark spire? I've been flying around for ages and have found literally nothing. Then a notification pops up. Sky Hunting Vulture, level 60, 84 points. And right on cue, 2 of these giant vulture things dive bomb him out of nowhere. Luckily, Shadow's got crazy reflexes and just zips out of the way. Jake is just looking down at these 2 massive, angry birds, totally sizing them up. He's thinking, Sky Hunting Vultures. May. These guys are chumps compared to those zombie things back in the cloud area. In this zone, they're only worth a handful of points. Not worth my time. He knows the real money is in boss quests or, taking out the other players. Then all of a sudden, something catches his eye. Kaboom. A massive explosion goes off right in front of Jake. He instantly goes on high alert, powering up and getting ready to throw down. At the same time, his watch buzzes with a notification quest point dead ahead. He frowns and tells Shadow, "All right, Shadow, we're here. Let's drop down and see what's up." And we see this other guy, Jia Sumli, screaming as he swings his sword at this huge monster in front of him. He's just hacking and slashing away at it, and the thing is screeching in pain. Ow. After he finally takes it down, Jia Sumli is totally out of breath, panting and complaining. Man, not having my 3rd job class is seriously draining. He's still grumbling, but hey, at least I can finally grab this quest. But the second he turns around, he just freezes. Jia Sumli's eyes go wide. He looks completely shook, like he just saw a ghost. Because standing right in front of him is a massive, absolutely terrifying dragon. He freaks out and just bolts. He's screaming while he's running. It's a giant dragon. Then, super casually, someone just hops off the dragon's back. When Jia Sumli gets a good look at who it is, he just yells, "You're Jake, from the Dragon Kingdom." But Jake doesn't say a word. He's just staring intently at the info on his screen. After a sec, Jake flicks off his watch screen and just starts walking toward Jia Sumli with this super chill, unbothered expression. Jia Sumli immediately gets defensive, even pulling his sword out. But then, to his total shock, Jake just walks right past him without saying a thing, leaving the poor guy completely stunned. Jia Sumli just stands there watching Jake walk away, thinking, that arrogant jerk, one of those Dragon Kingdom elites who dissed our king and almost wrecked our whole country. If I could just take this guy out. He pulls up Jake's stats on his screen, and this evil little smile creeps across his face. Rank 23, and Jake is only level 32. Oh, this is a gift from the heavens. And with that, he lunges at Jake, swinging his sword and yelling, "Don't move." He uses his aquascale prison skill, which shoots out this stream of water that makes a cage, trapping his target with, no way out. The move lasts for 19 seconds, and he thinks he's got him. He starts laughing like a maniac. "Hey, Dragon Kingdom rep. You thought you could just watch me do all the work and then swoop in to steal the prize?" Jia Sunli is yelling all smug, so naive. And then swipe. A massive black claw comes flying out of nowhere. Before he can even blink, it smacks him hard, sending him flying across the map while he's screaming his lungs out. Ouch. Jia Sunli gets thrown like a literal rag doll, landing hard on the ground. He's clutching his arm, trying to sit up, thinking, dang it, this dragon is no joke. I think my arm is busted. And just then, Jake, who's been quiet this whole time, finally decides to speak. Cliffhanger. What do you think he's gonna say? Drop your theories in the comments below, and don't forget to share this with a friend. He just sticks his hand right through the water prison, cool as you like, and goes, "Nah, you got it all wrong, bro." Basically telling him he's not about to play his little games. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he just shatters the whole thing. And get this, he looks at Gamli like he's trash and says, "Your 5,000 points? Please, that's not even enough to buy me lunch. I've decided to let you walk." Ganli is just floored, his brain completely blue-screened. He's thinking, no way he just canceled my control skill. That's impossible. He's only level 32. The dude is fuming, scrambling to his feet like, "Let me go." Oh, hell no. Even if I don't rank in this thing, as long as I take out the Dragon Kingdom's rep, I'll be a legend back home in the South Country. But before he can even flinch, Shadow lets out this insane roar and just blasts him backward. And it ain't stopping there. Fam. The dragon starts creeping toward him, getting ready to light him up. He's just like, oh. Jake just smiles and gives him a little pro tip. Yo, I wouldn't do that if I were you. This quest is mine now. We got a problem? And boom, right then, the gadget on his wrist dings with a notification. Mission accepted. Current mission, take down the epic boss, the level 85 Earth Fiend Demon of the Nine Realms. Jake's whole vibe changes, his eyes are laser focused on the screen. Back with our boy Ganley, he's stumbling back, whispering, I'm so cooked this time. Then bam. Out of nowhere, this huge black shadow with two glowing red eyes leaps up from behind him. He's so shook he just snaps his head up. This shadow just dives straight for Jake, and the whole ground shakes, dust flying everywhere like a disaster movie. Ganley sees his chance and tries to dip, screaming his head off. Ah, but my man doesn't get far before he trips and face plants. It's hilarious. He looks back, terrified, and stammers. That's the guardian boss for the mission point. The level 75 Tundra Snow Monster King. That thing's worth 245 points. The thing is just roaring its head off, non-stop. And Ganley, what a snake, starts laughing, thinking, yes, the universe has my back. Jake is about to get wrecked right in front of me. And then plot twist. The Snow Monster King just brutally swats Ganley like a fly. Its eyes are blood red, just staring daggers at the dude on the ground. Seeing this, Ganley's face goes completely white, his eyes bugging out in pure terror. His whole body is just trembling. He can't stop shaking. He's got tears in his eyes, biting his lip, thinking, I am so screwed, it's not even funny. Then all of a sudden, this wild red light just erupts behind the Snow Monster King, totally getting its attention. The monster growls, all confused, and turns around just in time to see this brilliant flash. Next thing you know, a massive gash opens up on its body, and this nasty green goo starts pouring out. A terrified Ganley just shrieks, ah. Before the boss can even figure out what happened, Shadow just charges in full force. It lets out this deafening roar and sinks its massive claws right into the Snow Monster King. The system UI immediately pops up. Asterisk Void Break with Dragon Aura Slashes. That's a 2-hit combo, asterisk. At the same time, asterisk Dragon Pet's Soaring Dragon Strike imbued with Dragon Aura hits twice, asterisk. Then you just hear Jake's voice, totally unimpressed. It's just a little big, is all. Seeing Jake, Shadow immediately runs and hides behind him, letting out this little cry. It's so cute. Jake looks at the monster's body and scoffs. This thing's weaker than a random zombie. And boom, a Dragon Kingdom representative Jake. Accumulation points 257 plus 245. Ganley's eyes are wide as dinner plates, and he's sweating buckets. He doesn't dare move, because right next to him is a freaking canyon that Jake just carved into the ground. A look of pure horror is on his face as he peeks into the abyss. He one-shotted a boss. Is Jake times really times level 32? That's gotta be a hack, right? Drop a comment if you think he's cheating. If that attack had hit me. His face is all tense. It looks like even breathing is a struggle. Jake's eyes start glowing red as he slowly walks over to Ganley with his sword out. The guy is screaming in his head, I'm dead. I'm so dead this time. Is this how it ends? With that, he squeezes his eyes shut, throws his arms up to block and yells, I'm sorry. Please spare me. But plot twist, Jake just strolls right past him without even a glance. When Ganley finally peeks his eyes open, there's nobody there. A cold wind blows by, chilling him right to the bone. He turns his head, totally confused, and mutters, Jake didn't kill me, he actually let me go. Suddenly, a flash of light from behind him makes him jump and whip around. And what he sees just confuses him even more. The mission's light circle activates. Asterisk accepted subjugation of epic boss, the level 85 Earth Fiend Demon of the Nine Realms. Asterisk Ganley just shouts, what kind of suicide mission is that? Then he remembers. Wait a minute, Jake asked about this before. Does he seriously plan on killing the Nine Realms demon? Meanwhile, outside the trial, probably in some high-tech control room in Austin, Texas, Shangming is glued to a monitor. He suddenly screams, why was this type of mission even included in the secret realm? He points a finger at Xiao and yells, this is clearly an impossible mission. If he gets stuck on this, if he can't turn it in, how is Jake supposed to earn any points from it? Xiao just calmly tells him, chill out, dude. You're being way too loud. Shangming completely loses his cool and rushes over, grabbing Xiao by the collar, shouting, how can you tell me to calm down? This whole design is flawed. I'm filing an appeal. Get rid of this quest right now. Xiao just smirks and forcefully bats his hand away. If you keep causing a scene for no reason, I'll have security escort you out. Now back off. From what I know about the Tai Chi Kingdom, they pulled this stunt on purpose. His face goes dark, and he hisses through his teeth. Mr. Han, seeing things are about to get ugly, chimes in. Vice Principal Xiao, please don't be angry. Hearing his voice, Shangming can't help but turn back, still looking ticked off. Old Han calmly pours some tea and adds, giving their own representative a free pass while harassing reps from other nations. They're trying to cheat the system for personal gain, and you're the supervisor for the Dragon Kingdom, aren't you? Don't you have the authority to appeal? Shangming asks, totally confused. What are you trying to say? Han lifts his teacup and calmly explains, even if we appeal this, it won't get resolved. Do you really think Jake getting this quest was just a coincidence? Shangming looks baffled and asks, Old Han, you know this is totally unfair. As the supervisor, why aren't you speaking up for Jake? He just lets out a big laugh. Sometimes these petty little tricks end up blowing up in their own faces. They mean nothing when you're facing absolute power. He looks at the steaming teacup and adds, this impossible quest is exactly the kind of challenge Jake lives for. I believe in him, and I'm sure you do, too. Shangming finally starts to chill out. He turns to look back at the monitor and says, I get it, Old Han. Suddenly, a look of pure shock flashes across his face. Shangming sees Jake on the screen, riding on Shadow's back, and yells in disbelief, I can't believe it. Jake is actively searching for the 9 Demon Realms Tower. Back to Jake, he's riding Shadow, scouting the area, when finally a warning pops up, pointing to a dark spire up ahead. He shouts with joy, we finally found it. Let's go, Shadow. It's time for a massacre. As if answering him, Shadow lets out a piercing roar and accelerates like a rocket toward the spire of the 9 Demon King. Suddenly, monsters are swarming from all sides. The system announces that the Demon Beast army has been awakened. Asterisk bloodthirsty bats, level 60, worth 84 points. Asterisk Jake just smirks. Yo, aren't these Yuan Chang's precious little pets? Then he sneers and tells Shadow to charge him. But now they're nothing but a pile of free points and experience for me. Before diving in, he glances back and calls out to Xing Chen. All right, Xing Chen, wake up. Time to fight. His sword answers him with a couple of roars. Flames just erupt around him as he shouts the command, form change, destruction, dragon. The system announces, asterisk, black dragon, form change, destruction dragon, asterisk, followed by a whole stat panel for Shadow. Raging flames shoot out, just incinerating a huge number of the bat monsters. He yells a warning, Shadow, watch the ground. Down below, a whole horde of Geocrypt ghouls is charging, and the system displays a notification. Asterisk, Geocrypt ghoul, level 75, 127 points. Asterisk, he draws his sword. Ready. The Geocrypt ghouls are right on time. Honestly, it would be best if the entire Demon Beast army just charged me all at once. The system displays, asterisk, current dragon aura. Asterisk, the black dragon Shadow lets out a powerful roar, blasting tons of the surrounding monsters into the nearby lava. A system note appears. Asterisk, Dragon Tamer's seal. Normal attacks will now carry dragon aura, dealing range damage. Asterisk, hit by the shockwave from Shadow's roar, the monsters get flung back and just collapse as a trail of searing lava stretches forward, spitting fire, dealing damage while healing him at the same time. This is OP. Watching more monsters flying in from the distance, he thinks, yo, there are a lot of beasts in this first wave. Killing them little by little like this is way too slow. After thinking this, he raises his hand and pops a skill. Asterisk, Dragon's Valor. Asterisk, Dragon's Valor buffs the user and their dragon pet, increasing all stats and attack power by a crazy 30%. At the same time, Shadow roars as its power just flares up. Asterisk Shadow, level 30 contracted Black Dragon. Strength 5,124 increased to 6,661. Agility 9,431 increased to 12,260. Spirit 20,214 increased to 26,278. Endurance 10,473 increased to 13,614. Asterisk, he charges forward, announcing, Shadow, prepare to unleash Great Cataclysm. Shadow lets out a series of powerful, menacing roars. Asterisk Great Cataclysm, the destruction dragon detonates the area it flies over, dealing massive damage and leaving behind a trail of fire. Asterisk Jake aims from above. Shadow's spirit stat has surpassed 26,000. In that case, I gotta try this move. Serpent Shadow Arrow, Nether Serpent Guidance. While drawing his bow and charging for 3 seconds, he can fire a Serpent Shadow Arrow, jacking the damage up by 500%. A countdown begins as his system notification appears. Asterisk Current Charge. 1 second. Asterisk Shadow roars again, unleashing a massive wave of fire. Asterisk Great Cataclysm. Asterisk. It dives toward the target area, dealing insane damage and creating a huge explosion, followed by another system notification. Asterisk Current Charge. 2 seconds. Current Charge. 3 seconds. Asterisk. He aims and releases the shot. Now, The arrow whizzes past, weaving through the horde of monsters and flying down to its target. Just as he planned, the arrow plunges straight down toward the spot where Shadow was. It then creates another massive explosion. Asterisk. Great Cataclysm. Serpent Shadow Arrow shoots the Serpent Shadow Arrow at the target area marked by the Destruction Dragon asterisk, detonating and incinerating the area, dealing widespread damage with its power enhanced to 500% of the Black Dragon's spirit attribute. The system is just going nuts with notifications. Asterisk Jake of the Dragon Kingdom. Total points increase from 52 to 22,758. Asterisk Jake of the Dragon Kingdom. Rank 1. Up from 23. Asterisk. And that, my friends, was the entire army of the Earth-slaying demon. Wiped. Out. If you're not smashing that like button right now, I don't know what you're doing with your life. And just like that, he was back. The Void Star Dragon hit level 12, and Jake shot up to level 33. Y'all. Everyone was glued to the scoreboard, absolutely losing their minds. Oh my god, he's back. The king is back. I can't believe Jake actually went all in on the Black Demon Spire. Like, the smart move would have been to grab the points and dip, right? Meanwhile, Shali and Andre got the same quests, but their points are totally flatlining. Man, Xiao Shangming looked up, sweating bullets, thinking, dang, Elder Han was spot on. This whole demon quest wasn't a trap for Jake at all. Nah, it was his personal glow-up moment. He set his teacup down and was like, ha. For real though, the heat Jake and the Black Dragon are packing is just, wow, what a show. May just kept sipping her tea, adding, and get this, he hasn't even brought out the rest of his dragons yet. Xiao Shangming shot up, all flustered. Elder May, hold on, I'll get the staff to bring some fresh hot tea from that new spot on Rodeo Drive. Elder May just waved a hand, stopping him. Nah, chill. We can drink tea whenever, but we are times not times missing Jake's highlight reel, he said, totally hyped. Jake's growth is blowing my mind, it's way beyond what we expected. We'll brew some tea times after times he claps this earth-slaying demon. Kim Jan was just standing there, fuming to himself. He's just flexing for the cameras right now. Once that main boss shows up, they'll be scraping Jake off the pavement. He muttered out loud, the final boss is literally about to spawn and he's still just chilling there, but Jake didn't get it. Like, why would you quit when you're having this much fun? The demon army wasn't even gone yet. It looked like he was dead set on cleaning out the entire Black Flame Spire, like spring cleaning a haunted house in New Orleans. Then, out of nowhere, time snap asterisk. The chains just shattered into pieces. Something huge dropped, hitting the ground with a massive thud. The chains were toast. That crazy loud noise made him whip his head around. And you guys, the gate of the 9 Demon Realms tower was showing silhouettes of some gnarly new monsters inside. He cautiously raised his weapon. Seriously, if I knew this was going to happen, I would have just waited for them all to come out at once. What a total waste of my time. New monsters popped up with his system alert. A level 75 Wandering Demon, worth 135 points. A level 75 Two-Headed Man-Eating Demon, worth 297 points. Asterisk, roar, roar, roar. Asterisk. And a level 60 Demon Realm Scout, 50 points. Seeing this, his crew didn't even flinch. All right, little knight, you're up again, buddy. Let's send this whole demon army packing for good. He kept going. Starlight, you finally decided to join the party. Huh? Starlight zipped forward, raising a claw to block him from behind. Asterisk, roar. Roar. Asterisk. Jake was shook for a sec, then hesitant. Wait, hold up. Are you trying to go solo? The monsters weren't waiting around. They just charged, screaming their heads off. But Starlight wasn't scared. Nah. It let out this huge roar right back at him. Jake yelled out, totally worried, Starlight. Starlight, get back here. When that didn't work, he hit up his other ride. Little Knight, let's go. We gotta give Starlight some backup. He was cursing in his head. This rebellious little brat is never listening to me. With a level that low, it's gonna get wrecked. The two-headed monster just froze solid when it saw something barreling towards it. It lifted its weapon and roared, trying to act tough and warn its buddies. Jake charged in on Little Knight. Okay, so Starlight has a major independent streak. Trying to get it to follow orders is like mission impossible. Suddenly, a memory hit him. Wait a minute. I don't think I've ever seen what Starlight can really times do. Maybe I should just let it cook and see what happens. Speaking of cooking, Starlight was roaring, powering up Starlight's scale armor, covering itself in these sick glowing scales that absorb all damage for 6 seconds. When the timer runs out, every enemy in close range gets hit with all that damage back. A freaking blue vortex just appeared, sucking in all the monsters around it. The vortex snagged the two-headed giant, holding it totally still. The hit was so insane it sent the monster flying like 100 feet away. It grabbed its club, got up, and just roared with pure rage. Jake was just watching, saying, Whoa, Little Knight, Hold up. Starlight's scale armor soaked up all that damage. Looks like we don't need to worry about Starlight after all. The two-headed monster froze again as it saw another wave of power coming its way. So what if it doesn't listen to me? Jake continued. It can still throw down with its own skills. Starlight scale armor makes every enemy nearby take the full force of the payback. A massive blue explosion went off, sending monsters flying everywhere. You guys gotta smash that like button for Starlight's epic move. The two-headed monster just watched and screamed, Star Shatter. It literally creates a star and then crushes it, causing this huge area of effect explosion. The bigger the energy, the bigger the boom. Seeing that, Jake was like, yo, Little Knight, let's back up a bit, maybe to across the street. Then, with a roar from Little Knight, another wave of blue light just exploded outwards. The two-headed monster that was just standing there got flash frozen by the energy, and the other little monsters could only scream as they got iced too. Starlight flapped its wings, spreading the attack even wider. Jake was so hyped. Let's go, Starlight. That was sick. If it wasn't for Shadow's 5 times damage arrow, that Star Shatter would be right up there with Little Knight's Calamity. Ding. Jake's level just increased to 34. Hearing the praise, Starlight did this little smug snort, like, duh, I'm awesome. Jake just chuckled to himself, i.e., this little dude's got a big ego. Huh. A few compliments and it thinks it runs the place. Little Knight, not wanting to be left out, roared too. Jake quickly hyped it up. Hey, Little Knight is a beast, too. When the next boss pops up, it's all you, buddy. Starlight stuck its tongue out, just teasing. Ugh, I really shouldn't compare them. Now Little Knight's all antsy. Not far away, a massive purple explosion just went off. Little Knight and Starlight both whipped their heads around to look. A giant green foot stepped out of the smoke, revealing a massive frog monster. Asterisk ribbit asterisk. A level 80 black mountain horn giant beast, worth 429 points. Jake just smiled. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Did it come looking for us, Shadow? Spirit, get ready. Let's bounce this thing back to the swamp. The big green monster saw them and, bam, shot out its super long tongue. System notifications were popping off like crazy as Jake called the shots. Lava Burst skill activated. Current Dragon Aura, Black Dragon 11. Shadow, get set, use Lava Burst. Spirit, go brave. The energy is just flowing, powers building up mid-fight. All 3 of them just charged in at the same time. Void Rend, juiced up with Dragon Aura, slashed twice in a row. Get this, whenever an ally uses a skill, the dragon pet automatically does a double claw attack powered by Dragon Aura. The frog monster stomped its feet and let out this angry croak. It aimed up and fired a green energy beam from the horn on its head. The horn and the beam shot out, charging right at them. He yelled, Spirit, show this overgrown toad what's up. Spirit immediately went beast mode, throwing up a defense against the attack. Jake used the opening to shout at Shadow. Now, Shadow's chest suddenly split open, revealing this core of blazing red energy. And then, whoosh, that energy core shot out of its chest and rocketed towards the frog. The system announced, Lava Burst. A massive explosion creates a pool of lava right under the target. Anyone stuck in the lava pool sinks and takes a ton of damage over time. The monster jumped crazy high, trying to dodge the fatal blow. But then, a flash of red light appeared in the sky, aiming right where the frog monster was going to land. Jake was diving straight down to nail it. Direct hit. From up high, Spirit used its powers to grab the monster's horn from earlier. With a flick of the wrist, it sent the horn flying right back at the monster. A perfect precision strike. He smiled, all happy. Not bad. That's what I call teamwork. Man, this Dark Spire is the spot. Leveling up here is faster than getting a pizza delivered in NYC. Starlight Dragon's level has increased to level 13. Dragon Kingdom's Jake's score, 23,160. Total score, 28,193. The people watching the live stream were freaking out. The points he's farmed from the demon army is already over 50,000. This team combo is just unreal. Now I get why Jake, who's only level 30-something, is bold enough to go up against level 60 players. He's racking up points twice as fast as Kim Seun-han in second place. This guy from the Dragon Kingdom is putting on a clinic. Xiao Shangming commented. That kid Jake takes one trip up north and comes back an absolute unit. Mei just smiled and replied, he's not half bad, is he? Kim Jan slammed his hand against the wall and cursed, son of a, what the heck happened to Jake? That demon army was at full strength, and he just wiped them out and blew past Kim Seun-han's score by a mile. He barked at his staff, get backstage right now and check the data from the Dark Spire. This guy from the Dragon Kingdom has to be exploiting some kind of bug. Report anything, and I mean times anything asterisk. That looks weird. You hear me? He schemed to himself. Besides our supreme national hero, absolutely no one from Texas should be able to beat the Nine Realms demon. Just you wait, Jake. The second I find something, you're disqualified. Half an hour later at the Golden Jade City Arena, his lackeys came running back. Director Kim, we finished the investigation. The national trial system is running perfectly, and there are 0 errors with the Dark Spire component. Kim Jan, in total disbelief, grabbed one of them by the collar. What did you just say to me? The dude immediately started stammering. Sorry, Director Kim. We'll investigate again right now. He just roared, you two useless idiots. Go check it again. And keep checking until you find something. Now go. The 2 guys scrambled away. Yes, sir. He thought, full of salt. We used the game mechanics to mess with other players, and now it's Jake's personal point farm. I can't let his score get any higher. If I have to, I'll manually buff the stats of the 9 Realms demon myself just to teach Jake some humility. Just thinking about it made him feel better. As for the rankings, my only hope is Kim Song-han. Between him and Wu Zhang-Tian, a second-tier class over level 30. It can't be that hard, right? Jian walked calmly towards the buzzing crowd. As he got closer, he suddenly locked eyes with Mei. His eyes went wide with shock, his jaw just dropped. The whole scene was pure chaos. Flames, arrows, and monster bodies were literally everywhere. And there was Jake, just standing on a pile of them, surveying his kingdom. Then another army of monsters appeared, with their boss leading the charge. He raised his hand to summon something new. Okay, against a level 85 boss, I've got no choice. I have to call out Jade. Letting Shadow take the field will split the experience, but I'm in too deep now to mess this up. The monster minions screamed and charged. He yelled, let's go. And you guys, Jade changed into its eternal form, the Jade Dragon's eternal form. This is about to get insane. Drop a comment on what you think will happen next. A system notification just popped up, and oh my god, you guys, you are not going to believe this. It says, Bloodline of the Jade Dragon. Get this, all skill effects on dragons and anyone with that dragon blood are doubled. And his Life Pulse skill now adds Jade Light and Jade Blessing to the whole squad, buffing the effect by 2 to 4 times. Shadow just lets out this insane roar in response. Roar, Jade Blessing for the target, and it jacks up the dragon aura by 3 to 12 stacks. And it's not done. Next, it boosts attack damage by 3 to 12 times. The Jade Light thing increases protection by 3 to 12 stacks, gets rid of all the bad vibes, and pumps up all his attributes by 30 to 60%. Each stack of the blessing can literally block 1 or 2 hits. Jake strikes a pose and is like, Shadow, Spirit, let's go. Roar. Yeah. And the system notifications just kept rolling in, nonstop. The pop-ups just kept coming. Shadow hits level 30. The Black Dragon contract is lit. Strength went from 5,124 to a whopping 8,189. Agility from 9,431 to 15,089. Spirit went from 20,214 to an insane 32,342. And durability went from 10,473 to 16,756. Then, Molten Flame just surged forward, spitting fire everywhere. It's dealing damage and healing itself at the same time. Talk about multitasking. Jake, Shadow, and Spirit charge right in, roaring eternal protection. And this massive protective bubble just appears. It's a shield for everyone inside. How much damage it can take depends on the user's health and recovery. Then he just screams, Spirit, leash it. Starlight Scale Armor. Boom. The skill enchants its scales with Starlight for a full 60 seconds. It just keeps soaking up all the damage thrown at it. And when the skill ends, get this, all the enemies nearby get hit with ALL that absorb damage. Spirit charges into the monster horde, its armor already glowing and taking hits. Jake looks back and thinks, oh yeah, that's the good stuff. I just remembered something huge. Current Dragon Aura, Black Dragon, stack of 11. Jake grins and whips it out. This is the Dragon Language Magic Book. You can use it at level 35, and I've been waiting for this for so long. Dragon Language Resonance, Epic Quality. A skill book for level 35. After you use it, you learn the passive skill, Dragon Language Resonance. Dragon Language Resonance. So, when a dragon rider and their dragon use the same dragon magic, boom, they both get a 100% power boost to that magic. The system dings. Dragon Language Resonance skill has been used. Dragon Language Resonance skill has been obtained. Jake clenches his fist, thinking, yes, I finally got that Molten Eruption skill that Dan Shi gave me. Now I can finally sync up with Shadow and trigger Dragon Language Resonance. A red light just explodes out of him, cracking the ground like a scene from a disaster movie. He looks over at Shadow. You ready for this? Roar. Then he throws his hand up to cast the new magic. Shadow feels the power surge and roars back. Molten Eruption. When the target's close enough, a massive firestorm erupts, creating a literal pool of lava. Anyone caught in it starts sinking into the molten rock and takes a crazy amount of damage over time. Shadow just stands there, charging up this insane amount of energy. Hearing Jake's command, Shadow is ready to let it rip. Molten eruption. A huge wave of fire just spews out, turning everything in its path to ash. Molten eruption. So when the target is in range, a freaking firestorm just erupts, making a lava pool the size of a skating rink in downtown Chicago. Anything in the lava pool sinks and takes massive, continuous damage. Dragon language resonance. When the rider and the dragon use the same spell, they both get a 100% power boost. The power of his dragon language magic by 100%. Jake charged into attack, and bam, he triggered dragon language resonance. 2 molten eruptions doubled, making the power more than 4 times greater than when Shadow used it alone. He looked at his hand with this huge, disbelieving grin on his face. The power was insane, an unbelievable feeling, like his heartbeat was perfectly synced with Shadow's, totally engulfed by those wild flames. Everything it touched just vaporized. The monster boss was no different. Its whole body was literally melting from the heat. Jake shouts, "Shadow, switch to Annihilator form. Finish it, roar." System announcement, Black Dragon, second form change, Annihilator. Shadow level 30, contract. Black Dragon's strength goes from 5,124 to an unbelievable 32,790. Agility, 15,089. Spirit drops from 32,342 to 885. Durability, 16,756. The monster is struggling against Shadow's massive jaws. After a huge windup, Shadow chomps down hard, making the boss bleed out continuously. Jake's watching and goes, "Dude, it's still barely alive. My turn." Current dragon aura, Black Dragon, stack of 2. And just like that, a massive explosion goes off right where the monster boss was standing. Spirit sticks its tongue out, all cheeky-like. Later, loser. It was charging up energy for one last hit. Starlight Scale Armor. All enemies in melee range are going to feel the full force of all that absorbed damage. The Demon Beast army has been totally wrecked. System announcement, Fey Dragon has leveled up to level 23. Holy crap, Spirit. Since when did you learn how to kill steal like that? Black Dragon has leveled up to level 31. Jake's thinking. Yes. Spirit finally hit level 15. This time, it's got to unlock its big dragon form. Huh. Spirit Dragon has leveled up to level 15. New skill obtained, form change. Right then, Jake pulls up the system panel to check it out. He was totally floored. Strength over 4,000. Stardust and Galaxy. Whoa, these 2 forms are even more busted than I thought. He's thinking to himself that Spirit's Stardust form literally multiplies its strength by 5, which is way better than Shadow's Annihilator form. But the catch is, the form only lasts for 60 seconds. Combined with that new skill, Spirit's Stardust form is going to be my secret weapon. My ultimate trump card. Then he keeps thinking, but the Galaxy form is totally blowing my mind. It's kind of like Shadow's So Light form. They both ditch their physical bodies, so they can't be attacked. But when Spirit turns into a nebula, it can also just chill next to the enemy without anyone knowing. I gotta find some big bad monster to test this out on. Then he's like, wait a minute. Speaking of testing, why haven't any more monsters shown up? I guess we really did wipe out the entire army. Over on the side, Spirit is standing there with its hands on its hips, looking super smug. Easy. I'm so strong they all got scared and ran back to their mommies in Orlando. Suddenly, Shadow throws its head back and lets out a massive roar. System announcement. Black Dragon Perception can spot enemies using stealth and camouflage. Using the skill actively will just reveal all the hidden enemies nearby. He's thinking that Shadow must be sensing an enemy in that creepy spire, and he's not wrong. This has to be the Earth Fiend. Alright then. He hops on Shadow and they soar into the sky. Tinthon and Xiaobai are right behind them. He basically announced that if the boss won't come out, they're going in to drag it out. Shadow roared, totally on board with the plan. While flying on Shadow's back, Jake turns to shout at Xiaobai and Tinthon. Then he says, "Stay sharp, you too." And with that, the 4 of them fly straight into this massive purple gate of the Dark Spire. They were inside the Dark Spire, a place that was just nothing, a total void. The sky was this weird, mystical dark purple. Jake's walking and thinking, wow, inside the tower, it's surprisingly dark. Just from the sound of his footsteps, he could tell the place was huge. Suddenly, a purple flame catches his eye, and he stops dead in his tracks. Then, one by one, a whole series of purple flames light up, revealing a wide path right in front of him. He says calmly to Shadow, "Shadow, let's keep moving." Shadow looked around with these big, confused eyes and walked with him. Jake moved super carefully, thinking, there's literally nothing here. Is this earth-slaying demon just trying to bait me into a trap? All of a sudden, this gust of wind just whips past him, sending a chill down his spine and making him freeze. Right after that, the bug-shaped lamps along the path suddenly flared up, making the whole place feel like a haunted house in Salem. Seeing this, Jake was so shocked he almost tripped. It was a massive throne, a freaking gigantic throne. On the side, Shadow was just roaring its head off while Jake was getting super hyped. Earth-slaying demon, show your face. Suddenly, the sky went dark and this booming voice echoed everywhere. A human, and a dragon, too. I seem to remember being taken out by humans a very, very long time ago. At that moment, a massive swirl of black smoke started forming on the throne. The smoke just kept talking. Ah, I get it now. I've lost my body and this isn't my castle. I was supposed to be sealed. Then it lets out this huge laugh. Haha, those idiotic humans actually preserved my soul. Hearing that, Jake got more serious than ever. Then this chained, red arm slowly came out of the smoke. The voice continued. How pathetic. Me, one of the 9 great beings of the demon world, treated like a toy by humans after my death and locked up in here. This is absolutely ridiculous. Then it showed its full form, a red demon with 1 eye and nasty tentacles all over its body. Earth-slaying demon, level nightmare grade. Strength 37,951. Spirit 30,582. Level 85. Agility 39,034. Stamina 40,658. And it has 3 main skills, including overlapping killing shadows, which is a flurry of attacks that gathers this nasty chi. When a target gets hit, it gets marked with a killing shadow, up to 3 layers max. Each layer of that shadow mark makes you take 40% more damage from the next attack. The second skill is Nether Shadow Walk, which lets it basically merge with the shadows, go invisible, and move around without anyone seeing it. While it's invisible, you can't even detect it, and you can't hit it with any attacks while it's in ghost mode. Finally, there's Bloodblade Claws. It unleashes 5 super fast slashes that do massive damage, and its own strength gets boosted by 200% for 5 seconds. Then it raises its claw-filled hand and lunges right for him. It says all angry, "Are you and this tiny dragon trying to be heroes and seal me away again?" It immediately pops the overlapping killing shadows skill. Then it says super arrogantly, "Say your last words, you insect." But Jake just stands there, totally chill. Just as the demon's claws are about to hit him, a shield flashes into existence, protecting him. It was Shadow's emerald light. Right after, he looks at the demon with this total look of disgust and says, "Last words? You should probably save those for yourself." Then he says to Shadow, "Shadow, switch to fallen corpse, demon dragon form." And right then, while the demon is just staring in total shock, Shadow starts transforming into this terrifying fallen corpse demon dragon. The earth-slaying demon cannot believe its eye. It sputters. An unknown aura. What even is this power? Oh man, what do you all think is going to happen next? Drop your predictions in the comments and don't forget to like and subscribe. Jake just casually flicks his sword, total boss move, and is like, "Honey, that's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't." Then he snaps at Shadow. "Yo, Shadow, light it up. Lava flame, now." Shadow's like, "Bet," and just hawks this insane fireball at the demon. We're talking a meteor-sized ball of fire, screaming through the air. But the demon, it just stands there, chilling, like it's waiting for a bus on 5th Avenue. The second the fireball hits, poof, it goes right through its body, like a ghost. Jake's jaw literally hits the floor, like WHAAT. It went times through asterisk. He's thinking, is this thing, like, invincible? Did I just get totally ghosted? Seeing Jake's shook face, the demon just busts out laughing, this deep, evil cackle. A punk A asterisk human and his baby dragon. For real? Y'all are the definition of weak sauce. Turns out, the sneaky sucker used a move called Nether Shadow Walk to just phase out of reality. Total cheat code. Jake's brain is going a mile a minute, like, okay, this is bad. Real bad. Shadow's senses can spot a dude in camo from a mile away, but this demon's stealth is on another level. And bam! Just like that, the demon teleports behind Shadow for a cheap shot. It lunges, claws out, ready to shred, but luckily Shadow throws up a shield at the last second. Phew, that was close. Later, losers. The demon screams, laughing like a total psycho. "Ha ha ha, I can do this all day. Let's see how long you little heroes can hang on." Jake is getting so tilted by this hit-and-run tactic. 2 cheap shots, and times 4 times layers of Shadow's shield are toast. And yeah, Shadow can keep popping its emerald light heal, but just playing defense? Nah, that ain't it. Jake's like, "Alright, bet. Guess I have to." And he's already moving to counter the demon's next move. The demon zips forward, unleashing a move called overlapping killing shadows. "Bro," it sounded serious. "You're so done this time, human," it snarls. But Jake, my man, just parries the whole thing with his sword like it's nothing. He gets this wicked little smirk and goes, "My turn." And this time, there's nowhere to run. Then he unleashes a full-on blizzard of attacks, so fast and furious, the demon can't keep its ghost form up and has to become solid again. Gotcha. The demon is totally bugging out, like, what was that? How did you do that? And Jake's just like, that, my friend, was times my times shadow walk. Your invisibility, cancelled. Oh, Jake is feeling himself right now. He throws his head back and yells, Starlight, get out here. Time to test drive that new skill. The demon freezes, pure terror on its face. It just screams, no, it can't be. And then, up above them, a pair of the most epic, gorgeous, glowing wings you've ever seen just unfurls in the darkness. The new dragon, Starlight, slowly lowers its head. And guys, the glow-up is real. A perfect transformation. Introducing the astral dragon in its full galaxy form. The demon sees this and its brain just short-circuits. Wait, were you here the whole time? Did you come in with them? Jake just levels his sword at the demon's throat, ice cold, and says, still on a need-to-know basis, pal. Got any last words, bug? Jake asks, super chill. And you can see the light bulb go off in the demon's head. It finally gets it. Starlight used its own time's shadow walk to stay hidden. The demon lets out this long, frustrated groan and starts raging. It glares at Jake and spits, such cheap tricks. And honestly, Jake looks kinda surprised, like, cheap, bro, it's called strategy. Then the demon just loses it and lunges, screaming, lighting up the dark won't save you. It's useless. Jake and Shadow leap into the air, dodging the attack like pros. Jake yells, Shadow, switch up your soul light. He lands perfectly on Shadow's head, and then the three of them, Jake, Shadow, and Starlight sync up and charge straight at that demon. Talk about a squad goal. Nowhere to run, Jake yells, giving Jade a nod. Shadow, on my lead. Jake lets out a dragon's roar, and Shadow boots up something called the Jade Dragon system. Then, using soul concealment, Shadow lets out this insane roar and unleashes its full power. The demon sees all this and starts trash-talking again, but you can hear the shock in its voice. How? How can a human control dragons like this? Riding on Shadow's head, Jake holds his sword up high and screams, Shadow, let's go. They dive-bomb the demon in a coordinated strike, but the demon actually manages to block it. Then it gets back to its mind games, sneering. Why would a divine beast like you let yourself be a pet to some human bug? Oh, snap. Jake immediately clocks what it's doing, trying to turn his dragon against him. Not cool, dude. That was the last straw for Shadow. It lets out a furious roar and unleashes demonic dragon assault. A whole storm of attacks just hammers the demon. The demon is flabbergasted, like, it's so powerful. Why is it still listening to you? Jake is absolutely fuming now. He is so done with this demon's mouth. He looks over at his other dragon and says, we're a team, right, Starlight? And Starlight gives a little coo in reply. MAM. That little sound from Starlight sends the demon completely over the edge. It goes ballistic. Fine, then you can die with your overgrown lizards. Shadow lunges forward and throws a punch, which the demon blocks. Good job, Shadow. Jake yells, already powering up his next move. Just hold it for a sec. Hold on. He's charging up the Serpent Shadow arrow. But you know this demon? It has zero chill. The demon snarls and pops its blood ring claw skill. Meanwhile, Jake's Serpent Shadow arrow has been on the charger for about 2 seconds. Shadow is taking a beating, really struggling to block the demon's non-stop attacks. But then total clutch move Shadow grabs both of the demon's arms and holds on tight. The demon is roaring, let me go. And Jake sees his shot. This is it. Now. Jake screams. His bow glows and he fires a freaking flaming arrow. It hits the demon dead on, and the thing just bursts into flames, screaming its head off. Shadow doesn't miss a beat and blasts it with a chi shockwave. And at the same time, Starlight activates Star Shatter, boosting its power by 500%. The demon is just swallowed by this insane vortex of fire and starlight. Oh my god, guys, smash that like button if you think this is the end for the demon. The demon shrieks, I am possible. This power. It's impossible. Then kaboom! A huge explosion just rocks the whole place, and poof, the demon is nothing but a pile of dust. Meanwhile, back in the control room at Jade City Arena, 2 dudes, Sean and Liam, are staring at the monitors with their eyes popping out of their heads. They're just stunned. Wait, did Jake just solo the Earth-slaying demon? They immediately start freaking out. No way, dude. No way. A 9 Realms demon? That's, like, endgame boss level. Only the 5 national heroes are supposed to be able to handle that. This kid from the Dragon Kingdom can't just. Liam starts panicking. No, I gotta go tweak the demon's stats, right now. But while he's freaking out, this other guy, Mr. Fabian, is just calmly watching, thinking hard. They're all glued to the screen. Okay, the smoke is clearing. The Earth-slaying demon. It's not dead yet. Sean and Liam let out a huge sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. For a second I thought. These ancient beasts really are built different. But wait, look, it's totally messed up. It's covered in wounds. And then this other guy, Kim Jan, just starts laughing his head off. Back in the arena, the demon staggers up from the rubble, coughing. You little punk. It gets to its feet, looking wrecked. A stupid little human did this to me. I will never forgive you. Jake just looks at it with total disdain, like he's looking at gum on his shoe. You won't forgive me? Who said I was finished? He smirks. Did you forget about my two other friends? The demon looks confused for a second. Then, behind it, two beams of light appear, it's Shadow and Starlight. And get this, their health is back at 100%. They activate a move called Doomsday Fall, but the demon is still talking big. So what? A couple of glorified pets dare to challenge ME. It roars, charging straight at Shadow and Starlight. I am not losing to a human again. It fires up its blood ring claw one more time. The attacks collide, and boom. The shockwave is absolutely insane. A world-shaking explosion erupts from the flames. This is getting crazy, y'all. Through the smoke, we see the demon finally collapsing. It's muttering, totally bitter, damn you, you piece of trash. This is impossible. Then it just starts rambling, total nonsense. How could I lose? It's this weak body. It's holding me back. Reincarnated just to get clapped by a human. I don't accept it. I won't. And while it's having its little tantrum, it secretly tries to use Shadow Walk to dip out. But nope. A volley of arrows flies out of nowhere, nailing the demon and shattering its escape skill. And there's Jake, bow in hand, walking slowly out of the dust. It's over. The demon just loses it completely, roaring in despair. It is over. I couldn't touch his dragons. I couldn't even scratch him. Is this really how it ends for me? But then, plot twist. The demon's body starts shaking like it's in an earthquake on the San Andreas Fault. A crazy wave of power surges through it, and even the demon looks shocked. Jake is totally confused by this. The demon starts screaming as this insane aura erupts and its body starts changing. It's transforming. It's screaming in pain, this power, but then the screams turn into this wild, terrifying laugh. Jake immediately pulls up the stat screen, thinking, what is happening? I swear I beat this guy. Where is all this power coming from? And then it hits him. Oh no, don't tell me this is its second phase. Looks like these 9 Realms demons were holding back their true power this whole time. Classic final boss move. Jake's thinking, there's gotta be a secret to how the old hero sealed all 9 of these things. Then he looks back at the stat screen and just goes, what? The demon is still laughing its head off. The power just keeps coming. You really think it's over now, you little ant? Jake looks at the info panel and gets a literal chill down his spine. Its power level is just a question mark now, and all its stats are still climbing. This ain't right, Jake mutters. And even the demon seems to realize the power-up is out of control. It starts screaming again, but this time in pain and confusion. What? What's happening to me? Back in the control room, they're all baffled. It's a Phase 2 transition, but look at the stats. They're not stopping. They're starting to realize this is a glitch in the Matrix. At this rate, there's no way for him to win. Vice Principal Shaw turns to Miss May. Totally panicked, Miss May. Look at its stats. They're still going up. For Jake's safety, we have to pull him out of there, now. But Miss May just calmly sips her tea. Vice Principal Shaw, do you remember our little wager? You promised me a new pot of that fancy oolong tea after Jake takes this thing down. Vice Principal Shaw is stunned. But this is life or death. Something is seriously bugged with this demon. Its power level just passed 100,000. Miss May calmly sets down her cup. Jake's past fights have shown he's got more than just experience. His instincts are razor sharp. I've never seen a kid like him. Trust me, I am not about to let him get seriously hurt. I believe in Jake, Vice Principal. The question is, do you? Hearing that, Vice Principal Shaw visibly relaxes. Of course, I believe in him too. He continues, all right, Miss May. If you're guaranteeing his safety, I can relax. After all, our whole academy in downtown Austin has poured everything into training that kid. My apologies, I was out of line. Miss May just laughs it off. No apologies needed. I get it, you're worried about our star player. But while they're having this heart-to-heart, Kim Jan is in the corner, just snickering to himself. Nobody's noticed him. Asterisk. Perfect. Asterisk, he thinks. Hey, those two idiots actually did a decent job juicing the stats. With numbers this high, not even the national heroes could win. This is gonna be good. Oh man, what is this guy's deal? Drop a comment below with your theories on Kim Jan, cause he is super sus. And don't forget to share this with your friends. The drama is getting spicy. So the next step is just to, wait for the news that Jake got totally wrecked. Ha 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 ha. But okay, cut back to the scene. Jake is now staring down this monster that is, no cap, hideous. He's like, alright bro, I don't get why your glow up is so weird. but you were celebrating way too soon. Then he gets in his fight stance, and you can just see the gears turning. He's thinking, I can't let this thing keep stacking its stats. It's time to drop my trump card. He activates his dragon aura, the level 2 black dragon, which is so sick. Then he chooses natural assimilation, shadow, merge with me, and summons the fallen corpse dragon one more time. And y'all, the demon's eye was literally dangling from its socket, looking absolutely terrifying. It lets out this disgusting roar and starts charging at him, screaming, "Die, you little ant." But Jake just shouts for Shadow to hit him with the Annihilation Storm, like, as soon as possible. Right after, Shadow unleashes its Annihilation Roar to blast the monster. But then the monster hits back with something called Dragon Tongue Unseal. It starts laughing like a maniac. "Ha ha, you cocky human. You and your little dragon can't touch me." Then Jake just yells again, "Fallen Corpse Demon Dragon. Unseal Dragon Tongue Magic." His sword just erupts in flames. The two fallen corpse dragons were teaming up to use a forbidden spell on this thing. He used the Annihilation Roar and the forbidden spell to drop a massive weakening debuff. The earth-slaying demon went absolutely feral, screaming, "Enough! I'll show you what happens when you underestimate an ancient demonic beast, for the dignity of the 9 realms demons." But before it could even finish its villain monologue, it's like, wait, what? A blinding flash of light just explodes in front of it, and Jake is standing there like a total hero, declaring, "Too bad. Now it's time to show times the consequences of underestimating a dragon master," and spoiler alert, it's game over. At that moment, the Starlight Dragon had shifted into its full-on Starlight form. Oh my god. With 59 seconds left in this mode, the demon's eyes are just bugging out in total disbelief. That little hatchling, it actually. And then Starlight activates the skill, Light of Starlight, shooting a massive beam of energy right at the demon. It took the full blast, screaming in absolute agony. It shrieked, "No, no, this is not my destiny." Just roaring helplessly. "I can't believe I lost. I just got this power back and now I've lost." Then its whole body starts to just disintegrate into dust, its voice fading as it says, "Don't even think about leaving. All of you are getting buried with me." Suddenly, the ground starts shaking like a massive earthquake in Los Angeles. Jake immediately knew something was way off. He yells to everyone, "This is bad. This earth fiend wants to take us all down with him." The whole spire is collapsing. "Shadow, let's grab everyone and run out of this place." At that moment, the tower started cracking on all sides. The tremors were insane. Then, it just started to crumble and collapse. Jake's squad managed to get out of the tower and flew out successfully. Jake finally let out a huge sigh of relief. The space inside that place was huge. We almost didn't make it out. The system also dropped a notification that the Jade Dragon leveled up to level 24. The Star Dragon leveled up to level 17. Jake leveled up to level 36 and the Black Dragon hit level 32. He's thinking that even though the battle was a total grind, they finally took care of that demon and he leveled up twice in a row, making it all totally worth it. He looked at the notification screen, thinking he remembered rank 1 being around 50,000 points, and now he had about 500,000 accumulated points. He could finally chill for a bit. Just then, everyone in the viewing room stared at Jake's ranking and just gasped. A genius. This is a true genius. He's ahead of second place by 440,000 points. Jake's coordination with his dragon was absolutely brilliant. That final decisive laser beam. Did you guys see that? Of course, I saw it. His combat awareness is definitely on par with the top pros. Mr. Shaw looked at Mr. Han and said, "Mr. Han, just as you predicted, Jake won." Mr. Han laughed heartily. "Haha. For someone so young to have such a superb combat sense is truly remarkable." Mr. Shaw said admiringly, "You're absolutely right, Mr. Han. Our Dragonstone Academy has also gone to great lengths to nurture him. His natural talent absolutely cannot be wasted." Mr. Han then added, "To fully realize the potential of a Dragon Master, that kid must have put in an incredible amount of effort himself." Mr. Shaw also agreed. "That's right. In the period before the national trial, the person who trained him relentlessly was..." Before he could finish, there was a loud crash. Turns out that Director Kim Guy had thrown his phone on the ground, shattering it. He was furious over Jake's victory. People gathered around him asking, "Director Kim, are you all right?" He rushed away saying, "It's nothing. I was being rude." Everyone began to whisper about his meltdown. Even though the Téja Nation is 440,000 points behind the Dragon Nation, at least they're still in second place. Yeah, I don't understand what he's so mad about. Mr. Shaw was also confused. What's gotten into Director Kim? Mr. Han just laughed. "Haha, pay him no mind. Vice Principal Shaw, let's go brew a fresh pot of tea." That guy ran out into the hallway and just punched the wall. What a drama queen. He's thinking. The Earth Fiend was actually erased by Jake. Deleted. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. That brat from the Dragon Nation actually dealt with something only a national hero should be able to handle. Just as he was fuming, two of his minions ran up to him. Director Kim, we finally found you. We couldn't reach you earlier. He immediately grabbed his assistant by the collar and demanded, answer me. Did you really max out the Earth Fiend's stats? The subordinate stammered. Yes, we did. But that rep from the Dragon Nation's moves were too fast and he dealt way too much damage. The Earth Fiend died right after we maxed out its stats. At this, the man flew into a rage, thinking there's definitely something sus going on with Jake. We clearly set the demon's stats to the maximum, and yet he still defeated it. Jake is definitely using some kind of cheat code. At that moment, Mr. Shaw and Mr. Han walked past the group, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Mr. Shaw asked, leaving already? Mr. Han replied, it's fine. That kid Jake really doesn't give us much to worry about. Mr. Shaw added, setting aside Jake's combat power, which is terrifying enough, the way he handled that Earth Fiend shows that no one in this national trial is his opponent. Mr. Han laughed loudly. Ha ha, hogging the spotlight all night, this old man can't take it anymore. Let's go stretch our legs. Hearing this, the dude named Kim grew even more furious. His assistant had to restrain him. Then he pointed directly at the assistant's face and said, the Dragon Nation's representative is cheating. Their supervisors must know something. You two watch the door closely. If anyone comes looking for those two from the Dragon Nation, report to me immediately. The subordinate quickly replied, yes, sir. After that, Director Kim continued to eavesdrop on their conversation, thinking, I'd like to see for myself just what kind of exploit you people from the Dragon Nation are using that not even a 9 Realms demon could stop you. Mr. Han was saying, if everything goes smoothly, the #1 spot in this national trial is secured for our Dragon Nation. Wouldn't you say? Mr. Shaw replied, I think it's a sure thing, Mr. Han. I'm not even fazed by major upsets anymore. I used to panic so easily. You must have found it amusing. The dude named Kim, listening from behind, was just fuming. He thought, a sure thing, huh? If I find your weakness, I'll rally the other nations and have you kicked out of the 23-nation alliance. Meanwhile, Mr. Han was still laughing loudly. I'm more used to seeing you all stressed out, Mr. Shaw said sheepishly. Ah, well, Mr. Han, we're here. Suddenly, behind Kim, a strange light began to glow, flying towards him. Then, a sword stabbed forcefully into the wall right in front of the guy, scaring him witless. He was shocked, thinking he'd been discovered, but no one appeared. He then thought, a level 90 Dark Knight Harvester. No doubt about it, the weapon of this 4th advancement master must be the 4 Absolute Sword. How careless. I forgot about the 4 Absolute Sword belonging to Mr. Bach's personal bodyguard. He then touched the blood trickling down his face. There was no pursuit. This was a warning. After that, he hurriedly fled. Kim thought he couldn't tail Mr. Bach any longer. If the Absolute Sword had intended to end me, I would have been a goner. 10 minutes later, Old Han and Mr. Troy were on their way back. Mr. Troy said as they walked, Old Han, let's hurry back to the war room. I can't wait to see Jake's spectacular performance. Old Han walked over to the sword mark from earlier and just looked at it. He then returned and laughed loudly. The small nation of Téja is just as shameless as I thought. While Mr. Troy, on the other hand, didn't understand a thing. Meanwhile, Kim was on his way back, fuming. His 2 underlings greeted him cheerfully. Boss Kim, you're finally back. The one with more hair handed him a phone and said that it was his backup, telling him to check it quickly. You were getting non-stop calls just now. Hearing this, he became furious with veins popping on his face. The bald guy got scared and asked, Boss Kim, are you okay? Your face? The guy immediately snatched the phone from the other man's hand and yelled, what are you looking at? Get back to the control room on 5th Avenue and continue monitoring. The other guy quickly replied, ah, yes, sir. He stared at the phone in his hand, his expression filled with rage. After reading the message on the smartphone, Kim thought, seriously, they think I don't want to kick Jake out. I've been looking for their weakness this whole time. He thought that if there was any evidence at all showing that Jake was cheating, I definitely will. If you think he's cheating, drop a comment below. At that moment, the crowd was roaring with excitement. This representative from the Dragon Nation is truly amazing. He's earning accumulation points even while lying down. Is this what you call an effortless victory? Kim was confused, so he moved closer for a look. When he saw the system leaderboard, he was shocked. Jake's accumulation points had gone up again. The guy was automatically farming points while lying down. Then he gleefully made a phone call to someone. He thought to himself, finally. I finally found your weakness. You're finished, Jake. By exploiting a loophole, the Dragon Nation will definitely be kicked out of the National Alliance. The person on the other end immediately said, hello, you finally called. What were you doing before? The discussions are already getting heated. You'd better have found evidence of the Dragon Nation's representative cheating. He was shocked and terrified after hearing that. What in the world is going on? Why? Why are the Earth Fiend demons and the Grand Army farming points for Jake? Meanwhile, on Jake's side, he was just chilling and letting the Earth Fiend demons and the Grand Army farm points for him. What a legend. So my dude, Jake just kicks back, all chill, and is like, okay, finally time to catch a vibe. So, let's rewind like 1 hour, cause you gotta see this. The fallen dragon had just times busted out of the tower, breathing a huge sigh of relief. Like, phew, good thing that place had high ceilings, for real. Otherwise, I would have been stuck in there like a car in LA traffic on a Friday. He's just vibing, thinking, I actually did it. I smoked that Earth Fiend demon. My points are stacked so high right now. I can probably coast for a minute. Then he looks up at the sky, totally lost in thought, like, real talk, I never really saw those two as part of my crew. But when we were throwing down with that Earth Fiend demon, that zombie dragon went absolutely beast mode. Then boom, it hits him. He stares at the graves and goes, oh, wait a sec, hold up, I've got a crazy idea. He's flashing back to that time outside the camp way up north, when the twin dragons mutated into those zombie things. Jade straight up snatched them back from that ancient god dude, letting them get juiced up on that zombie energy without becoming total mind-controlled puppets. Me and Senior 2 had already figured out the difference between a zombie slave and a zombie puppet, you know? So, get this. All the zombie puppets they controlled were either animals or, like, already dead. He's still thinking to himself. And right now, I've got 2 demon dragons on the ground just brimming with that zombie power. Plus, there's the Earth Fiend demon and all those heavenly demon soldier bodies. Meanwhile, Jade and the spirit have no clue what he's cooking up in that big brain of his. All of a sudden, he just says it out loud. An opportunity this fire. Gotta shoot my shot. At this point, everyone's just like, huh. Then, the 2 zombie demon dragons let out this insane roar. Jake just sighs, ugh, guess that's not gonna work. Looks like the zombie dragons can't even control the dead. What a bust. Maybe since they aren't technically zombie times slaves asterisk, they can't control the puppets. Welp, guess I gotta scrap that plan. But then, out of nowhere, a hand touches his, and he totally jumps. Up in the sky, there's this little girl with wings flying around. He's so confused, like, Jade, is that you? And bam, a system notification pops up. The Jade Dragon has morphed into its soul's radiance form, a Jade Dragon bloodline skill. Bro, all skill effects are doable for dragons and similar bloodlines. The skill is Soul's Protection. The stats of anyone covered by this Soul's Radiance get boosted by 100 to 200%, and for every hit they take, it gets absorbed to create 1 to 2 layers of a protective shield. Once it hits 10 layers, it unleashes a massive shockwave. This is so OP, and the damage it deals is equal to ALL, the damage it absorbed across those 10 layers, and then that total gets doubled. Jake was shook. The demonic dragon bloodline was getting Jade's double passive buff too. That corrupted corpse juice actually leveled up the flying dragon from some wannabe dragon into a legit one. He put it together. Jade must have clocked the new stats on the demonic dragon bloodline. It wasn't that the zombie dragon couldn't do it. Its stats were just too trash. It can't control high-level monsters, duh. Then he's like, okay, if that's the deal, I get it now. He tells Jade to unleash the Jade Light, and she hits them with it, giving the target an extra 3 to 12 layers of defense. It gets rid of all debuffs and jacks up all their stats by 30 to 60%. Each layer of that blessing can block 1 to 2 hits. Jake's thinking, its level might not be higher than the Earth Fiend demon, but we can juice up its stats. He then yells, Jade, go full eternal form and unleash your pulse power. And just like that, Jade transforms, activating her Jade bloodline and life pulse. She dropped the Jade blessing and the Jade light, and the stats on the 2 zombie demon dragons just skyrocketed. Only then did Jake say, all right, its stats finally blew past that Earth Fiend demon. Zombie demon dragon, release that zombie energy. Turn that Earth Fiend demon into your puppet, now. Next thing you know, there's a huge roar as hands start bursting out of the ground. The puppet army slowly rises up, controlled by the zombie demon dragon. They're all groaning and growling, these level 75 heavenly demon soldiers. Jake is so hyped. Yes, it worked. The whole heavenly demon army is now a bunch of zombie puppets. With this crew, I can just kick back and let them farm points for me. The system announces he just unlocked a new skill, Fallen Corpse Control. He's thinking, all these zombie puppets can be controlled from anywhere, and I can even recall them. This means I can take this entire demon army out of the secret realm, which also means I can summon them outside of here, too. He's just staring at his new army, absolutely beaming. Yo, in other words, if I really wanted to, I could bring this whole army out and basically redo the whole disaster that wrecked the Téja kingdom 50 years ago. Just then, the Earth Fiend demon also rises up as a puppet and starts going wild. Jake just looks at it with this super confident smirk, the ancient demonic beast that almost wiped out. The entire Téja kingdom is now my personal zombie puppet. It does exactly what I say. How can I describe this feeling in one word? Legendary. An hour later, this dude named Kim gets a call. Wait, what? The Earth Fiend Demon is listening to Jake. Hello, hello, where's that proof of cheating from the Dragon Country's rep? Mr. Xiao literally could not believe what he was seeing, and the phone in his hand just clattered to the floor. It's over. It's so over. The Earth Fiend Demon is under Jake's control now. We're completely finished. The internet was absolutely blowing up over this. Just then, a super familiar voice comes from behind him. See, told you Jake is still number one. With a point lead this huge, the other reps from places like Miami and Chicago can't even dream of catching up. Mr. Xiao turns to Old May. Old May, you were right. I was tripping for no reason. Old May just laughs and says, dude, accepting you've lost is part of the game. If the other countries are already cooked, what's the point of even playing anymore? Then he shoots a stone-cold glare at the guy named Kim. So, what do you have to say for yourself, huh? Hearing that, Kim was absolutely fuming, his hands balled up into fists. He's thinking, the drama online, my family's reputation, and this old dude's sarcastic voice are all ringing in my ears. He's gritting his teeth, eyes bugging out. If that's how you want to play it, then I'm just gonna have to drop a special new quest on you, Jake. Meanwhile, Jake is just chilling with his insanely powerful pets. He's thinking, okay, so I give the order to Jade. Jade then summons the zombie demon dragon. The dragon controls the Earth Fiend Demon, and the Earth Fiend Demon commands the soldiers. Man, this chain of command is getting a little extra, lol. And all the while, his score is just going up and up and up, non-stop. Suddenly, a new notification pops up. He opens the panel like, new info, for real? A guy can't even get 5 minutes of rest around here. He sees a new quest point has appeared. At that exact moment, in the secret realm of the Icefield National Trial, a massive blue pillar of light from the system just erupts out of the snow. This dude, Jia Sunli, was hiding behind a big tree nearby, scoping out the light pillar, and then he just breathes a sigh of relief. A super shady smile spreads across his face. Man, I was so unlucky running into Jake during the last quest. This time, this quest is all mine. But that smile got wiped off his face real quick when he saw who showed up. He's frowning, biting his lip, looking totally defeated. Jia Sunli's face just went dark when he saw Jade, and he groaned out loud. You have GOT to be kidding me. He's here again. Jia Sunli, sweating buckets, is complaining. It took me forever to find this quest point, so why do I gotta run into this Jake guy again of all people? Then he freezes for a sec and thinks, wait a minute, he's here for a quest. Does that mean he already beat the 9 Realms Demon Subjugation quest? At this point, Jake senses something sketchy behind him and glances back. Jia Sunli totally panics. Oh crap, he saw me. He immediately starts yelling, I was just being a little loud. Don't mind me, please. But Jake isn't even listening and just whips out his sword. The system flashes, current dragon energy, black dragon, 2. Jia Sunli's jaw hit the floor and he screamed, dude, you said you'd spare me last time. Why are you coming at me now? The system displays Imperial Dragon Seal, normal attack infused with dragon energy deals ranged damage. Turns out Jake's sword strike was aimed at the beast right behind Jia Sunli. But thinking he was the target, Jia Sunli just dropped to the ground, covered his head, and screamed like a baby. Bam! The system announces, Jake of the Dragon Country's points are 551.47 plus 245. Jia Sunli is just stunned. Wait, I was being stalked by that thing. So Jake wasn't trying to take me out. That's awesome. He scratches his head and says all shyly, thanks for saving my life, man. Jake's system screen pops up, telling him there's a quest point just ahead. Jake just gives Jia Sunli this ice-cold look and says, saving your life? It was nothing. I was just passing by. Jia Sunli gives this super awkward laugh. For a second there, I seriously thought I was a goner, you know. The system shows his info. Rank 17, Jia Sunli, South Country. Points, 23,075. 23 out of 23. Jake just scoffs. He's wondering how this dude only has so few points when the competition has been going for a whole day. Tears start welling up in Jia Sunli's eyes. He's screaming on the inside that he pulled an all-nighter just to get those 20,000 points. Jake's just scheming, thinking he could take out Jia Sunli for his points right now. But it's such a small amount, he'll just wait for him to grind some more. After last time, he knows. Jia Sunli wouldn't dare try anything funny now. So Jake walks over and slaps him hard on the shoulder like he's a coach. He looks Jia Sunli dead in the eye. Bro, you're farming points way too slow. Rank 17, you're embarrassing the whole South Country. Jia Sunli instantly stands up straight. Jake turns to leave and gives him a little wave. You gotta step it up from now on. I hope the next time we meet, your rank is a little less pathetic. Jia Sunli's brain just froze for 2 seconds, then he emotionally exclaims, wait, is Jake actually encouraging me? He's so confused. The rumors about the Dragon Country people being total tyrants were wrong. Jake took down a 9th-ranked demon, saved his life, and is now giving him a pep talk. Tears are streaming down Jia Sunli's face. He's cussing himself out in his head for being so dumb. He pulls himself together real quick. For the honor of the South Country, and to pay back the goat, Jake, he has to grind for more points. Then he yells out, "I get it now. The next time we meet, I'll definitely be a higher rank." Jia Sunli was so confused. And guys, if you're confused too, hit that subscribe button, cause this is getting wild. Broke into a cold sweat as he watched Jake right away on Shadow. Jake was surprised. He thought someone would die and be eliminated in the second round when he saw the notification that he had accepted a one-on-one quest. Current quest, hunt and kill the target representative of the quest. Target unknown. Rank 6. Swamp area. He analyzed inwardly. The unknown target is rank 6. The terrain is a swamp. Could it be Kim Sunon, Han, and Sak Lee? He stared straight ahead and encouraged himself. It's all right. No matter who it is, I must complete this quest. Jake shouted an order. Shadow, let's head to the swamp. Shadow roared with vigor. Meanwhile, in the National Trial's secret realm that afternoon in the swamp, feral beasts lurked everywhere, their glowing red eyes shining in the dark like patient predators waiting for their prey to misstep. A massive black serpent lunged forward like lightning, biting into the wild boar's back, causing it to scream in pain. Gilon, sitting on the black serpent, smacked her lips after seeing the scene and remarked, "This is a little interesting." Gilon glanced back, slightly surprised, and saw the wild boar had been taken down and collapsed with a thud. Someone carrying a brush was calmly walking towards her, saying, "The prey? Just let him come." "So, it's Wei." She smirked. He would never expect this. "We are an alliance of 4 nations. System introduction. Rank 10. Wei, Korea. Inheritor of the Fierce God. Level 60. Accumulation points 26,642. She expressed her displeasure at meeting in such a damp place with poisonous insects everywhere. Gillen replied that she hadn't expected it either. The 4 nations had agreed to meet at her location after entering the trial to farm points together. Wei leaned against a tree trunk, crossing her arms and wondering, "Why am I the only one here? Where are Jianli and Beidon?" Gilon explained, "Baden will be here shortly. As for Jia, I haven't seen him, but I know he's still alive." Wei blurted out, "I've really had it with this Jia Sanlai. If you ask me, we shouldn't wait for him anymore." She checked the system while sharing, "I was just focused on getting here, so I only killed a few feral beasts that blocked my path. If it weren't for meeting up with you, I wouldn't be just at rank 10. Wei glanced at Gilon and asked, "What's wrong? Has that hunter arrived, too?" She sighed. "Hopefully, he has a lot of points on him." Then she schemed. "After Baden arrives, we'll set up an ambush," they said triumphantly. "We'll show him who the real prey is and who the real hunter is." 4 hours later, in the National Trial's secret realm, the swamp. Shadow landed on one foot. The area was thick with fog and the air was cold. Jake jumped down and thought, "We finally made it to the swamp. The terrain here is uneven, filled with poisonous insects and miasma. It would be difficult to escape without the ability to fly." He quickly realized that he was being targeted and ambushed, seeing as there were only animals here, not even a single feral beast. With a highly vigilant gaze, Jake put a hand behind his back and commanded, "Shadow, release your perception." Shadow quickly complied. System introduction. Black Dragon's perception can detect enemies in stealth and camouflage states. Actively using this skill will remove the stealth and camouflage states of surrounding enemies. After observing for a moment, Jake sneered. As expected, it's an ambush. But what surprises me is that there are 3 of them. Summoning his sword, he issued a challenge. "You've already heard my voice, so why not show yourselves? In that case, let me," the system announced. Current Dragon Aura, Black Dragon 2. Jake shouted, "Help you out." Then he plunged his sword down. He slammed his sword into the ground, and violent auras erupted like New Year's Eve fireworks. Before him was a black serpent, its mouth wide open, screaming in pain. A system notification popped up, announcing that the mission target had been found. Gilon, sitting cross-legged on the black serpent, marveled that Jake had actually managed to find him and injure his Xiaowei. Introducing Gil from the Hongda Kingdom. Level 60. Class 5 Venom Voodoo Doctor with 66,375 points, rank 6th. Jake replied in a deep, calm voice. "There aren't many places to hide, so it wasn't hard to guess. But I'm a little disappointed to think my target isn't Kim Sean Han or Siley." Jillian smirked. "So, it's no one special. I thought it might be some high-level expert and came prepared, but it turns out to be the representative from the Dragon Kingdom down below." The system displayed a warning. Hunter encountered. His smile quickly vanished when he saw the information of the person standing before him. Name, Jake. Nationality, Dragon Kingdom. Level 36. Class, Dragon Master. Points 551,292. Rank 1. Gilon broke out in a cold sweat, thinking in shock. Ranked first with over 550,000 points, just yesterday, this representative from the Dragon Kingdom was in last place. He let out a sinister smile. I never expected to run into such a fat sheep. Even if you have extraordinary strength, I'll definitely take what's mine. Gilon shot to his feet, then summoned his weapon. He taunted Jake. With that many points on you, you think you're the hunter? You meet a reality check, he continued to everyone else. But Jake didn't bother to reply, simply raising his sword in silence. His eyes were ice cold, his stance as firm as a war god, ready to counter at any moment. Gilon activated his skill, and a green orb appeared at the tip of his spear. He sneered, "You're just prey that delivered itself to my doorstep." Gilon laughed gleefully and declared with certainty, "These points are all mine." An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Jake was knocked back, landing on Shadow's body as he challenged Gilon. "If you want them so badly, then come and try." Jake pointed his sword at Gilon and shouted, "Shadow, lava flame." Shadow opened her maw, and a powerful sphere of lava materialized. Gilon calmly reassured the white snake coiled around him. "Don't be afraid, Xiaowei. It's just a dragon." He yelled his command with a contemptuous tone. "It's only over level 30. What's there to be afraid of? Get him." The two sides clashed head-on. Poison Bones spits poison bones at the target, dealing damage and applying a poison effect. Lava Flame continuously spews fire forward, dealing damage and healing the user. The black serpent suddenly reared up, its entire body emitting an aura of green light as its body sank into the swamp at lightning speed. Jake thought to himself, "Is it running away?" No. He paused as he remembered there were still two enemies who hadn't shown themselves. Wei was charging straight towards Jake, intending to ambush him, but Jake saw it coming. Like a car screeching to a halt on a slippery road, Wei stopped short and swung her iron ball, aiming directly at Jake. With all her might, Jake dodged to the side with incredible speed and slashed at the chain. From above, a giant hand suddenly descended, aiming straight for Wei, who turned pale with utter panic. It was Shadow. Wei was now doubled over like a cooked shrimp from Shadow's direct hit. With her eyes wide, Wei coughed up blood and thought in terror. She's supposed to be just level 30-something, so how can her power be this high? The damage from this guy and his dragon companion is nothing to scoff at. Seeing her teammate like this, Baden's sweat poured down like rain as she gritted her teeth and grunted. Jake silently observed, "This lady is really muscular, but is she smiling?" Wei's mouth flew open as she screamed, "Gilon, Badon, do something." The black serpent opened its maw from above and shot like a rocket towards Jake and Shadow. It wrapped tightly around Shadow, causing her to scream out in pain. Meanwhile, Jake calmly slashed his sword heavily into its body. Shadow clamped down on its neck hard as it bit her arm. Then she just roared and slammed its head straight into the ground. A totally stunned Gilon screamed, "Shadow." Baden was losing it, yelling, "Dang it, we failed." A little system pop-up appeared. Rank 14 from the Jingxiang Kingdom. Baden, level 57 Dark Spirit Master Hunter with a whopping 34,831 points. Wei just could not believe what was happening. "Seriously, how could we have failed?" Baden yelled. "Look who's talking. This guy is no pushover. He's not like any other level 36. Gilon spoke up. "He might be a tough nut to crack, but we still have to crack him. His points should be enough to get us into the top 3. Jake taunted. "Your little ambush was a joke. You tried to sneak attack me and ended up getting hurt yourselves. If you want my points, what makes you think you can take them?" Wei's blood boiled and she snapped back furiously. "Don't get arrogant too soon. You're stronger than we thought, but we'll see who has the last laugh." Jake glanced at her, then smirked and challenged, "All right, then, let's have a head-on fight. Let's see who really owns this swamp." Jilin shouted an order for Xiaowei to spray its poison. Following the command, Xiaowei immediately growled and spewed a stream of green liquid towards Jake and Shadow. Information quickly flashed before his eyes. Poison spray continuously sprays poison at the target, dealing damage and applying a poison effect. Jake was no slouch either. He shouted for Shadow to counterattack. "Shadow, take it down." Like a flash, Shadow lunged towards Xiaowei, grabbing its head and body with both hands, causing it to do nothing but struggle and scream. A notification appeared on the screen. Poison effect, immune, Black Dragon Bloodline, all damage received is reduced by 50%, immune to debuffs. Benefit, self-regeneration ability increased by 500%. Shadow let out a mighty roar and then violently tore Xiao's body in half as streams of green liquid gushed out, splattering everywhere. Gilon screamed in disbelief at Xiaowei's falling corpse. "You killed my Xiaowei in a single blow." Before he could finish, a dark figure suddenly flew in and interrupted. "I'll provide cover, Gillen. You continue." Jake coldly watched the approaching arrows and thought to himself, "Continue? That light around Gillan. What is he planning? Gilon raised the scepter in his hand and threatened loudly, "The magic formation is complete. Jake, stop now." With that, he slammed his scepter into the ground and shouted, "Myriad serpent formation." In an instant, Xiaoyi's corpse began to sizzle. From its empty neck, countless snake heads sprouted in a flash, and a system notification for the myriad serpent formation, a magic formation, quickly appeared. Of the 5 Venom Sorcerer, it requires a 60-second casting time. Once complete, it can summon billions of venomous snakes at any time through the myriad serpent formation, dealing 750% of the caster's spirit attribute as damage and poisoning the target. Jake watched in shock as the swarm of venomous snakes lunged at him, but he quickly regained his composure, swinging his sword and directly slicing the heads off dozens of snakes. He calculated to himself, "I can't let this continue. This is Gilon's skill, so the snakes are endless." Gilon gloated, shouting, "He can't escape the myriad serpent formation. You two, go deal with that black dragon now." The man in black turned to him worriedly and asked, "Hey, these snakes won't hurt us, will they?" From way over by the concession stands, Wai was totally losing her cool and screamed, "Oh my god, we're running out of time. Baden, let's just rush him." But then, boom, a massive explosion went off right in Gilon's face, making him yelp. What the heck? A super muscular hand slowly reached out from the flames, and a voice dripping with sass was like, "You ain't going nowhere, so chill with the ego." A system notification immediately popped up on the screen, like a new text message. World-ending roar was activated, dealing insane damage to everyone nearby and hitting them with a weakening debuff. At the same time, Shadow let out this crazy, wild roar. And who walks out of the smoke? Jake, holding his blade, looking bored as he goes. "Honestly, this whole setup of yours is just a lame gimmick." All the little snakes at his feet just got torched, turning to ash from the heat. Another pop-up, Dragon Claw, Dragon Annihilation. The arm morphs into a legit Dragon Claw, hitting with a super fast 6-hit combo. You can even use it from far away and buff your dragon buddy. Gilon's face was pure smugness as he laughed. "A gimmick? Oh, honey, you are gonna eat those words." He lifted his scepter high, and this freaky vortex opened up in the sky, sucking in all the chopped-up snake bodies from the ground. He yelled, Baden, move it, let's go." Hearing that, Wai went full on Sonic, blurring as she charged forward. She let out a scream that could shatter glass in Miami. Seeing Jake was finally in reach, she swung her massive mace right at his head. But get this, he just calmly lifted one hand and stopped the huge weapon like it was nothing. Total boss move. Just as he blocked Wai, Baden charged in, letting a whole volley of arrows fly at him. But from behind, Shadow swooped in like a superhero, using her tough-as-nails wings to block every single arrow. Suddenly, Jake's face got super serious, his eyes scanning everywhere. He thought, "Is that an earthquake?" "Nah, that sound is." Meanwhile, Gilon was laughing like a total psycho in the distance, shouting, "Rise, Xiao Qi. Fuse the snake bodies and get ready to unleash the myriad serpent's deadly venom." This ginormous serpent, made of literally tens of thousands of snakes, started slithering up in front of him, and another system notification appeared. Berserk Serpent Revival. A giant serpent, which is formed from the spiritual power of a 5 Venom Sorcerer. Get this, as long as its master is alive, this thing literally cannot die. If you give it more spiritual power, it can just revive itself, and if its body gets broken, it'll split into a massive swarm of smaller snakes. 2 giant snake heads lunged forward at the same time, getting ready to spew some nasty liquid all over Jake and Shadow. Another notification popped up on the screen. Myriad Serpents, Deadly Venom. The billions of snakes summoned by the formation don't just disappear when they die. Their bodies can be turned into a super toxic attack on a target area, poisoning everyone inside. For the next 120 seconds, it deals damage equal to 900% of the caster's spirit attribute every single second. Yikes. Jake yelled to Shadow, "Shadow, get over here now." He was thinking, that giant snake is basically a class ability. If I slice it in half, it'll just become 2 giant snakes. Listening to his boy, Shadow immediately flew behind him, wrapping him in her wings to shield him from the green goop the serpent was spraying. Only Wei wasn't quick enough and got a face full of that nasty venom. You could see the veins popping on her face. She screamed, absolutely furious, "Gilon, what are you doing attacking your own team?" A notification popped up next to her, showing she was hit with the myriad serpent's deadly venom. Gilon had clearly lost it by this point. All he cared about was taking out Jake. He was laughing, thinking that even if the dragon was immune. Standing on the snake's head, Gilon bellowed, "But Jake, if you get hit by this poison, you are so dead." Wai, already turning green, was wheezing, struggling to say, Gilon. Antidote. Now. Asterisk asterisk cough. Cough asterisk asterisk, save me. I can't breathe anymore. Gilon just gave her a cold look. The only thing on his mind was, Jake has got to be toast in that poison cloud. He just watched Wei twisting on the ground, crying for help. Help me. And then a messed up thought crossed his mind. If Wei and Baden just happened to die from the poison, he'd get all the contribution points. Below, Baden saw Gilon wasn't doing anything and screamed, Wei, are you okay? Gilon, you gotta help her. But it was too late. Wei had already succumbed to the poison. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth was hanging agape, totally still. But then, plot twist. Wei shot up, gasping for air. A notification appeared. Bloodmelt Aegis has removed the poison effect. Gilon pointed his scepter at her and said, with zero remorse, my bad. That was my mistake. From now on, I'll give my allies poison immunity before we fight. And to show I'm sorry, I'll send you over 10,000 of Jake's contribution points. The screen flashed with info for Bloodmelt Aegis, adding poison immunity to the target for 10 minutes. If the target is already poisoned, it removes the effect. After the Bloodmelt Aegis effect ends, there's a 5-minute cooldown before it can be used again. His face got all dark as he silently plotted. There's still Andre and Saki. Now is not the time to ditch the four-nation alliance. With that thought, he turned back to Wei and said, all right. I've hooked you all up with protection now. Hurry up and check if Jake is really gone for good. Even though Wei was beyond pissed, she knew it was crunch time. So she just said, we are so talking about this when we get back. And Baden, you go check. He heard that and was like, huh? Me? Suddenly, Gilon's face went white as a ghost, and he roared, what? Because walking out of the green mist was Jake. He gave a cold little smirk and said slowly, no need to check. I'm obviously still kicking. Jake's sudden reappearance left Baden completely shook, and you better believe Wei was no exception. Her face was a mix of shock and disbelief, eyes wide enough to be dinner plates. Riding on Shadow's back, Jake's mocking voice echoed, wow, you guys really put on a great show for me. Are your alliances always this fragile? A status window appeared beside him. Poison immunity effect active. Black Dragon bloodline. All damage taken is reduced by 50%. Immune to all debuff effects. Self-healing ability is cranked up by 500%. Baden screamed, totally panicked. Jake isn't dead. Riding that dragon makes him immune to all debuffs. Gillen's face looked like he'd seen a ghost, and he actually stumbled back a step. He thought, he and the dragon are both immune to everything? My class skills are totally useless against him. Forget Andre and Saki. This Jake guy is the real final boss. At that thought, Gillen just snapped. He pointed at Jake and screamed like a maniac. Kill him. We have to kill him. You two, go kill him, now. I'll give you each another 20,000 points. Wei just held her mace and snorted. Useless for anything except getting your own teammates messed up. In the end, I have to do everything myself. Baden, you're with me. Let me. But before she could even finish her sentence, a loud explosion from behind her cut her off. Jake was startled, thinking, wait, is that one of their friends? Wei nervously shouted, who's there? She thought, could it be Yesang? And then, a fireball came flying out of nowhere, slamming right into her and making her scream in pain. A cloud of hot smoke billowed up where she was standing. The guy who just showed up was none other than Andre. He laughed and said, don't sweat it, bro. I'm here to back you up. 3 against 1? That's just weak. If you've got any guts, come fight me. A status window immediately popped up. Rank B, Snow Country. Andre, level 60. Flame Warrior, 80,167 points. Jake was like, Andre? Andre propped his axe on the ground and laughed. Super chill. Yo, brother, that big dragon of yours looks pretty beastly. Jake patted Shadow's head and whispered, Shadow, easy. Andre's cool. He means no harm. Then he looked down at Andre and called back, your fire skill is wicked powerful, too. I mean, look how far you sent that lady flying. She probably landed in a different zip code. Hearing this, Andre laughed again and explained, that's my third job, change skill. Flame, God Incarnation. But that was barely a warm-up for these chumps. At the same time, Wai was finally getting her bearings, stumbling out of the dust cloud. Jake, completely clueless, was still just chatting with Andre. Yeah, she hasn't even used any skills yet. She seems pretty tough, Andre said, surprised. Wait, you said that lady? That person is a woman. Wai, who was just getting back on her feet, heard every word. She roared, absolutely furious. You too? Andre asked curiously. She's strong? All right, I'll handle this lady first. Bro, you think you can handle the Snake Rider and the Archer? Jake scratched his head and was like, actually, that won't be necessary. Seeing herself being completely ignored was the last straw for Wei. She growled, you jerks. Her whole body practically exploded with power as she roared, you dare to just ignore me. In a flash, a giant bear materialized behind her. Great bear spirit form summons the bear god Durotan to appear and transform into a giant bear, increasing the endurance attribute by 120% and health points by 175% with a 16-second cooldown. The Great Bear Spirit swung its massive mace down, roaring as it attacked. You're all gonna pay for this. Andre swung his axe, clashing hard against her mace. While struggling to hold her back, he shouted to Jake, "Bro, watch your six. I got this girl." The system screen popped up a notification. True form of the Flame God. Summons the power of the Fire God, Shirang, increases all stats by 100%, and grants fiery wings for temporary flight. The duration is based on the spirit attribute. Andre jumped back, and the giant bear spirit roared before charging forward again. Jake watched them both go at it and just sighed, holding his head. This is going to be a long day. Man, this Andre guy was reliable, but what a scene stealer. The main problem was that this was basically kill stealing. And honestly, these guys were so weak, he didn't even have to summon his Earth Fiend and his whole army. Suddenly, tons of little lights rained down from the sky, and he had to lean to the side to dodge them. Down below, Gillen and Bad saw that every single shot was blocked by Shadow's wings. He cursed, "Dang it, Gillen. I missed again." Gillen dropped the whole nice guy act from on top of his snake. He jumped down, shouting at Bad, "You're pathetic. Just stick to the plan." With that, he pointed his mace at Jake and commanded, "Xiao Qi, use Poison Bones Spit." Following the order, it opened its huge mouth and just spewed a stream of nasty green bones. A ton of poison bones sprayed everywhere, and info popped up above its head. Poison Bones Spit continuously spits poison bones at the target, dealing damage and applying a poison effect. Jake, chilling on Shadow's back, saw this and couldn't help but ask with total disgust, "You totally know my dragon and I are immune to that stuff, so why are you even still trying that move?" All of a sudden, his face got serious as he thought, "Oh, this is bad. I can't see Colin's other giant snake." Jake scanned the area, thinking, "The other one has got to be behind me." Figuring out it was a pincer attack, he got his blade ready to defend. Void Break, juiced up with Dragon Aura. Bam! 2 slashes back to back, perfectly synced with his dragon, Shadow, who unleashed 2 Dragon Claw strikes full of dragon power. Jake whipped around and just sliced his blade into the empty air right next to him. And just like that, a giant snake got mercilessly chopped in two. Looking at the snake's body falling, Jake sneered. "Ha, you almost got us. What a total shame. You're just way too slow. Shadow, let's bounce." Colin saw his snake get wrecked and cursed, "Are you kidding me?" But in a split second, his whole vibe changed. He looked down and just started laughing like a maniac. "But my little buddy can't die." He screamed at the snake's corpse, Ares, Raging Serpent Resurrection. So, get this. A giant snake born from the magic of a 5-venom shaman won't ever die as long as its master is alive. They can just be revived with more magic. And if the body gets destroyed, it just splits into a bunch more giant snakes. Jake watched the snakes charging at him and muttered, "The more I fight, the more of these things pop up. What a pain in the butt. If that's how it's gonna be." He raised his blade high and commanded, "Shadow, switch to your destructive dragon form and let's turn these things into BBQ." Hearing that, Shadow let out this insane roar, and the whole area around her just burst into flames. Massive flames wrapped around her, and some info popped up over her head. Black Dragon Hatchling transforming into destructive dragon form. Shadow, level 32, contracted Black Dragon Hatchling. Shadow opened her mouth and just blasted a massive fireball. The lava flame just kept shooting fire forward, dealing damage and healing her at the same time. She was relentlessly torching the giant snake with insane flames, making it squirm around in total agony. Colin, seeing his plan literally going up in smoke, immediately screamed, "Hang in there, buddy." Then he turned to Ban and yelled, "Bon, are you for real right now?" Bon wasn't having a good time either. He raised his bow, grunting with a totally pained look on his face. After aiming his arrow straight at Jake, he shouted, "Charge is full. Colin, cover me." He cooked up an Evil Eye Spirit Thunder Arrow. Ban's face was dead serious as he roared, "Get wrecked." Shadow, totally oblivious, was still just roasting the giant snake. So, this Thunder of the Evil Eye skill gathers lightning at the tip of a dark arrow to form an evil eye, dealing 4 hits of 29% dark damage and a whopping 91% thunder damage to the target, and the longer you charge it, the more it hurts. Seeing this, Jake immediately stretched out his hand and whipped up an orb of lightning. He shouted, "Oh, a thunder skill? Bro, you're playing in my backyard now. Let me show you how it's done." Draconic Magic, Roar of the Blue Dragon King. It unleashes a massive blast of lightning forward, dealing huge damage and a paralysis effect. Plus, his next attacks get an extra 20 stacks of thunder power. Each attack uses 1 stack with a 20% chance to totally stun the target. Bon watched the massive lightning dragon rushing towards him and screamed in total terror. What? He knows thunder skills too? And it's that super rare draconic magic on top of that. Before he could even blink, a massive dragon was flying right at him, letting out a deafening roar. Bond's body was instantly sent flying backward. Colin and his giant snake got caught in the blast, too. Even then, Colin didn't forget to call for his snake. After getting paralyzed by the shock, Bond trembled in fear and shouted to Colin, "Colin, you have to hang on. I can't take this hit." But then, when he saw what Colin was about to do, Bond screamed his name. On the other side, Colin had just given an order, snake's breath submersion. Seeing this, Bond frantically yelled after him, "Colin, what are you doing? Don't just leave me here." Bond kept screaming Colin's name, but he and his snake totally ignored him and just dove straight into the ground. They were super fast, leaving Band's calls echoing behind him. Band was helpless as he saw the lightning bolts start warping right on top of him. With no backup left, Bond took the full force of Shadow's attack. An announcement popped up right after. Bond of the Kim Huang Kingdom has died. The number of survivors is now 22 out of 23. Staring at the leftover flames, Jake thought to himself, that jerk sold out his own teammate again. What a snake. With a fake alliance like that, there's no way you can escape, Gilon. He then turned to Shadow and commanded, "Shadow, get ready to sync up. Activate Dragon Language Resonance." Shadow immediately obeyed and got into a ready stance. Shadow dashed forward, carrying the blazing flames of molten rock burst. Jake's voice boomed, "We're gonna turn this entire mud lake into a volcano." The flames were continuously fueled by Shadow, combined with the terrifying power of the Dragon Language Resonance. Jake stretched his arm forward. "This is gonna be your grave." The insane power of the molten lake just fried him down to a skeleton. Brutal. Shadow and Jake walked right past the remains. He declared that it was over and that he was the real hunter here. An announcement was broadcast right after. Gilon of Korea has died, leaving 21 out of 23 people. Jake then saw his score had updated again. After seeing his points tally up, he thought, "Mission complete, 710,000 total points, which is a 160,000 point jump. Man, this whole PvP, life or death mission is intense, but the rewards, totally worth it." Jake was now holding the top spot at rank 1. Just as he finished his thoughts, he heard someone yell, "Bro, catch." With a totally confused look, Jake turned around just as a massive explosion went off, throwing the area below into chaos. Down below was the Swamp Nation's Trial Secret Realm. Coming out of the explosion, Wei Qi, in his bare form, was struggling to even stand. His anxiety went through the roof when he saw Andre had aimed his weapon right at him with this killer look in his eyes. As the axe attack came right for his face, Wei Qi could only stammer out a plea for mercy, but it was way too late. Andre's weapon morphed into a hammer and smashed right into him. He then lifted the massive bear, saying in a cold voice, "Someone who just hides in the shadows and schemes doesn't deserve to beg for their life." With that, Andre threw Wei Qi towards Jake and Shadow, yelling, "Bro, catch." Seeing this, Jake couldn't help but think, but the points. According to the rules of this national trial, only the person who lands the killing blow gets to claim all the points. And then, an underworld serpent arrow shot out and nailed Wei Qi as he cracked a smile. A freebie kill like that was something he was not about to refuse. His score shot up again. After the deed was done, Andre slowly walked over, but Shadow stayed on guard, so he waved his hand, his voice a bit tired. "Whoa, chill out. I came to help. I guess I did something unnecessary. I was just worried they'd gang up on you 3-on-1. Jake also stepped closer, smiling as he said, "Thanks, man. A freebie like that, I wouldn't mind a few more." Without a hint of anger, Andre replied, "No problem. It's the least I can do since you hooked me up with all that awesome food from the Dragon Country. If you're good, I'm gonna go farm some points." But then a familiar grumble echoed, probably from using too much power with his massive body. He was hungry. Andre looked a little embarrassed and said, "Yo bro, you got any more of that Dragon Country food?" And so the three of them landed in a forest that looked like it was straight out of Yellowstone to enjoy a full-on BBQ feast. While chowing down on 2 huge drumsticks, Andre praised how delicious the Dragon Country's food was. Then he proposed, "Can I trade you some points for this? You give me 1 chicken, and I'll give you 5,000 points. How about it?" Holding a cup of coffee and hearing Andre's offer, he refused. "Nah, I don't need the points. If you want to eat, I can just give it to you." With no other choice, Andre had to compromise. "No way, man. It has to be at least 2,000 points per chicken." But soon after, Andre exclaimed with a totally stunned look on his face when he saw Jake's points. "Holy crap, over 700,000. How do you have so many freaking points?" Jake also looked at Andre's info on his own watch. Seeing it, Jake wondered if Andre had also gotten the 9 Realms Demon Subjugation quest. Andre looked surprised and bewildered as he asked Jake back, "You too, bro? With that many points, don't tell me you cleared the Dark Spire or something." Jake replied with a calm look, "From the very beginning, my goal was to hit the Dark Spire. The points from the demonic beasts are based on how strong they are. The Dark Spire is the best place to grind for points. After hearing Jake say that, Andre was just blown away by his power. What kind of monster times is times this guy? For real, if it wasn't for my class's special trait, I would have been totally wiped during the third wave of monsters at the Dark Spire. And this dude treats the Dark Spire like it's just some low-level farming spot. Andre's face was the definition of shook. Man, it's a good thing I'm not his enemy. Both Shally and I got completely stuck on this quest. We're absolutely no match for him. After thinking for a sec, he let out a long sigh and said, I was originally going to tell you a secret spot for farming points, but now it seems like that was just a pipe dream. Your farming method is on a whole other level that I can't even copy. Jake looked over and quickly added, the Dark Spire of the Nine Realms demon is seriously powerful. It took a lot of effort for me to clear it, too. Andre looked over at Shadow, who was eating a chicken leg, and said, having a dragon makes all the difference, though. No wonder. The Dragon Knight is one of the top 3 strongest hidden classes. Shadow glanced over, but then hissed at Andre like she was afraid he'd steal her food. So, Andre immediately put on a scared face and said, okay, maybe just a little bit aggressive. Jake then continued, which means you tried this quest before and failed, right? Andre didn't deny it, remembering the scene of himself escaping, drenched in sweat and nearly dying. This stupid quest, as long as it's stuck in my log, I can't accept any other quests. Jake, with a smile on his face, suddenly said, actually, I have an idea. Why don't we team up for this one? The two of them then started moving. After walking for a bit, Andre's suspicion got the best of him. He turned to Jake and asked, hey buddy, about your dragon pet. The more he looked, the more certain he was. Why does it look like it wants to eat me? Hearing this, Jake offered an explanation. Dragon pets are just naturally pretty aggressive and don't really like living people. Don't worry, with me here, it won't bite you. But then he thought to himself, asterisk, yeah, probably. Asterisk. He was totally trying to play it cool, like he hadn't just been snacking on Shadow's food. Lol. Anyway, after they hoofed it for a bit, the crew pops up at this super familiar spot, and oh my god, this massive pyramid is just staring them down. A warning siren starts going off, basically screaming danger about the dark obelisk ahead as a whole new wave of monsters spawns. We're talking level 60 corpse vultures worth 84 points and level 60 skyhorned bulls, also 84 points, just growling at them from below. Andre, holding his mace like a total boss, is all like, bro, what's the game plan? Jake just flashes this smirk and says, you do you, I'll do me. We'll handle our own business. Then Xing Chen lets out this insane roar. Jake, just chilling on Shadow's back, looks over at Andre and says, with your crazy strength, taking out these corpse vultures and demonic bulls should be a piece of cake for you, right? Andre gets this look on his face and is like, well, the stats on these two mobs aren't crazy high, and even though there's a ton of them, they're not times hard to deal with. Jake is totally hyped. Awesome. In that case, the 2 waves outside are all yours, my dude. I'm gonna charge straight inside and wreck the monsters in there. Andre, puffed up, goes, bet. No problem, aye. But then, like a second later, his brain catches up and he's like, wait, hold up. What did you just say? You're gonna Leroy Jenkins it straight inside to fight the monsters? Jake completely ignores him, yelling to his dragon, Xing Chen, go astral form, now. Instantly, Xing Chen obeys, poofing into this cloud of sick blue magic smoke, and then just warps right into the dark obelisk. Bro, the Starry Sky Dragon's astral form strength gets boosted by 500%, and it can just phase through solid stuff for 60 whole seconds. Blue lightning is crackling everywhere, and only times does Jake bother to explain. Instead of waiting for the monsters inside to come out in waves, I'd rather just dive in and clap them all at once. Saves time, you know. This astral warp literally rips a hole in space to create a portal, y'all. It leads to a spot he's already marked, and the portal stays open for 6 seconds, totally ignoring any magic circles or no entry spells. Before zipping through, Jake looks back and yells, hey, stay safe out here. I'll clean up these demonic beasts in this dark spire real quick. Andre's face went from pure horror to complete shock. What's he gonna do? Call the cops at one police plaza in New York? No way. How does he have another dragon? As Jake and his 2 absolute units phase inside, he looks around like he's on a field trip. Well, look at this welcoming committee. So grand. He spots this thing with 4 wings and 2 creepy red eyes. And this fruit-shaped dude is, let's see, a level 75 Abyssal Night Moth worth 223 points, and a level 85 Geo Devourer worth a whopping 652 points. Suddenly, this voice booms out, you lowly, pathetic human. It's a level 80 Slender Knight, worth 423 points. And next to it is this thing with glowing red eyes and hella sharp pincers, a level 65 Corpse Eater Beetle for 127 points. The Geopet demon is all welcoming. Since you had the guts to step in here, I'll give you the honor of choosing how you get unalived. This Geopet demon was a level 85 nightmare boss with 30,951 strength. Get this, 37,582 spirit, 48,034 agility, and 30,658 stamina. Its Death Coil move uses its body to lock you down so you can't move, hitting you with immobilization, paralysis, poison, and dizziness. Then there's Joint Ripper, which does stacking tier damage. Ouch. Shadow Break lets it basically become one with the shadows, turning invisible and letting it phase through barriers without anyone knowing. While it's stealthed, all physical and magic attacks do absolutely nothing, and its passive, Unyielding Corpse. After this demon dies, its shell shatters, and a new one is born from the pieces. Talk about a glow-up. The new body's attack power gets cranked up by 100%, but its defense drops by 100%, and its life just drains away until it completely decays. Jake summons Xing Chen and just gives the demon this ice-cold stare. What a shame. You don't seem happy to see me. Too bad for you, I brought a huge gift. Looks like I'll just have to give it to you in a minute. Let me know in the comments if you think Jake is being way too cocky right now. So boom, Jade Dragon contract, level 24, with 4,256 strength, 4,318 agility, 759 spirit, and 4,559 stamina. Plus, the Jade Dragon bloodline passive doubles all skill effects for both the dragon and Jake. He shouts, Jade, use Soul Aegis. Soul Aegis jacks up an ally's stats by 100 to 200%. Every time they take damage, it absorbs it and builds up these defensive aura layers. Once it hits 10 stacks, it unleashes a massive shockwave defense. The damage it deals is the total damage it absorbed, times 2. Jake isn't even sweating, he's just like, seriously, trying to beat me with numbers. You can't scare me, my guy. Then he flexes the Black Dragon contract, level 32. The stats are insane. Strength is 8,457 to 30,183. Agility is 15,697 to 50,262. Spirit is 33,812 to 587. And stamina is 17,382 to 56,769. Jake immediately gives the order to just clear the room. Then, with a blast of dragon chi, he hits them with a double attack. When he's synced up with his dragon, he unleashes 2 claw strikes infused with that dragon chi. Great Catastrophe is a move where a giant dragon literally explodes over an area, causing massive damage and burns. Then there's Star Shatter, which creates a star, crushes it, and deals massive AoE damage. The power scales with strength and leaves a Starlight status effect for 10 seconds. He's all excited, yelling, Spirit, use Star Shatter. Meanwhile, he's charging his Serpent Shadow arrow. When his bow is charged for 3 seconds, it can fire this arrow that gets a 500% damage boost. It's currently charged for 3 seconds. So you've got Star Shatter plus Serpent Shadow arrow. It creates a star, and when the arrow shatters it, it creates this enormous area of effect explosion, with its power boosted by 500% of the Starlight Dragon's strength. I mean, come on. This battle is getting so lit, each creature is just unleashing insane power. Aura Shock releases all the absorbed damage from the last 10 hits in 2 huge blasts. This causes massive counter damage across the whole area. Star Annihilation Light is a skill that gathers all the power of the stars and shoots a mixed beam of light that does unimaginable damage, ignores all defense, and can't be blocked. The damage depends on strength and level. The current damage of this move has been boosted to a range of 23,200 to 349,200. He's literally laughing. Oh, I'm about to level up again. Better speed this up. He's racking up points like crazy 763,383 plus another 15,687. The Fallen Demon Dragon is at level 24. Demon Dragon's breath does magic damage, and any target killed by it gets resurrected as a puppet to fight for him. Demon Dragon Strike wraps the dragon in demonic armor and sends it flying at a target. While it deals damage, it also cancels out 99% of incoming damage and reflects any effects or skills it gets hit with. Unsealed Dragon Language swaps out Dragon's Breath for even more OP dragon magic. Demon Dragon Forbidden Curse replaces Demon Dragon Strike with Dragon Language magic, and the world-ending Fallen Demon Dragon Bloodline reduces all incoming damage by 75%. But not long after, he just yells, Jade, summon the Fallen Demon Dragon. Natural Assimilation, summon Long Die, summon twin Fallen Demon Dragons. The level of these dragons is the same as his. This is getting out of hand. Immediately, both sides just crash back into this insane battle. The Starlight Dragon's summon form, Milky Way, Falling Stars, unleashes a meteor shower that covers the entire area. And while this is happening, he can use other skills at the same time. Until he stops it, the meteor shower is permanent. And just like that, the Jade Dragon levels up to 25, the Starlight Dragon hits level 18, and Jake himself levels up to 37. Spirit is just thinking to itself, total piece of cake. Jake is silently hyping himself up. Now this is the right speed for farming points. The Black Dragon levels up to 33. The Abyss Moth, level 75, drops 223 points. Its corrosive spit shoots this nasty green venom at you. When the venom hits, it spreads and creates these shimmering green corrosive bubbles. Then it has Black Hole, which pulls in all the enemies around it. After the cast ends, the black hole explodes, dealing AoE damage equal to the total health of everyone it sucked in. Sheesh. Smash that like button if you think this is the most insane farming session ever. Spirit is just bragging to itself again. They're literally asking to be put down. 1 second, Jake is smiling, all proud. The next, his face gets dead serious. He's holding a broken mirror shard, thinking hard, I can't see it anymore. Oh, shadow break. The body just blends into space, turning invisible and letting it move through shadow barriers completely undetected. While it's invisible, all physical and magical attacks are useless. Shadow break. Jake is getting a bad feeling. I can't sense anything, but the battle is still raging. Death Coil uses its body and legs to lock an enemy down, hitting them with stiffness, poison, and a coma effect. The legs cause cracking damage, and the damage value just keeps stacking. The opponent is completely shook. What? Phantom Walk cancels the invisibility. Suddenly, some force sends the Earth Puppet Demon flying. It's so mad, screaming. It's you. Why are you here helping a pathetic human? Answer me. The Earth-killing demon's Phantom Walk lets it merge into the key to become invisible. It can move through the killing chi freely, and no one can detect it. But any attack cancels the effect. The Earth-killing demon doesn't answer and just keeps attacking. Bloodring Claws swings 5 massive claws to tear the target apart from above, with blow after blow raining down on the Earth Puppet Demon. This is some serious tea being spilled right here. Great catastrophe. A massive dragon explosion tears through the area, dealing huge damage and inflicting a burn. Jake is just standing on the sidelines, watching this epic smackdown like it's a pay-per-view fight from his living room at 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA. He's all cheerful. Well, hello, old friend. We meet again. Hope you're satisfied with this little gift I brought you. The scene switches to the National Trial Mystic Realm, in the swamp by the Dark Spire. At this moment, the Earth Puppet Demon gets even angrier, spitting. A mighty ancient demon god, taken out twice by a mere human, and now you become a human's puppet. Then he gives this look of pure disgust. How pathetic that you're considered my equal. You and these other lowly things deserve to die. This Earth Puppet Demon, a level 85 nightmare boss with a strength level of 64,852. The drama is getting real. Yo, check these stats. Agility is at a 669,427. Spirit is at 69,924. And Endurance is a solid 8,758. Ooh, new skill unlocked. Shadow Flame Clone. It makes 8 copies of me that last for 15 seconds. The clones get 60% of my health and attack, and they tank some of the damage for me. Meanwhile, the Dirt Demon thing is over there thinking, this kid's vibe is way off. He's giving me the creeps. I gotta take him out, like, right now. And without even thinking, it busts out its signature move, Death Coil. It literally twists its whole body and legs into a lock to trap you, so you can't move an inch. It even hits you with paralysis, poison, and stun debuffs. Its legs are just shredding everything, and the damage just keeps stacking up. It's insane. But, psych. Just like that, his Death Coil move gets interrupted. Jake yells, yo, dirt for brains, demon. But the thing isn't listening. It just keeps going nuts with its attack. It's like, Shadow Flame Clone. Go. Making 8 copies that last 15 seconds, 60% stats, taking damage, blah blah blah. Jake is just watching this whole circus like, laugh my ass off, you can't be serious. Bro, since you love my gifts so much, let me add a little more spice to it. And bam, he uses Summon Heavenly Demon Soldiers, taking control of all the fallen bodies around. He can literally command every single corpse puppet made by the Demon Dragon and can summon him or unsummon him whenever he wants. When one of the corpse puppets gets wiped out, all its spooky energy just zaps right back to the main Demon Dragon. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of these demon soldiers just pop up out of nowhere. The army is absolutely massive, bigger than a crowd at a Times Square New Year's Eve party. Seeing this, the puppet demon totally freaks out, just sweating buckets. No way. That's impossible. Did he just brainwash the entire demon army of this whole freaking tower? Jake is loving this. Well, this is interesting. You're both ancient demon beasts. Let's see who's the real top dog here. And with that, both sides charge. No holding back, just pure chaos. The fight is wild, but you can see the tide turning. The demon soldiers are dominating, and their opponent is starting to look terrified. How is a regular human this freaking strong? The demon soldiers then point right at the big bad puppet demon. It's your turn now, you ugly son of a gun. The demon tries to act tough, snapping back. You think a few of you can take me down? Keep dreaming, losers. But oh man, everything that happened next was a brutal reality check. The attacks were so relentless, the thing just wanted to tuck tail and run. That's when Jake busts out another new skill, Dragon's Rally. This one juices up all his dragon pets, boosting all their stats and attack power by a whopping 30%. Alright, just to make sure you have absolutely nowhere to run. Shadow appears, and get this, Shadow is level 33. A contracted black dragon with strength at 8,771 going up to 11,319, agility at 16,197, jumping to 21,056, spirit at 34,800 blasting to 45,255, and endurance at a mind-blowing 17,882,246. Holy crap. Jake turns to Jade and is like, boosted spirit, go. Now use Starlight Annihilation. Jade's whole form shifts into this insane Starry Sky Dragon mode. Starlight form active. 59 seconds left on the clock. Starlight Annihilation beam is still charging. Jake just raises his hand and points at Shadow. Lava burst, now. And this massive wave of fire just erupts. Unsealed dragon language. Unsealing dragon language magic. Oh, this is next level. Demon Dragon's breath gets swapped out for Archmage language. We're talking forbidden magic, y'all. Demon Dragon Assault is replaced by a dragon language spell called Doomsday's Fall. Okay, so Doomsday's Fall is a dragon spell where, after you unseal it, you fly up super high and sacrifice your own health. It then crashes down and creates this colossal explosion. The damage is 2,000% of whatever health you sacrificed. Right now, Doomsday's Fall sacrifices 100% of its health. The battlefield just got way more intense. Starlight Annihilation Beam gathers up the body's entire starlight power, firing a laser beam that causes unpredictable damage, ignores all defense, and is totally unblockable. The damage it deals depends on strength and level. The current upgraded damage of Starlight Annihilation Beam is a crazy 39,364 to 78,552. And then there's Lava Burst. It makes a blazing volcano erupt under the target, creating a whole pool of lava. Anyone caught in it slowly sinks into the magma and just keeps taking massive damage. Then they combo it with Dragon Language Resonance. When a dragon rider and their pet use the same dragon spell, the power of that magic gets boosted by 100% for both of them. Dragon Language Resonance. Lava Burst. The demon is just standing there in a sea of fire from the lava burst, letting out this tragic scream. I can't accept this. And poof, he's gone. Okay, scene change. We're in the National Trials Secret Realm. In the swamp right outside that creepy demon tower, Andre looks back and sees this monster roaring and chasing him down. He turns, pops open his fire wings, and jets into the air to dodge the attack. Then he flies up super high, gripping his weapon tight, and just comes crashing down on the monster's head with all his momentum. K-boom. The smoke clears, and there are just monster bodies everywhere. He flies closer to the tower and sees the door is still shut. He's thinking, why isn't the main gate open yet? The third wave of monsters. Where is it? All of a sudden, the entire tower explodes from the middle, sending him flying back. Debris is raining down everywhere, and he's just staring, totally tense, like, what the heck is going on? 5 minutes later, a massive dragon flies out of the smoking ruins of the tower. A voice calls down from on top of the dragon. Yo, Andre's pretty quick. Looks like the army outside the tower's already been cleared out. Down below, there's a pile of dozens of monsters. The dragon then just drops this huge monster head, and the voice calls down again. Yo bro, you good down there? Andre turns around, totally recognizing Jake's voice. The monster head lands with a heavy thud right near him, making him jump. What the hell is this thing? It's a deathless stiff. Yep, after it dies, it revives from its own corpse in 10 minutes with 100% of its health back. After it revives, its attack power doubles, its defense drops by 200%, and it loses 1% of its health every second. A little countdown timer pops up over the head. Deathless stiff. 4 minutes remaining. Andre is looking at this head, which is smoking with green fumes, its two bloodshot eyes staring at him, and he's just like, dude, this thing is seriously messed up. Jake hops down from Shadow's head and says, dude, don't just stand there gawking at it like it's a piece of modern art in some museum on 5th Avenue. That's the head of an earth ghoul demon. Hurry up and finish it off. Its revival passive has already kicked in. Those words totally shock Andre. He's like, wait, what? You're gonna give the points to times me asterisk. Jake just shrugs. I already cleared out all the points inside the tower. If I took this ghoul demon out too, your quest would be stuck here forever, man. Hearing that, Andre raises his talisman, and it starts blazing with fire. He grins. Bro, you are a real one. You know that? He smashes it down hard on the monster's head, and a system notification pops up. Deathless Stiff's revival has been interrupted. Night falls on the gnarly scene, but by morning, man, the National Trials Swamp Mystic Realm is actually breathtaking. The two of them are sitting by a fire, just chilling and chatting. Andre is laughing his head off. Bro, I seriously hit the jackpot being friends with you. He looks at his system screen, totally pumped. Quest complete. A straight 200,000 point bonus. I'm rank 2 now, baby. Name, Andre. Nationality, Snow Country. Level 61. Class, Flame Warrior. Points, 271,229. Rank 2, Jake asks. So, I guess this is where our little temporary party ends. Huh. Andre stands up, looking kinda bummed. Yeah, it's a real shame. This is a national trial, so we're technically enemies. If we'd met before this whole competition, I would have definitely taken you out for some deep dish pizza back in Chicago. Hearing that, Jake gives him a little pep talk. Hey, don't get all down. There'll be plenty of chances later. Andre sticks out his hand, a huge grin on his face. All right, let's make a deal then. Neither of us is allowed to get knocked out. After this whole national trial thing is over, we're going drinking and getting wasted. My treat. The two of them shake hands, sealing the deal with a solid grip. It's a deal. It's a deal. The huge black dragon next to them just tilts its head, probably wondering what the heck is going on. Andre opens his screen and starts transferring points to Jake. Oh, right. You absolutely have to take these points. A little pop-up appears. Point operation. Current points, 271,229. Transfer points? Jake looks at his own point log and sees a new notification for an extra 50,000. He's like, whoa, what's this for? The log reads, point fluctuation plus 50,000. Fluctuation type, transfer. Source, Andre of the Snow Country. Andre is practically blushing while he sends the points. Dude, I ate so much of your food, bugged you for a PvP match, and now you basically handed me my quest completion. I know these points are probably chump change to you, but please, just take them. I feel super bad otherwise. Wow, this big tough guy is actually super sweet. Jake just laughs. Dude, you're being so modest. It's kinda weird, I'm not used to it. Fine, I'll take the points. Andre hesitates for a second. Ever since I met you, I've had this question. Before I go, I gotta ask you something. His whole expression suddenly gets super serious. You're so ridiculously strong, and you've got all these overpowered dragon pets. Why do you waste your time on useless opponents like that? You could have finished them in like 2 or 3 hits, easy. Standing next to his giant black dragon, Jake explains. Everyone here is a top-tier expert from their country, and there are a ton of hidden classes I've never even seen before. This is the perfect chance to scout them out, see their skills and strengths, so it's not a waste of time at all. Besides, he adds with a smirk, the final winner is definitely gonna be me. Hearing that, Andre just turns away, spreading his fiery wings with a sigh. There you go with those badass lines again. Man, I can't fall too far behind you. I'm off to grind a point farming quest. Let us know in the comments if you think Jake's strategy is smart. He launches into the sky and yells back to Jake, see you around, if we're lucky. And just like that, they say their goodbyes in the morning light. Watching Andre fly off, Jake thinks to himself, Andre's a good dude. I really hope I don't get a PvP assassination quest for him later. After his friend is gone, he looks down at the severed monster head. Time to get back to business. Alright, now for the main event. My fallen corpse puppet army is about to get a brand new member. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Andre's friends are looking at the leaderboard and totally losing their minds. In the National Trials command room, they're all cheering. Andre is a beast. He jumps straight to rank 2, blowing right past the Starbird country. Let's go. Looks like that 9 Realms Demon Subjugation quest isn't so impossible after all, but some of the others are a little more realistic. Hold on, don't get too hyped. The only reason the Snow Country's rep completed it is because he got a major carry from the Dragon Country's rep. Yeah, exactly. If other players get stuck on that quest, they're still totally screwed. A bald man walks over to Elder May, and he is just overflowing with gratitude for Jake. Elder May, on behalf of the entire Snow Country, please accept our sincerest thanks. The elder just smiles warmly at him and says, that young man, Andre. He helps people when he sees them in a tough spot. He's a respectable kid. The guard standing nearby is staring at the leaderboard and says, guys, the East Lord from the Thai country has just dropped to rank 3. Done, done, done. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more drama. Mr. Kim was straight up scowling from a corner, looking saltier than a pretzel from a Philly street cart. The whole crowd starts whispering to each other, like, yo, keep it down. Don't you see Mr. Kim is in his villain era right now? And inside, his brain is just screaming, like, you gotta be kidding me. Even that muscle-bound dummy surpassed Kim Seon-han. If their country makes a move, are we totally cooked? Am I gonna lose all my connections over this mess? He's staring at his phone, getting more pissed by the second, and then bam, he just smashes the screen to bits. Total rage quit. He's thinking that rigging the quests was a bust and nerfing the demon was useless. This is literally his last resort. Just then, a bodyguard peeks in and is like, Director Kim, got something major to report. You need to come with me. And Kim just snaps, yelling, leave me alone. He sneers. What could you possibly have that's so important? The bodyguard is like, no, for real, sir. It's a game changer. That scroll, it's been crafted, and y'all, that gets his attention. He gets this wicked, sinister smirk on his face, and you just know he's about to cause some chaos. He's thinking, excellent. The final phase of my plan is a go. He barks, take me there. Now. So, this is all going down on day 3 at the National Trial site. So Kim Tae-in is all eager to check out this new weapon he cooked up. Is it really done? He asks. The bodyguard pulls out a briefcase, all serious, saying, yes, Director Kim. Lucky for us, you had us build that back door into the secret realm, just in case. The guard admits that since it was a rush job, they didn't have time to test it. It might be glitchy, but the master who made it swears it's usable. And inside the briefcase is this one-time use item that opens a portal to a specific spot in the game for 180 seconds. The description literally says it's a temp experimental item. The gate might be extremely unstable, and you gotta use it with caution and keep it off the stream. Kim Tae-in just picks it up, staring at it and muttering, extremely unstable, huh. While he's thinking, one of the guards gets brave and speaks up. Director Kim. We've been watching this Jake kid from the shadows for a while now, and honestly, we haven't found anything sus. Kim Tae-in just explodes, shouting, that's because you're all a bunch of fools. And because of that, he decides to go full psycho mode. There's no way I'm gonna get a read on Jake from out here. It's time for the final plan. Before he leaves, he points at his guards. You two, watch this hallway. Don't let a soul near this spot until I get back. The first bodyguard is immediately like, yes sir. But the other one is confused. Director Kim, what do you mean? Kim Tae-in is already activating the scroll, and this massive vortex rips open in the air. Exactly what it sounds like. I'm using this scroll to go in there myself and deliver a little message. The system flashes a warning. A teleportation gate is open to the desert zone, but it's flashing red alerts. Warning. Gate state is extremely unstable and may close at any moment. The bodyguard freaks out. Director Kim, that's way too risky. This scroll is just a prototype. The other one tries to talk him down too. If the other proctors see you, or worse, if you pop up on the live stream, it'll be a total disaster. But Kim Tae-in is already committed. He tells his guys, that's why I already told the guy in charge. Until I'm back, nobody changes the camera feed off the desert map. You have to guard this place. If anyone finds out, our nation's reputation is toast. Got it. The timer pops up again. Portal closes in 179 seconds. The guards know they can't stop him, so they just nod. Understood, sir. Then he stops. Oh, right. One more thing. Kim Tae-in points to the control center. I want you to unlock the ultimate quest. Jake has already found the new 9 Realms Demon quest. We're running out of time. So, cut to the desert in the game, and it's hotter than a summer in Austin, Texas. Suddenly, this huge pillar of blue light shoots down from the sky, and everyone's like, whoa. Jake is just standing there with Shadow, watching it all go down. It's the desert's Earthblood demon. And boom, he gets a quest to take down this level 85 epic boss. When he turns around, this massive black tower has just appeared out of nowhere behind him. Well, he thinks, looks like I don't have to go hunting for the Dark Spire this time. He's trying to piece it together, like, based on the rules, a quest with this many points has got to be super rare, right? I've gotten 3 of these big quests, and 2 of them were to hunt a 9 Realms demon. That ratio is definitely a little sus. Then Jake calls out to Shadow. He hops on her head, and they start moving towards the spire. But even so, Jake's got this bad feeling. Something is super weird. He's thinking, I've got a nagging feeling these quests are being messed with. But he can't prove it. He just figures, well, what do you expect from a competition run by these guys? Jake decides to just roll with it and focus on the fight. Shadow charges forward like a beast, heading straight for the tower. As they get closer, a bunch of mobs get triggered. These creepy creatures with wolf faces and bat wings start snarling and roaring. Jake just shouts, Jade, Singchen. Breaks over, let's go. And they pop up instantly. He tells them to cast Star Shuttle. Xingchen transforms into this epic star dragon, and the countdown for its power starts at 59 seconds. Then Xingqian blasts out this energy bolt from the Star Shuttle skill, and it literally rips a hole in space. It creates this teleportation rift that leads right to their target. The best part? The rift lasts for 60 seconds and can't be blocked by any magic. With 59 seconds on the clock, Shadow carries him right through the portal, zipping past all the angry mobs. Thanks to that clutch move, Jake gets inside the Dark Spire safely. He and his dragons are ready for whatever's next. Drop a comment below if you think that entrance was absolutely fire. So, waiting for Jake inside are swarms of these snake-like monsters and the big bad himself, the Earth Blood Demon. The demon roars. How dare you trespass in my domain? You humans really have a death wish. It's level 85 with a demon rank difficulty. Its stats are insane. 42,151 strength, 40,183 agility, 29,210 spirit, and 35,884 endurance. Jake just summons his sword and replies, super chill. My bad for trespassing, dude. But unfortunately for you, you're the one who's about to die. His dragon chi is currently at Black Dragon 2. He activates his technique, and with a note from his flute, he summons the twin fallen corpse demon dragons, the Earth Ghoul Demon and the Earth Fiend Demon. They bow and say, as you command, master. And get this, their levels are synced to his. Jake just casually waves his hand. Yeah, just rush him. I'm trying to speedrun this. His fallen corpse manipulation skill lets him control all these undead puppets, summoning and recalling them whenever. If a puppet gets destroyed, its energy just goes back to the twin dragons. Meanwhile, outside the tower, totally begging, I'm begging you, man. Don't kill me. Please, just spare me. But the other person is having none of it, holding a blade to his neck and asking with pure contempt, beg me. The one with the sword is Zhang Tian. How exactly are you planning to beg me? The guy is terrified. I'll do anything. I'll give you all my points. I'll forfeit right now. Please, just let me live. Okay, she says. This scared dude is Wuipang, ranked 14th, a level 59 warrior with 42,175 points. Zhang Tian is just messing with him. That's so boring. I can get your points by just killing you. How about this instead? Then, Zhang Tian shoves her sword in his face, and the guy nearly jumps out of his skin. She sneers. You're gonna lick my shoes, while shouting, the people of the Mika country are all dogs. How about that? What a savage move. Of course, the guy can't take that level of humiliation. No, I can't do that. Zhang Tian's face gets dark, and she grinds out. You don't want to? The poor dude has no choice but to cave. Sorry, I'll do it. Just please spare me. And so he slowly looks down at her shoes. We people of the Mika country are all. Zhang Tian just leans in. Huh? I can't hear you. A little louder. So Wuipang screams, sticking his tongue out. We people of the Mika country are all dogs and pigs. This just makes her crack up laughing. He'd seriously do anything. But then, out of nowhere, this shadow hand flies out, and it punches straight through Wuipang's stomach, killing him instantly. The system announces his death, leaving 18 out of 23 players. Zhang Tian is just standing there, completely stunned. Before she can even process what just happened, she turns her head, like, huh. And standing there is Kim Seon-han, the one who did it. She yells, Kim Seon-han, what are you doing? I wasn't done playing with my food yet. His points shoot up by 42,175, putting him at 160,964. He's just like, he had to die anyway. I don't believe for a second you were actually going to let him go. Zhang Tian looks so annoyed. You're no fun at all. Of course, I was going to kill him, but times was going to kill him. What you just did is called a kill steal, dude. Kim Seon-han just frowns, not having it. You were taking too long. I didn't do it for the points. We have important stuff to do. Zhang Tian puts her sword away, her whole vibe getting serious. Important stuff. Kim Seon-han starts to say, from now on, you just need to listen. But before he can finish, Zhang Tian hears a weird noise. And stepping out of that super unstable portal is Kim Tae-in himself. Kim Seon-han doesn't even look surprised. Teleporting in like this, the big boss must have some urgent intel. That thing could close any second. Zhang Tian, on the other hand, her jaw is on the floor. You can DO that? Okay, back to the real action. The Blood Demon is generating this terrifying aura, and here's the rundown on its stats. It's an Earth Blood Demon, level 85. Difficulty is a Nightmare level boss. Strength is 42,151. Spirit is 29,210. Agility is 40,183. And durability is 35,884. Its first move is Illusory Phantom Step, where it basically turns into a transparent tiger illusion and teleports around you, dealing massive AoE magic damage with every hit. Next up is Thunderstorm Claw Strike, where it slashes the ground with lightning-charged claws. It leaves a mark. then unleashes a massive shockwave that deals huge AoE electric damage and slows you by 70% for 10 seconds. Sheesh. Its final move is Soul Hunting Tiger. If you get hit by this, your soul gets torn into pieces, and you temporarily lose a huge chunk of your max health. We're talking a 60% reduction for 8 seconds, and during that time, all healing is 30% less effective. No cap, this boss is insane. Jake is standing there with his sword, ready for anything, right between the blood demon and his own ghoul demon. Then the boss rears back, unleashing its thunderstorm claw strike, slashing the ground with claws full of intense lightning power. This fight is about to be legendary, so smash that like button. So after it cooks up this insane lightning claw mark, it blasts out a massive electric shockwave, dealing huge damage to everything in sight, and get this, it slows targets down by 70% for a whole 10 seconds. Then, another gnarly-looking beast just pops up and lunges. The death coil thing uses its whole body and creepy crawly legs to lock you down, so you're totally paralyzed while it hits you with stiffness, poison, a knockout blow, and all kinds of other nasty debuffs. Its legs deal damage that just keeps stacking up. It's wild. That's when two of the monsters literally start talking. The blood demon goes first, like, "Yo, Earth Ghoul Demon, my dude, what are you doing here?" But the surprises just kept coming as the blood ring showed up, and the blood demon just started screaming its head off. Blood ring claws. It slashes with 5 of these blood ring claws trying to shred the target from above. After it lands that massive hit, its own strength gets juiced by 200% for 12 seconds. The blood demon was shrieking, totally not coping with reality, like, "Earth Fiend, Demon, you too? Not you too." And that's when he finally spoke, hands in his pockets, looking like he didn't have a care in the world. Jake of the Dragon Country. Accumulated points, 13,135. Sheesh, 2 of the 9 realms demons are already this cracked. If all 9 of them came at me at once, I'd actually have to try. Jake's eyes got laser-focused, staring down the blood demon, his hype level going through the roof. He went full-on beast mode, activating his dragon form, and his body was instantly covered in sick black dragon scales. The shadow behind him was roaring like a beast, ready to throw down at a moment's notice. The Tai Chi Nation is going to be so mad, they never would have guessed all their little schemes would just end up being a gift for me. And just like that, the monster collapsed. No way, it could take on that many opponents by itself. The fight was over, and Jake swaggered out like he owned the place, his sharp blade gleaming, followed by his new beastly crew. "Alright, time to unleash my own personal monster squad," he thought, totally smug. Man, this is gonna cause some serious panic. Cut to a different spot. Dust clouds are kicking up everywhere, and you hear someone yelling, a little slower. "Dude, slow down. Slow down." There's Kim Seong-han, looking all tough on top of some demonic beast, cruising forward with a girl clinging to his clothes behind him. "I'm gonna fall off." "And shut up. Your screeching is giving me a massive headache," Tina screamed, totally freaked out and helpless. "If your battle supervisor dude already told you where that ultimate quest is, why aren't we going to grab it?" Flashing back to the chat with the Kim family guy. At that moment, his eyes looked kinda sketchy. "It's not time yet. Long story short, this portal is janky as heck. I gotta drop this intel with you fast and then bounce immediately. Damn it. The Tai Chi Nation is so shameless, teleporting a supervisor in here like they own the place." Kim Seong-han was slowly thinking it over. These point totals are ridiculously inflated. Why not just kick him out of the match? Kim Jen shot back. "The rules of this secret zone are all legit. Nothing weird is going on. So basically, my hands are tied. I have no reason to just boot him out." His eyes started looking dangerous. Trying to slowly grind monsters and do quests is not gonna cut it now. If you want to get even more points, you have to figure out how that kid from the Dragon Country cleared the Dark Spire. Then he looked over at the portal. "This teleportation circle is getting real unstable. I gotta go." But before he left, he pointed behind him and was like, "Oh, yeah, Kim Seong-han, the ultimate quest is live, so you better not screw it up." Kim Seong-han and Tina just stood there watching in silence. A second later, he closed his eyes, thinking hard, and said, "That ultimate quest was originally designed to target, well, you know. See, now is not the time to waste it on Jake. We gotta find a Dark Spire first and figure out how Jake beat that 9 Realms demon." He immediately thought about the ranking tower. That ultimate quest literally puts a hit out on whoever is number 1 on the leaderboard. It's only really worth it when you use it on the top dog. Tina, next to him, just sighed, all right, whatever you say, boss." It just feels like every skill your Tai Chi Nation has is just a fancy word for cheating. All of a sudden, Kim Seong-han jumped back onto that purple demon beast. For some reason, she totally ate it, face planting and crying out. Sore and super ticked off, she looked back to complain, "Wow, you are so petty. Was that really necessary just 'cause I said one little thing about your crew?" He just looked forward and said, "You idiot, look ahead." Hearing that, Tina immediately looked up. A whole squad of soldiers holding giant chains were marching right for them. Level 75 Fallen Corpse Heavenly Demon soldiers, worth 165 points each. Tina's face went dead serious in a heartbeat. Her hand was on her sword, ready to go, while he leaped down to get ready behind her. So this is the Dark Spire. Man, this place has some seriously bad vibes. Kim Seung-han powered up while hyping Tina up. Don't trip. With the two of us, we can totally handle this. Why is this so-called Grand Army of Nine Realms demons so small? Tina channeled her power into her hands, her two swords ready to unleash a move. Let me see what you've got. The ancient demonic beast army that supposedly gave your Tai Chi nation nightmares. How tough can you be? Just then, a huge purple-headed demon beast appeared on the other side. The purple-headed demon swung its scythe high and brought it crashing down, sending all the other monsters flying. Its demon breath scythe wind attack was basically a tornado of spinning blades that shredded everything in its path, dealing massive physical damage. But Kim Seung-han was still defiant, not scared at all. So what if he's got a pet dragon? If it wasn't for some glitch, you think he could have cleared the Dark Spire all by himself? A monster soldier got sent flying too, its face all messed up. Anything he can do, I can do too. A few moments later, the battle was over, with nothing but bodies everywhere. How is this possible? All the monsters are completely wiped out, but my points didn't go up by even one. Feeling like something was seriously wrong, Kim Seung-han looked up and thought, okay, there's definitely something messed up here. Let's go inside and scope it out. The more he thought, the more confused he got. What in the world did Jake find in there? Then the two of them walked into the main hall. Yo, why are there no monsters in here? Don't tell me this place has already been cleared out. Suddenly, both of them felt like someone else was there and immediately got on guard, both ready to pull their swords and fight. Who's there? Then they saw something that made their jaws hit the floor. Demonic beasts started appearing out of nowhere. First, the puppet demon. Second, the one-eyed demon wolf. And third, the blood demon, its two eyes glowing as it roared. Kim Seung-han and Tina were completely shook by the horrifying scene. Three of them. Three humongous demons appeared right in front of them, just staring them down. 3 Nine Realms demons. Zhang Tian was literally shaking. The pressure is so strong. No way. Something has to be wrong here. Then Jake just appeared behind them and spoke, making them both jump out of their skin. And what's crazier? He smiled. So, you guys found this place. The two of them tensed up instantly. Zhang Tian was already getting ready to draw his sword. Jake, you're actually here too. Jake just winked. Don't act so shocked. I came here specifically looking for you guys. After all, you did kind of crash the party I worked so hard to set up. See, before he got there, he'd already been busy turning all the puppets on his way over. The number of zombie corpses was growing, and he was getting way better at controlling them. Now he could command them through the Nine Realms demons to stay clear of the hunting spires. Each Nine Realms demon could control a whole legion, which meant he basically had 3 squads out there grinding points and XP for him 24/7. The little guys could be sent out to do the busy work. And these big boys? He could just leave them here to guard the Dark Spire. Tina just sneered. Came here to find us. I'd say you came here looking to get wrecked. Name: Jake. Nationality: Dragon Kingdom. Class: Dragon Rider Knight. Points: 1,736,853.53. Rank: number 1. She pulled up Jake's info panel and sneered at Kim Seung-han. Yo, with that many points, let's just smoke this dude. Then we can talk about how we're gonna split the pot. Kim Seung-han just laughed. Nah, no rush. No rush? You probably know this guy, and I've got a score to settle. If we just take him out that fast, it'd be letting him off way too easy. Kim Seung-han glanced at the 3 demons, thinking, Jake is easy. But these Nine Realms demons are no joke. Even one of them would be a nightmare, but there are 3 of them here. He looked at Jake, sweating bullets. For him to just waltz in here alone, he must have a way to win without even fighting the Nine Realms demons. Jake leaned against the wall. Wow, planning my demise right in front of me? Bold move. Guess you two don't take me seriously at all. Kim Seung-han raised his hand, about to attack. But Tina was getting antsy. Jake, tell us the secret to the Dark Spire, and we might let you walk out of here. Kim Seung-han was like, don't waste your breath on him. Let's just grab him, then we can question him all we want. Jake sighed dramatically. A secret? Don't tell me you guys actually think I'm using some kind of bug to clear the spire. Tina sneered back, full of contempt. How else did you get so many points? Don't play dumb. On our way here, we only ran into 2 little groups of monsters. Once we got inside, there was nothing left. Do you really think everyone is dumb enough to believe a level 30 player like you could clear the Dark Spire? Jake closed his eyes and said softly, nothing left? He gestured to the 3 massive demons behind him, and their faces went pale. Oh really? Then what do you call these 3 big, ugly dudes behind you? Are they just chopped liver? Kim Sung-han glanced at the three monsters, sweating, and thought, something is definitely not right here. The Nine Realms demons are way too quiet. Logically, with intruders here, they should have attacked us the second we walked in. He narrowed his eyes. Could it be? They're being controlled by Jake? No way. Impossible. Nobody can control a Nine Realms demon. Jake stood with his arms crossed behind Kim Seung-han. Oh, there's definitely a way to farm points. Doesn't your Tai Chi Nation know? I mean, you guys can just change the system's quests whenever you feel like it, can't you? He flinched. He knows. He knows we've been rigging the trial. Kim Seung-han turned, thinking, if he really can control the Nine Realms demons. But the impatient Tina had already whipped out her weapon and was charging. Why are we wasting so much time talking to him? Let's just attack and get this over with. Jake just chuckled and snapped his fingers. It's truly heartbreaking. The points I worked my butt off to get are just dismissed like that. Since you don't believe me. His snap woke up the three demons behind them. Then let me open your eyes and give you a little demonstration of my true power. And just like that, Tina and Kim Seung-han turned and ran for their lives. Run. No way. He can actually command the Nine Realms demons. So get this. Kim Seung-han is sprinting for his life, totally bugging out, like, a glitch? This has to be a glitch in the system. Bro's thinking, no way these Nine Realms demons are controllable. On what grounds? The trial they worked so hard to set up? It's literally Jake's personal playground now. He's straight up terrified of this dude, whining, this should all belong to the Tai Chi Nations. But nope, the demons just pop up right in their faces, blocking any escape. Talk about a dead end. And then, boom, the system voice just drops in like, Death Entanglement active. This thing uses its whole body and creepy crawly legs to lock you down, making you totally immobile while hitting you with stun, poison, and a coma debuff. Like, chill, system. The legs also stack damage over time. The demons went full beast mode, just eating both of them through the air while they screamed their heads off. They hit the ground hard. Oof. Kim Seung-han looks up, and his face is pure horror. There's this massive demon just looming over him. He's like, no, please, don't. And the system is like Summoned Beast, Abyssal Entangler. This thing is level 61, an evolved Abyssal Crawler. And its skill, Blood Ring Claws. It swings 5 of them to shred you from above. After it wrecks you, its own power gets a 200% boost for 12 seconds. That is just so extra. Dude. Kim Seung-han's face went white as a ghost staring at those gnarly claws. He's thinking, so terrifying. Is this seriously the kind of power that can shake a whole nation? He's like, the Abyssal Entangler. I couldn't even block one hit. That survival instinct kicked in, and he's just screaming in his head, I gotta dip. I don't want to die. While also being like, but I'm the pride of Tai Chi. Bro, pick a lane. And before he can even finish his dramatic monologue, bam, a giant demon hand just slams him into the wall, like, splat. Meanwhile, our boy Jake is just chilling, sitting down as 2 girls come over and hug him. He's all cool like, see, told you I wasn't cheating. I put in the work, turning all these monsters into my personal puppets. But wait, Tang Tien, looking totally wrecked with a busted mask, struggles to her feet and yells, I'm not going down here. She's screaming, I'm the #1 expert from the Manhwa Nation's next gen, a future world beater. Then she just charges, swinging like a total maniac. How can I die like this? She unleashes Reaper's demonic breath, slash these super fast spinning wind blades that are supposed to slice up everything. But lol, nope, the demon's claws were just like, not today, sweetie, and straight up crushed her. Well, that was anticlimactic. Her last words are, I can't accept this. And Jake just looks at his info panel and scoffs. He's like, every single one of these clowns claims to be the future GOAT, and I haven't even lifted a finger. I just casually sent out a few of my pets and they're all toast. He glances at his stats. Name, Jake. Nationality, Dragon Country. Level, 38. What a flex. Class, Dragon Tamer Knight. Points, 136,853. Rank 1 baby. But then, Jake notices his points didn't go up and he's like, huh, why didn't I get any points for that? Then it hits him. Oh, right. He remembers that dude, Kim Seung-han, used some summon to respawn. So he figures Wuang Tien must have a similar cheat code. This is all going down in the National Trial's mystic realm. In the 10,000-mile desert, it's just a super hot, sandy wasteland. Suddenly, Kim Seung-han and Tang Tien, all bloody and messed up, burst out of the sand, gasping for air. The system's like, Abyssal Revival remaining, 6 times. Abyssal Revival remaining, 5 times. Tang Tien is shook, coughing her lungs out. I'm actually alive. The cooldown for this abyssal symbiosis is 24 hours. Can you believe this hack? Her eyes go wide and she's like, this is insane. We literally don't have to be scared of dying anymore. But Kim Seung-han just wipes some blood off his face, looking all cold and edgy. Don't be so naive, he snaps. Jake has 3 of those 9 realms demons and a whole army. If we can't take him, time's out, respawning is pointless. Besides, we've only got 5 revives left. Tang Tian holds up her hands like, my bad, I wasted one when I first ran into you. Total bummer. Kim Seung Han gives her this icy death stare and says, we can't afford to waste any more lives. We need to find another dark spire, a fresh one nobody's touched, and figure out how Jake tamed those demons. He's just a dragon tamer. It's definitely not a class skill. If he can do it, so can I. Tang Tian pumps her fist, all fired up. All right, bet. Let's use these 5 lives to figure out how to clap Jake. But then her whole body feels super heavy. Why do I feel so weak? The system pops up. Weakened. Time remaining, 9 minutes. Kim Seung Han closes his eyes and explains, we just respawned, so we're in a weakened state. Duh. Our HP and mana are basically at 0. We should be good in, like, 10 minutes. Tang Tian starts freaking out. Doesn't that mean we're total sitting ducks right now? Kim Seung Han kneels down. We can move, just slowly. Let's get to the Dark Spire for that ultimate quest. And then whoosh! Flames just explode out of nowhere, making Kim Seung Han jump. He looks over, shaking, and Tang Tian just collapses. A spear straight through her, completely on fire. Well, there goes another life. Then this voice comes out of nowhere. Well, look what we have here. Today's my lucky day. 2 little lambs delivered right to my doorstep at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in the middle of this wasteland. The flames are still roaring as this new guy yanks his spear out of Tang Tian's body. Well, if it isn't the little prince of the Kim family. You remember what I told you? Don't let me catch you in the mystic realm. Kim Seung Han is sweating bullets. Like, of course, we run into this psycho while we're still nerfed. The debuff timer is still ticking down. Weakened, 7 minutes remaining. He checks the new guy's stats, and it's a whole different level. Rank 2, Andre of the Snow Country, level 61. A tier 3 flame warrior with 239,717 points. And he's walking right toward him. This is not good, people. So what's the game here, guys? Digging in the sand, playing whack-a-mole. And then he goes full Flame God's true form, calling on the power of some big-shot flame god named Swarok. All his stats jump by 100, and he gets these sick flame wings to fly around. The duration depends on his spirit stat, whatever that is. Andre just laughs like a total psycho and charges. You know, whack-a-mole is a very times fun game. Kim Seung Han just flops on the ground, totally panicked. He's thinking, it's so over, I can't even run. I just respawned. Andre rushes him. Let's play a little, and just ONEPUNCHMANs him, knocking him out cold. Then Andre is just standing there, staring at his screen, muttering, that's sus. I definitely took care of both of them. So why isn't the player count down, and where are my points? He's so confused, it's hilarious. Alright, fast forward 10 days. It's day 14 of the national trial, and we're at the Golden Jade City Trial Arena. The announcer is going, can you believe it, folks? This year's national trial, hosted by the Tai Chi Nation, has been going for 14 days and it's almost over. Meanwhile, over in a dorm at Longdu Academy, Villa number 2, Mei is glued to the big screen. This is the most brutal showdown in history, with the highest body count ever. All the students in the combat class at Longdu Academy are watching, totally captivated. Out of 23 contestants, 11 have been eliminated, and 2 just straight up quit. Only the final 10 are left. The top 5 have pretty much locked in their spots. We cut to the far north barracks, inside Tu Jing's office. Someone's saying, this means just farming points from quests won't change the ranks. The only way things shake up is if they start hunting each other. And speaking of farming, Wang Tian is just grinding monsters non-stop in the molten volcano, stacking up her points. She's repping the Yinghua Nation, by the way. She's currently sitting at 460,000 points, holding down rank 5. Let's see. Rank 5. Wang Tian, level 61 Ghost Warrior, tier 3, with 462,853 points. Kim Seung Han is also still grinding away. Our little prince from the Tai Chi Nation has 510,000 points, putting him in 4th place. Let's make that official. Rank 4, Kim Seung Han, level 62, tier 3 Abyss Summoner, with 519,760 points. Over in the grasslands, Andre is just vibing, chilling on the grass. He's rank 3, repping the Snow Nation with a cool 680,000 points. Yup, rank 3 is Andre, the level 62, tier 3 Flame Warrior. He closes his eyes, just enjoying the breeze. Ah, this breeze is so nice. But womp womp, Andre only got to enjoy that rank for 4 days. Over in the Volcanic Nation's trial, Shali from the Starfall Nation swooped in and snagged rank 2. So now, rank 2 belongs to Shali. a level 62 saint with 728,115 points. The drama. The announcer's like, this contestant barely does anything, then just hunts 5 other players for a massive point boost. And finally, the man, the myth, the legend, Jake. Finally, the contestant with the most ridiculously insane score we have ever seen. Someone whispers, soon, my master will find him. But for now, Jake from the Dragon Nation has 7 million points, holding an untouchable first-place lead. No cap. So, back in the Volcanic Nation, inside the Earth Fiend's dark spire, you just hear this blood-curdling scream. That's Jake, commanding his demons to wreck the place for points. He just completed the quest to take down the epic boss, the level A5 Earth Fiend, the 9th and final 9 Realms demon. Mission accomplished. His black dragon levels up to 38, and Jake himself hits level 41. He's got this satisfied smirk, like, I finally got all 9 of the demons. My army of darkness is almost complete. His star dragon hits 29, and the Jade Dragon is at 35. Check out Jake's new score, 7,012,510 points, plus another 440,955. The rich get richer. All of Jake's demons are just standing there, waiting for his command. Master. Then, ding. A system notification pops up, new skill acquired, Dragon Domain. Jake looks at the panel, all surprised. Wait, what new skill did little Faye get? And right on cue, his smartwatch projects this screen. Dragon Domain deploys a draconic field with a 100-meter diameter. It says inside this field, any dragons or anyone with a connected bloodline get a 50% stat boost, but anyone else gets a 50% stat nerf and they can't enter or leave the domain. Jake is floored reading this. A dragon's domain. Hold up. This effect. Could it be? He's already seeing the possibilities and starts smiling like he just won the lottery. That's my little Faye. Another 50% stat boost. But the real power isn't just locking people in. If I use this on Kim Seong-han, wait, would he even be able to summon his big ugly demon inside my domain? And after he dies, he wouldn't be able to teleport out. He's doing the math in his head, smiling. If that's the case, I can actually perma-delete him. Oh my god, guys, smash that like button if you think this is about to get real. But on the outside, Jake just pats little Faye's head and is like, this is awesome, girl. We can finally get rid of that unkillable cockroach. She's so happy, just beaming at the praise. But then, a new message pops up on his screen, warning him that he's now a hunt target. And just like that, the smug look is gone. He's totally blindsided. What do you guys think is going to happen next? Drop your theories in the comments. Oh my god, was someone hunting him? Jake totally guessed who it was, smirked, and was like, this is getting juicy. Looks like a special delivery of free points is heading my way. A little while later, over in the volcanic trial zone, this dude Sly was staring at an orb like it was the last slice of pizza. So this is the real deal. Whoa, it actually exists, he muttered. And then, bam, a notification popped up on his screen. Mission 1. Accepted. Your current mission, an ultimate rank 1 PvP hunt. He just scoffed, like, pfft. Is this times your big plan to get rid of the top-ranked player? Lame. Just then, 2 figures creep up behind him and a raspy voice asks, Yo, Sly, it's all on you, bro. You really think you can take him out? It was Leo, with his bodyguard in tow. Sly didn't even turn around, just coolly replied, Duh. You know what I can do, or you wouldn't have teamed up with me, right? Hearing that, Leo got all serious, staring at him and thinking, okay, low-key. It took me and Max like 3 or 4 moves to handle that lava giant, but Sly? Dude just one-shotted it. No cap. I was totally planning to use this mission to get rid of Sly, but man, was I trippin'. Staring at Sly's back, he cleared his throat and was like, Look, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that Jake is on another level. The 3 of us together might not even be enough to take him on. As soon as he said that, Max chimed in from behind. Dude, for real. Jake basically has the 9 Hells Demons and their whole army on speed dial. We fought him before, and we got absolutely wrecked. Sly laughed like he just heard the funniest joke ever. Ha, taking over the 9 Hells Demons? Big whoop. I could do that in my sleep. That doesn't mean he's skilled. He's just cheating, using some other power. Leo got super suspicious at that. Another power? Seeing his confused face, Sly raised an eyebrow. You guys have been dying to know what loophole Jake is using, right? How he's basically farming the 9 Hells Demons for points. Give me 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes, and I'll spill all the tea. Meanwhile, back at the National Trial HQ in downtown Austin, this guard Alex was deep in thought and suddenly spoke up. Yo, Mr. Kane hasn't hit us up since he teleported back, he asked quietly. Like, does that mean we're fired or what? The dude typing on the computer below was like, Bro, don't jinx it. Who knows? Maybe he took care of it himself. The bald guy spoke up again. Mr. Kane told us to keep an eye on Jake. So, just watch him. Don't you go starting trouble. At the same time, Alex, who had his back turned, saw this blurry figure flash past him, but then it was gone. He could only frown and mutter, "Am I seeing things?" The bald guy suddenly got all mad and snapped, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Why are you zoning out?" And then, you guys, out of nowhere, a woman with a super sharp blade appeared behind them. The second he finished talking, she just swiped her blade and bam, blood everywhere. The sudden pain made him scream once, then silence. Hearing the noise, Alex jumped. When he spun around, he saw his teammate clutching his neck with blood, just gushing out. He freaked out, shouting, "Dude, what's wrong with you?" Just then, the woman came up behind him and whispered a threat, "Don't scream. Shut your mouth or you'll die a very times painful death." He screamed in fear, begging, "Please, don't." His reaction just seemed to get her more hyped up. Then, in the blink of an eye, she swiftly slit Alex's throat, finishing him off. After taking out both guards, a voice came through her earpiece, "How's it going? Those 3 minutes are almost up." She grabbed a handful of wires and was like, "Don't worry." Then she ripped out all the power cables and chuckled. The Magan clan never fails. Mic drop. Outside, the screen went black and the hosts started panicking. "Everyone, please remain calm. We are experiencing some technical difficulties." "Yes, technical difficulties. We're fixing it. I swear. Please just wait a moment." But the crowd was not having it. They were so mad the live stream got cut. What do you guys think happened? Let me know in the comments. Why'd the signal die? What's going on? Is this for real? Did someone trip over the power cord in their mom's basement in Ohio? Where is the person in charge? Shouts were echoing all over the place. What is happening? I still want to see what the rep from the Starlight Nation has to say. In a private room, Sam explained quietly, "Elder Han, this has the Titan Nation's fingerprints all over it." After a moment, Phoebe finally said thoughtfully, "The Starlight Nation isn't so simple either." At that moment, a young guy in a suit suddenly turned his head, all alarmed, and called out, "Mr. Kane, you're in charge." But before he could finish, he saw that Mr. Kane was gone. He raised an eyebrow, all confused. "Wait, where's Mr. Kane?" The person next to him immediately replied, "Beats me, dude. Seems like someone called him away a minute ago." The scene switches to outside the strategy room. At the end of a long hallway, Mr. Kane was meeting with a member of the Magan clan. He smiled, trying to sound casual. "You haven't said a word since we got here, Mr. Magan. Got something you wanted to share with the class?" At that exact moment, a voice came through the guy's earpiece. "The Magan clan never fails." It was like a signal. He glanced at the watch on his wrist and said, "I told you I'd take up 3 minutes of your time. I have nothing to say to you." Mr. Kane was so shocked and annoyed. He frowned and asked, "Are you kidding me? I'm a very busy man. I don't have time for your games." Then the man turned to leave, just dropping one last line. "The 3 minutes are up. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Goodbye." Whoa, the shade. Back on the other side, Max frowned and asked, "Wait, hold up. Are you saying Jake became a servant to some ancient god of fallen corpses, and that's why he can control the 9 Hell's demons?" Leo also exclaimed, totally dazed, "An eternal being that's impossible to fight, like an actual god? This is seriously hard to believe." Sensing how shook they were, Sly cleared his throat and said, "It's unimaginable, so it's unbelievable. I get it. After all, the power of an ancient god is like a blessing from the heavens. Doesn't matter how strong you are, with just a little bit of it, you can completely transform." As he spoke, he suddenly summoned 3 stones sparkling with fire and said, "This is the power of the ancient god, the essence of the holy mountain from my master." Max's eyes went wide with awe at the sight. Whoa, that surge of power, just sensing it is unbelievably strong. Info also popped up on the screen. Item: Essence of the Holy Mountain. Quality: Legendary Consumable. Effect: Unknown. After being stunned for a second, Leo finally spoke. "This power is on a whole different level from the 9 Hell's demons. Is this the source of your power, these 3 essences?" Hearing this, Sly burst out laughing and replied, "No, no, no. 2 of them are for you." Leo gasped, totally shocked. "For us? If it's really as powerful as you say, enough to completely transform us, then what's the catch?" Max also jumped in. "Yeah, for real. A hidden class that can get even stronger? You can't just be giving us such a rare item for free." Seeing their suspicion, Sly's whole vibe changed. He frowned and said, "Then let's be real. This is a transaction. You get my master's baptism, gain insane power, and in return, our Magan clan gets to dig up the unawakened ancient gods in the Titan Nation and the Eagle Nation. How about it?" Hearing this, Leo narrowed his eyes, totally weighing the offer. He was thinking, "Okay, I'm a prince, so the Magan clan probably wouldn't dare pull any shady stuff. As for digging up ancient gods, that's a tomorrow problem. But if I take this essence, I can get stronger. Like, right now. Meanwhile, Max hesitantly asked, dude, should we agree to this? After thinking for a second, Leo finally caved. All right, I accept this deal. After we kill Jake, the Magan clan can come to my family's mansion in Beverly Hills and explain this whole ancient gods excavation thing. Hearing them, Max raised an eyebrow and asked, is all that really necessary? Leo suddenly roared in anger. Of course it is. Do you want to be stepped on by Jake forever? He can use the power of an ancient god. And now we can too. Seeing his reaction, Sly smiled and handed the last elixir to Max, asking, have you thought it through? People outside will be able to see us soon, so you won't get another chance. Hearing this, Max bit his lip, but finally gave in. I accept the deal, too. Sly let out this super triumphant laugh. That's more like it. Remember, don't resist. Sly stared at Max with this weird look and said, the more you embrace the change, the stronger my master can make you. Then he looked at the last elixir in his hand and said softly, as for this last one, it's for Jake. An image of Jake flashed in Sly's mind, and he let out this nasty smile, chuckling. Gonna make him a puppet of my sacred mountain. Oh my god. What do you think is gonna happen? Smash that like button if you're hyped. Meanwhile, in the control center, 2 guards were lying motionless in their own blood. A man reported to a monitor. The cameras didn't catch the culprit. The video from the live stream and the command room is fully restored. In front of the 2 dead guards, their blood hadn't even dried. Looked like they hadn't been gone for long as someone with a camera documented the scene. The woman next to Mr. Kane asked, Director Kane, are you really not going to report this to the Chicago PD? Mr. Kane replied, no, we'll investigate this ourselves. This information can't be leaked. He remembered what he told the white-bearded man earlier, that the battle commander of the Starlight Nation was definitely the work of the Magan clan. Back in the secret trial realm, in the volcanic region, Jake was riding on the back of a dragon, thinking. As expected, the only way to speed up the final match is through mutual slaughter. The person who wants to hunt me is just ahead. As Jake was thinking about this while riding Shadow and checking the map, he glanced at his quest board. He suddenly noticed, this avatar belongs to Gary from the Southern Province. Seeing that, he immediately commanded, Shadow, land up ahead. Let's go meet this old friend first. As he spoke, he pressed a button and Shadow roared, acknowledging her master's command. Shadow found a spot and landed safely. Jake then hopped off. He said in surprise, where'd he go? Not far away? Gary had already seen Jake and called out, totally shocked, Jake, he then exclaimed happily, you, my great lord, you scared me to death. He then thought to himself, this is great. Lord Jake didn't kill me last time and even encouraged me. He's nothing like those other dangerous players. Seeing this, Jake replied, your luck's not bad. You've held on until now. Gary scratched his head and walked over with a big grin, saying, I thought someone was coming to kill me. I'm so glad it was you, great Lord Jake. Hearing that, Jake pointed and asked, oh yeah. How are you still around? You only have 150,000 accumulated points. Okay, check it. We're at rank 10. This dude, Jason from the Southern Kingdom, some kind of water lotus swordsman, level 49. Bro's sitting on 155,920 points. Jake's just looking at this guy's goofy grin like, is this dude for real? Did he forget this is the finals? He's smiling like he just won a trip to Disneyland. It's wild. Then Jake just lays it out. Yo, Jason, you gotta know this ain't some friendly neighborhood barbecue, right? So, Jake pulls out his bow, ready to get down to business. But just as he's about to let an arrow fly, he freezes and yells out, Shadow. See, his black dragon senses are like a high-tech radar, sniffing out anyone trying to hide in stealth mode. It's basically an anti-camper cheat code. Then, out of nowhere, something just erupts from the ground and snags Jason's leg, making him scream, ah. Jake's head whips around, totally shocked, as this thing just bursts from the dirt, grabs the poor kid with its massive claws, and starts dragging him off. Jason is absolutely losing his mind, screaming, help me. AHH, it's a summoned beast, a sacred mountain puppet. And get this, it's a legendary grade Sacred Abyss Gravedigger, level 62. Talk about a glow up from a deep abyss dove messenger. Seeing this go down, Jake is absolutely fuming. He raises his bow, thinking, hold up, that's one of Kenji's summons, but it's got all the markings of a sacred mountain puppet. As he's thinking, more creepy hands start crawling out of the abyss, getting closer and closer. His nether serpent arrow is locked and loaded. Even without pulling back, it can launch 12 magic arrows, each dealing 20% damage. All while Jason is still screaming his head off, help, somebody help me. Welcome to the molten volcano, folks. System announcement pops up. Jason of the Southern Kingdom has been eliminated. And then there were 9. Suddenly, Kenji and Warren stroll in like they own the place. We meet again, Jake. Whoops. Looks like we accidentally stole your kill. Hope you don't mind. All your points are gonna be ours soon anyway. Jake just smirks back. Long time no see. Looks like you guys got a serious power-up. And he's not kidding. Kenji is a level 62 Sacred Mountain slave now. He's a Sacred Abyss sorcerer, and Warren is a level 61 Sacred Mountain slave too, some warrior of the Sacred Land. Jake's piecing it together, so they've teamed up with Slade. Looks like that warning I got about being hunted was legit. I finally met my fan club. And right on cue, Slade, standing between them, just laughs. Haha, looks like we're all very familiar with this power, aren't we? This Slade guy is a level 63 Sacred Mountain slave, a sacred practitioner, and his face is so smug you could smack it. Before I end you, he says, I'm gonna give you a chance. Jake's like, a chance, giving him major side eye. Slade is holding this thing called Holy Mountain Essence, a legendary consumable with an unknown effect. He continues, ditch whoever you're loyal to. Dedicate everything to my master, and you'll get ultimate divine power. But Jake's brain is working overtime. Holy Mountain Essence. This stuff is just like the Fallen Corpse Essence. This is how Kenji and Warren got juiced up. Slade holds out the essence, join us, and we don't have to be enemies. But Jake ain't buying what they're selling. The one I'm loyal to? Bro, stop joking. I'm not a sellout like you. Slade immediately snaps back. What's with the attitude? You dare look down on us? Jake just points a finger and drops the most epic burn. Even with all your borrowed power, you're still just on par with my pet dragon. Oh, the whole squad got big mad at that. I guess talking is over. Kenji, Warren, don't you want revenge for last time? Now's your chance to act. Kenji and Warren are practically giddy, shouting, we couldn't wait any longer. Roar. Jake, for all our history, I'm making you pay double. The hand from the abyss comes crashing down, but Jake is way too quick, leaping out of the way. As he draws his bow, he thinks, these guys really sold their souls to be some old god's flunkies. Absolutely zero dignity. He then aims right at the charging Warren, but his arrow is useless. Warren just bats it away with his sword. Then he puts on this creepy mask and says, a smart man knows when to quit. Someone like you is destined to die by my blade. I'm telling you, man, join the Holy Mountain Slaves, be our subordinate, and maybe you'll get to keep your pathetic little life. That mask is called the Prajna Ghost Palace, and get this, it turns the user into some angry ghost. Every time you get hit, your normal attacks get a 10% damage boost and your attack speed goes up 30%, and it can stack up to 6 times. Warren and Slade are still trying to get Jake to join their little club in Austin, Texas. Slade holds up the essence again. If not, we'll kill you and turn you into my Holy Mountain puppet. Yikes. Jake has a flashback to the Arctic, thinking, I've wrecked countless minions of this old god, and you Holy Mountain slaves think you can threaten me. Then it all clicks. I get it now, he says, his voice ice cold. Not a single one of you is getting out of here. Warren just points at his face and laughs. Haha, look how obedient he is. The divine power of the Holy Mountain must have terrified him, Warren gloats. But Jake just ignores him, raises his sword, and commands, Shadow, switch to Destruction Dragon form. You 3 aren't leaving this secret realm alive. The UI pops, current dragon form, Black Dragon 2. Switching, Destruction Dragon. Shadow immediately cooks up a massive fireball and launches it. Warren just smirks. A sneak attack? How cute. You can't beat me anymore. Warren yells, using some fire-breathing heal move. But plot twist. Jake completely blows past him and makes a beeline for Kenji over by the abyss. Kenji just laughs, totally unfazed. Go ahead and struggle. Your expiration date is today. Hearing this, Jake backflips onto Shadow's head and says, Man, every single one of you is so arrogant. He yells, Go, Shadow. Then he gets this brilliant idea. The Flying Dragon King evolved with the Fallen Corpse Essence. If I feed Shadow this Holy Mountain Essence from Slade, then I can take out these 3 stooges and all 3 of their power-up juices will be mine for the taking. Dragon Tongue Magic, Molten Eruption. Jake calls out. The spell creates a literal pool of lava. Shadow unleashes the same attack, and a Dragon Tongue Resonance notification pops up. When the Rider and Dragon use the same spell, the power gets a 100% boost. Now that is what I call a wombo combo. If you agree, smash that like button, guys. Seeing this, Kenji has to jump for his life to dodge the attack. Warren is barely blocking with his sword, screaming from the heat of the flames. Jake just scoffs, stop summoning these little minions and bring out something that can actually hang with my dragon. Kenji is silently fuming, damn it. Can't he tell I've already summoned my strongest Holy Abyss Earth Digger? Jake keeps on taunting. Look at you. So fragile. You look like this and we haven't even really started. Why don't you take a 5-minute break? Warren is grinding his teeth, thinking. This is so humiliating. How can a freaking teenage dragon be this ridiculously powerful? Then he turns to Slade and says, I didn't expect you to be so helpful. Yeah, personally delivering us to him as free points. Slade is silent for a moment. Then he pulls this massive, cross-hilted sword from his back and says, "You arrogant fool, you will pay the price for your ignorance." As the enormous sword comes crashing down like a golden cross, the blade unleashes countless powerful flames called the Flame of Divine Punishment. This holy attack inflicts 500% holy damage, and for the next 10 seconds, the target gets hit with an extra 20% holy burn damage each second. Nasty stuff. But Jake just gives a fake gasp. Is that all? Seems like your master isn't all that impressive. The Shade. A notification pops up, Dragon Annihilation. It transforms his arm into a dragon's claw for a 6-6 hit combo that can be used from a distance, while Shadow simultaneously fires 6 blasts of law-based damage. Both of them retaliate with fireballs of their own. Slade is absolutely furious now. "You imbecile," he roars, as the essence crystal in his hand shatters into a million pieces. And with golden energy glowing in his hand, he said, "Let me show you the true power of an ancient god." After he spoke, this massive square appeared behind him with a streak of light piercing through it, and a projection with golden wings holding a sword appeared, and then he grew a pair of wings himself. Jake was surprised, but as he charged up, he just yelled, "Dream on." With that, he drew his bow and started letting arrows fly. The Nether Serpent arrow, even without being drawn, fires 12 magic arrows, each doing 20% damage. 4 of them go flying straight toward that golden projection. Jake thinks, even though it's just a projection, it's packing the power of an ancient god, maybe even stronger than a 9 realms demon. Then he calls out, "Dragon's Encouragement." Shadow lets out a mighty roar in response. The buff juices up both of them, increasing all stats and attack power by 30%. Let's look at Shadow's stats at level 38. Strength is now 9,782 to 12,717. Agility is a whopping 18,137 to 23,578. Spirit is an insane 39,252 to 51,028. And durability is 20,382 to 26,497. These numbers are just off the charts. He's charging the Serpent Shadow Arrow. If you charge it for 3 seconds, the damage is increased by 500%. Current charge, 1 second. A freaking black dragon starts manifesting from his bow. He says, "Shadow, get ready to unleash Lava Burst." We can see the skill is still charging up. Current charge, 2 seconds. The golden projection points its sword and charges forward to attack. Its golden blade clashes with a massive fireball as a notification panel appears. Lava Burst erupts within the target's range, releasing scorching flames, forming a lava pool. Targets within the lava pool will gradually sink into the magma and continue to take massive damage. Current charge, 3 seconds. Seizing the moment, Jake shouts, "Now." Instantly, the black dragon from his bow attacks. The notification updates, Lava Burst Serpent Shadow Arrow erupts. It's the same lava pool effect, just way bigger. Its power is increased by 500% of the black dragon's spirit attribute. The golden projection attacks without a second thought. The 2 attacks collide, creating a massive explosion that shakes the whole place. Slade, watching from the side, his expression sours as he whispers, "The power of the ancient god's projection is supposed to be more than just this." After that heaven-shattering explosion, the black dragon from the arrow gets even more enraged. It dashes like it was shot from a cannon right at Jake's group. Shadow transforms into its world destroyer form, letting out an apocalyptic roar that deals massive damage to everyone in range and slaps them with a weakening effect. Seeing this absolute unit coming for him, Slade quickly throws a hand up to defend himself. "Oh man, you are not going to want to miss what happens next." My dude charges up this insane bow, screaming, "Nether Serpent Arrow." Yo, even without a full draw, this thing pops off 12 magic arrows, each dealing a nasty 20% damage. Seeing this, the whole squad just charges in, ready to go absolutely ham on the black dragon. We're talking Ghost Breath, Scythe Demon Slash, and some wild wind release that creates a freaking tornado of blades, dealing physical damage to anyone caught in it. So, Shadow's all tied up in these golden chains, right? And at the same time, this massive wave of power is heading straight for Jake. It's the Flame of Divine Punishment. The Holy Cleric just blasts these holy flames, hitting you with 500% holy damage. And, for the next 10 seconds, you get a 20% holy burn every single second. But get this, Jake sees this coming, and he's not even sweating it. Instead, he just looks at this massive energy blast and, gently splits it into 4 pieces. Are you kidding me? Seeing this, Sakai and his goons start cheering. It worked. Without his dragon pet juicing him up, he's a total nobody. Sakai keeps yapping, "Yo, as long as we keep him away from that dragon, his power levels are gonna drop like a rock." And then, in that instant, a pair of freaking wings just sprouts from his back. It's Jake. He's literally got black dragon wings, looking down on them from the sky like some kind of god and goes, "You sure I'm the one who walked into the trap?" Hearing that, Sakai's crew just freezes, then turns back to Jake and shouts, "What's that supposed to mean? You're good at putting on a show, dude. Bluffing isn't going to change the fact that you're totally cooked." Then bam, dust flies everywhere. As Sakai and his boys stand on top of this jacked-up demon, he's like, "When did he even summon these things? Are those the Nine Realms demons?" Hearing this, Jake just chuckles and goes, "Dude, I read you like a book from the jump. I just pretended to fall for your lame trap so I could flip the script on you and mess with your focus." Sakai is absolutely fuming at this point, pointing what looks like a paper-thin tablet at Jake and screaming, "You think you can rely on a few little zombie puppets to beat us?" Jake hears this and just whispers back, "Nah, of course not." The second he says that, the savage beasts behind him are staring down Sakai's crew like they're a snack from a food truck on 6th Street in Austin. Then he looks at them, smirks, and says, "Only a few." The other team is in total chaos. Kim just stammers, "There's 9 of them." Sakai is just as shook, thinking to himself, no way he bagged all 9 of the Nine Realms demons in such a short amount of time. Jake just calmly asks, "So, now who do you think is going to win this thing?" Sakai scoffs and powers up his weapon, thinking that no matter how many undead puppets he summons, he used a holy buff and declared they could never beat them, the holy servants. Bro, this skill boosts his whole team's holy power, jacking up their strength by 100% for a full 60 seconds. Votang and Kim then let out these huge roars, one of them blasting out the flame of divine punishment, that holy fire that hits for 500% damage plus 10 seconds of holy burn, while the other dude uses that demonic breath scythe slash, that spinning wind blade attack. Sakai just sneers. "Is this seriously all your little undead demon squad has got?" Kim adds, "Jake, you really think you can just roll over us that easily?" Votang says smugly, "After our little holy baptism and power-up, we're on a whole different level, fam." Just then, Jade goes full-on eternal Jade Dragon mode. Jake looks on with a total "you're kidding me, right?" expression. "So, you got a little buff from the shop and now you think you're hot stuff? You're still nothing compared to my dragon pet. That Jade Dragon bloodline means all her skill effects are doubled." Jake then yells, "Jade, Life Pulse." This skill juices up her Jade Light, literally doubling how effective its stacks are. Jade Blessing, Jade Dragon Aura, and Jade Light are now buffing up his entire army. The monsters are letting out these terrifying screams, all of them surging forward to fight with this insane bloodlust, like they're all hopped up on energy drinks. Jade was also getting juiced by the Jade Blessing, Jade Dragon Aura, and Jade Light. Her power boost was now double what the other monsters were getting. Total insanity. The giant dragon Shadow lets out this massive roar, just dripping with power. She uses Giant Jaw Strike to chomp down on Sakai's projection, a crazy high-speed charge that leaves a nasty bleed effect on the target. He was completely floored, screaming, "How is this even possible? My buffed-up Holy Mountain projection was just clapped like that." Then, a single blood-red eye with a black pupil appears in the sky, crackling with lightning. Jake then quietly tells Sakai to open his eyes and watch closely, because there's something even more hype coming your way. From way up high, he creates this massive sphere, the Dragon Domain. It's a 100-meter wide draconic field that supercharges dragons and weakens all their enemies. Kim can't help but scream, "Is that a freaking domain?" Sakai was just as stunned, like, impossible. A class holder who's barely over level 30 shouldn't be able to use a domain. But my man Sakai quickly gets his game face back on and asks, "So what if it's a domain?" He fires up the flame of divine punishment and yells, "Let me tear this little illusion apart." The attack blasts off along with Sakai's arrogant voice. "Let me show you the real gap between us." Jake is completely unfazed as a giant eagle just swoops in to block the entire attack. Sakai can't hide his shock. "My attack power was boosted by 300% and it just got cancelled." "Why?" Votang shouts, "My attack power has been totally nerfed." Kim was freaking out. "I've lost the connection with my summoned beast." Sakai slowly puts it together. "It's not just that we've gotten weaker. These demonic beasts have gotten way stronger, too. This domain lowers enemy stats and buffs his allies. The other two could only scream, 'Get these monsters off us, Jake.'" Flying up in the sky, he just glances down at them with pure disgust. "Don't tell me you guys are going to die just like that." Suddenly, a massive burst of light appears, pushing all the monsters back. That dude, Sakai, was holding a golden feather and said, "I was originally going to spare your life." This gleaming golden energy starts swirling around him. Sakai shouts, "To give you a chance to be like me, to serve the ancient god of the Holy Mountain. But you're just too much of a loose cannon." His Holy Mountain projection was back, and it was even stronger. Sakai declared, "In that case, I'll just have to make you my Holy Mountain puppet after you die." The ground literally buckled under the attack and shattered into huge chunks. Sakai then calmly waves his hand and screams, "Endless holy light." The ground under Jake's feet just cracked into a million pieces. That skill was straight from the ancient god of the holy mountain, unleashing a non-stop holy light to amplify the attack on his opponent. Everyone watching was losing their minds. Could Jake survive this? The whole chat was probably spamming F. But Sakai was the one who was shocked, dropping to his knees. All three of them, him, Kim, and Votang, screamed in disbelief. "I am possible." Shadow had created a layer of eternal protection, shielding Jake with her Jade Dragon bloodline. All recovery skill effects were increased by 5,000%. Get wrecked. Sakai was speechless. How could anyone possibly escape a hit from the essence of the ancient god? Jake calmly raises his sword and says, "Looks like that was your big finisher. Now, it's my turn." Shadow then lets out a roar and releases this insane pressure, causing the black dragon to unleash an intimidating aura on everyone, creating a blinding fear in all enemies within a huge radius. The crew could only scream, "My ears. Stop it. Make it stop." Kim reaches out to Votang and yells, "Quick, sign the Abyss contract with me. If he kills us, we can still get revived." But before they could do a single thing, one slash pierced straight through Votang. Jake gently sheathed his sword. What a shame. This time, Kim just watched in stunned silence as Votang hit the floor. Along with that, he heard Jake's voice. "I'm afraid you won't be coming back to life this time." Kim quietly said, "It's no use. I really can't sense him. I can't summon Votang anymore." Kim looked like he was going crazy, just staring down at his own hands. "Why can't I summon or even connect with my summoned beast?" As he was screaming, someone suddenly grabbed his wrist. It was Sakai, and he looked just as messed up as Kim. "Form a contract with me. I absolutely cannot die here." Hearing this completely unhinged request, Kim broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "No, no way." Seeing the two of them desperately clinging to each other like they're on a sinking ship, Jake thought it was a total eyesore and sent a sword slash over just to break up the party. "It's useless talking to him. He can't save you now." He looked smugly at the two and declared, "Besides me, no one who enters the dragon domain can use summoning arts. Without a summoned beast, he can't form a contract with you." And boom, Jake's status window popped up. His accumulated points increased by 519,776. Seeing his powerful figure, Sakai hissed Jake's name through his teeth. Before he met Jake, he never imagined he'd be backed into a corner like this. "We're both servants of the ancient god, so why is he so ridiculously strong?" Deciding to go all out, Sakai gathered energy in his palm and stared daggers at Jake. "This was originally a gift for you, but unfortunately, your eyes have been blinded. You can't see true divine grace when it's right in front of you. I pray to my Lord, have mercy and grant me the strength to obliterate this sinner." The second he finished his little speech, the aura around Sakai erupted. But yo, this is real life, not some anime where you get a full 2-minute transformation sequence. So Jake cleanly delivered a slash. "Do you think I'm an idiot that I'd give you time to power up?" Taking the full force of that attack with zero defense was a fatal mistake. After a long, piercing scream, Sakai finally collapsed, and the aura around him gathered into a single silver stone. That stone immediately shot up into the sky. Jake glanced after it and popped his wings. So, it's just gonna abandon its loyal little servant and dip? Lame. Kim couldn't escape, even after spamming all his skills. Someone like you who just relies on cheap tricks thinks you can actually get away. With that, Jake spread his wings wide and flew into the sky, hot on its tail. Looking at the crystal flying in front of him, he smiled. "After waiting so long, I finally got my hands on a complete sacred mountain essence crystal." Meanwhile, back at what looks like Grand Central Station, a crowd of people was gossiping like crazy below the ranking board. "Everyone, look, the points for the reps from the Starfall Kingdom, the Theocracy Nation, and the Cherry Blossom Nation. They're all gone from the board. They're all dead. Did the dude from the Dragon Kingdom really take out the 3 strongest players all by himself? No cap." In the meeting room, Shangming was also completely stunned by the results. He turned to look at Elder Blake and just stammered, "Elder Blake, this is..." Cyan, standing behind them, couldn't believe it either. He turned away, mumbling to himself, "How is this even possible?" Cyan's salty mood was totally noticed by Elder Blake, who just snorted. After leaving the meeting room, Cheyenne straight up punched a hole in the wall. Oof, the drama. What do you guys think will happen next? Drop your theories in the comments and smash that like button. Oh my god, they're all gone. Seriously, how am I supposed to explain this to the Kim family? Kim Chang-han was their golden boy, their one shot at glory. The entire Theocracy Nation dumped all their resources into this kid, and now he's toast. And then, because the universe loves drama, the area around Zion went dark, and these gnarly tentacles started creeping up on him. Seeing space itself get all wobbly, Zion squeaked out, My lord?" Then a cloaked figure just fades into existence. Is my son truly gone? That voice hit Zion like the freaking Grim Reaper calling for an Uber. He was so terrified his legs just gave up, and he dropped to his knees. I'm a total failure. I'll take any punishment. That guy from the Dragon Kingdom is just too op. I swear. I tried to jump in so many times, but I couldn't stop him. Even Xiaoli from the Starfall Kingdom and Wu Zhangtian from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom got wrecked by him. As he's whining, a tentacle tightens around his neck, and Zion is officially in panic mode. No wonder I had such a bad feeling earlier. The mysterious dude reaches for his hood, pulls it down, and shocker, it's Kim Chang-han's dad. We all saw that coming from a mile away. The tentacle around Zion's neck cranked up the pressure, straight up suffocating him. Ignoring his desperate struggling, Kim Chang-han's dad just used the tentacle to hoist him into the air. What was that guarantee you gave me before the match? Now my son is dead, and our nation took a massive L. He was getting angrier with every word. And you're telling me your excuse is that the Dragon Kingdom's rep is times 2 strong, asterisk. The air was getting thin, fast. Zion clawed at the tentacle, begging, please, just give me one more chance. Kim Chang-han's dad actually listened and just dropped him from way up high. Then he gave him an ice-cold order. He cannot, under any circumstances, leave our nation alive. After the trial, you will figure out a way to keep him here. Permanently. Me and 4 of my associates will make him disappear, just like you handled that 9 Realms demon. With that, he stepped into a portal and poofed away with 4 other figures. Zion was trembling, his shirt soaked in cold sweat as he mumbled, yes, sir. Meanwhile, on Jake's side of town, he caught up and snatched the Sacred Mountain's essence, holding the stone up to check out his prize. Man, I had to clap 3 people just for this one rock, he thought. And I don't even know what this consumable does yet. Looking back at his fallen corpse demon dragon, Jake wondered, what kind of glow-up would you get if you ate this? And you know our boy, he's all about action. He smirked, time to expand my horizons a bit. He immediately yeeted the stone into the air. Let's see what this Sacred Mountain's essence can really do. The fallen corpse demon dragon saw the snack coming and opened its mouth wide, catching the stone and swallowing it whole. Instantly, it was like a flashbang of golden light went off. A brilliant gold light poured from their bodies. The whole world trembled as the 2 fallen corpse demon dragons started to evolve. Shadow, in her eternal form, saw the chaos and spread her wings to shield Jake from falling rocks and debris. What a queen! He stared up completely amazed at the 2 dragons, which had gone from pitch black to being covered in a golden spiritual aura, right in the middle of a literal volcano. I swear, if anyone from, 45 Rockefeller Plaza in New York City could see this, they'd witness 2 pairs of massive wings just dominating the sky. Jake looked up as a notification popped on his screen. It announced he'd snagged new skills. The Gate of Holy Light and Universal Holy Light Combat. He thought to himself, sweet, so the dragon's second evolution just dropped 2 new skills. A whole info panel appeared. Fallen Corpse Demon Dragon, level 35. Skills: Demon Dragon's Breath, Demon Dragon's Assault, and Universal Holy Light Combat. Gate of Holy Light. Unsealed Dragon Language Demon Dragon Bloodline. After skimming the deets, Jake was like, okay, so Universal Holy Light can use the Holy Mountain's energy to boost my main stats by 30%. Plus, it has a health regen effect. The healing is kinda trash compared to Shadow, but still, this 30% boost is enough to take my whole corpse puppet army up a whole tier. I could probably flatten a small country with this, no cap. And he was super stoked about the Gate of Holy Light. Before, I needed both me and Shadow on the field to summon my big boys. But now, I can just deploy and recall them whenever. It's awesome. Thinking this, he couldn't help but look up at the fallen corpse times holy times dragons, wondering if more essence from other old gods could make them evolve even more. Jake stared hard as they soared. I'm getting so hyped to see what the final form of these twin demon dragons will be. Seriously guys, drop a comment with what you think their final form is. While he was geeking out, the system hit him with an important notification. It was about the proposal to end the national trial. The voting was over. The voting's already done, he thought. With 6 people left, even Andrea agreed to end it. LOL, I guess none of them want to fight me. Seeing the system panel pop up, Shadow and Jade switched back to their human forms and peeked over Jake's shoulder to see what was up. Meh. I think we can go home now, Jade said. Jake nodded, reached out, and hit the button. All right, time to end this party. The system's voice immediately blasted out. The number of yes votes has exceeded half the current survivors. The vote passes. The national trial is now officially over. Rewards for your accumulated points have been sent. All representatives must collect their rewards before leaving. A portal swirled open and spit out a treasure chest. Jake walked over to inspect it, totally tuning out the 2 girls playing behind him. Okay, here we go. The moment we've all been waiting for. A superclass event that attracted 23 nations. The loot better be epic. What could the first place prize possibly be? With a loud click, the chest opened. Jake was floored by what he saw. It was a sick-looking black belt with winding golden dragon scales. He was ecstatic. No way. This is one piece of a 5-piece, level 90, legendary set. Not only does a single piece activate the set effect, but the belt itself has a transformation skill. It lets him become the Golden Dragon King. Getting all 5 pieces will grant 3 more skills. If the other pieces have their own skills, I could totally spec into a warrior build. He was already looking at the busted stats of the Raging Dragon Warrior set. Legendary quality meant strength, agility, spirit, and durability all get a huge buff. It also has a special effect, Golden Dragon Shield, which can block attacks and lower damage. Jake couldn't stop smiling as he checked the other items. A level 40 skill book, Dragon Language Magic Replication. Oh, I can learn this right now. With this skill, he won't have to learn a ton of spells. He can just copy his dragon pet skills to easily trigger Dragon Language resonance with them. Moving on to the final item, he was a little let down. This last thing is just a lucky draw bag. It's basically a loot box that randomly gives 3 scrolls of rare quality or higher. As a notification dinged in his ear, Jake smirked. Well played. A world-class reward is a gacha pull. The Tai Chi Nation is really something else. Seeing him hold the lucky bag, Shadow and Jade leaned in. Curious. Whatever. Here's hoping I get lucky. The 3 items he got from the bag quickly appeared. They were a Summoning Slot Expansion Scroll, Epic Quality, and a Level Requirement Upgrade Enchantment Scroll, Epic Quality, and a Level Requirement Removal Enchantment Scroll, also Epic Quality. Oh my god, okay, this is not bad at all. These 3 scrolls are super hard to find, even at the big shot auction house. He happily stashed them away. The Summoning Slot Scroll came at the perfect time. Now I can finally hatch that dragon egg before my 3rd class advancement. The green dragon egg is up, and this level requirement removal scroll is perfect for the new belt. I don't have to wait until level 90 to get the power of the Golden Dragon King. Without a second thought, he took out the 2 items to combine them. Asterisk, use the level requirement removal enchantment scroll. Asterisk, a new info panel for the Will of the Raging Dragon Warrior appeared. The required level dropped from 90 all the way down to 0. He then took out his sword and gave it a swing. Okay, so this scroll upgrades an item's quality by 1 tier, up to legendary. I wonder what happens when you upgrade something that's already legendary. He decided, I'm using it on my weapon. Asterisk, use quality upgrade enchantment scroll. Asterisk, his flowing fire meteor sword became legendary plus, and its level requirement jumped from 30 to 40, and all its other stats went through the roof. He held the 2 pieces of gear, closing his eyes to feel the power-up. These 2 items had seriously boosted him to a whole new level. The replication and resonance skills let him cast spells like a dragon, and the green dragon egg was finally ready to go. The strength of his Dragon Rider class shot up another level, and this insane belt gave him the abilities of a Raging Dragon Warrior. Jake's tightly shut eyes snapped open. You could see a dragon's image reflected in them as a system notification chimed in. Effect activated, unsealing the remaining bloodline power, transforming into the Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, and spirit were boosted to level 50, while durability went up by 200. The only catch is he can't ride his mounts while transformed. After getting his W, Jake stepped into the portal out of there. He arrived at Jade City and the Tai Chi Kingdom in the main trial arena. The second he stepped out, he was blasted by cheering and the booming voice of an MC. Jake, the first-place champion and representative of the Dragon Kingdom, has returned. From the stands, a wild mix of curses and cheers erupted, making him frown a bit. People were screaming, the Dragon Kingdom's rep is out. Give me an autograph. While others yelled, Jake of the Dragon Kingdom. Give us back our prince. So, Mr. Jake, any thoughts on eliminating 3 people in a row? Some reporter yelled. Immediately, people from the Dragon Kingdom swarmed in to form a protective circle around Jake. Shangming led the way, pushing through the crowd. Please make way. Jake is not doing any interviews right now. Seeing Jake's face, Vice Principal May was grinning from ear to ear, laughing her heart out. Our Dragon Kingdom's hero has returned victorious. Vice Principal May, I'm back, Jake said with a slight nod. A guy named Feb immediately grabbed his hand. Congratulations on taking first place. We only asked you to get in the top 3. We never expected you to pull off such a massive surprise. If you guys were surprised too, smash that like button and subscribe for more. So Shangming, who was right behind him, chimes in, Yo, for real, Jake, you put in the work, man. The last 2 weeks, you were an absolute beast. Not just number 1, but like, you left everyone else in the dust. It wasn't even close. Then, plot twist. Jake feels something cold in his hand and he's all confused. Like, what's this? Haha. Shangming's just laughing. I was gonna upgrade your medal to silver, but nah. After that show, I'm 100% sure you deserve the gold. Hearing the old dude say that, Jake's mind just starts reeling times about this gold medal. He's thinking, hold up, my boys from the Griffin Corps told me there are only, like, EIGAT of these gold medals in the entire world. It's a legit military merit medal. Man, old Lou barely made captain after getting a bronze one. And above that is silver, then gold. The Griffin Corps only has 8 gold medal holders, and the big boss, number 2, isn't even stationed at the barracks. And trust me, those 8 are no joke. Old Febby just chuckles, all proud, starting today, you are the 9th, and also the youngest, gold medal holder ever. Like, can you believe that? Shangming adds, dude, with this gold medal, you've got serious clout. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only the 3 elders and the 2 Sings are ranked above you. He's basically saying this medal makes him a national hero, like some kind of celebrity guardian they'd have over in the Tai Chi Kingdom. You're a big deal with the Griffin Corps, and Old Han is a huge fan. Jake, you kid, you're on the express lane to the top, for real. Getting hyped up by 2 of the biggest players in the whole Dragon Kingdom, Jake just scratches his head, all embarrassed. Aw, you guys. I don't deserve all that. Seriously, thank you, Old Han, for believing in me. And with that, some announcer steps up and declares this year's national trial officially over. So this Kim Jan person gets on the podium to make the announcement. A huge congratulations to all the representatives who survived the secret realm. I will now announce the final results of this national trial. And get this, you guys. The first place winner is Jake from the Dragon Kingdom delegation with a staggering 843,694 points, which is 981.8% of the total. Meanwhile, second place, Andrea of the Snow Kingdom, had 725,629 points, which was only 6%. The gap is absolutely insane. Hearing Kim Jan read off those insane stats, old Feb just couldn't stop cheesing. Haha. To think he not only snagged first, but took over 90% of all the points. Man, this younger generation is something else. He's basically beaming. You flatter me, Old Han. If you guys think this is wild, smash that like button right now. Honestly, this result was pretty much what I expected, Jake says, cool as a cucumber. Hearing that confident comeback, the old man decides he's had enough of the noisy crowd. Sigh. This old body is tired, can't keep standing. I'm gonna head back and crash. You all should get some rest soon, too. Everyone's like, take care, Old Han. But then he stops, remembering something. Oh, right. We can fly back to the Dragon Kingdom tomorrow. First thing tomorrow morning, there's a national level reward that the 3 elders cooked up specially for you. So, don't you dare forget it. Haha. Hearing the old man's reminder, Jake was kinda stunned. He looks over at Shangming like, the 3 elders? A national level reward? What's he talking about? But get this. Shangming looked just as clueless as he did. Oh, Jake, my dude. You have seriously hit the jackpot this time. Back in his hotel room, probably some swanky suite at the Four Seasons in downtown Miami, Jake is holding up the Griffin Corps Military Merit Medal, just admiring it. The 9th gold medal? Huh? He flops back on the super soft mattress, crossing his legs all smug. Starting today, my status is just under Senior 2. According to Vice Principal Blake, I can even make Director Fang get on his knees and apologize. Dang, this gold medal is seriously overpowered. The more he thought about it, the more hyped he got, and he shot right up in bed. Okay, gotta put the gold medal away for now. It's time for the main event. Oh my god, I've been waiting for this for so long. He lifts his hand and a scroll just poofs into existence, and you hear that system notification, bling. You have used the summoning slot deployment scroll. He's like, I can finally unlock the green dragon egg. Let's go. A golden light fades out, and boom, the egg appears on the floor. Excellent. All right, everyone, get ready to welcome our new family member. Hearing him say that, his 3 little dragon pets all gather round, staring at this green egg super curiously. Wasting zero time, he uses his dragon taming art on the egg. Suddenly, cracks start spreading all over it, and bolts of lightning start shooting out. Whoa! The lightning blast was so intense it forced him and the 3 mini dragons to jump back. Out comes a level 1 blue dragon with skills like Thunderous Roar, Heavenly Punishment, Tribulation, Source of Lightning, and Blue Dragon Bloodline. After scanning its stats, Jake's jaw just hits the floor as he watches the little dragon start munching on its own eggshell. Wait a sec, this is a male dragon. Jake starts cheering, totally psyched. This is awesome. We finally have a handsome little guy on the team. Shadow, Jade, and Chloe were also super pumped to welcome the new member, crowding around and totally confusing the little dragon. Jake's checking him out, thinking his future giant dragon form is going to be epic. Gotta give you a name, right? Let's call you Servant. Hearing this, the little dragon just lets out a few angry roars. Oh, looks like you like the name, huh? Then from now on, you're Bach. But oh my god, it seems our boy Jake totally read the room wrong. A super mad Bach flies up and chomps down hard on his finger. Ouch. It's roaring like crazy, and thank goodness Shadow and Jade were there to hold it back. Jake just sighs. Dude, this Bach bites anyone it sees. There's gotta be something seriously wrong with this little dude. So rebellious. Now I've got another troublemaker on my hands, I'm getting a little worried. But then, bam. A system notification pops up. Jake, congratulations on obtaining today's treasure map. His jaw dropped when he got a good look. No way, was this the god-tier treasure map he hadn't seen in forever? At the same time, all the way on the western border of the Dragon Country, at the Ye family estate in Beverly Hills, a gorgeous woman was sitting all by herself, giggling while watching the news on her iPad. The winner of this year's national trial is Jake, the representative of the Dragon Country. She's thinking, I knew Jake would have no problem with the weapon I gave him. He's a total pro. Of course, he'd win. But as she's talking, she's hit with this sudden, nasty coughing fit. She's coughing like crazy, and when she looks down at her hand, there's blood on it. A little trickle of blood runs from the corner of her mouth. This beautiful lady just stares off into the distance, her eyes filled with sadness. The royal family, their methods are pretty messed up. Suddenly, she hears frantic footsteps from outside. Miss Ye, this is bad. The people from the royal family are here again. Hearing her servants report, she grabs a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her hand, her voice dripping with annoyance. Here again? What could they possibly want now? They're still trying to get Cloudwater Mountain. She angrily crumples the handkerchief in her hand. Cloudwater Mountain has been in our Ye family for almost 100 years. The royal family just keeps trying to challenge our claim. They're obviously just looking for an excuse to take over the Ye family, she finishes. The servant replies, they're totally taking advantage of the fact that the Ye family has no leader right now. They've already taken so much of our stuff, and now they're using some lame excuse about settling old debts to keep coming after us. She sighs and stands up. For crying out loud, we're a noble family of the western border, and they pull this kind of garbage. What about the Long family? Have we heard anything from them after all this time? The servant shakes their head. The Long family still hasn't replied. Miss. Hearing this, the beautiful lady slams her hand on the table in a rage. Ungrateful jerks, all of them. She gets so worked up that her cough comes back, and with every hack, more blood comes up, totally freaking out the servant. Miss Ye, please calm down. You have to take care of yourself. I'm fine. Take me to see the people from the royal family. She grits her teeth. I want to see for myself just how shameless they can possibly be. Meanwhile, up in the purple twilight sky, Jake is on a flight back, probably on a private jet, just catching up on some news. He had picked the Death Sand Sea, a level 70+ secret realm with nightmare difficulty that needs a party of more than 5 people. Jake's just resting his chin on his hand, a little smirk on his face. This national level reward from Old Han really came in clutch. He's remembering being at the Jade City International Airport when he was offered his pick of 10 secret realm resources out of a list of 460. Thinking he must have heard wrong, Jake turned to look at old Febby. Haha. Of course, dude, this is a national level reward. These 460 secret realms were discovered all over the world by the Dragon Country's top brass, and normally even the richest people can't get access to them. See anything you need? Jake just gives a little half smile. Even though they were all secret realms above level 60, for him, they were pretty much useless for leveling up, so he was kind of bummed. But as he flipped to the next page, Jake suddenly froze. Wait, this is... The status was still unselected. Death Sand Sea, a level 70+ secret realm. Yo, the Death Sand Sea was the exact location on that god-tier treasure map he just got last night. Seeing him staring at this one for so long, old Febby leaned over. Found something you like? Jake was like, Old Han, I want this Death Sand Sea. I don't need the rest. Hearing this, the old man just let out a huge laugh. Ha ha, you've got a good eye, kid. But as for this secret realm's border, I'll have Vice Principal Jade send some people to scout it out and set up a personal teleportation point for you. Jake didn't hesitate for a second. That would be perfect. Thank you, May. I'll just be returning to the Dragon Country a bit late, since I already made plans with Andrea, and you know, it's hard to turn him down. Haha, no worries. I'll head back first, then. As for the other 9 choices, I'll have Vice Principal Blake let you pick some high-experience secret realms. Lost in thought, a hand suddenly lands on his shoulder. It was Shangming. He jokes, Mr. Champion, time to get off the plane. Jake smiles and looks out the window. But his smile completely vanished when he saw the massive crowd outside. Ah, okay. Wow. It's definitely a party out there. Down on the airport tarmac, Jake walks down the stairs one step at a time. The second he's visible, the crowd just erupts with cheers and congratulations, giving the Dragon Country's hero a huge welcome. Victory for Jake. Jake is so hot. Woo. Oh my god, look, he's smiling. Ming notices how awkward Jake looks and immediately steps in to help. I'm guessing you're not used to this kind of scene, huh? How about I get you back to the academy? Jake's like, Vice Principal Blake, please stop messing with me. Just get me out of here, like, right now. Half an hour later at Longdu Academy, probably somewhere quiet on the campus in upstate New York, Jake finally breathes a sigh of relief. Ah, finally, some peace and quiet. Back on familiar ground, he knew this hype would probably last for another 10 to 15 days. Tang Min, who was walking with him, gave him some advice. You should probably just skip classes for a while, dude. Get some real rest, and once the teleportation gate to the Death Sand Sea is ready, I'll come get you, little Jake. Suddenly, a super clear voice calls out his name. Jake looks up. It was May, his little auntie. And behind her were Chloe, Jade, and Ivy, holding a giant banner to welcome him back. You're finally back. Welcome home, champ. Seeing this whole production, Jake shouts, totally embarrassed. What are you guys doing? May was so happy she was literally crying. Little Jake, you have no idea how worried your auntie was. I was glued to the live stream every single day. So many people wanted to, take you out. All right, let's keep it clean for the YouTube algorithm, guys. But what do you think they meant? Drop your theories in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe. Yo, May, chill. I'm back in one piece. See? Jake said, trying to calm his super worried aunt down. Man, seeing her that concerned for him, he finally, completely, times let his guard down. He was home. After getting the debrief on 4 things from Vice Principal Shadow, it was time to just vibe. Eat some real food, sleep in his own bed, hang with his dragon pets, and kick it with his family and crew. Seriously, nothing beats just chilling out. So, picture this. Everyone's at the dinner table at his place over on 123 Elm Street, totally grilling Jake. Dude, the school announcement took forever. What happened? You run into trouble? He's just like, nah, I met this cool dude from the Snow Nation, and he invited me to this huge party before I bounced. And May immediately goes, oh my god, Jake, you're turning into a wild child, already going to parties and drinking. Chloe just lost it, giggling at May, scolding him. May, you're being so extra. But Jade totally jumped in to defend her. Nuh-uh. She's not being extra. Those Snow Nation people party hard, like there's no tomorrow. But honestly, just sitting there, with everyone laughing and chatting, eating food May cooked, all that exhaustion from his trip just melted away. He glanced out the window, wondering how his senior, Ivy, was doing and if she'd heard he snagged first place. Meanwhile, across town in some crazy tall skyscraper on Wilshire Boulevard, night was falling. Is what you told me the real deal? In the fancy guest hall of the Tay Nation's Golden Axe Society, a guy named Cyan was bowing to his boss. 100%, sir. Our spy at the Golden Jade City Airport confirmed it. Jake is heading to the secret realm of the Death Sand Sea. The boss just rested his hands on the table, looking menacing. The Death Sand Sea. Right on the border between our nation and the Dragon Nation. I've already sent the God-slaying Legion and the Green God Legion to set up shop there. Cyan totally freaked. What? You're sending in 2 of our 3 best legions. Isn't that, total overkill? The boss cut him off mid-sentence. Overkill what? And then, oh my god, a freaking tentacle shot out and wrapped around Zion's neck. The poor guy was so terrified he couldn't even breathe. He immediately backtracked. URK, not overkill at all. My bad. I'll follow your orders. Hearing that, the boss let him go. To get revenge for my son, he growled. Using the entire nation's military is not an exaggeration. Cyan was just like, gasp, yes, you're right. The boss was just seething. You could feel the rage coming off him. I want those legions to completely annihilate him. And get our 4 National Guardian heroes on it. I want them to take Jake down together. So, a few days later, bright and early, at the entrance to the Death Sand Sea dungeon, out by the California-Nevada border, this high-tech portal was buzzing, surrounded by soldiers. And then, a single foot stepped out of the gate. It was Jake and his crew, rolling up to the scene. Jade was looking around, completely hyped, and screamed, oh my gosh. I can't believe we're the first people to ever challenge a national-level dungeon. This is so sick. If we weren't friends with Jake, we'd never get a shot like this. I wonder if they have any cool ingredients for cooking around here. Or maybe. But while the 4 girls were just buzzing with excitement, he was dead serious, on high alert. The Sea of Death. He thought. I'm so close to finding my 5th dragon. Then his eyes locked onto a familiar flag in the distance, and he got suspicious. Hold up, why are people from the Tay Nation here? And then a voice from right behind them made everyone jump. Ever since we started building the portal here, they started sending patrols to the border. It's not a big deal though, so don't sweat it. Everyone whipped around. Ah, Teacher Gu. What are you doing here? Teacher Gu walked over and gave Jake a friendly pat on the shoulder. No need to be so tense. The academy was worried, so they sent me as backup. If you guys run into any trouble, you just let me know, all right? He nodded, thinking, man, this academy is actually pretty clutch. May, standing right next to him, was all grateful. Thank you so much for taking care of our Jake. Seeing all the special treatment, Jade pouted. This is so unfair. This is that star student privilege, isn't it? Someone whispered. Teacher Gu just smiled. All right, follow me. I'll take you to the dungeon entrance. They all got in line and followed her to this massive doorway. Teacher Gu turned to Jake. All right, time to cash in on your reward, Jake. He just grinned, nodded, and stepped right into the Death Sand Sea dungeon. And bam, they hit a snag right away. Teesk, didn't think this place would have bouncers, Jake muttered. Jade, who was in the back, immediately pushed forward. Don't even move a muscle, Jake. We'll handle this chump, he raised an eyebrow. You sure? A panel popped up showing the monster's stats. Tyrant Skull Follower, Elite Rank, level 65, with a skill called Netherbone Slash. But Jade and Chloe stepped forward, super confident. Totally. You're not the only one who's been grinding these past 2 months. Just watch this. And with a flick of her blade, Jade unleashed Water Split. 4 sick water lotuses appeared and locked onto the skull, blasting it. At the same time, Ivy just teleported behind it like it was nothing. She slashed it with her frost sword, freezing it solid. Chloe, not wanting to be left out, was like, my turn, and activated Star Brilliance Annihilation. A massive beam of pure light shot out of her scepter. Straight at the skull Ivy was targeting. This skill made it burn every single second, taking continuous light attribute damage over time. It was so clutch. Seeing the 3 girls coordinating so perfectly, Jake couldn't help but praise them while he launched his own non-stop assault. Excellent. He could totally tell the power gap between them and him was growing, so they were all trying their absolute best to keep up. What a crew. Drop a comment below if you think they make a great team. They're leveling up and getting stronger so they don't hold me back. That's why they've been training non-stop for 2 months. After they finished the monster off, the 3 of them ran over to him, totally beaming. So, how was that? Our teamwork was on point, right? We're strong enough to fight with you now. We'll never be a burden. Jake nodded. You guys are seriously impressive now. Taking down a level 65 elite at level 30 without a scratch, you'd be top tier at our academy. But while they were joking around, Jake's expression suddenly changed. Watch out, he yelled. He whipped out his nether serpent arrows and, without even pulling the bowstring, fired off 12 magic arrows. The arrows literally zipped right past Jade's shoulder, making her jump out of her skin. Jake. In a split second, a whole new batch of skull monsters got totally wiped out. The girls just stood there, mouths on the floor, completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, he had taken out 8 elite monsters. Asterisk. Is this really the difference in our power? Asterisk. He just lowered his bow with a little smile. Can't let anything happen to the people who matter to me, he said. And he's just smiling. The girls were thinking, wow, we totally just made fools of ourselves. The vibe got super awkward, so May quickly changed the subject. Oh, hey, Jake, where are your dragons? Bring him out so we can all get some XP. At the mention of dragons, he just laughed and scratched his head. Well, I actually got a new one recently. But he's kinda got an attitude problem. Hearing that, the girls freaked out. No way! You have 4 dragons now. Dude, we're with you. We're not scared of anything. Come on, summon your new buddy so your Aunt May can see. With everyone hyping him up, Jake finally gave in. All right. If a bow goes totally nuts, I'll just pull him back. The second he summoned a bow, all hell broke loose. Lightning started crashing down from the sky, and the girls had to scramble to dodge it. Jade was just staring at the new dragon in total awe. Does he always have to make such a dramatic entrance? He's so majestic. Ivy nodded, agreeing. That's some serious magical energy. Jake just watched the chaos, the corner of his mouth twitching. Could we be a little more low-key? Abow, Jake muttered. But the moment he appeared, Abow unleashed a thunderous roar. A gigantic lightning bolt slammed down from the sky, creating a shockwave that paralyzed the whole swarm of skull monsters. Feeling that electric buzz, Jake looked up at his dragon. Wait a minute, could this be it? He started gathering energy in his hand as the lightning got even crazier. Roar of the Jade Dragon King, Jake yelled, commanding Abow to blast the horde of monsters. The attack unleashed this insane shockwave, creating something called a dragon language resonance that amped up their magic power by 100%, completely obliterating the monsters. Oh my god, you guys. If you think that combo was sick, destroy that like button. When the skill ended, a system notification popped up. Asterisk Azure Dragon has reached level 2. Asterisk Jake was like, just as I thought. Abow's skill is Roar of the Azure Dragon King, and using it at the same time as me triggers that resonance. That one massive attack completely cleared the area of monsters. Then, the system dinged again. Asterisk map fragment of the tyrant's retreat route. Asterisk a dungeon quest popped up. Collect the map fragments and reassemble the map of the tyrant's retreat route. Find the tyrant's treasure. Current progress, 1 out of 500. Looking at the little map piece in Jake's hand, May asked, so the quest is a treasure hunt for some tyrant's loot? And this is a quest item? Ivy glanced at it. Basically, if we collect all 500 pieces, we can put together a map that leads to his treasure. Jade's jaw just about hit the desert floor when she heard that. 500 fragments? Are you serious? That's an insane amount. Jake frowned at the quest panel while May and Chloe leaned in to get a closer look at the quest details. Find the tyrant's treasure. Current progress, 1 of 500. Jade got all fired up, swinging her sword around. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go tear this desert apart. Jake was just speechless for a second. He finally had to warn her. Whoa, hold up there. This entire place is just sand. We have no idea what's hiding under us. It's way too easy to walk right into a trap. May came up behind Jake and asked, so, what's the plan, hotshot? In response, Jake just raised his hand and summoned his other dragon, Jade. Yep, got one. We send in some air support to scout ahead. Jade, the dragon, flapped her wings and flew up high. Natural assimilation. Summon twin fallen corpse holy dragons. The dragon's level matches the user's. Level 35 fallen corpse holy dragon skill. First up, demonic dragon's breath. It blasts the target with a crazy stream of dragon fire, dealing massive magic damage. And get this, anything it takes out gets resurrected as our own personal zombie dragon puppet to fight for us. Then there's demonic dragon assault. It wraps itself in this sick demonic energy armor and just plows through the target, dealing tons of damage. That assault also blocks 99% of incoming damage and is guaranteed to reflect all of it right back at the attacker. Insane, right? And we get new skill effects, too. Holy Light Illumination. The demon dragon creates a holy aura that juices up all allies within a 100-meter radius, boosting our main stats by 30% and healing 1% of our max health every second. Then there's Gate of Holy Light. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments which new dragon is your favorite so far. Okay, so check this out. The demon dragon just unleashes the power of the Holy Mountain and rips open this insane Gate of Holy Light to basically Uber itself and its whole zombie army to any location it wants. This skill has 0 restrictions. We're talking distance, area, magic circles, planes, you name it. It's like having a private jet that can land in the middle of Times Square. No questions asked. Plus, with dragon language unsealed, its breath attacks are now full-blown dragon language magic. The old demon dragon assault, nope, that's dragon language magic now too. Total upgrade. The skill is called Doomsday Descends, and oh my god, it's as extra as it sounds. He can control and even transform his undead puppets, summoning or recalling them whenever he feels like it. And get this, if a puppet gets dusted, all that creepy energy just zaps right back to the holy fallen dragon. And on top of that, his demon dragon bloodline cuts all incoming damage by a whopping 75%. Dude's a walking tank. So the twin holy fallen dragon just flaps its wings and lets out this massive roar, right? And boom, it uses that same puppet master skill to teleport his fallen heavenly demon soldiers straight into the dungeon. And y'all, they're level 75. Level 75. This ain't your grandma's dungeon crawl anymore. Their whole strategy is busted. They have this corpse tide thing where every nearby zombie boosts all their defenses by 25%. Then there's Born from Death, where every non-fatal hit they take INCAC is their defense by another 25%. The more you hit them, the stronger they get. And each of their attacks deals extra hits based on how high their defense is. It's a whole vibe of despair. Meanwhile, Emma and the crew are just watching from the sidelines. And seeing thousands of these demon soldiers just pop out of nowhere has her completely bugging out. She's like, this has to be a dream, right? Did he really just pull his whole army out of the dungeon? Chloe is clutching her scepter, backing away and stammering. This is absolutely terrifying. Even Ivy, our cool and collected queen, is totally stunned. She just has to ask, okay, Spill, how in the world did you do that? Shadow lands right next to Jake, and he finally turns to explain to the girls, all casual like, oh, the holy fallen dragon can open a gate of holy light. It teleports itself and all the corpse puppets anywhere, with literally no restrictions on distance, area, or anything. Ivy's eyes go wide, like, you can see the gears turning in her head. This skill is way more broken than any necromancer's. Jade points off into the chaos and asks the real question. Wait, does that mean you can bring out that massive 9 realms demon, too? Jake just smirks, a little bit proud, and goes, you really think I'd leave my best minion behind? And not even a second later, the 9 realms demon pops into existence. It throws its head back and lets out this insane roar that literally knocks Jade's group back a few steps. Talk about a grand entrance. Jake just grins and says, Yeah. Clearing the path? I'll just leave it to them. So, new scene. Jake's squad, led by this absolute unit of a demon, is just waltzing deeper into the dungeon. They keep running into elite monsters, but who cares? Right now, there's this skeleton throwing down with the demon soldiers. A skeleton follower of the Storm Lord, level 65 elite. Big whoop. The XP drop is 10,260. Not too shabby. This skeleton dude has a nether bone slash that deals 150% physical damage and adds a corrosion effect. Nasty. Behind it, there's this giant desert spider, and the two of them are just brazenly tearing through Jake's front line. They're the vanguard, I guess. The desert spider snatches a demon soldier with its freaky mandibles and lifts it up, all its dozens of eyes blinking like crazy. This desert spider is a level 70 elite monster, dropping 11,750 XP. It has a poisonous spike attack where it leaps forward and stabs you for 120% damage. And it hits you with a poison that drains 30% of your health per second for the next 5 seconds. But just as it's looking grim, the Nine Realms demon charges in. It winds up, leaps into the air with literal whirlwinds around it, and roars like a monster truck rally. Roar, roar, roar. Then it just slams its mace into the ground. The shockwave just sends all the little skeleton minions flying. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaks across the sky. And oh my god, it's a bow. The little dude flies up and just lands on the heads of the spider and the skeleton, and they don't even notice. A bow opens its tiny mouth and lets out this epic roar, and with it as the epicenter, a storm of lightning just starts hammering the ground. It's called Thunderous Roar, and it's aimed right at them. A lightning shockwave crashes down, creating this huge storm zone that just zaps everything inside and paralyzes them. Even for elite monsters, standing in the middle of that massive lightning field is a death sentence. They're just crying out in pain nonstop. Watching this, Emma's mouth is just twitching. Unbelievable. She's thinking. And here I was, all hyped about my training progress from the last 2 months. This dude just casually clears a dungeon with his pets. The power gap is just insane. Ivy was completely speechless. After the skeleton and spider were fried, a big treasure chest appeared. Jake walked over and popped it open. Congratulations, host. The coordinates here match the coordinates of the God-tier treasure map. Treasure map successfully used. He pulls out the first item and is a little surprised. Huh? So it's not a dragon egg. It's the Will of the Raging Dragon Warrior. Level 90 requirement, class locked to Dragon Blood Warrior. The stats are insane. Agility plus 840, Spirit plus 3,187, Strength plus 181, and Endurance plus 1,248. It's got an active skill, Gilded Body, where your whole body turns to gold, making you immune to ALL damage. You can't move or attack, but you can stay like that for up to 3 minutes, or just cancel it whenever. It's a set item, 1 out of 5, and just having one piece starts unsealing his bloodline power, letting him transform into the Golden Dragon King. When he transforms, his strength, agility, and spirit get boosted by 50 levels. His endurance gets a huge upgrade at level 200. As the Golden Dragon King, he can't access the 3rd stage of the 5-piece set, but it'll unlock more of his bloodline power. Plus, he gets 2 new skills, Wings of Judgment and Raging Blood. And with all 5 pieces, the power of the Golden Dragon King gets completely unsealed, and he gets a Supreme Shield skill. Jake's eyes are practically sparkling as he blurts out, "This has to be the next big thing." He's grinning like a fool, thinking, "This is so sick. I don't even have to grind to get it. I can use this to fight right away." The next item is a crafting blueprint for the contract of the Shadow Dragon King, a legendary special item. You guys, if you're loving this insane loot drop, smash that like button. After he crafts it, he can use this special contract to summon the Shadow Dragon King, whose name is the Black Blade, to fight for him. The summon lasts for a whole hour, and the contract has 3 uses. The coolest part is that the Shadow Dragon King's level is always the same as the user's. The materials he needs are Cosmostones, ancient god crystals, no more than 300 units of Shadow Island's breath, and no more than 50 units of Shadow Spring water. Jake clenches his fist, exclaiming, "This is literally a divine artifact." Shadow immediately transforms into her primal dragon form. Jake is already scheming. If I have Shadow use natural assimilation to absorb this contract, it could become a permanent skill, just like with the Fallen Holy Dragon. A permanent summon. That's basically like getting a whole new dragon egg. Just then, a system notification pops up. Jake stares at it. Mission completed. Collected 500 out of 500 fragments. Do you wish to combine them into the map of the Tyrant's retreat route? Yes or no? Oh, and Jade's level increased to 36. He laughs out loud and hits yes. I can't believe I finished that so quickly, he thinks. The system confirms, and then the scene switches. Outside the portal area, somewhere that feels like it could be just outside of Austin, Texas, fully armed soldiers from the Tai Chi Kingdom are advancing. A Dragon Country officer guarding the circle sees them, puts up a hand, and yells, "Halt." This secret realm is currently in use. This dude named Lei doesn't even blink, just charges forward with his sword raised. The officer is still shouting a stern warning, "Please stay back," but before he can finish, Lei slices him in two. Blood just goes everywhere. The soldier next to him pulls a gun, fires into the air, and screams, "All units on alert, we're under attack." A huge explosion goes off, lighting up the sky. Hearing all the noise, Mei is completely bewildered, like, what is going on? Meanwhile, the Tai Chi Kingdom soldiers have their swords out and are just going on a rampage. In a flash, the area around the teleportation circle is soaked in the blood of the Dragon Country soldiers. Kill them all. Mei is frozen in terror, thinking, what in the world is happening? One of the soldiers manages to break away from the fight, covered in wounds. He practically collapses right in front of Mei. She catches him, yelling, "Watch out." The officer struggles to speak, forcing out the words, "They're from the Tai Chi Kingdom. Run. You have to get word of this ambush back to the Dragon Country." Mei's eyes are filled with tears. She bites her lip and says, "Okay." She glances back at the teleportation gate and sees it's now swarming with enemy soldiers. Mei curses under her breath, "Damn it, there's no way to get to the gate." She pulls a scroll from her pocket, one she was clearly saving. "I only have one random teleportation scroll. I guess I have to use it now." But while she's hesitating, Lei swings his sword right at her. Luckily, Mei's quick on her feet and dodges the attack. She ducks and starts running, unfurling the scroll as she goes. It's a random teleportation scroll, a one-time use item that zaps you to a random spot on the current map. It's a total gamble. Lei chases her and swings again, but he's too slow. Mei vanishes without a trace. Lei stops, looks into the distance, and says with confusion, "She got away." This dude is the commander of the Green God Army of the Tai Chi Kingdom. Lei. Lame. Anyway, back to Jake. A system notification chimes. New skill acquired. Jade mirror image. Jake stares at the screen, totally surprised. Jade learned a new skill, and the panel keeps showing more info. Okay, Jade mirror image lets her pick a friendly unit and create 2 mirror image clones of them. The clones get all the skills of the original and have 30% of their stats. The max number of clones for any one person is 2. But, and this is a huge but for dragon-type allies or teammates with dragon bloodlines, the effect is doubled. Jade, who's still in her awesome Eternal One form, just gives a little smile. Jake's eyes immediately light up. This skill can actually make clones. He is so hyped, he puts a hand to his chin and starts analyzing the possibilities. Being attacked by 15 dragons at once, not even a god could handle that. Jade walks over to Jake, and he strokes her head, still lost in his master plan. She's only level 30 and she's already learned Dragon's Domain and Jade Mirror Image. What do you guys think of this insane power-up? Let me know in the comments. Okay, get this skill. This busted basically doubles the whole team's damage output instantly. No cap, Shadow is the baddest dragon pet in the game, period. Then, out of nowhere, the ground starts shaking like crazy, like the whole server is bugging out, splashing water everywhere. 3 seriously weird-looking monsters just burst out from below. Jake's game HUD immediately pops up with the deets. Tyrant's Attendant, level 70, worth a cool 14,253 XP. So these things are wielding these huge swords called the Nether Mirror Dance. And get this, they're juiced up with some nasty death magic. They slap you for 200% physical damage and hit you with a corrosion debuff. Yikes. And if you thought that was bad, hold up, because it wasn't just them. Right behind him, this giant golden wheel thingy appears and starts rolling straight for our crew. Ivy's just like, yup, that's gotta be the map boss. The path just opened up for us. And Jake, my man, just smirks and goes, well, we don't have to go looking for them. This actually saves us a ton of time. Then, the big bad pulling the strings finally shows up, slowly rolling in on some ridiculously bougie golden machine. Jake's system, right on cue, flashes the ID, Cursed Tyrant. Bro, this thing is level 80, leader difficulty, nightmare grade. Peep these stats. Strength, 20,951. Agility, 28,034. Spirit, 27,582. And endurance, 10,658. Insane. Ivy's like, so, what's the plan? And Emma, who's standing right there, chimes in with her 2 cents. I think we should send in the demon army first to soften them up, then have your dragon just wipe the floor with them. But Jake just turns his head, real chill, and is like, nah, that's way too much work. Shadow's got this. Emma immediately jumps in, all worried. I know Shadow's a beast, but dude, it's not just one level 80 nightmare boss. There are a zillion level 70 elite minions with it. She looks at Jake, totally serious. Like, are you for real gonna let Shadow solo this whole mess? Jake's look was dead serious, and all he says is, why not? Then he turns to Jade and yells, Jade, time to show your new trick. The second he says that, Her eyes start glowing with this insane white light, and boom, the system panel pops up again. Skill name, Jade Mirror Image. It lets you pick a friendly target and make 2 perfect copies of them. Get this. The clones get all the skills of the original, with stats at 30%. You can only have 2 clones out at once for any single person. But if you use it on a dragon or someone with dragon blood, the effect is doubled. Jade immediately throws down her new move. She makes this little times pop times sound, and just like that, a clone appears. Fully formed, and she's just like, whoa, a clone jutsu. But wait, it gets better. Jade's first clone then makes another one. Emma's eyes are practically popping out of her head. It can make 2 clones. Wait, if you bring out all 9 summons, does that mean you get 27 of them? The cloning finishes up and Shadow's 2 new copies let out this epic roar. Chloe is just standing there, jaw on the floor, completely shook. Chloe is just gushing. That's insane, May. Jade's new skill is totally broken, but the cursed tyrant isn't just gonna sit there and watch. He lets out this evil laugh and unleashes a skill called Abyss of Sand's Raging Vortex. It whips up this massive quicksand pit and sandstorm in a huge area. Anyone caught inside takes sand damage every second, equal to 120% of his attack power, plus 1.5% of their max health. Oof. On top of that, your movement speed gets nuked by 60%, and it randomly shoots out these whirlwinds that just yeet you into the air. The ground is shaking like crazy again. May shouts, Emma, what's the play? Chloe's freaking out. It's no good. I can't even stand up. And poor Mia just face plants and yells, the shaking is too much. I can't stay on my feet. And what does Jake do? Stays perfectly calm and tells everyone, don't sweat it. Just chill and take a little break. And then, out of nowhere, a massive boulder comes flying right at the cursed tyrant. The boss looks up just in time to see this giant rock coming at its face at like 100 miles an hour. It had 0 time to react and gets smacked right in the kisser, making this hilarious times splat times sound. Before it could even figure out what just happened, Shadow's 3 clones charge right in. Jake's just like, and now, for Shadow's main event. All 3 clones are holding the exact same weapon. Suddenly, the weapons in their hands grow 1,000 times bigger. Then all 3 of them let out this synchronized roar, 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 and they unleash a storm of giant weapons that just rains down on the cursed tyrant. The skill is called Northern Sky's Chaotic Cudgel, and it creates this insane storm of attacks in one area. Anything caught in it takes 36 hits per second, each one dealing 100% of attack power, and you literally can't dodge it or stop it. While you're getting pummeled, your defense drops by 40% and you get hit with this massive shock debuff, which slows their attack speed by 30%. The cursed tyrant got absolutely yeeted by the attack. Its minions were terrified for like half a second before they got launched into orbit too. In just a few moments, the boss and all its little buddies were completely deleted. All that was left was a giant crater in the ground. Jake just walks over, looks at the hole, and scoffs. Wow, what a glass cannon. Ivy just shakes his head with a smile. I should have known. Every time I think I've seen it all, you pull something new out of your hat. Mia walks up, still looking totally confused. Wait, it's over? I barely even saw what happened. Then you hear that sweet times ding times from the system. Rewards for the Sea of Death Sand Dungeon. A treasure chest just poofs into existence in front of them. Jake walks over, all curious. All right, let's see what goodies the system blessed us with this time. The system keeps talking. Jake's level has increased to 42. He cracks open the chest, and a flood of rare loot spills out. First up, the system calls out the info. Level Removal Enchantment Scroll. Quality, Legendary. It's a consumable, and the effect, it completely removes the level requirement from any piece of gear. Whoa, Jake is thinking, yes. A level removal scroll. This is exactly what I needed. This is going to save me so much cash. Next up, the system shows item number 2, Searching Paper. It's a special item that pings an enemy's location after you use it. It's class-specific and only has 3 uses. Jake just smirks. This is perfect for Ivy's build, and if I can figure out how to remove that usage limit, this thing will be a must-have for exploring and raids. Item number 3 pops up, a cooking recipe for something called Flying Sesame Brittle. It even comes with a little chef's note. Once you learn it, you can whip up this snack, and eating it gives you the ability to fly for 2 hours. Drop a comment below what you do with 2 hours of flight. Alright, item number 4 is a pair of boots called God Step. They're platinum grade, need level 30, and give plus 101 strength and a whopping plus 374 agility. Special effect, you get a massive burst of speed for a short time, it boosts your evasion, and you heal a bit every time you successfully dodge an attack. So sick. And the last item is the Title Ring. Also platinum grade, level 30 required. It's a forged weapon with plus 216 strength and plus 198 agility. The special effect is wild. you can summon a water shield that blocks attacks. It doesn't just soak up physical hits, it hits attackers back with elemental damage. Jake scoops up the loot and says, "All right, I'm taking the scroll and the paper. The rest of this stuff will go to whoever's class it fits. We can run this dungeon again a bunch of times, so I'm sure everyone will get geared up." Anyone got a problem with that? Everyone's cool with it. Ivy smiles and says, "Sounds like a plan, boss." Emma is totally hyped. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go grind this thing." And, scene. All right, so cut to this dude, Letai, just staring at this massive space portal, totally stunned. His goon reports, "Sir, we've sent guys after the woman who got away." Letai snaps, "Tell Lord Jin that the Forest of Divine Bones is completely toast. Now we wait for Jake to come out, and I'm gonna grab him and his whole crew at once." The goon just bows and says, "Yes, sir." But just as he says that, this creepy voice comes from behind him. "No need for that, I'm already here." At the same time, this freaky purple tentacle snakes out and touches a dead body on the ground. It completely sucks the life force out of the guy, turning him into a shriveled-up husk. The voice speaks again, "Jake. I will be the one to end him, personally." Ooh, the drama. This new guy is Z, and apparently, he's the big boss. Letai and his goon immediately drop to their knees. "Welcome, my lord." She orders them, "Make this place look like the work of those crazy ancient god cultists." Denji's face gets super dark. "There is no way we can let the Dragon Country find out we were behind this." Okay, scene change. We're in the vice principal's office somewhere in downtown Miami. This guy, Shangming, is trying to call someone, but it's just ringing and ringing. Asterisk beep, beep, beep. Asterisk. He's getting frustrated. What the heck? Why isn't anyone picking up? He's staring at his phone, and finally, someone answers. He quickly says, "Hello, this is Vice Principal Shangming from Dragonwood Academy. I'm calling to ask, is Guhan from my school still stationed at the Death Sand Sea Garrison?" The guy on the phone starts to say, "Vice Principal," about the garrison, and whatever he says next makes Shangming leap out of his chair. He's yelling into the phone, "What?" The cultists launched a surprise attack on the garrison. The guy on the line replies, "That's correct, sir. The director from the Taichi Kingdom came and told us himself." He keeps explaining, "These cultist groups have been getting bolder lately, attacking Dragon Country outposts. Sir, there were no survivors at the garrison." Shangming is just floored. How is that even possible? The guy tries to calm him down. "Vice Principal Shangming, please try to stay calm. We need you to keep the morale up with the teachers and students at the academy. The Border Defense Department is trying to confirm the report right now." Shangming just nods, "Understood." And, scene change. Now we're at the Jin estate in the Taichi Kingdom. This dude Xian has his feet kicked up on his desk, chilling. He's on a call, talking loudly into his headset. "Verify." "Verify what? Are you telling me you don't trust the Taichi Kingdom?" Then he slowly gets up from his desk. Xian gives a couple of bored, one-word answers, then rips his headset off and says to the Dragon Country rep on the other end, "Look, the Death Sand Sea is out in the boonies. Even if you set your best people, it would take them 10 to 15 days to get there. So if that's all, I'm hanging up." Just then, this girl Su-Yun bursts through the door, totally out of breath. "Chief Jin," she pants, "the Dragon Country. They sent 2 documents." Xian looks super annoyed, like, "Ugh, what now?" And that's where we're leaving it for today, guys. What do you think is in those documents? Smash that like button if you enjoyed the drama. And don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. So, what's the tea? She spilled it all, super nervous. Okay, so, Tyler is basically trashing our whole investigation into that cult thing, saying we're useless. To get to the truth, he's sending in his own guy, Tu Jing. And get this, Tu Jing's crew, the Lion Regiment, is already mobilizing on the border. He sent a message saying he hopes the Taichi Kingdom can, like, understand if things get messy. Tyler was quiet for a sec, then totally blew a gasket. He crushed the report in his hand, slammed the table, and yelled, "They're trying to be all polite, but this is a straight-up threat. They're basically telling me if we get in their way, they're gonna throw hands." Sue tried to cut in, but Director Kim was like, "Dude, there is no way we can go up against the Dragon Country's Lion Legion. For real." But Tyler was being a total drama king, not listening at all, yelling that his master plan better not get messed up. Get Lee from the Green God Corps on the line, tell him to give our national heroes the heads up, and send the Godsing Corps to the border to stall that Lion Legion. Tyler's whole vibe was that if they could just run the clock long enough to ice Jake, there'd be no one left to snitch. The Dragon Country could look for their cult weirdos, but they'd have zero proof to start a war. Sue just nodded and was like, "Got it." Tyler's face was dead serious. Taking out Jake has to go off without a hitch. Period. New scene. Ivy let out a huge sigh. Ugh. Dungeon crawling is a whole workout. I need some good eats and like a 12-hour nap, stat. Chloe just laughed. For real, We're gonna have to let Jake carry us again tomorrow. He just chuckled back, haha. Even walking makes Ivy tired. The whole squad of 5 then pops out of the portal, one by one. And bam. The scene in front of them was straight out of a horror movie. May let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah, Chloe was shook. What the heck happened here? They're all gone. Ivy ran over to a body and yelled, Jake, get over here. Check this out. The way they died is exactly like that shally dude you smoked. It's like their life force got vacuumed out. You think the old god cultists came back to get us? Jake gave it a quick look and shook his head. Nah. He was quick to break it down. This ain't the cult. I don't feel any of that old god juju, but I am getting some serious deja vu. This energy is just like Tyler's son. Ivy was confused, but Tyler's kid was definitely. Before she could even finish, another voice cut her off. Well, look at the big brain on Ivy, sharp as ever. And the guy talking was none other than Tyler himself. Ivy immediately went on guard, shouting, Who's there? She jumped up, summoning a sword in her hand. The system dinged, National Ruler Tyler, Hidden Class, Executioner, Level 97, Abyss Lord B. He looked so disappointed, it's just a shame all those brains won't save you today. Just as she was about to charge, Jake stepped right in front of her. Yo, Ivy, chill, don't be reckless. The dude is level 97, same as Tyler's kid. They both got that nasty Abyss vibe. Ivy's jaw dropped, level 97. Chloe, standing behind them, piped up, Jake, my dad knows him. That's Tyler, the top dog from the Téja kingdom. He yelled, What? So that psycho we dusted was his SON. Then another voice slurred down from a huge tree. National Ruler Tyler? Is that you? Man, I was wondering who it was. You really dragged us all the way from Miami for this little dude. The system immediately ID'd him. The drunkard J, Hidden Combat Class, Level 95, Wandering Sword, Saint 4. Jay was just lounging on a branch, face all red from boozing, still holding a flask. He jumped down, not holding back. This kid doesn't even look like he's hit his third job change. Couldn't you have just had Lee take him out on his lunch break? Ren, who was just floating on an arrow in midair, reminded Jay, Don't get sloppy. This kid might not have a high level, but he's the one who took down our old buddy, the Nine Realms demon. The system kept going. Ren, Combat Class, Level 95, Wind Ranger, 4. Then, the whole ground started shaking like crazy. May totally lost her balance. Is this an earthquake? Chloe grabbed her. Whoa, May, careful. Shadow was bugging. What is happening right now? The crazy shaking was coming from the footsteps of a giant dude named Huno. He let out a huge roar. So what if he beat the Nine Realms demon? If we clapped him once, we can do it again. They said this kid's got a real dragon. My axe is thirsty for some dragon blood. The system flashed his stats. The beast Huno, Hidden Combat Class, Level 96, Hell's Blood Axe, 4. Before anyone could even process that, a billion bolts of lightning started crashing down from the sky. Shadow was losing it. Okay, what is going on? A staff with a massive gem on it slowly appeared. The system ID'd the owner, Hugh. Combat Class, Level 95, Lightning Mage B. Jay stumbled over, looking at Hugh. He hiccuped. Old Hugh's, the same as always, quiet as a mouse. Ren sighed. His name's Hugh, whatever. He's always been a man of few words, just a boring old dude. Ivy put it all together. Wait, so are these 4 guys just like Tyler? Are they all national heroes? Chloe nodded, her voice shaking. It looks like it. The 5 national heroes of the Téja kingdom. Jake, what are we gonna do? Jake slowly walked forward, realizing these were the monsters who butchered everyone at the camp. He got so mad he started shaking, then just screamed, Unforgivable. Not a single one of you is walking away from this. I swear you'll pay for this with your own blood. Jake summoned Jade and laid down the challenge. Let's go, national heroes. Either you kill me, or I'm burying you with these innocent people. May, seeing this from the back, freaked out. Jake, no. They're all masters over level 90. Jake just whispered, Ivy, Chloe, protect May. No matter what. He stared at the 5 of them and suddenly yelled, Oh, I get it now. The girl next to him was like, Huh, get what? Tyler completely lost his cool, screaming, You disrespectful brat who doesn't know his place. He drew his sword and shot towards Jake like a rocket. Pay for my son's life. Die. At the same time, Ren and Jay jumped in to back him up. Huno just growled, Die. The big dude threw a punch that could probably level a building, but Jake and Shadow were way too quick and dodged it. In that same second, Ren drew her bow and aimed it right at Jake's heart. Faced with all this, he just gave Shadow a serious look to get ready. The system screen lit up. The Jade Dragon was shifting into its eternal form, Jade Dragon Bloodline. All skill effects are amped up against the Dragon tribe. Plus, anyone with that bloodline is immune to all debuffs, and their self-healing skyrockets by 5,000%. Eternal protection kicks in, creating a shield for everyone inside. The shield's strength is based on the Eternal One's health and recovery. This crazy power surge totally stunned Ren. What the? The next second, Jake exploded with power and screamed, "You want to kill me? Then come get me." But instead, you went and slaughtered innocent people from the dragon country, so I'm gonna let you watch as I wipe every single person in your Téja kingdom off the map. Tyler flew at him like a maniac. "You little punk, you're already dead." Just as he swung his sword, the screen popped up again. Piercing Sword Strike. The Wandering Sword Saint attacks once. The attack has a 90% chance to pierce, dealing double damage and rooting them for 3 seconds. Tyler roared, "You got some nerve talking to the Lord of the Golden Nation like that." Suddenly, his attack just fizzled. It had no effect at all, and he couldn't believe his sword didn't go through. Huno charged in. "Move. Let me handle this." Blood Prison Axe. Even though his first attack was blocked, Tyler got even more aggro, just a coward hiding in his shell. Blood Prison Axe calls on the power of the axe, dealing 300% physical damage. And get this, 25% of the damage gets stored in the axe for the next attack. But Huno didn't get his way, either. Both of his axes were blocked by the claws of the fallen Saint Dragon. Its roar was deafening, while Huno was in total disbelief. "My attack was blocked?" Natural assimilation. Dragonbone Flute summons the twin fallen Saint Dragons. The dragons are the exact same level as the user. Oh my god, guys, if you think this is insane, smash that like button right now. Oof, that last comment must have hit a nerve, cause Jake's attention snapped right to them. Calling me a coward, huh? Like he was totally provoked. He just unleashed his energy. "Ivy, fall back and protect May." His command was so absolute, it even surprised Ivy. Right after, the system announced, "Gate of Holy Light." The fallen Saint Dragon releases the mountain's energy, opening the Gate of Holy Light, teleporting itself and all its corpse puppets to the target's location. This skill isn't limited by distance, domain, magic, or even planes of existence. Over the roars of his dragons, Jake waved his hand, gathering a massive stream of power in the sky. "I'm gonna END them." Fallen Corpse Manipulation lets him control all the puppets, converted by the fallen Saint Dragon, and he can summon or recall them anytime. All their death and energy just goes back to the dragon. Jake's stream of power then summoned the Nine Realms demon. "As you command, Master." It looked like Huno was literally about to